Chapter 1, The Prodigal's Return. The late autumn night carried a faint chill in the air. At a cemetery in the outskirts of Suzhou in Hangzhou, I carefully placed my daughter's body into a grave I had dug in advance. Her face still bore the smile from her final moments, as if death was not pain to her, but rather a form of deliverance. I looked at the old tombkeeper beside me, handed him a stack of 100 yuan bills, and said, "When I lie down inside, please bury the earth over me. All this money will be yours." The old man gratefully took the money and said, "Don't worry, since I've taken the money, I'll do this properly." I swallowed a highly toxic pill, slowly walked into the grave, held my daughter, and closed my eyes. In my final moments, my entire life flashed before my eyes. My life has been a complete mess. My father died unexpectedly many years ago, and I should have shouldered the responsibility for the whole family, but instead I indulged in drinking, whoring, gambling, and neglected my duties. Under the pretense of doing business, I swindled my mother out of her pension and even cleaned out all the money my younger sister had painstakingly saved for university over the years. From then on, my sister regarded me as her enemy. What was even worse, I sold my daughter to human traffickers for 5,000 yuan. 5 days after selling her, my wife drowned herself in a river at dawn, yet I turned a blind eye and remained fixated on the gambling table, soon losing all the money I got from selling my daughter. Despairing completely of life, I was ready to end it all by jumping into the sea. Perhaps fate smiled upon me. Not only did I not die, but I drifted to a small island where a mysterious old man saved me. Following the old man, I reinvented myself, studying esoteric arts, life-restoring medical techniques, and the balance of feng shui and yin-yang. In just 3 short years, I mastered these skills and returned to the city. 3 more years passed, and I thrived in the city, amassing a fortune worth hundreds of billions. When I finally turned my life around and searched the world for my daughter, a chance encounter on the roadside nearly broke me. I saw a girl with both legs severed and one eye gouged out, lying alone by the roadside begging. It was my daughter, Qin Xiaoyi. She had been sold by human traffickers to several vicious men who tortured her brutally, forcing her to beg for their profit. I will never forget the first words my daughter said when she saw me. "Dad, I beg you, kill me. Xiaoyi hurts so much. I want to go find Mom." In that moment, my heart shattered completely. Even though I used my medical skills to heal Xiaoyi's body, the agony in her soul would never mend. While I was away from home, Xiaoyi slit her wrists to end her life. I understood then only my own death could atone for what I'd done. Carrying my daughter's body, I came to the cemetery where my wife was buried, resolved to stay with them forever, to redeem my sins through death. I couldn't tell how much time had passed when, though I'd thought myself dead, I drowsily opened my eyes to find a liquor bottle in my hand, with 2 beautiful women, one tall and one small, standing before me. The little girl appeared about 5 years old, but stunted by malnutrition. Her frail body made her look no older than 3. The woman appeared to be around 25 years old, dressed in a faded yellow blouse. Her delicate features gave her the gentle appearance of a devoted wife and mother. Shielding the girl behind her, the woman pointed at me and shouted, "If you want to sell someone, sell me instead. Don't you dare lay a finger on my daughter, or I'll fight you to the death." In that moment, my mind went blank. I wasn't dead? I was absolutely certain I wasn't dead, nor was this some dream before dying. Could it be I had been reborn? The girl fell to her knees with a thud, crawling toward me on her knees as she pleaded desperately, "Daddy, I beg you, please don't sell me. I'll only eat 1 steamed bun a day. I can do laundry, and I can collect bottles to sell for money. Why? I don't want to leave you and Mom." This wasn't how a 5-year-old should behave at all. Chapter 2, Utter despair. As I stared at my daughter before me, I could no longer hold back the tears. Hot, crimson drops streamed uncontrollably from my eyes. I was such a bastard before. Hardly even human. An animal would have been better than me. I deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Qin Xiao, are you even human? You swindled Mom and sister out of their money, and now you're targeting our daughter too. The woman beside us was trembling all over, screaming in utter despair. I dropped the liquor bottle and slowly stood up, embracing my daughter who was kneeling on the floor. With tears streaming down my face, I said, "Xiaoyi, Daddy was wrong. Dad won't sell you. Not even for the whole world would I ever lose you again. Woo-woo, thank you, Daddy." The girl sobbed uncontrollably on my shoulder. But this brief moment of tenderness didn't last long. Xiaolan, standing nearby, abruptly snatched Xiaoyi away, saying, "Crocodile tears. Do you really think I'd believe you? Xiaolan, I'm sorry, I was horrible. I would never sell our daughter, I promise." I desperately tried to explain. "Stop lying to me. All these years you've tricked me out of money with every excuse imaginable. Do you really think I'd trust you now?" Xiaolan's eyes brimmed with tears. She had lost count of how many times she'd forgiven me, only for me to grow worse with each passing offense. "Xiaolan, let me explain," I started to say. Xiaolan slowly stepped forward, stuffed the $60-some from her pocket into my hand, and said, "This is the money Xiaoyi saved from collecting bottles for a whole month. Take it all, just let Xiaoyi go." I looked at the spare change in my hand, feeling another heavy blow to my heart. I wanted to say something more, but given the current situation, Xiaolan would never believe me no matter how eloquently I pleaded. When someone is utterly disappointed in another, every single word and phrase from them becomes false. Xiaolan was like that. She thought my current transformation was nothing more than an emotional ploy, a calculated performance to trick Xiaoyi into being sold off. Xiaolan, Before I could finish speaking, Xiaolan snatched up the scissors from the table and pointed them at me, furious. Xin Xiao, I've told you, you can sell anything, but you must never sell my daughter. Staring at the scissors in Xiaolan's hand, I took a step forward. Thud. The next instant, the scissors plunged into my chest, and blood gushed out immediately. Xiaolan was startled by this sudden turn of events and instantly dropped the scissors. Daddy! Xiaoyi was also frightened. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep. I know I've done many wrong things over the years, causing you and our daughter to suffer alongside me. I will make up for all these years of neglect with real actions. I'll make sure you have a good life. I'll make sure Xiaoyi has clothes to wear, endless snacks to eat, and grows up carefree, just like other children. I didn't care at all about the bleeding chest wound as I stepped forward. Surprisingly, Xiaoyi broke free from Xiaolan and ran up to me, asking, Daddy, does it hurt? Are you okay? Perhaps my actions moved Xiaolan for a moment, but only for a fleeting instant. Then she picked up Xiaoyi again and said, Come on, Xiaoyi, let's go to work with mommy. Xiaolan grabbed her bag from the side and prepared to leave. However, a piece of paper that had been tucked under the bag fell out. Quick as lightning, I picked it up. It turned out to be a court summons for compulsory enforcement. The loan was taken out in Xiaolan's name. If the money isn't repaid within the next 6 days, she'll face imprisonment. It suddenly dawned on me, she had indeed drowned herself in the river on the morning of the 5th day. Chapter 3 Determination. This 300,000 yuan loan was meant for Xiaoyi's medical treatment a year ago. Xiaolan had initially planned to borrow from relatives and friends, but they avoided her like the plague. In desperation, she had no choice but to borrow 300,000 from the bank. If it weren't for seeing the court summons, I still wouldn't have known what was happening. For a mother, nothing is more precious than her daughter's life, yet I sold the very thing that kept her holding on in this world. No wonder she lost the will to live. I looked at Xiaolan and said, Don't worry about it. It's just 300,000 yuan. 4 days, just 4 days, I'll definitely help you pay it back. Ha, you really do speak without thinking. Are you planning to steal or rob? Xiaolan smirked with irony in her eyes, my current words seeming utterly absurd to her. Holding Xiaoyi in her arms, Xiaolan walked away without turning back. Watching the mother and daughter leave, I finally noticed the wound on my chest. I took a few needles from the nearby sewing kit, sterilized them with a lighter, and inserted them around the wound to stop the bleeding. The blood flow ceased almost instantaneously. Then, I sat cross-legged and closed my eyes, using the Qi condensation technique to quickly heal my wounds. Back then, I learned many skills from that mysterious old man, including this breath condensation technique that harnesses the power of nature to restore oneself. Among all these skills, any single one would be enough for me to amass wealth in a short time. This was my greatest reliance upon rebirth. After feeling a bit better, I had intended to call my mother and younger sister, but then I considered both my current state and my past misdeeds, so in the end, I restrained myself. The top priority now is to make money. Once I have everything, I'll properly apologize to my mother and sister. Dad, are you okay? Just then, a small head popped through the doorway. It was Xiaoyi. Since Xiaolan had to go to work and couldn't take Xiaoyi with her, plus, she was worried I might sell Xiaoyi, she entrusted her to the landlady, Granny Chen, for safekeeping. But Xiaoyi sneaked back home anyway. In my previous life, it was only because Xiaoyi sneaked back home that I got the chance to sell her off. Xiaoyi, come here quickly. I hastily waved her over. Xiaoyi rushed in and threw herself into my arms, then fished out an egg from the hole in her pocket. Daddy, you're hurt. Here's an egg for you. If you eat it, the pain will go away. Looking at the egg Xiaoyi handed me, my eyes welled up again. What a thoughtful child. If only I could let her grow up happy and carefree, I'd willingly drop dead on the spot. This only strengthened my resolve. I must rise above my circumstances and give my wife and child the best life possible. Xiaoyi, who gave you this egg? I asked. Grandma Chen gave it to me. Xiaoyi smiled. The Granny Chen she mentioned was my neighbor and the landlord of this small building. She was a kind-hearted woman who knew Xiaoyi often went hungry and frequently gave her food. You're still growing. You should eat it, I said with a smile. Let's share it between us. Xiaoyi peeled the egg, broke it in half, and insisted on giving me a portion. As father and daughter ate the boiled egg together, Xiaoyi beamed with joy. No matter what I was like, at least in this moment, she knew her daddy loved her. Xiaoyi, daddy needs to go out to earn some money. Why don't you stay at Granny Chen's place? When I come back, I'll take you for your favorite lobster feast. I patted Xiaoyi's head and said, Really? Xiaoyi was instantly overjoyed. Her favorite food was shrimp, but she'd only eaten it once last year after recovering from an illness, when her mother took her out. She hadn't had it since. Chapter 4, Making Money. After leaving home, I headed to the city center of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Actually, making money wasn't hard for me, but I needed an opportunity, a chance to earn 300,000 yuan in cash within 4 days. In my previous life, I happened to meet a tycoon obsessed with feng shui. With the help of a benefactor, he raked in money hand over fist, amassing a fortune of billions in just 3 years, standing at the pinnacle of the era. What I need to do now is find a noble person who can help me rise to the pinnacle. But before that, I headed to the breakfast shop first. After all, a man is made of iron, but food is the steel that keeps him going, and skipping even one meal leaves one unbearably hungry. To make money, I needed to fill my stomach first. I spent 3 yuan on 3 buns and bought a morning newspaper at a roadside stand. Squatting by the street, I munched on the buns while reading the paper. Sure enough, a headline in the newspaper caught my attention. Strange incident at Suwon Economic Development Zone construction site. Mysterious sinkhole appears. 3,000 tons of cement failed to fill it? Seeing this news, I abruptly stood up. This is it. I know this economic development zone all too well, since in my previous life it became the site of a nationwide sensation. This was originally meant to be a shopping mall, with a wealthy businessman named Lu winning the construction contract. During construction, they encountered a bottomless pit right at the project's core, delaying work for ages and bankrupting contractor Lu. In his desperation, he turned to folktales about living pillars, the belief that burying a live person would fill the cavity. At first he refused, but as time passed and no other options remained, he hired 3 workers as living cornerstones, yet it proved utterly futile, and in the end the scheme was exposed. This Mr. Lu not only lost everything but also faced execution by firing squad, ultimately hanging himself in despair. I knew perfectly well this place was a weasel's den. No living sacrifice could ever tame it. A weasel's den means an underground dwelling of weasel spirits. Pour concrete? They just tunnel deeper. Sealing it is impossible. As for the solution, I've got it all figured out. I flagged down a taxi by the roadside and headed straight for the economic development zone, completely exhausting the 60 yuan Xiaoyi had earned from collecting bottles. But I'll use these 60 yuan to create endless wealth. When I arrived at the construction site, I began to feel slight discomfort in my stomach, probably from those unsanitary steamed buns I'd eaten earlier. With no other choice, I had to go to the restroom first. No sooner had I squatted down than I heard angry shouts coming from the next stall. Old Juan, that pit still isn't filled? What the hell have you been doing? Do you know how much money I'm losing every day? A man squatted while shouting angrily. Boss, we poured another 1,000 tons of cement this morning, but it's still bottomless. The geological survey team said there might be an underground river beneath, washing all the cement away. The voice echoed through the phone. Bullshit. It's hard enough to dig a well here. Where would an underground river come from? What did that master I told you to invite last time say? The man asked. After a brief silence on the phone, the reply came. Boss, that master said this is a 3-killing site. You might need to make 3 living sacrifices, meaning burying 3 living people inside. Hearing this, the man froze for a moment and said, Are you kidding me? Do you know how much I'd have to compensate if 3 people died on the construction site? If this gets discovered, being shot on the spot would be the least of my worries. The man finished speaking and angrily hung up the phone. The construction site's southern side has no wall. How could it possibly be the 3 killings position? This is clearly a weasel den. Forget driving 3 living stakes, you could drive 20 without any effect. I spoke up in an eerie tone. Startled to hear someone in the adjacent bathroom stall, the man exclaimed, Who's there? Chapter 5, Courtesy Before Force. I leisurely pulled up my pants and stepped out, followed shortly by the man. He was a middle-aged man around 1.7 meters tall, with greased back hair, slightly overweight, and dressed in a well-tailored suit. This was Luan, the big boss who had contracted this major construction project. Friend, who are you? You don't look like one of the construction workers. Luan asked warily while looking at me. I was just passing by the area and had an upset stomach, so I thought I'd borrow the site's restroom. I replied with a smile. Oh, earlier you mentioned something about a yellow-skinned creature's cave. Do you know what's been happening here? Luan asked. I replied, not only do I know, but I can also resolve it. Hearing this, Luan was instantly startled, but seeing my apparent age of just 24 or 25, he immediately grew skeptical. Noticing his doubtful gaze, I simply smiled slightly without taking offense and turned to leave. Wait, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the project office and discuss this properly. Luan hurriedly called me to stop. Had this sinkhole just been discovered, he would never have called me back. He might even have joked about me being a fraud. But now that the sinkhole had been there for so long, he had no choice but to seek alternatives. If he happened to meet someone who knew their craft, the construction site might still be saved. If, however, the person turned out to be a con artist, all he'd lose was half an hour at most. At the project office, Luan had the female secretary bring us 2 cups of tea. Friend, he said, you mentioned a remedy earlier. What was it? Luan asked. There is a way, but I can't work for free, can I? I didn't bother with pleasantries and spoke directly. Hearing this, Luan chuckled. Heh, a straightforward man. If you can truly solve my problem, money is no issue. Good. Send someone now to buy a writing brush, cinnabar, chicken blood, a hen, and yellow paper. I guarantee the pit will be filled within hours. If it isn't, you pay nothing, I said. Though Lewin still doubted me inwardly, I had promised no payment if the pit remained unfilled. Besides, these items combined cost at most 200 yuan, hardly a significant loss, so there's no harm in giving it a try. Soon, Lewin had his subordinates gather everything I needed within half an hour. Watch as I picked up the brush, swiftly writing and drawing on the yellow paper, finishing in just 10 seconds. Tie this talisman to the hen's leg, throw it into the hole, then fill it with cement in half an hour. I spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lewin froze and said, "You mean this single ghost drawing talisman can withstand thousands of tons of my cement? Didn't I tell you? This is called the weasel hole phenomenon. You pour cement from above while it digs tunnels below. How could you ever fill it completely?" I replied. "That actually makes some sense," Lewin said, reaching out to take it. But I abruptly withdrew my hand and added, "We haven't discussed the price yet. I'm Qin Xiao." Today Lewin asked me about the price of the yellow talisman, and I quoted him a flat rate of 150,000. He immediately stood up, saying I was crazy, charging 150,000 for some ghostly scribbles, and countered with just 500 yuan, not a penny more. I simply pocketed the talisman and stood to leave, telling him if 150,000 seems too expensive now, next time he wants my help, mere money won't be enough to bring me back. Seeing me so decisive, he gritted his teeth and stopped me, asking what if the pit gets filled today but collapses again tomorrow. I told him it wouldn't be necessary. If the weasel spirit isn't stupid, it'll leave on its own upon seeing the hen and the yellow talisman. The hen serves as an offering to the weasel spirit, while the yellow talisman serves as a warning for it to quit while ahead that some expert has set sights on it. This is what we call courtesy before force. If it remains obstinate, I'd have no choice but to exterminate it completely. At this point, though we nodded in agreement, being a seasoned old fox who's been around the block, he wasn't about to part with his money so easily until he was sure of my capabilities. He said 150,000 for a single talisman was too expensive, he'd only pay 100,000, and could only give me 30,000 up front. The remainder would be paid 3 days later, once the concrete hardened and he was certain there were no risks. I didn't waste words and immediately agreed, handing over the yellow talisman. He smiled and said that if I truly had the skills, he naturally wouldn't dare owe money to someone like me who knew the esoteric arts of yin and yang. He then gathered his men to accompany me to that pit, with some workers also gathering around out of curiosity. The pit was enormous, about half the size of a basketball court, which indicated quite a number of weasel spirits dwelling inside. I had them throw a hen with the yellow talisman tied to it into the hole, then began the long half-hour wait. Just as everyone assumed I was a fraud, movement suddenly occurred inside the cave. Dozens of weasels emerged from the pit, scattering in all directions. Lewin and the workers were dumbfounded and hailed me as a master. Seeing that the weasel spirits had all fled, I instructed Lewin to fill the pit. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and called for a concrete truck to pour 1,000 tons in. Moments later, workers reported the pit had been filled. Lewin viewed me with newfound respect, quickly stepping forward to offer a cigarette and asking for my name. I told him my surname was Qin, single character Xiao. He gave a thumbs up, telling his secretary to fetch me 30,000 in cash from the car, and even invited me to stay for dinner. I refused. I needed to get back to take care of my daughter. After the secretary brought me the money, I left the construction site. I thought Xiaolan would probably be very happy if she saw this money. Having money now, the first thing I was going to do was fulfill my promise to Xiaoyi, take her out for lobster. Xiaoyi had already come back from Grandma Chen's place and was waiting for me by the door. Spotting me from afar, she rushed over immediately. I held her in my arms, my heart aching as I gently ruffled her hair. When she asked if we were going for shrimp, I simply took her hand and headed straight to the restaurant. On the way, Xiaoyi seized the moment I wasn't paying attention and darted toward the trash bin, rummaging through it until she pulled out a plastic water bottle. My nose stung as I bit back my tears, wiping her grimy little face and telling her she didn't have to collect bottles anymore. She said she wanted to gather a few more, otherwise the money wouldn't be enough for lobster. I pulled out a stack of bills from my jacket and told her I'd earned a good sum today. We could eat as much as we wanted. She immediately praised me for being amazing. At the restaurant, I ordered a lot of food, thinking Xiaoyi would eat until she was stuffed. But she only consumed a small portion, placing most of the peeled shrimp into a takeaway box to bring back for her mother. After eating and drinking my fill, I took Xiaoyi by the hand and headed home, stopping along the way to buy an evening newspaper. Reading the paper was a habit I developed in my past life. I believed that for a person to get rich, it wasn't enough to just have brains, they also needed to stay informed. Newspapers were full of tips on upcoming trends that could make you money. As I approached home, I could hear Xiaolan screaming Xiaoyi's name like crazy at the door, cursing me as a bastard and scum, saying she shouldn't have trusted me, demanding I return her daughter to her. The neighbors all came out pointing fingers, saying I was idle and shiftless, indulging in debauchery and gambling. How pitiful for Xiaolan and Xiaoyi. I carried Xiaoyi on my back and walked over to the neighbors to ask, but just as the woman was about to call me a jerk, she saw me holding Xiaoyi's hand as we returned. The surrounding neighbors instantly fell silent and awkwardly turned away. Xiaolan caught a glimpse of Xiaoyi in a daze. Xiaoyi called out mommy and ran toward her. When Xiaolan saw Xiaoyi, tears welled up in her eyes first, only to be swiftly replaced by rage. Xiaoyi held up the takeout box, saying she had peeled the shrimp just for her mother, but Xiaolan raised her hand and struck Xiaoyi's wrist. The box of shrimp scattered across the floor. Xiaoyi tearfully asked her mother why she hit her, not understanding her wrongdoing. Xiaolan, unaware of the shrimp on the floor, scolded Xiaoyi for not listening and not staying at Granny Chen's place, adding how worried she had been. Wiping her tears, Xiaoyi said her father took her out for shrimp and even brought some back for her. Only then did Xiaolan notice the shrimp scattered on the floor. Slowly walking over, I crouched down to pick them up while saying, out of a whole plate, Xiaoyi only ate a few, she saved the rest to bring back to you. Xiaolan snapped at me, I know you resent me. If you're mad, take it out on me, there's no need to vent at our daughter. She realized she had misunderstood Xiaoyi and quickly hugged her, saying, Xiaoyi, I'm sorry, it's mommy's fault. Did I hurt you? Xiaoyi shook her head and said, Mommy, it doesn't hurt. At this moment, Xiaolan turned her anger toward me. Xin Xiao, I'm utterly disappointed in you. You kept saying you'd help me repay the loan, yet the moment you got your hands on a few dozen yuan, you went out feasting. Have you no shame? That was 60 yuan Xiaoyi saved up over a whole month. I paused what I was doing and explained, I did spend Xiaoyi's money, but I've already earned it back. Xiaoyi quickly chimed in, Mom, Dad has lots of money, so much money. I pulled out 3 stacks of 100 yuan bills from my pocket and said, this is the 30,000 I earned today. We spent 100 on shrimp dinner. Though it's still far from 300,000, I'll definitely have the full amount ready in 4 days. Xiaolan froze for a moment before angrily exclaiming, did you really resort to stealing or robbing? Do you realize this is illegal? If you get arrested and sentenced, do you understand how it'll affect Xiaoyi's entire life? I froze, then said, every cent here was earned by my genuine abilities. How could it possibly be stolen or taken by force? Xiaolan didn't believe me. Genuine abilities? I get it, you went gambling again. Winning once and making a little money counts as genuine ability now? Is there anything else you can actually do? I could tell she had lost all hope in me, so I explained, no, I earned it by practicing geomancy for others. But she didn't believe me at all. Picking up Xiaoyi, she said, lie, just keep lying. I don't want your filthy money. As long as you keep your hands off my daughter, I'll find a way to scrape together the 300,000. I didn't blame her for being harsh with me now. After all, for 6 years I'd done nothing but beat and scold her, forcing this gentle and virtuous woman to grow thorns to protect herself. Watching her return to her room, I didn't rush to explain. In 4 days, I would fulfill my promise and settle everything. By 9 in the evening, Xiaoyi was already asleep. I slept in the storage room. Xiaolan and I had stopped sharing a bed years ago, our marriage existing in name only. I lay on the bed reading the evening paper I bought in the afternoon when a headline caught my eye, Breakthrough in Causes and Control of Severe Air Pollution, Suzhou and Hangzhou respond to the call, launching major reform on heavy pollution industries. I suddenly sat up, this was exactly the money-making opportunity I'd been waiting for. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Xiaolan was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In 6 days, she would face mandatory execution of her debts. Worried about leaving Xiaoyi in my care, she decided to try borrowing money. She called her close friend Wang Xiaoman, who said all her money was controlled by her husband. She only had 2,000 yuan to spare. However, Wang Xiaoman knew a loan shark named Luan, a multi-millionaire who often visited boutiques with beautiful women to buy bags, spending no less than 100,000 per visit. Xiaolan asked if she could borrow 300,000. Wang Xiaoman said yes, but the interest rate was quite high. 300,000 would incur 100,000 in interest over a year. Xiaolan froze. She barely earned 50 or 60,000 a year in working herself to the bone. But Wang Xiaoman said there was no other way and urged her to think it over. Clenching her teeth, Xiaolan said, no need to think it over. I'll take the loan. Wang Xiaoman told her that Boss Lu would visit the shop in 3 days and she would arrange an introduction. After thanking her, Xiaolan hung up. She knew borrowing from a loan shark might plunge her into deeper trouble, but for Xiaoyi's sake, she had no choice but to tough it out. The next morning, just as dawn broke, I got up early and made breakfast in the kitchen. Without waking Xiaolan or Xiaoyi, I left the food in the pot to keep warm and sat on the living room sofa reading yesterday's newspaper. Xiaolan, who hadn't slept all night, got up with Xiaoyi. When Xiaoyi said she was hungry and Xiaolan was about to make her something, I stood up and said, breakfast is ready in the pot. You two should eat something. Xiaolan seemed to think she was hearing things, but Xiaoyi ran to the kitchen, lifted the lid, and saw the egg pancakes and plain porridge I had made. She exclaimed, wow, Dad really made breakfast. Their surprise was understandable. Since Xiaolan married me, I'd never stepped foot in the kitchen, let alone cooked a meal. I know she doubts me, I said. Go ahead, it's not poisoned. Xiaoyi had already set the table and was urging Xiaolan, Mom, hurry up and eat. Xiaolan seemed to regard me with a hint of warmth, wondering if I had truly changed. I smiled at Xiaoyi and said, how about Daddy takes you out to play after we finish eating? Xiaoyi eagerly agreed, but Xiaolan, snapping back to reality, said, no, I'll drop you off at Grandma's place for now and pick you up after work. Xiaoyi pouted and nodded. After breakfast, Xiaolan took Xiaoyi out, while I headed for the outskirts of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yesterday's evening newspaper gave me a perfect money-making opportunity. Ordinary people might see it as just an environmental news piece, but to me, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In my past life, I had witnessed several wealthy men from Suzhou and Hangzhou fighting over a piece of land, even beating someone into the hospital. At the time I didn't understand, but after studying feng shui and yin-yang principles with that mysterious old man, I realized they were fighting over a feng shui treasure spot called Fortune God Spills Gold. Here, the three mountains stand in the southwest, west, and north directions respectively, with no mountain to the east. The converging energy from these three peaks, combined with the first rays of the morning sun rising from the east, creates a golden shower of wealth, the perfect geomantic treasure site. If I were to bury our ancestors in that land, our family would undoubtedly become either wealthy or noble. However, such an excellent geomantic site was completely ruined when a large power station was built to its east. But on the third day after the environmental protection announcement, this power station was listed as a key demolition target. Once the demolition news is announced, those wealthy individuals who, like me, love reading newspapers are bound to notice. At that point, they'll spend a fortune to buy this land. I estimate it could fetch at least $500,000. After leaving home, I hailed a taxi straight to the outskirts. Upon arrival, I wandered through the fields for quite a while before finally tracking down the owner of this prime feng shui land. It turned out to be an elderly man with no children, making a living by collecting scrap. The plot was about the size of a basketball court, his homestead originally intended for building a house. But lacking funds, he kept postponing construction until the power plant went up, rendering the land unsuitable for building. Moreover, nestled in a mountain hollow with hills on three sides and obstructed by smokestacks to the east, it gets too little sunlight for farming. The place had no value whatsoever. So while the old man lived in his ancestral home, this land lay barren for decades. I offered to buy it for 28,000 yuan, and the old man was overjoyed. After all, he couldn't earn that much in a whole year of collecting scrap, and the abandoned plot was just sitting there unused, so he agreed. Seeing how readily he agreed, I paid the full amount up front. Truth be told, I had offered quite a high price in my previous life. When a few wealthy buyers purchased this land, the highest bid had only been 23,000. After signing the contract, I left my phone number. By the fourth day, those wealthy buyers would come looking to purchase the land, and if all went as expected, I'd easily make $500,000. By the time I finished my business, it was already afternoon, and I headed home. Before even stepping inside, I faintly heard voices coming from the house. Mom, don't try to talk me into this. I disagree with this matter. Xiaolan murmured with her head lowered as she sat on the wooden stool in the living room. Beside her sat a woman in her 50s, earnestly trying to persuade her with well-intentioned advice. This woman was Xiaolan's mother, Zhang Xiuji. Though past 50, she maintained herself remarkably well. Few crow's feet marred her face, her figure retained its graceful curves without middle-aged spread, exuding mature voluptuousness. Zhang Xiuji was a veteran postpartum caregiver. Only wealthy families in Suzhou and Hangzhou could afford her services. After all, with daily wages reaching 1 or 2,000 yuan, ordinary households couldn't possibly hire someone of her caliber. Having seen too much of the affluent life, she grew enamored and distanced from Xiaolan's father, eventually divorcing him to wholeheartedly pursue a high-quality lifestyle. Child, you wouldn't listen back then, just look at the life you're living now. That scoundrel neglects his family, idle and shiftless. Why cling to him? You must divorce him. Zhang Xiuji's tone was stern, leaving no room for debate. Mom, when you divorced Dad, do you know how much psychological trauma it caused me and my sister? I know life isn't going well now, but I don't want Xiaoyi to endure these childhood shadows. I want her to have a complete family. Although Xiaolan was utterly disappointed in me, she still wanted to persevere for Xiaoyi's sake. Silly child, how can I make you understand? You're only 24 or 25, in the prime of youth. I promise, once you divorce that bastard, Mom can find you a wealthy man worth tens of millions. Don't follow my example and end up with a loser like your father, all talk and no action, full of hot air yet incompetent. Zhang Xiuji vowed solemnly. I overheard every word clearly from the doorway. She actually dared to compare me to my father-in-law. Speaking of father-in-law Xia Chenghua, I'd met him a few times. The man was all show without substance, no real capabilities yet obsessed with ceremony and rituals, always dressing in shabby suits with excessive rules, like some deposed princeling from a fallen dynasty. In the past we despised each other, quarreling whenever we met. But now I see there's more to him. Where would an ordinary person learn noble family manners like his? He might truly be from some prominent lineage. After a brief hesitation, I pushed open the door and greeted her immediately. Mom, you're here. Zhang Xiaoji shot me a dark look. Out gambling again, were you? Lose or win this time? I wasn't gambling. I was making money. I said. Well now, making money? Did I hear that right? You actually know how to make money? Zhang Xiaoji sounded utterly surprised. Mom, I made a lot of mistakes in the past, but I changed now. Don't worry, from now on I'll make sure Xiaolan and Xiaoyi live a good life, I said calmly. Zhang Xiaoji suddenly laughed. Qin Xiao, how many times have you said those exact words to me? Do you remember? Last year when your family couldn't make ends meet, didn't you say it when borrowing money from me? When Xiaoyi fell ill last year, didn't you say the same thing when asking for money again? Just 6 months ago, and again 3 months ago, you borrowed 100,000 from me. And now you have the nerve to say you'll give Xiaolan and Xiaoyi a better life? I wanted to explain, but her interruption left me utterly helpless. Yet I was resolved to ensure my wife and daughter lived well. I wouldn't let my mother-in-law ruin things. Mom, I can't argue with you right now, but in 2 days, I'll repay the 100,000 I borrowed from you, principal with interest. My expression turned cold. Xiaolan, did you hear that? Qin Xiao says he'll give me back 100,000, hilarious. If he can repay it, pigs would fly. Zhang Xiaoji didn't believe a word of it. Xiaolan looked at me and said, didn't you say you made money yesterday? Go ahead and pay Mom back first. She seemed unwilling to watch me being belittled in front of her mother. Besides, my behavior yesterday and this morning had given her a sliver of confidence in me, enough to ask me to prove it with cash. I was about to grab the money when I suddenly remembered it had been invested and said, I forgot I used that money for an investment. At these words, Xiaolan looked thunderstruck, while Zhang Xiaoji took it in stride, utterly unconvinced I could produce the cash. You're going to be the death of me. Didn't you swear off gambling? Yesterday you still had 20 or 30,000, and now it's all gone again. Xiaolan stood up in fury. I immediately pulled out the land purchase contract. I really did invest it. The returns will come soon. Xiaolan stared at the contract, furious. You spent 30 or 40,000 on a piece of godforsaken wasteland, and you call this an investment? Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. And here I was starting to trust you a little. You've let me down so badly. Her eyes were red and swollen, on the verge of tears. It seemed that no matter how many chances I was given, all I ever brought her was disappointment. Daughter, a man like this is utterly unworthy of you. Get ready for a divorce, Zhang Xiaoji chimed in, pouring oil on the fire. Mom, I understand. I'll think about what you said, Xiaolan replied, holding back her tears. At this moment, Xiaoyi, standing by the bedroom door, said tearfully, Woo-woo, mean grandma. Why do you have to separate Mom and Dad? I love Dad, and I love Mom too. I don't want them to be apart. I stepped forward and picked up Xiaoyi, wiping away her tears before turning to Zhang Xiaoji. Mom, if I can't keep my promise in 2 days, I'll leave on my own. You won't need to persuade Xiaolan. My words shocked Zhang Xiaoji and took Xiaolan by surprise. Chapter 13, Trust me this one last time. Alright, it's not like I forced you, you made that promise yourself. 2 days from now, if I don't see that 100,000, you'll leave Xiaolan on your own and promise never to come looking for her again in this lifetime. Zhang Xiaoji quickly stepped forward to add her piece, fearing that Qin Xiao might change his mind. But these words stabbed deep into Xiaolan's heart, because she knew Qin Xiao absolutely couldn't scrape together 100,000 in just 2 days. He even boasted about paying off her 300,000 debt too, that totaled 400,000. Even if he robbed or stole, it'd be impossible to get that amount in 2 days. Qin Xiao, do you realize what you're saying? Xiaolan grew frantic, her greatest worry being what would happen to Xiaoyi if she divorced Qin Xiao. That kind of trauma would leave devastating psychological scars on a child. Qin Xiao turned his gaze to Xiaolan, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination, and said, Trust me this one last time, just once. Xiaolan stared at Qin Xiao, her autumn water-like eyes sparkling with faint glimmers, momentarily captivated by what she saw, because she had never seen Qin Xiao display such a mesmerizing gaze before. Qin Xiao, remember your words today. I'll be back in 2 days, Zhang Xiaoji said, seeing no reason to stay any longer before turning to leave. Zhang Xiaoji's visit undoubtedly plunged the household atmosphere to freezing point. Qin Xiao had no reason to hate anyone, after all. Nobody understood better than himself what kind of person he used to be. What he needed to do was prove his worth, to demonstrate genuine capability and make every doubter and slanderer see clearly with their own eyes. Qin Xiao steadied his emotions before turning to Xiaolan and asking, Why did you leave work so early today? I don't want to attend the company dinner, Xiaolan said before slowly rising and returning to her bedroom. In truth, Qin Xiao knew exactly why. The company held 2 team-building activities each month, one company-sponsored event, and another employee-organized gathering where each participant had to contribute 200 yuan. Xiaolan had never attended the latter. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but rather because she couldn't spare the money. What's more, she couldn't bear the shame of attending. During these dinners, all the other employees would arrive dressed beautifully, accompanied by their husbands. It was like a grand scene of one-upmanship, yet Xiaolan hadn't bought new clothes for 3 years, let alone taken Qin Xiao along. Daddy, you won't leave mommy, right? Xiaoyi rested her chin on Qin Xiao's shoulder and asked in a tiny voice. Silly girl, how could daddy ever leave you? Never, Qin Xiao replied with a chuckle. Hee, daddy is the best, I love the way you are now the most. Xiaoyi planted a loud kiss on Qin Xiao's forehead. By evening, Qin Xiao had prepared some dinner and eaten a little with Xiaoyi, but Xiaolan wasn't in the mood for food. She was also contemplating whether she should get a divorce. However, her thoughts were interrupted by a phone call at that moment. Hello, Xiaolan, Boss Lu has agreed to lend the money. He said we should meet at the coffee shop downstairs from the company tomorrow morning. Wang Xiaoman spoke up. Is it true? That's wonderful. Xiaolan had been worrying whether she could borrow the money, and finally she could breathe a sigh of relief. Remember to come early tomorrow, said Wang Xiaoman. Alright, I got it, Xiaolan nodded in acknowledgement. At the exact same moment Xiaolan hung up the phone. Qin Xiao, still in his bedroom, also received a phone call. It was from Luan. Master Qin, you truly are a living immortal. The cement is now rock solid after drying, and the construction site has resumed normal operations, Luan exclaimed excitedly over the phone. As long as construction is proceeding normally, those yellow-skinned demons apparently know their place, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, clearly unworried. Luan added, about the remaining 70,000, would you like me to deliver it to you, or how should we handle it? I'll go get it, said Qin Xiao. Alright, I have business at Tianhui Tower tomorrow. Let's meet at the coffee shop downstairs at 9, said Luan. This Tianhui Tower was precisely where Xiaolan worked, just a few kilometers away from here. Chapter 14, Service Fee of 50,000. The moon set and the sun rose, a new day dawned. Early the next morning, Qin Xiao had planned to take Xiaoyi out for breakfast, but upon waking, he discovered that Xiaolan had already taken the child out. Clearly, Xiaolan still harbored deep distrust toward him. After all, ever since he had threatened to sell Xiaoyi, that scar could never be erased. Yet all of this was about to change dramatically in the coming days. Since he now had the confidence to make 500,000, Qin Xiao decided not to keep today's 70,000 but to leave it all for Xiaolan. After all, truth be told, he had never given Xiaolan a single penny since they got married. After freshening up, Qin Xiao set off for Tianhui Tower. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, who had left an hour earlier than Qin Xiao, dropped Xiaoyi off at her parents' home before heading to the cafe. At the entrance of the cafe, a woman in a short skirt, carrying an LV bag, with delicate features had been waiting for quite some time. This woman was Xiaolan's close friend, Wang Xiaoman. Though not as pretty as Xiaolan, Wang Xiaoman knew how to dress well and had even landed herself a rich second-generation boyfriend, living a life of enviable ease. Xiaolan, I told you to come early. Why are you so late? Wang Xiaoman said while glancing at her phone. I'm sorry, I took Xiaoyi to her grandma's house on the way here and got delayed. Xiaolan apologized before asking, has Boss Lu arrived yet? He got here 10 minutes ago and is currently in the mall. I'll call him right now, Wang Xiaoman replied. Good, Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The two women then walked arm in arm into the cafe. About 5 minutes later, Luan entered the coffee shop with a cigar between his teeth, accompanied by a young woman with delicate features and flamboyant attire. It didn't take much thought to guess she was undoubtedly Luan's mistress kept outside the home. Not only that, Luan was followed by two burly bodyguards dressed in sleek suits. Though Luan's net worth was only in the tens of millions, he carried considerable clout. After all, those in his line of construction work often had somewhat murky backgrounds. He had connections in both the legal and underworld circles. Boss Lu, you're here. Wang Xiaoman quickly stepped forward with an ingratiating smile upon seeing Luan arrive. Xiaoman, is this your friend? Luan gave the plainly dressed Xiaolan a once-over, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he spoke. Xiaolan, hurry up and greet Boss Lu, Wang Xiaoman promptly urged. Xiaolan was feeling quite timid at the moment, given Luan's imposing figure, attire, and the bodyguard standing behind him. This man clearly operated in the underworld, yet she mustered her courage and said, Good day, Boss Lu. Heard you want to borrow money, right? You know my terms? Luan sat down with an air of authority, crossing his legs. Yes, Xiaoman told me. Borrowing 300,000 with 100,000 interest in a year, Xiaolan murmured timidly, keeping her head lowered. Alright, before we sign the contract, let me be upfront, if this money isn't repaid in a year, you'll be in deep trouble. Understand? Luan glanced at Xiaolan and said. Suddenly meeting Luan's gaze, Xiaolan couldn't help but shiver, nodding in response, I understand. Slap. Luan took the opportunity to snap his fingers. A bodyguard immediately pulled a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Xiaolan. Taking a deep breath as she looked at the contract before her, Xiaolan didn't hesitate and directly signed her name with a pen. Just as Xiaolan finished signing, Luan smiled slightly and said, I forgot to mention, the interest is 100,000, but there's also a service fee of 50,000. So in a year, including principal and interest, you'll owe me 450,000. Startled by these words, Xiaolan reacted in shock. What service fee? Xiaoman never mentioned this to me. She didn't mention it was her business before, but it's not too late to tell you now. Luan flicked his cigarette ash and said. Xiaolan was immediately alarmed, borrowing 300,000 only to repay 450,000 a year later? This was practically blood-sucking. I won't borrow then. Give me back the contract. Xiaolan spoke up at once. I came all this way, and you've already signed in black and white. You think you can just back out now? Luan's face instantly darkened the next moment. The two bodyguards surrounding them also stepped forward with grim expressions. Chapter 15, Qin Xiao arrives. Xiaolan, now pale as a ghost and on the verge of tears, stared at the menacing expressions of the two bodyguards. The original 100,000 yuan interest had already left her breathless, and now this additional 50,000 yuan service fee had appeared out of thin air. How much could she possibly earn in a year from just working? Once the repayment date arrives, she'll be in serious trouble. After all, as a woman, how could she possibly stand up to these shady underworld figures? Xiaolan then turned her gaze to Wang Xiaoman beside her. Wang Xiaoman wore an awkward expression now, but she simply didn't dare to offend Luan. After all, Luan was her big client, he spent so much money every month, and she'd earned quite a hefty commission from him. Xiaolan, if Boss Lu is willing to lend it at all, we shouldn't fuss over the terms. It's just 50,000. Your husband could easily save that much if he gambled a few times less. Wang Xiaoman changed the subject, speaking slowly. This sentence infuriated Xiaolan. She had regarded Wang Xiaoman as her closest friend, yet unexpectedly, the other didn't even speak up for her. You two can take the money and leave now. Later, I have an important guest to meet, and I don't have time to waste words with you. Luan slightly raised his hand, not in the mood to talk further. After all, this was his line of work, not just contracting projects but also lending money at exorbitant interest rates on the side. A bodyguard tossed a black handbag onto the table. Inside was exactly 300,000 in cash. Boss Lu, I have to repay 450,000 a year. I really can't afford it. Can you waive the service fee? Xiaolan looked desperate at this moment. Bang! Luan suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, if you can't pay it back, why the hell did you borrow from loan sharks? Seeing Luan's anger, Wang Xiaoman quickly pulled Xiaolan aside. Xiaolan, Brother Lu is furious, don't make trouble. It's already lucky you got the loan. Having said that, Wang Xiaoman took Xiaolan's arm to leave. Xiaolan was now filled with bitter regret, her eyes involuntarily moistening at the corners, yet she utterly dared not offend the other party. She could only swallow the humiliation whole, picking up her handbag and stumbling out in utter devastation. Humph, damn bitch, thought we couldn't handle you? Luan grinned maliciously. At that moment, Xiaolan walked out of the cafe clutching her handbag, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She knew she'd really screwed up this time. Xiaolan, look at the miserable life you're living. If you ask me, you should divorce that bastard Qin Xiao while you're still young. With your looks, finding a wealthy man would be a piece of cake. Then money wouldn't even be an issue anymore. Wang Xiaoman gave Xiaolan a sidelong glance and said slowly. Just as Xiaolan was about to say something, she suddenly looked up and saw a familiar figure approaching. It was none other than Qin Xiao, who had come to the coffee shop to collect money from Luan. Qin Xiao also wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Xiaolan, aren't you supposed to be at work? What are you doing here? Qin Xiao asked in shock as he drew near. Xiaolan stammered, completely at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao's sharp eyes caught sight of the handbag in Xiaolan's grasp. What's this? Qin Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Nothing. I'm heading to work now, Xiaolan replied, already turning to leave. But Qin Xiao snatched the handbag and opened it. Stacks of cash were neatly arranged inside. His face darkened immediately as he demanded, where did this money come from? None of your business. Worry about yourself, Xiaolan retorted, wiping away her tears as she tried to snatch the handbag back. I asked you where this money came from. Qin Xiao's expression turned icy as he glared at Xiaolan. For a moment, Xiaolan was also frightened by Qin Xiao's gaze and muttered, I borrowed it. Borrowed from whom? Didn't I tell you I'd repay every cent you owe the bank? How could you still go behind my back to borrow money? Qin Xiao was truly angry now. What infuriated him was knowing Xiaolan didn't associate with wealthy people, meaning this money had to have come through shady means. For a brief moment, Qin Xiao even suspected Xiaolan might have cheated on him, but then he thought better of it. Xiaolan wasn't that kind of person. Then that money was almost certainly from loan sharks. Chapter 16, Master Qin arrives. Good grief. Listen to you, Qin Xiao, talking big without lifting a finger. If you were doing well for yourself, would Xiaolan have had to grovel to borrow money? If you could put in half the effort my husband does, Xiaolan wouldn't have ended up like this. Wang Xiaoman shot a glance at Qin Xiao and said with sarcasm dripping from her voice. After all, Wang Xiaoman had long been privy to all the dirty laundry in Xiaolan's family. Shut your mouth. Qin Xiao barked with a face like thunder. Hey! Wang Xiaoman was instantly startled. Qin Xiao actually told her to shut up? Qin Xiao, enough is enough. Xiaolan clenched her fists, trembling with anger like a quivering flower branch. She roared furiously. Qin Xiao suppressed his anger, glancing toward the windowside table in the cafe. He seemed to spot a familiar figure, none other than Luan, who was hugging a beauty with wandering hands that couldn't seem to stay still. Clearly, Luan, who was currently indulging in the pleasures of the flesh, hadn't noticed Qin Shao outside the window at all. This immediately made Qin Shao understand the whole picture, and he said, "Tell me, did you borrow this money from Luan?" Hearing this suddenly, Xiaolan was instantly startled, seeming astonished that Qin Shao knew Luan. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoman looked utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, Wang Xiaoman understood, given Qin Shao's years of indulgence in drinking, gambling, and other unsavory pursuits, it wasn't surprising he knew people from the underworld. Perhaps Qin Shao even knew Luan, maybe he had even borrowed money from him before. "Please, I'm begging you, don't interfere anymore. Just give me the money, I need it to repay the loan." Xiaolan reached out desperately for the handbag. "I'll return this money myself. Don't worry about the loan anymore," Qin Shao said firmly before turning to enter the coffee shop. This terrified Xiaolan, who immediately reached out and grabbed Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, Luan isn't an ordinary person, we can't afford to provoke him. I've already signed the contract. This money must be borrowed." Wang Xiaoman quickly added, "Qin Shao, Luan is involved with the underworld. Don't go looking for trouble. Consider yourself lucky just to get the loan." Qin Shao shot a glance at Wang Xiaoman but couldn't be bothered to waste words on the woman. Shaking off Xiaolan, he strode toward the cafe. Xiaolan knew he couldn't stop Qin Shao and could only quicken his pace to follow. Meanwhile, Luan was still giving his beautiful companion a massage, his movements remarkably skillful. But just then, a black handbag came flying straight toward him. It landed squarely in Luan's lap. This made Luan, who had been wearing an expression of enjoyment, immediately flare up with anger. "Damn it, you two bitches looking to die." No sooner had he spoken than Luan looked up and saw Qin Shao standing before him with a face like thunder. The two bodyguards standing beside Luan, seeing their boss being insulted, immediately stepped forward, their faces filled with rage. "God damn it, who dares to interrupt our boss? Tired of living or what?" one of the bodyguards roared furiously. Seeing the overwhelming intimidation from the two bodyguards, Xiaolan was frightened and quickly stepped forward to apologize. "Boss Lu, I'm sorry. Wang Xiaoman was also thoroughly terrified and said, "Boss Lu, please don't take it to heart. This is Xiaolan's husband, he didn't understand the situation. Please forgive him, you're too noble to bear grudges against lesser men." "Along in Ahu, who the hell are you calling a dog? This is Master Qin, the savior of my life. Get lost." Luan snapped into realization and barked angrily. Scolded by their boss, the two bodyguards shrank their necks in fear and hastily backed away several steps. Then Luan smiled kindly and said, "Oh dear, Master Qin, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't see you there. Please, have a seat." Xiaolan, Wang Xiaoman? It seemed the events unfolding before them had left both women utterly perplexed. Why was Luan being so courteous to Qin Shao? Chapter 17, Transformation. Without wasting words, Qin Shao sat directly across from Luan. This unfolding scene left Xiaolan momentarily at a loss for how to react. After all, in Xiaolan's eyes, Qin Shao was just a good-for-nothing who indulged in drinking, eating, whoring, and gambling. Even if he knew some people, those people would only be petty hoodlums. There was no way he'd know someone at the level of a big boss like Luan. "What on earth is happening?" "Master Qin, I've brought the money, please count it," Luan said as he kept pulling bundles of cash from his bag and placing them on the table. Watching Luan continuously produce stacks of money, Xiaolan froze for a moment before erupting in anger. "Qin Shao, you borrowed from loan sharks too? Is this what you call keeping your promise?" After all, given the current situation, Xiaolan couldn't help but overthink. "Ha, sister-in-law, don't get the wrong idea. This money isn't Master Qin lending to me, it's what I owe him," Luan said with an apologetic smile. "Boss Lu, how could you possibly owe him money?" Wang Xiaoman's face was full of shock. Xiaolan also covered her red lips, staring at Qin Shao with disbelief. "I told you this money came from consulting on feng shui for others, do you believe me now?" Qin Shao turned to Xiaolan and spoke slowly. Only now did Xiaolan recall the incident when Qin Shao had produced 30,000 yuan. Could everything he said actually be true? Or were they conspiring to deceive her together? After all, Xiaolan couldn't believe her husband knew anything about feng shui. If he truly did, would their family have ever been on the brink of starvation? Or perhaps, had Qin Shao swindled this money from Luan through deception? Just as countless thoughts flashed through Xiaolan's mind, Qin Shao finally flicked his sleeve cuff and said, "Boss Lu, my wife borrowed 300,000 from you, correct?" Yes indeed. Had I known it was Master Qin's wife, I would never have charged any interest or service fees." Luan responded with an ingratiating smile. But these words struck Xiaolan like a thunderbolt. How could Luan possibly treat Qin Shao with such respect? Even the 150,000 yuan interest service fee could just be waived, just like that? If that were truly the case, then this money could absolutely be borrowed. But for Qin Shao, borrowing this money was entirely unnecessary. The saying goes that those who accept favors are bound by them. If Luan ever asked for help in the future, he wouldn't be able to refuse. I appreciate Mr. Lu's kindness. Give me the contract, Xin Xiao said calmly. At this, Xiaolan, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. Xin Xiao, you know the loan is due in 3 days. If we can't gather the money by then, we'll be in deep trouble. Xin Xiao slightly furrowed his brows and said, I told you I'll give you this 300,000 without missing a single cent. Don't ever think about borrowing money from anyone else again, I won't allow it. Hearing the change in Xin Xiao's tone, Xiaolan was stunned. For one fleeting moment, she genuinely saw something different in Xin Xiao. It was as if her husband had undergone a complete transformation in both soul and body. Even his temperament had reached a state of sublimation. The current Xin Xiao was utterly unfathomable to her. Seeing Xin Xiao's reluctance to lend the money, Luan didn't hesitate any longer and finally took out the contract, handing it to Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao put away the contract, then picked up the 70,000 from the table and said, Boss Lu, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Alright, Master Qin, take care. Luan also slowly stood up and shook Xin Xiao's hand. Then Xin Xiao took Xiaolan by the hand and headed out. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoman, who had been left standing to the side, was utterly dumbfounded. Since when did this Qin Xiao have such formidable skills? Wasn't he just a useless good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble? Boss, who the hell is this guy? The contract's already signed in black and white, how can we just hand it over to him? One of the bodyguards leaned in and asked. Luan took a sip of coffee and said, you know shit. You can offend anyone, but never someone who mastered the secret arts of yin and yang. Who knows, if you piss him off, he might curse you or cast spells behind your back without you even realizing how you died. Hearing this, the two bodyguards shivered involuntarily in unison. That makes sense. Chapter 18, The Sun Rises from the West? At this moment, Xiaolan, who had been pulled outside by Qin Xiao, gradually regained her composure and immediately shook off his hand. Still with a trace of resentment in her expression, she said, Qin Xiao, where do you think you can find 300,000 without interest? Do you really believe you can gather that much money in just a day or two? Don't forget how you promised my mother yesterday. Xiaolan's head wasn't turned by Qin Xiao producing 70,000. After all, compared to this sum, the 300,000 loan was the real cause for concern. And there was also Qin Xiao's personal promise to return 100,000 principal plus interest to her mother within 3 days. If he couldn't come up with the money, judging by Zhang Xiuji's temperament, she would surely force Qin Xiao to leave. Faced with Xiaolan's distrust, Qin Xiao didn't say much. The way she saw him wouldn't change overnight. She remained suspicious about how he'd obtained these $70,000, even suspecting he might have gotten the money by cheating Luan. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Qin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Qin Xiao answered and started talking with the person on the call. The person calling was the one who wanted to buy Qin Xiao's land, and they were already on site. Qin Xiao arranged a time to meet with the other party and planned to go take a look. Xiaolan, I need to go out to take care of some business and might come back late, Qin Xiao said as he took out all 70,000 in cash and added, take this 70,000 first. Buy some clothes for yourself and the child, don't hesitate to spend it. Suddenly seeing the money Qin Xiao handed over, Xiaolan froze in shock. Was she seeing things? Qin Xiao was actually giving her money? This was even more unbelievable than the sun rising from the west. A full 6 years had passed since their marriage, and never once had she received even a single cent from Qin Xiao. Are you really giving all this money to me? Xiaolan took the heavy bag of coins, her voice full of disbelief. You're my wife. If I don't give you money, should I let other men provide for you? Qin Xiao said, then turned and hailed a taxi heading to Dongjiu Power Station. Hearing Qin Xiao's parting words, Xiaolan stood rooted to the spot, unable to snap out of it for the longest time. Does this sound like something Qin Xiao would say? Or perhaps, was he truly the husband she had known? Eastern suburbs. After nearly 2 hours of driving, Qin Xiao arrived at the eastern suburbs. At the moment, a crowd had already gathered around the plot of land. At their forefront stood a kindly-looking elderly man in his 70s, a native of Suhang who hailed from the prestigious Huang family. His name was Huang Dongliang. This old man wasn't unfamiliar to Qin Xiao. They had done business once in his previous life. Just once, because despite the elder's benevolent appearance, he was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Since Qin Xiao wasn't a local of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the old man always adopted a condescending attitude towards him, showing his true colors as far from kind-hearted. At this moment, the old man showed evident surprise when he saw Qin Xiao approaching. He had assumed the buyer of this plot would be an elderly person, or at least in their 40s or 50s, but I never expected him to be a young man around 24 to 25 years old. Old sir, was it you who called me? Qin Xiao approached with a kind smile, asking intentionally despite knowing the answer. The old man smiled slightly and said, Mr. Qin, I heard from the owner of this land that he sold it to you for 28,000. I'd like to buy it from you for 30,000. What do you think? Hearing Huang Dongliang's words, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, Old sir, it seems you're not truly sincere about buying this land from me. I don't lack that mere 2,000 difference. Hearing this, Huang Dongliang smiled faintly. Naturally, he understood that since the other party had the foresight to buy this land, they wouldn't sell it at such a low price. What price does Mr. Qin have in mind then? He asked. Chapter 19, Selling the Land. 1 million, not a single penny less, Qin Xiao said with narrowed eyes, answering bluntly. Qin Xiao knew full well that since the power station hadn't actually been demolished yet, it wasn't truly worth 1 million yuan. The reason he quoted such a high price was simply because he didn't want to sell it to Huang Dongliang, nothing more. When Huang Dongliang heard the price, his aged face showed clear astonishment, obviously shocked by the amount. Before Huang Dongliang could speak, a young man standing beside him stepped forward with an ashen face and snapped, "Kid, getting greedy, are we? You bought it for 28,000 yet dare ask for 1 million? You might as well go rob a bank." The young man was named Huang Yu, dressed in a sleek suit and exuding charm. He was Huang Dongliang's grandson, about the same age as Qin Xiao, and notorious in Suzhou and Hangzhou as a pampered heir. In his past life, when Qin Xiao was doing business with Huang Dongliang, Huang Yu repeatedly caused trouble behind the scenes, even leading Qin Xiao to lose a sum of money. The loss wasn't substantial, but it left an extremely sour impression on Qin Xiao. "If you think it's too expensive, then don't buy it. I'm in no rush to sell," Qin Xiao said, glancing at the two and raising his hand slightly. Huang Yu's face turned livid, just about to hurl insults when Huang Dongliang beside him raised a hand to stop him, then said, "Hey, Mr. Qin, it seems you're not sincerely intending to sell. You know perfectly well this land isn't worth that price." Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and asked, "Then according to the venerable gentleman, how much should it be sold for?" "How about 200,000? That's nearly 10 times the original price," Huang Dongliang said with a laugh. Just as Qin Xiao was about to say something, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "I'll pay 300,000 for this plot of land." The person who suddenly spoke up was a man in his 30s. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, the man wasn't particularly handsome but had excellent demeanor. His eyes brimmed with confidence, the kind of person you could instantly pick out from a crowd. This man Qin Xiao also recognized. He was Yu Yehua, the head of Suhuang's Dongsheng group. Though inheriting the family business at a young age and possessing considerable ability, his luck had been poor in recent years with significant financial losses in his ventures. Why did Qin Xiao know so many tycoons? Because in his past life, he had amassed billions in assets and interacted with nearly all the prominent business families in Suhuang. "Yu Yehua, what's he doing here?" Huang Yu's face immediately darkened upon spotting the man. Even Huang Dongliang wore a gloomy expression. Both of them had built their fortunes in real estate, and as the saying goes, two of a trade seldom agree. Their mutual animosity was only natural. In his previous life, Huang Yu stirred up trouble precisely because he knew about the business dealings between Qin Xiao and Yu Yehua, sneaking around to cause mischief behind the scenes. "Mr. Yu, what brings you to take an interest in this plot of land as well?" Huang Dongliang asked with a smile. "That's right. Recently, my luck hasn't been great. After consulting a master, I learned it's due to the poor feng shui of my ancestral gravesite. So, I'm planning to buy a geomantically auspicious plot to relocate my ancestors. This land is exceptionally rare, gold-pouring feng shui blessed by the god of wealth. Naturally, I had to come take a look." Yu Yehua didn't beat around the bush and spoke up directly. Hearing this, Huang Dongliang's expression immediately changed. Instead, it was Huang Yu who stood nearby and said, "Fine then, I'll bid 400,000. 500,000, Yu Yehua countered without hesitation. Seeing the two in this state, Qin Xiao smiled. In his past life, several wealthy families had fought fiercely over a plot of land, precisely the Huang and Yu families they represented. However, Qin Xiao had no interest in watching them bicker. He spoke up, "All right, then. I'll sell it for 500,000 to this gentleman." Startled by his words, Huang Yu froze on the spot. "Kid, I haven't even raised my bid yet." "What do you mean by this?" he demanded. Even Yu Yehua wore a stunned expression. Isn't this supposed to be a bidding war? Huang Yu hadn't even had the chance to make his offer when the other party suddenly agreed to sell to him. Chapter 20, Pleasant Cooperation. Seeing Huang Yu's furious expression, Qin Xiao calmly said, "When did I ever say we were holding an auction?" Those words left Huang Yu pale with anger as he retorted, "If you let it play out, you could have easily made over 1 million from this deal. You're closing the deal at just 500,000? Are you out of your mind?" Huang Yu's thinking was simple. Even if he couldn't buy this plot of land, he would at least make Yu Yehua suffer a hidden loss. But who could have expected Qin Xiao, the seller, would play such an unpredictable hand? At this moment, Yu Yehua stared fixedly at Qin Xiao, visibly stunned by this unexpected move. Why did the other side agree to sell the land to him so readily? If we had pushed for a higher price, we could have made even more. The one with brain damage is you. I just don't like you guys and don't want to sell. What? Are you trying to force a sale? Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no fear at all. However, Qin Xiao's actions made Yehua secretly give him a thumbs up behind his back. After all, seeing the Huang family suffer a setback naturally delighted Yehua, and he felt a growing sense of goodwill toward this stranger, Qin Xiao. "Alright, since Mr. Qin doesn't wish to sell, let's not insist. There are plenty of prime feng shui sites in the world. It's not like we can't find another." Huang Dongliang raised his hand slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Xiao before walking away. You're tough, kid. Don't let me run into you next time. Huang Yu shot a furious glare at Qin Xiao before turning to follow Huang Dongliang. Yu Yehua watched Huang Yu's humiliation with quiet glee, then turned to Qin Xiao and said, I'm Yu Yehua. May I ask your name, sir? Qin Xiao replied before adding, Mr. Yu, this land is yours now. Heh, Mr. Qin, your move truly surprised me. How could you pass up earning hundreds of thousands just to sell directly to me? We don't even know each other. Yu Yehua seemed still astonished by what had just happened. Don't misunderstand. That kid earlier was disrespectful, and I'm not so poor that I'd swallow my pride for a few $100,000, Qin Xiao calmly replied. At these words, Yu Yehua immediately gave a thumbs up and said, to be honest, I don't get along with the Huang family either. Just for the small satisfaction Mr. Qin gave me today by helping me vent some frustration, I'll add another 100,000 to the 500,000. No need. A deal is a deal, 500,000 it is. Qin Xiao smiled slightly, declining Yu Yehua's kind offer. Qin Xiao did this, of course, to forge a connection with Yi Huayu. Compared to the extra 100,000, the benefits he could gain from Yi Huayu in the future would be immeasurable. A straightforward man, Yi Huayu added. Alright then, let's go to the car to sign the contract. Certainly, please, Qin Xiao nodded slightly. On the way to the car, Yi Huayu remarked, Mr. Qin, I just found out you bought this land only a couple of days ago. I'm quite curious, what made you suddenly invest in this piece of land? When asked, Qin Xiao didn't hide it either. Remember that news about environmental protection in Suzhou Hanzhou area a few days ago? I deduced this power station would definitely be demolished, so I bought it in advance. TSK. Mr. Qin's vision is razor sharp. Yu Yehua once again gave a thumbs up, even feeling a hint of admiration for Qin Xiao now. After all, not everyone has such foresight these days, and those who do are invariably rolling in wealth. Back in the car, Qin Xiao and Yu Yehua signed the transfer contract. While waiting for the contract to be signed, Qin Xiao and Yu Yehua exchanged some more words. Gradually, Yu Yehua also began to develop a favorable impression of this young man, who was 5 or 6 years his junior. After all, Qin Xiao's insights and understanding of business knowledge far exceeded what one would expect from someone his age. Mr. Qin, I, Yu Yehua, would like to be friends with you. If there's a chance, let's sit down together sometime, Yu Yehua said with a smile as he took the contract handed to him by Qin Xiao. Of course, no problem. Looking forward to our collaboration, Qin Xiao replied, reaching out to shake hands with Yu Yehua. Chapter 21, Purchasing Tianhui Tower. Mr. Qin, we owe you so much this time. My father has been constantly talking about finding a good burial site for my grandfather. Now we can finally fulfill his wish, Yu Yehua said, looking at Qin Xiao with eyes full of gratitude. Qin Xiao held Yu Yehua in high regard. Not only was the man of impeccable character, but he also harbored no ulterior motives. In his previous life, Qin Xiao had collaborated with Yu Yehua, who was the most sincere among all his business partners. You're too kind, Qin Xiao smiled. Ding, ding, ding. But just then, Yu Yehua's phone suddenly rang. Secretary Chen, what's the matter? Yu Yehua answered. Chairman, the Tianhui building auction is tonight. Shall we still attend? Secretary Chen asked. I won't be attending. Tianhui Tower has been operating at a loss for 2 consecutive years. Buying it wouldn't yield much profit, Yu Yehua said. At these words, Qin Xiao, who was sitting nearby, slightly furrowed his brows. Tianhui Tower is up for sale? Understood. I'll cancel it for you shortly, Secretary Chen replied. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yehua said, Mr. Qin, are you heading back to the city? Let me give you a ride. Alright, Qin Xiao nodded without refusing. On the way back, Qin Xiao asked, Mr. Yu, I overheard you mention the Tianhui building is up for sale? Yes, the Tianhui building primarily caters to the high-end luxury industry. With business being sluggish, it's been operating at a loss for 2 years now. Whoever takes it over will likely face the same predicament, Yu Yehua replied slowly. Qin Xiao said, I think it's worth buying. The current losses stem from a mistake in initial customer targeting. If we adjust the positioning, we could definitely recoup the investment within a year. Hearing this unexpectedly, Yu Yehua paused momentarily and replied, Oh, recouping within a year? It seems Mr. Qin has some unique insights? To be precise, it wouldn't even take a full year. Previously, Tianhui Tower primarily catered to high-end clientele. That operational approach only served a tiny fraction of potential customers. If we reposition the entire business for mass appeal and revamp the marketing strategy, we could deliver premium services at accessible prices. The market potential would be enormous. Qin Xiao spoke slowly. I understand the principle, but I find it a bit hard to grasp. Since we're already in the low-end market, how do we then upgrade to the high-end? Yu Yehua seemed unfamiliar with this type of operational approach. Qin Xiao chuckled lightly. How could he not know about Tianhui Plaza? After all, his wife worked at Tianhui Plaza, and in his past life, he had paid quite a bit of attention to it. This Tianhui building had indeed changed owners several times, all suffering losses, until it was taken over by a coal tycoon who knew nothing about business, and unexpectedly, he made a huge profit. At the time, this shocked Suzhou Hangzhou's business circles. The principle was simple: letting someone inexperienced take charge allowed for imaginative thinking and bold innovation, carving out a unique path. Of course, Qin Xiao wasn't foolish enough to directly reveal this operating method to Yi Huayu, as doing so would gain him no benefits whatsoever. So Qin Xiao spoke up: if Tianhui Tower were in my hands, it definitely wouldn't operate at a loss. In fact, it could turn a profit in an extremely short time. Though of course, I don't have the capital to acquire it myself. After these few brief words from Qin Xiao, Yu Yehua sensed there was genuine substance in the man's mind. Their previous discussions about various business matters had shown Qin Xiao's familiarity far surpassed that of ordinary people. After brief contemplation, Yu Yehua suddenly smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, if I were to purchase Tianhui Tower and have you serve as executive director, could you guarantee a stable return on investment?" Chapter 22, Becoming the Wife's Boss? Hearing this suddenly, Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said in surprise, "Mr. Yu, this is no joking matter." It seems Mr. Qin doesn't know me well. I never joke lightly," Yu Yehua replied with a chuckle. Who was Yu Yehua? The chairman of Dongsheng Group, with personal assets exceeding 60 billion yuan. Moreover, Dongsheng had 7 or 8 subsidiaries under its umbrella, each with a market value well over 10 billion. This Tianhui Tower is worth only a few bucks. At current market rates, it probably wouldn't take more than 3 billion to buy it. Even if it did end up losing money after purchase, there'd still be buyers willing to take it off their hands at auction for no less than 3 billion. At worst, the losses would amount to staff salaries and operating costs, totaling maybe 10 million at most. Compared to the billions Yu Yehua had lost from failed business ventures over recent years, 10 million was barely a drop in the bucket. Yu Yehua dared to be so bold in discussing these matters with Qin Xiao because he recognized Qin Xiao's profound understanding of business, even surpassing that of his own Dongsheng Group's management team. The wealthy become rich, to some extent, due to their sharp insight, boldness in action, and fearlessness of losses. If one shrinks back from everything, they are destined to achieve nothing great. Qin Xiao looked at Yu Yehua and said, "We've just met for the first time, and you're offering me such a high position. Aren't you afraid I might be all talk and no action?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yehua laughed and replied, "Liu Bei entrusted military power to Kongming after just one day of meeting him. Now that I've met Mr. Qin, how could I hesitate to offer the mere title of executive director of Tianhui Tower? How else could I make great fortunes? Besides, making you executive director isn't handing over Tianhui Tower to you. An executive director's annual net salary is just 2 million yuan. I spend more than that on a few bottles of wine." The corner of Qin Zhao's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Though Yu Yehua's words sounded arrogant, they were undeniably true. Money meant nothing to him. Though the position of executive director carries immense prestige, in reality, it's still just a corporate employee role with no initial equity stake. Yu Yehua looked at Qin Xiao and said, "So, Mr. Qin, do you dare to take the gamble?" Qin Xiao stroked his chin, as today's unexpected situation seemed to have exceeded his future plans. After all, becoming the executive director of Tianhui Tower would mean becoming his wife's boss, wouldn't it? His wife would probably be shocked speechless if she saw him working at Tianhui Tower. That's acceptable, but on one condition: I'll only be responsible for operational matters. As for other aspects, I won't pry, Qin Xiao stated. No problem, as long as the operations are managed well and profitable, Yu Yehua nodded. The two talked all the way home and also exchanged contact information. "Mr. Qin, I'm heading to the Tianhui Building auction site now. At most in 2 days, you'll assume your position at Tianhui Building. I hope I've recognized true talent when I see it." Yu Yehua leaned out of the car window and smiled. Qin Xiao responded with neither humility nor arrogance, returning a smile that's only natural. Only then did Yu Yehua signal the driver to depart from the scene. Qin Xiao turned and headed back into the house. As soon as he entered, Qin Xiao saw Xiaolan busy in the kitchen while Xiaoyi was playing with toys in the living room. "Daddy, you're back," Xiaoyi called out upon seeing Qin Xiao, quickly getting up to rush into his arms. Holding Xiaoyi, Qin Xiao looked towards Xiaolan in the kitchen and asked, "Why are you off work so early today?" "Tianhui Tower is going up for auction tonight. They'll probably have new owners, so all employees got the day off," Xiaolan replied. Oh, Qin Xiao had actually forgotten. I'm afraid I might lose my job, sighed Xiaolan, her face clouded with worry. Chapter 23, Xiaolan's Transformation. Hearing about job loss so abruptly, Qin Xiao paused in surprise. Lose your job? Why? Every time Tianhui Tower changes owners, there are layoffs. I only got in through connections in the first place. I'll definitely be cut this time, Xiaolan sighed. Tianhui Tower was a vertically integrated luxury company. The 30-floor building had management offices occupying the top 5 levels, while the rest housed retail stores. All these stores were owned by Tianhui Group, offering an exhaustive range of luxury goods. This exclusive operating model meant Tianhui Tower didn't function like ordinary malls with mixed merchandise and interconnected shops. Each store here operated independently. Therefore, Tianhui Tower has extremely high requirements for its employees, offering excellent benefits and commissions, but they must have proper facial features and at least an undergraduate degree. Although Xiaolan is exceptionally good-looking, she doesn't have an undergraduate degree and got in through connections. This connection is none other than Xiaolan's younger sister, Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing has a fiancé named Li Yi, who currently serves as the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department at Tianhui Tower, which is how Xiaolan managed to secure her job there. You won't be laid off, don't worry, Xin Xiao said with a laugh. You say no layoff means no layoff? Do you think you're the chairman? Xiaolan glanced at him and said. Xin Xiao smiled slightly and didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he took out a check from his pocket, saying, here's 500,000, 300,000 to repay the loan, 100,000 for mom. I'll withdraw it tomorrow morning. Xiaolan looked at the check in Xin Xiao's hand and was startled. Is this real? Don't tell me you made this from selling land? At this moment, Xiaolan looked as if she'd seen a ghost, her face filled with utter disbelief. After all, the shocks Xin Xiao had given her throughout the day were so immense that she couldn't help but re-evaluate him entirely. Yes, Xin Xiao nodded. Just how did you come up with all this, Xin Xiao? What else are you hiding from me? Xiaolan stared at him suspiciously, her voice tinged with paranoia. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Xin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Xiaolan took the check from Xin Xiao's hand and examined it carefully. It was indeed 500,000. With this money, she wouldn't have to face a bank lawsuit anymore. At this moment, Xiaolan's eyes grew slightly moist. After all, everyone has a heart of flesh. Over these past few days, she'd witnessed every single one of Xin Xiao's changes. No matter how much she refused to believe it, the truth was right before her eyes. Xin Xiao, have you really changed? Xiaolan's eyes welled up with tears. For the first time in many years, they were tears of genuine emotion. Dad, we're rich now. Does this mean I can eat lobster every day? Xiaoyi asked excitedly. Not just every day. When Daddy earns more money, I'll buy the whole lobster restaurant just to make lobster for you, Xin Xiao said with a laugh. Hee, Daddy's the best. Xiaoyi was beaming with joy at the moment. I'm hungry, is there any food? Xin Xiao asked Xiaolan with a faint smile. Xiaoyi immediately raised her hand. There is. Mommy made lots of delicious food today. Xiaolan suppressed her emotions and finally returned to the kitchen. Xin Xiao sat down, feeling deeply gratified. It seemed he couldn't even remember how long it had been since he'd last shared a meal with his wife and daughter. Tonight's dinner was destined to be extraordinary, but this wasn't the end. An even greater surprise lay ahead. He wondered what expression Xiaolan would wear when she saw him assume his new position. Xin Xiao had promised Xiaolan and Xiaoyi a better life, and he intended to deliver on that promise. Make up for all the regrets of the past life. Chapter 24 Raising $100,000? The next day. Early morning the next day, just after the family of three had finished breakfast, Xiaolan received a phone call from her mother Zhang Xiuji. Xin Xiao, Mom and sister will be here soon. Go withdraw the money, Xiaolan said. Alright, I'll go right away. Xin Xiao nodded slightly. What was bound to come would come. But it didn't matter. He had money now, so naturally he wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiuji's provocations anymore. While Xin Xiao was away from home to fetch the money, an Audi S6 slowly pulled up. There were 3 people in the car, 1 man and 2 women. The man driving wore a sleek suit, his appearance neither ugly nor particularly handsome. An expensive wristwatch adorned his wrist, and his hair was slicked back with a glossy sheen. He was what society would label as a successful man, a so-called high-quality male. His name was Li Yi, 23 years old, Xiaoqing's fiancé. Currently serving as deputy manager in the Human Resources Department of Tianhui Tower, he could be considered moderately accomplished. In the passenger seat sat a girl around 23 years old, in the prime of her youthful beauty, with delicate features strikingly similar to Xiaolan's. She was Xiaoqing, Xiaolan's only younger sister. At that moment, in the back seat, Zhang Xiuji was touching up her makeup with foundation powder while saying, Sheng, when we get home, you must have a serious talk with your sister. No matter what, she must divorce Xin Xiao today. Hearing this, Xiaoqing replied, Mom, don't worry. She's my only sister. I won't let her ruin her entire life on that man. Clearly, Xiaoqing looked down on Xin Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Not only had she never called him brother-in-law, but she also referred to him as that person whenever she mentioned him. But this was hardly surprising, as Xiaoqing had witnessed firsthand the life her sister Xiaolan had lived these past few years. Mom, how could my sister be so blind? She didn't even vet her partner properly. All these good years have been wasted on Xin Xiao. Li Yi added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Xiaoqing has a much better eye. Someone like you, Li Yi, steady job, good family background, why, I'd feel at ease letting Xiaoqing be with you. Zhang Xiuji chimed in. Li Yi grinned and said, You flatter me, Mom. I'm just a deputy manager now. My goal is to become the general manager. I've still got a long way to go before achieving success. You're still young, there's a long road ahead of you. You'll become general manager sooner or later. Zhang Xiaoji smiled before adding, alright, let's get off now. Then the three of them set off toward Qin Zhao's house. Xiaolan was already waiting at the door. Seeing the three figures approaching in the distance, she hurried forward. Mom, Xiao Cheng, you came so quickly, she said. Sis, this is about your life's biggest event, how can we not hurry? Xia Qing laughed. Where's Qin Xiao? Zhang Xiaoji scanned the surroundings, seemingly not spotting Qin Xiao coming out to greet them. Xiaolan said, Qin Xiao is gone to withdraw money and will be back soon. Withdraw money? What do you mean? He's gathered all 100,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoji instantly wore an expression of astonishment. Zhang Xiaoji didn't take Qin Zhao's promise seriously at all. After all, how could a good-for-nothing who indulged in drinking, eating, whoring, and gambling possibly scrape together 100,000 yuan in just 2 or 3 days? This is absolutely impossible. Xia Qing was taken aback. Mom, what do you mean the 100,000 yuan has been raised? She asked. Sigh, a few days ago, I made a bet with Qin Xiao that if he couldn't repay the 100,000 yuan he owed me, he would leave on his own. I never expected him to actually gather the money. Zhang Xiaoji's tone was clearly filled with disappointment. Originally, Zhang Xiaoji had planned to take advantage of Qin Zhao's inability to raise the 100,000 yuan to make him voluntarily divorce Xiaolan. But now that the money was ready, her plan had hit a snag. What's the big deal? If we gather the money, we'll gather it. What does that have to do with divorce? The money was owed to you in the first place, Xia Qing said slowly. These words reminded Zhang Xiaoji, who responded, exactly. The divorce must still happen. Xiaolan listened to her mother and younger sister's exchange, a look of displeasure appearing on her face as she said, Mom, Xia Qing, can we please stop talking about divorce? Chapter 25, You're all bad people. Xiaolan's words, don't mention divorce anymore, left both Zhang Xiaoji and Xia Qing frozen in place. Especially for Zhang Xiaoji, hadn't Xiaolan just said she needed time to think it over? How could she suddenly forbid even bringing it up? Xiaolan, what kind of sweet talk has Qin Xiao been feeding you these days? What's going on with you? I've already found a new match for you. The moment you get divorced, you can immediately marry a wealthy man. Zhang Xiaoji spoke up. Exactly, sis. Don't be so stubborn. That man isn't worthy of you at all. The one Mom found for you has assets worth several million, Xia Qing said. Listening to her mother and younger sister's words, Xiaolan's heart was deeply unsettled. Ever since Qin Xiao began changing these past few days, Xiaolan no longer held her initial hatred toward him, even her heart was gradually softening. Though it takes more than one cold day for the river to freeze 3 feet deep, it couldn't withstand the burning heat of Qin Zhao's passionate heart. Moreover, Xiaolan had never wanted a divorce in the first place, especially for Xiaoyi's sake. Mom, Qin Xiao has really changed a lot during this time, and he's even earning money now. I don't want a divorce, Xiaolan explained. Zhang Xiaoji strode into the living room and plopped down on a chair, crossing her legs as she said, Xiaolan, how many times have I told you don't judge a person by short-term changes, think long-term. You say Qin Xiao is earning money now, and yes, maybe he can pay back my 100,000 yuan, but what about after that? Hearing Zhang Xiaoji's words, Xiaolan also fell silent and said, I hadn't thought about the future. Are you still planning to just take things one day at a time? Qin Xiao got lucky and made a little money, but what happens when that money runs out? What if Qin Xiao goes back to his old ways of indulgence, gambling, and womanizing? By then, you'll be past your prime, how will you ever find another man to take you in? Zhang Xiaoji wore the knowing air of someone who'd been through it all, dissecting Qin Zhao's situation with meticulous clarity. Xia Cheng, standing nearby, chimed in supportively, sis, men outnumber women these days. We girls have no shortage of suitors, let alone someone as beautiful as you. Even if you divorce Qin Xiao, you can easily find someone with a stable job, savings, and a good family background. Li Yi, who had been standing silently by the door, rubbed his nose and added, sis, Mom and Xiao Chang make fair points. This household relies entirely on your paycheck. With Tianhui Plaza changing owners now, they'll likely start trimming staff below management level. Even I won't be able to help you during these layoffs. If you get fired, landing another good job won't be easy. Li Yi's words left Xiaolan at a loss for a response, since ultimately she still owed him a favor. Had it not been for Li Yi, Xiaolan would never have found a stable job with a salary plus commission. Just as the three of them kept attacking Xiaolan's psychological defenses, Xiaoyi, who emerged from the bedroom, protested angrily, Grandma, Auntie, you're both horrible. Why are you always trying to make Mom leave Dad? Hearing Xiaoyi's voice, Xiaocheng patted her head and said, Xiaoyi, Auntie does this for your own good. If your mom finds a rich father for you, you can have anything you want. I don't want to. I only want my dad. You're all bad people. Xiaoyi shouted furiously, tears streaming down her face as she ran outside. Xiaoyi. Xiaolan felt a surge of helplessness as she read the messages torn between Qin Xiao and Xiaoyi on one side, and her adoptive mother and supportive younger sister on the other. She had no idea how to respond, only wishing Qin Xiao would return quickly. Chapter 26. A counterfeit product? Meanwhile, a sniffling Xiaoyi sat alone by the corner near her home's entrance, weeping inconsolably. At that moment, Qin Shao approached carrying over 100,000 yuan and spotted Little E crying from a distance. Little E, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Qin Shao's face darkened as he came closer. Woo woo, Daddy, Grandma and Auntie keep telling Mommy to leave you. I don't want you to go. Little E sobbed out between tears. Though Little E was only 5 years old, her emotional maturity far exceeded her actual age. After all, having a father like Qin Shao had forced Xiaoyi to mature early. She understood everything, yet could change nothing. Sometimes, gaining wisdom too young isn't necessarily a good thing. Qin Shao took out a tissue to wipe Xiaoyi's little face and said, "Silly girl, didn't Dad promise that no one could ever separate us? Don't worry, Mom won't divorce me." Xiaoyi nodded obediently and said, "Daddy, you'd better hurry back. I'm afraid Mom might agree if you're late." "Alright, let's go," Qin Shao said, taking Xiaoyi's hand and heading home. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, Qin Shao saw Zhang Xiaoji, Xiao Cheng, and Li Yi relentlessly trying to persuade Xiaolan. Qin Shao wasn't angered by the sight. After all, he was no longer the hot-headed youth who used to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. The accumulation of knowledge from his past life gave him profound insights and endowed him with wisdom far beyond ordinary people. "Xiaolan, we have guests. Why haven't you served them water yet?" Qin Shao walked into the living room, slowly placed the money bag on the table, and settled himself down. Hearing this, Xiaolan was momentarily stunned before understanding Qin Zhao's implication. Only then did she head towards the kitchen. "Qin Shao, it seems you really keep your word." Zhang Xiaoji tugged at the money bag slightly, showing mild surprise at the bundles of cash inside. "Mom, here's 150,000. 100,000 is what I borrowed from you, and the extra 50,000 is interest to thank you for lending me the money," Qin Shao replied with a smile. "I really underestimated you. Like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, you accidentally made some small money, and now you're acting all high and mighty," Zhang Xiaoji said sarcastically, observing Qin Zhao's nonchalant expression. Qin Shao didn't take offense. "It wasn't worth it. Mom, you should remember our previous agreement, right? Now that I've returned the money with interest, you shouldn't interfere with my marriage to Xiaolan anymore," he said calmly. Zhang Xiaoji seemed a bit flustered by his words and quickly retorted, Hey, I never said anything like that. This money was originally mine to lend, and taking it back is only fair." Qin Shao gave a faint smile. It seemed his mother-in-law wouldn't be so easy to handle after all. "Then what exactly do you want?" he said. "Divorce Xiaolan. You must divorce her." Zhang Xiaoji snapped. "Let me be perfectly clear, that's absolutely impossible." Qin Zhao's gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaoji as his smile vanished, his voice resolute and decisive. This response made Xiao Qing, standing nearby, lose her composure. "Hey, I've seen shameless people, but never someone so utterly shameless," she retorted. "What makes you think you can cling to my sister like this? Look at you, no car, no house, no money, not even a stable job. You're the complete package of three nothings. What exactly makes you worthy of my sister?" Zhang Xiaoji snapped. "Look at Li Yi over here, deputy HR manager at Tianhui Tower, pulling in 50 or 60,000 a month. You're not even fit to lick his bootstraps." Li Yi, basking in his future mother-in-law's praise, immediately chimed in, "Oh, you flatter me, Mom. It's nothing, really. Success comes to those who work hard, unlike some people, who lose their heads over a quick buck from shady deals." Too busy gloating, Li Yi had no idea how serious things would get. The future brother-in-law he'd just scorned would soon become his boss. Chapter 27, Finding Employment is a Must. Facing the siege and pursuit from the three individuals, Qin Shao remained as calm as ever. For a man who died and was reborn, the easiest thing to obtain in this life is money. "Li Yi, shut up first. We have plenty of time to talk later. This is family business today, so don't interfere," Qin Shao said calmly, glancing at Li Yi. Li Yi was suddenly stunned by these words. Did he hear correctly? Did Qin Shao actually tell him to shut up? Even Zhang Xiaoji and Xiao Qing looked utterly shocked. "Qin Shao, you're telling me to shut up? Do you realize it was me who found Xiaolan her job? Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Li Yi instantly flared up. Qin Shao gave a faint smile and said, "Did I ask you to help Xiaolan find that job? She may owe you a favor, but I don't owe you anything." "Mom, Xiao Qing, did you hear that? Are these even human words? I've never seen such a heartless bastard." Li Yi snapped in anger. But just as Li Yi was losing his temper, Qin Shao slightly raised his head and cast a fleeting glance his way. That single glance froze Li Yi mid-laugh, as if he'd been pinned down by Qin Zhao's aura. This left Li Yi utterly baffled. That gaze was unnerving. What the hell was going on? But how could such a subtle movement escape Xiao Qing's notice? She immediately jabbed Li Yi with her elbow and snapped, "You pathetic coward. What are you so afraid of?" "Who says I'm afraid? I can't be bothered wasting words on him," Li Yi stammered. At that moment, Xiaolan walked over holding a cup of tea and said, "Mom, let's not argue. I know you look down on Qin Shao for having no house, no car, and no job, but since he's changed now, he definitely won't stay idle at home forever. Xin Xiao, I've noticed the changes in you these past few days, but I still hope you can go out and find a proper job. Even though reading feng shui and selling land brings quick money, it's not a decent way to make a living after all. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Xin Xiao replied, alright. That single simple word made Xiaolan freeze in place as she said, You agreed? Clearly, Xin Xiao's immediate agreement was something Xiaolan hadn't anticipated. After all, since marrying Xin Xiao, he had never actively sought employment. He wouldn't even take those promising jobs people recommended to him. Fine, Xin Xiao. If you can really find a job, I won't force you to divorce Xiaolan anymore. But, at this point, Zhang Xiuji seemed to be scheming something again. But what? Xiaolan asked. You can't work as a delivery driver, nor a security guard, and certainly not factory labor. But whatever job you find must pay at least 10,000 a month and be respectable enough to match Xiaolan, Zhang Xiuji interjected. Zhang Xiuji was an intensely status-conscious woman. Among outsiders, the person she talked about most was Li Yi, her future son-in-law. After all, being an assistant HR manager was such a prestigious position. If people found out her eldest son-in-law delivered food or worked as a security guard, wouldn't that be too humiliating? But these words sounded like deliberate nitpicking to Xiaolan. Mom, Xin Xiao has already agreed to find a job. Why demand so much? He doesn't have much education, just getting any job to start with is good enough. I think a food delivery worker is perfectly fine. Xin Xiao. Xia Xiuji was also visibly angry but couldn't do anything about it. She immediately stood up and said, You silly girl, always siding with Xin Xiao. You'll regret this one day. When that time comes, don't come begging to your mother, I won't lift a finger to help you. Chapter 28, Sending Gifts to the New Director. Mom, according to what you're saying, wouldn't it be easier for me to just go be the chairman of the board? Xin Xiao looked at Zhang Xiuji and spoke up. Xin Xiao, stop talking, Xiaolan quickly interjected, afraid that Xin Xiao would start arguing with her mother again. You, chairman of the board? On what grounds? I doubt you'd make it in this lifetime, the next, or even the one after that. How dare you even suggest such a thing? Zhang Xiuji retorted, picking up the money from the table. Xiaolan, don't think just because I'm temporarily letting you stay married that this is over. I'll be checking in regularly. If Xin Xiao doesn't meet my expectations, I won't let this rest. Got it, Mom. You should head back now. I'll make sure Xin Xiao finds a proper job, Xiaolan replied, eager to see the big boss off. Zhang Xiuji reluctantly glanced at Xin Xiao before leaving the living room with Xia Cheng and Li Yi. Watching them leave, Xiaolan also breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the departing Zhang Xiuji had just gotten into the car and was clearly still a bit angry. Mom, don't be too upset. Xin Xiao is just temporarily making some changes. Even if he really finds a job, it probably won't last long. In a few months, my sister will see the situation clearly, Xia Qing comforted. I hope so, Zhang Xiuji said, then turned to Li Yi in the driver's seat and asked, By the way, Li Yi, I heard you say Tianhui Tower is about to get a new owner, right? Yes, last night Tianhui Tower was acquired by Dongsheng Group. They'll probably send a new executive director to take over tomorrow, Li Yi replied. With the change in ownership, your position should be secure, right? If something unexpected happens, could you still find such a good job? Zhang Xiuji asked worriedly. Don't worry, Mom. The HR department manages people, it's not like they'd cut us. This job is as secure as they come, Li Yi said with a laugh. Hearing this, Zhang Xiuji finally felt relieved. She then took out 50,000 yuan from her purse and said, Li Yi, here's 50,000 for you. Tomorrow, when the new director arrives, give him a gift and see if you can get promoted. Oh no. Mom, I can't possibly take your money, Li Yi hurriedly declined. Xia Qing also quickly shook her head. Mom, we can't accept this money. You should keep it for yourself. Though the young couple refused, they couldn't withstand Zhang Xiuji's enthusiasm as she persistently pushed the money into Li Yi's hands, saying, You two just bought a house in the city and must be tight on cash. As your mother, I have to help out. You must take this money no matter what. Alright then, Li Yi, take it. Mom gave this money, and we're family, Xia Qing said with a smile. In that case, I'll gladly accept it, Li Yi replied cheerfully, pocketing the money. Zhang Xiuji added, I have no son, and that fool Qin Xiao is utterly useless. From now on, I'll be counting on you. Whatever I earn will surely go to you both. Hearing this, Li Yi couldn't contain his delight and said, Don't you worry, Mom. Once I get that promotion and raise, I'll buy you a spacious 200 square meter apartment right in the city center. Look at how successful people talk. Then take Qin Xiao pulling little tricks to make some money and suddenly forgetting his roots. Just thinking about it makes me angry, Zhang Xiuji said with a resentful expression. Mom, don't get worked up. You know how stubborn my sister is, she won't listen until she hits a brick wall. She has us, and that's enough, Xia Qing comforted her. Alright, I won't be upset. If they won't listen to me, what's the point of getting mad? Zhang Xiuji finally took Xia Qing's hand with a cheerful smile. The three of them drove away happily. Chapter 29, Off to the Garment Factory. After Zhang Xiuji left, Xiaolan pulled Qin Xiao aside to discuss finding a job. After all, Qin Xiao has indeed changed now, but whether this transformation is fleeting remains to be seen. If Qin Xiao could honestly find a steady job to earn money and support the family, Xiaolan would finally feel at ease. Qin Xiao, how about working in a factory? There's a garment workshop in the suburbs of Suzhou and Hangzhou that's always hiring. If you work hard, you could earn 6 or 7,000 a month, Xiaolan suggested, looking at Qin Xiao. Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, forget it, that's a girl's job. What am I, a grown man, doing messing with a sewing machine? A grown man shouldn't be incapable of work. You're just being unrealistic about your abilities. Every industry is struggling right now. It's not easy to find well-paying jobs without specialized skills. Besides, I'm not even sure if I can keep my job. If neither of us has stable income, what are we going to do in the future? Xiaolan spoke slowly. Faced with Xiaolan's questioning, Qin Xiao really wanted to say that he was about to become the executive director of Tianhui Tower. But Qin Xiao didn't say it. After all, Xiaolan wouldn't believe him anyway. Qin Xiao could only try his best to cooperate with her. You don't need to worry about work, Qin Xiao said. Xiaolan sighed and said, Qin Xiao, I'm serious. If you can find a stable job, you should take it for now. Xiaoyi is almost 6 years old. She should have started school long ago. If we don't work harder, Xiaoyi will have to keep running wild by next spring. Now that Xiaolan mentioned it, she was absolutely right. Generally, children start kindergarten at 3.5, but due to Qin Xiao's past irresponsibility, they hadn't been able to afford sending Xiaoyi to school. Although Xiaolan often taught Xiaoyi to read and recognize characters, it still couldn't compare to the comprehensive education from a proper school. Especially in cities like Suzhou and Hangzhou where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, a year's education expenses for a child could easily burden an ordinary family. Yes, Xiaoyi should indeed go to school now, but currently schools require residency registration. For schooling, we must have a property first. I'll purchase a school district apartment by the next academic year so Xiaoyi can directly enroll in first grade. Qin Xiao spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan froze and said, you still want to buy a school district apartment? Do you know how expensive housing prices are in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Even a small 60 square meter apartment costs 1 to 2 million yuan, and you don't even have a job right now. Xiaolan was utterly speechless at the moment, seemingly convinced that Qin Xiao had merely lucked into earning a few 100,000 yuan and was clearly getting carried away. But such lucky windfalls don't come every day. Having a stable job is still the safer bet. Qin Xiao didn't argue against Xiaolan's skepticism. After all, a stable job is the most fundamental requirement for establishing oneself in a big city. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Xiaolan and Qin Xiao were discussing, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Xiaolan's best friend, Wang Xiaoman. Xiaolan, what are you up to? Wang Xiaoman immediately asked as the call connected. Just at home, not doing much, Xiaolan replied. Come on, we finally have a day off today. How can you just stay home? A few of our close girlfriends are getting together tonight to have some fun. You should join us, Wang Xiaoman said with a laugh. Hearing the invitation, Xiaolan hesitated before responding. I still have some things to take care of. Maybe next time. Look at you, skipping company team building events, turning down the boss's treat, and now even avoiding us girls. Wang Xiaoman sounded somewhat exasperated. Just then, other girls' voices chimed in through the phone. Xiaolan, it's just us 5 or 6 close friends. No outsiders. Exactly. Bring Xiaoyi too. Oh, and don't forget your husband. The more, the merrier. Hearing the voice on the phone, Xiaolan also hesitated. Go ahead. You've never gone out to have fun before. It's time to relax now, Qin Xiao chuckled from the side. Chapter 30, An Important Day. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiaolan seemed tempted. What woman doesn't enjoy eating, drinking, and having fun? After all, staying home every day can be so dull. But Xiaolan was aware of her circumstances, so even shopping, her favorite pastime, was something she often had to give up. Now that Qin Xiao was gradually improving, Xiaolan naturally felt happy inside, and it seemed like going out to enjoy themselves wouldn't be so bad. Alright then, I'll take Xiaoyi and Qin Xiao out with me tonight, Xiaolan agreed. That's more like it. 8 p.m. at Jushuan restaurant. Don't be late, Wang Xiaoman said before hanging up the phone. Qin Xiao slowly rose to his feet and said, let's go. It's only 8 p.m. later, still plenty of time, Xiaolan remarked. While we've got time, let's hit the mall to pick up some nice clothes for Xiaoyi and you. Can't very well wear these outdated styles from years ago, Qin Xiao said with a chuckle. In fact, Qin Xiao had already given Xiaolan 70,000 yuan to buy clothes, but clearly, she hadn't spent it. After all these years, Xiaolan knew all too well how hard-earned money was. Dad, I want to buy new clothes too. Xiaoyi raised her hand eagerly. Alright, I'll buy them all. Qin Xiao laughed. Qin Xiao took Xiaolan and Xiaoyi straight to the shopping mall. It was rare for the family of 3 to go out together, so Qin Xiao first treated the 2 women to a meal, then took them to watch a movie. Only afterward did they finally visit the clothing store. Originally, Xiaolan had intended to just buy something at a bargain store casually, but Qin Xiao took them straight to a brand-name store. After several hours of shopping, Xiaoyi and Xiaolan had bought 7 or 8 pieces of clothing between them. When it came time to check out, Xiaolan was stunned. "Sir, your total comes to 26,000, the cashier said with a professional smile. "What? 26,000? These few pieces of clothing cost that much? I'm not buying them anymore. Please return them." Xiaolan immediately placed the clothes back on the counter. "Just swipe the card, I'll pay." Qin Xiao took out his bank card. After deducting the 300,000 he needed to repay tomorrow and the 150,000 for Zhang Xiuji, Qin Xiao's card only had 50,000 left. But Qin Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit of regret after all. For him now, money would come easily. Moreover, today was an extremely important day for Qin Xiao. In his previous life, Xiaolan had committed suicide on this very day. "Qin Xiao, even if we have some money to spare, we can't just throw it around. Do you know how long it takes me to earn 26,000? Xiaolan said. "Charge it." Qin Xiao handed over the card. After paying, Xiaolan felt like her heart was bleeding. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. "This is 26,000 we're talking about," Xiaolan muttered, carrying several bags with immense regret. "Just a few pieces of clothing. If you like them, I'll buy you the entire mall in the future, one outfit each day, all 360 days without repeating," Qin Xiao said with a smile. Xiaolan immediately rolled her eyes and said softly, "Although I know you're just trying to charm me, hearing you say that still makes me quite happy." "Giggle, I'm happy too," Xiaoyi immediately chimed in with a smile. The family of 3 happily took a taxi back home. When Xiaolan got home, she changed into her new clothes, a high-end women's trench coat paired with jeans. Though the outfit looked simple, both pieces were the latest autumn styles. Combined with Xiaolan's natural beauty and tall stature at 1.7 meters, the light makeup she applied further enhanced her feminine charm, elevating her overall demeanor by several levels. This also marked the first time in years that Xiaolan had kept up with the latest fashion trends. "Mom, you look absolutely stunning." Xiaoyi stood nearby and immediately cheered with delight. Qin Xiao smiled genuinely from the heart. As long as his wife and daughter were happy, he was content. Chapter 31, The Big Day. By 8 o'clock that evening, Xiaolan was ready to leave for her rendezvous at Jushuan Restaurant. Jushuan was one of the few distinctive restaurants in Suzhou and Hangzhou, known for its elegant ambience and diverse delicacies, all priced reasonably. Plus, its unique geographical location makes it particularly popular among young people. When the taxi pulled up outside Jushuan Tower, the family of 3 got out. But just then, a BMW 5 Series pulled up beside them. As the car window rolled down, a young man looked at Xiaolan and said, "Xiaolan, sorry to keep you waiting." Hearing the voice, Qin Xiao turned to look. The speaker was a handsome young man dressed in a suit and tie. While sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Xiaoman greeted him with a smile. Qin Xiao knew this young man. He was Wang Xiaoman's husband, named Shuijun, a local of Suzhou and Hangzhou. In earlier years, Shuijun's family had struck it rich due to demolitions and relocations. Not only were they nouveau riche, but he had also leveraged connections to land a job at a major company. He often boasted about how many big shots he knew, the kind of person who would spin tall tales without batting an eye. But because he had some money, people actually believed his exaggerations. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The real question was how 4 girls were crammed into the back seat of this BMW 5 Series. They were all colleagues of Wang Xiaoman and Xiaolan, close girlfriends from their social circle. "We just arrived too," Xiaolan replied with a smile. "Well, isn't this Qin Xiao? Not busy today? You're usually so hard to catch," said Shuijun with a laugh as he looked at Qin Xiao. Everyone present knew that Qin Xiao was no good. In their eyes, Shuijun's casual remark, "Not busy today," subtly translated to, "Didn't go gambling today?" Hearing the deliberate jab, Qin Xiao smiled faintly, unfazed. "Well, today you'll get a good look." Shuijun grinned, his gaze lingering a moment too long on Xiaolan beside him. Of course, Qin Xiao noticed this tiny detail. Ever since Shuijun had first laid eyes on Xiaolan, he'd find excuses to bring her up in front of Xiaomin whenever he could. Moreover, he kept finding ways to inquire about the relationship between Xiaolan and Qin Xiao. His intentions were all too clear. Shuijun stepped out of the car, smoothing his impeccably straight suit before glancing at the girls getting out one after another. "Today, all expenses are on me. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest," he declared. "Wow, with young Master Shui saying that, we certainly won't hold back. Young Master Shui is so generous today. Our sisterhood is absolutely determined to treat ourselves at your expense. Xiaoman, don't go feeling heartbroken now." Her girlfriends teased with laughter. "Heartbroken over what? We're spending Shuijun's money, not mine. Come on, let's go in the private room is already booked." Wang Xiaoman seemed to revel in this feeling of being put on a pedestal by her friends. Xiaolan, appearing somewhat reserved after too long apart from her friends, was nevertheless pulled inside by Qin Xiao who held her hand. After entering the private room, 8 or 9 people gradually took their seats. Since everything was pre-arranged, dishes started being served shortly after everyone was seated. Xiaoyi rarely attended such occasions. Staring intently at the array of delicacies, she immediately pointed at the distant Australian lobster and said, "Mom, I want lobster. That one's so big. Hee hee, does Xiaoyi like eating lobster?" Shuai-jun chuckled while uncorking a bottle of red wine beside them. "Yes, I like to eat it," Xiaoyi nodded. "Hee hee, glad you like it. If your dad doesn't take you to eat what you want in the future, Uncle can take you," Shuai-jun said with a seemingly casual smile. Hearing this, Xiaolan's expression darkened slightly as she instinctively glanced at Qin Xiao. She appeared quite afraid that Qin Xiao might get angry, but strangely, Qin Xiao didn't show the slightest sign of anger. "No need, my dad will take me out for whatever I like to eat," Xiaoyi said. Chapter 32, We shouldn't have come today. Xiao Yi's words made everyone present instinctively turn their gaze toward Qin Xiao. Xiaoyi is so considerate, she knows to save face for her father. It's all thanks to Xiaolan's good teaching. A few of her girlfriends also joined in the praise. Shuai-jun gave a faint smile, his gaze once again flickering towards Xiaolan before settling on Qin Xiao. "Qin Xiao," he said, "I heard from Xiaoman yesterday that Xiaolan is short on money and even considered borrowing from Luan at high interest. Just a heads up, Luan isn't a good guy. As Xiaolan's husband, you shouldn't leave everything to a woman to handle." What had been a harmonious gathering instantly turned awkward at Shuai-jun's unexpected remark, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. Xiaolan's face turned ashen with anger. Borrowing money was already an embarrassing matter to begin with, which was why she'd only confided in her trusted best friend Wang Xiaoman. Never did she expect Shuai-jun would blurt it out. "Shuai-jun, why would you mention this?" Wang Xiaoman was equally shocked that this chatterbox would say such things right in front of Xiaolan. "Lan, you're short on money? Why didn't you tell us sisters about it? Why resort to loan sharks? Yeah, that Luan is a disgusting old pervert, he even harassed me when I went shopping at his store." Several young ladies immediately spoke up. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly before saying, "Mr. Shui, did you overlook something? Didn't Wang Xiaoman tell you that even Luan has to show me utmost respect? Besides, this money was never actually borrowed, there's no such thing as usurious loans here." Upon hearing this, Shuai-jun froze for a moment, as if Wang Xiaoman had indeed never mentioned anything like that to him. What Qin Xiao said is true, Luan was indeed very respectful toward him, and Xiaolan didn't borrow any shady loans, so don't misunderstand. Wang Xiaoman quickly interjected when she noticed Xiaolan's displeased expression. "Oh, is that so?" Shuai-jun said with a smile. Naturally, he didn't believe Luan would be deferential to Qin Xiao. After all, who was Luan? A big-time construction boss and the local power player in this area. Not only did Shuai-jun not believe it, but neither did the other girls around them. "Sigh, I shouldn't have come," Xiaolan muttered with her head lowered, seemingly regretting her choice yet again today. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, reached out and took Xiaolan's hand, consoling her in a low voice. "It's fine. Since we're already here, let Shuai-jun keep showing off if he wants to." The moment Qin Xiao held her hand, Xiaolan felt as if she'd been struck by electricity. Though they were husband and wife with a child already grown, she hadn't let Qin Xiao touch her all these years. This sudden contact felt almost unbelievable. "By the way, Qin Xiao, you're not still idling around every day, are you? Xiaoyi is so grown now, you really should find a proper job to support the family," Shuai-jun chimed in, trying to fill the awkward silence. It's not hard to understand, with so many girls present and only him and Qin Xiao as the guys, if he didn't find a way to belittle Qin Xiao now, how else could he highlight his own success? Qin Xiao is already looking for a job. "We were just talking about it today," Xiaolan couldn't hold back and spoke up for Qin Xiao. "Ha, what a coincidence. My company happens to be short-staffed. With just a word from me, Qin Xiao could definitely get hired," Shuai-jun said with a laugh. "Where did you say you work again?" Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. "Dongsheng Group, a Fortune Global 500 company, everyone knows Yi Hua, right?" "I have a quite close relationship with him," Shuai-jun said with noticeable pride. As the unequivocal top enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Dongsheng Group operates 7 or 8 subsidiary companies. Its business spans real estate, internet technology, foreign trade and other sectors, holding a dominant position in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region. Anyone with family capital or personal capability would literally fight tooth and nail to secure a position there. Shuai-jun was like this, and so was Li Yi, Xiaoqing's fiancé. Being able to work at Dongsheng Enterprise seemed to symbolize status in itself. Even Qin Xiao, who had a net worth of hundreds of billions in his previous life, couldn't avoid collaborating with Dongsheng Group, proof of its towering status. "You're close with Yu Yehua? His reputation in Suzhou and Hangzhou is huge. I heard even Tianhui Group was bought out by him." "Yes, with Tianhui Group being acquired by Yu Yehua, us girls here might face layoffs. Since young Master Shui knows Yu Yehua, you must put in a good word for us and make sure we're not let go." Several young women chimed in immediately. Chapter 33, No Fear of Layoffs with Young Master Shui's Backup. Flattered by the pretty girls fawning, Shuai-jun was beginning to feel rather giddy at this point. Hee, don't worry, it's just a matter of one phone call," Shuai-jun said, patting his chest confidently. "We're so grateful to young Master Shui. Yes, we were really worried about being laid off before. No need to worry now. With young Master Shui backing us up, What's there to fear even if layoffs happen? The group of young women continued to lavish compliments, each chiming in one after another. By now, Wang Xiaoman couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride upon hearing the praises about her husband. After all, among this circle of friends, she was considered the luckiest. Being associated with Shui Jun, the nouveau riche, had certainly boosted her social standing. This unconsciously made Wang Xiaoman glance at Xiaolan. Compared to Qin Xiao, her husband was thousands of times better. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xiaoman said, Shui Jun, didn't Xiaolan mention earlier that Qin Zhao's been looking for a job? Why don't you arrange something for him while you're at it? It's not like we're strangers here. Shui Jun shot a glance at Qin Xiao and smiled faintly. That's simple. The company needs someone to hand out flyers, but that depends on whether Qin Xiao is willing to accept the offer. After all, he doesn't have much education and has quite a shady past. Better not let him drag me into trouble later on. Hearing this, Xiaolan couldn't hold back any longer. I appreciate Xiaoman's kind intentions, she said, but Qin Xiao isn't suited for Dongcheng Group. Xiaolan's words outright rejected Wang Xiaoman's so-called kindness. Xiaolan has a point. Dongcheng Group's hiring standards are exceptionally high. Young Master Shui, it's better not to take this risk. Yes, just arrange positions for us first. The others chimed in. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly before taking a sip of red wine from the table. Since Mr. Shui claims to know you Yehua, why not call him right now and ask him to go easy with the layoffs? Qin Zhao's abrupt remark instantly silenced the previously harmonious dinner table. No need for your reminder. Even if we're going to fight, it should wait until daytime. It's already evening now, not the right time, Shui Jun chuckled. Wang Xiaoman shot a glance at Qin Xiao and said, Qin Xiao, what do you mean? From your tone, it sounds like you don't believe my husband knows you Yehua? The other ladies also turned their gazes toward Qin Xiao one after another. Qin Xiao, stop talking, let's eat, and then we'll go. Xiaolan tugged at Qin Zhao's sleeve and whispered. Qin Xiao patted Xiaolan's hand reassuringly before continuing. It's not that I doubt Mr. Shui knows you Yehua. After all, layoffs concern a company's development. You folks serve the upper class year-round. If Tianhui Tower repositions its clientele in the future, can you still maintain the same standard of service? Qin Zhao's point was simple. Tianhui Tower currently exclusively caters to the wealthy, where they naturally go out of their way to please. But if Tianhui Tower were to open its doors to ordinary people, maintaining high-quality service would be impossible. It's just like asking a flight attendant to serve in a hard-seat train compartment. They'd naturally feel resentful and treat customers differently. Qin Zhao's casual remark shocked everyone present. Qin Xiao, what do you mean? Tianhui Tower is changing its target customer base? Where did you hear such ridiculous rumors? That's absolutely impossible. Wang Xiaoman immediately retorted. Xiaolan also pulled at Qin Zhao's sleeve awkwardly, saying, Qin Xiao, you don't understand Tianhui Tower. Don't speak nonsense. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Shui Jun suddenly clapped his hands and clicked his tongue, sneering, well, I never expected Qin Xiao, who's been spending his life on wine, women, and gambling without a proper job, could actually dare to pontificate? Today has truly been an eye-opener. Chapter 34, The Wager. Facing Shui Jun's deliberate provocation, Qin Xiao maintained his gentle and refined smile before replying, Oh, does young Master Shui have any objections to my views? Shui Jun slowly rose to his feet and declared, if you don't understand business, don't wag your tongue here. Tianhui Tower won't change its operational style. And right now I can settle this layoff situation with just one phone call. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao also stood up, creating a somewhat confrontational atmosphere, and said, Go ahead then, I'll be watching. At this moment, Xiaolan and Wang Xiaoman never expected Qin Xiao would actually dare to stand up and challenge Shui Jun directly. As for those four spectating female colleagues, they were equally dumbstruck. Is Qin Xiao out of his mind? Doesn't he know Shui Jun comes from a wealthy family and has already reached the manager level at Dongcheng Group? Qin Xiao is utterly ridiculous, trying to prove his machismo in front of Xiaolan? He's just digging his own grave. A few people whispered among themselves, expressing nothing but utter disdain for Qin Xiao. You tell me to hit and I'll hit? What if I actually manage to settle this matter? Shui Jun chuckled. What do you want to do? Qin Xiao said. Slap. Shui Jun snapped his fingers outright. At that moment, a waiter slowly walked in and asked, Sir, how may I assist you? 5 bottles of 96 proof vodka, Shui Jun spoke up. The waiter nodded and promptly brought 5 bottles of vodka to the table. Qin Xiao, if I pull this off, how about you down 5 bottles in one go, straight from the bottle? You got the guts? Shui Jun threw a challenging glance at Qin Xiao. He figured Qin Xiao wouldn't dare. After all, everyone knew Qin Xiao couldn't hold his liquor. Not to mention 5 bottles of vodka, even half a bottle would be pushing it. So this bet was a sure win from the start. After all, no one in their right mind would actually drink 5 bottles of liquor. It was simply meant to scare Qin Xiao a little. Bang Xiao, don't agree. Xiaolan was also startled. She had no intention of carrying Bang Xiao out on her back when they left. Just as Shui Jun was basking in his smugness, Bang Xiao smiled faintly and said, and if you fail to deliver, how about you drink all 5 bottles yourself? What? Shui Jun was instantly taken aback. Are you challenging me to a bet? Why not? Bang Xiao replied, his smile unwavering. Alright, you're ruthless. Shui Jun gritted his teeth immediately, pulling out his phone as if he was about to call Yu Yehua. But before dialing, he added, it's not too late for you to change your mind now. Hit me, spare the talk, Xin Xiao said. Shui Jun. At this moment, Wang Xiaoman watched as Shui Jun's face turn from red to pale, her expression equally astonished. Shui Jun, what are you afraid of? She said. You always tell me about all those important people you know. Yu Yehua is just the most ordinary among them. Just hit him if you want to, it's just a matter of laying off a few employees. Nothing major anyway. All eyes turned to Shui Jun, as if everyone was hoping he would successfully secure their jobs. Shui Jun's face turned alternately green and pale, but in the end, he pressed the call button and held the phone to his ear, waiting. The scene immediately fell into silence, with everyone holding their breath and staring intently at Shui Jun. And Shui Jun's heart was racing with uncertainty. Beep, beep, beep. After several rings, no one answered the call, and after a few more rings, the other end hung up directly. This made Shui Jun secretly sigh with relief and say, looks like the heavens aren't letting you drink these 5 bottles today. Yu Yehua might be in a meeting and didn't pick up. Since we're betting, we can't quit halfway. How about I make the call instead? Xin Xiao slowly took out his phone and chuckled lightly. Yu Yehua, Xiaolan, Wang Xiaoman, everyone? Chapter 35 Awkward Moment. Xin Xiao's words of I'll make the call instead instantly turned the room silent. What followed was a burst of mocking laughter. Xin Xiao, stop joking. You know Yu Yehua? Wang Xiaoman was the first to sneer. Of course, the others followed suit. Xiaolan, why didn't you tell us earlier that your husband knows Yu Yehua? Exactly. You had us worrying about jobs for nothing. Not cool of you. The 2 girls sitting near Xiaolan burst into laughter, their words superficially admiring but laced with sarcasm beneath the surface. The others' remarks made Xiaolan flush crimson with embarrassment. She shot Qin Xiao a glare and complained resentfully, if you're going to brag, don't drag me into it. Aren't you just setting us up to be laughed at? Looking at Xiaolan's furious expression, Qin Xiao wasted no time and directly dialed Yu Yehua's number. At this moment, everyone watching Qin Xiao's serious demeanor couldn't help but show astonishment. Ring, ring. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? The phone rang only twice before being answered immediately, and the voice speaking was none other than Yu Yehua. This is indeed Yu Yehua's voice. I've heard it on TV before. One of the girls immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, everyone else stared at Qin Xiao with expressions of disbelief. Especially the married couple, Shui Jun and Wang Xiaoman, whose jaws dropped so wide you could fit a fist inside. Xiaolan was also stunned as she looked at Qin Xiao, seemingly curious about how Qin Xiao knew Yihua. He had never mentioned it before. Qin Xiao turned on the speakerphone and said, Mr. Yu, how's the acquisition of Tianhui Tower going? Very smoothly. It seems the seller wants to cash out quickly. We secured it for 2.8 billion, but it doesn't include the luxury goods inside, Yu Yihua replied. As long as it's secured, that's what matters. If we change the target customer base, those luxury items won't be necessary, Qin Xiao said calmly. Right, that's what I mean too. Well then, how about you come to Dongsheng Group tomorrow, and we'll discuss it in detail, Yihua you proactively invited. Alright, Qin Xiao didn't refuse either. Then, glancing at Shui Jun in the distance, he added, Mr. Yu, there's someone named Shui Jun who claims to know you and says he's quite close with you. He has a bit of advice he wants to give you. At these words, Yihua Yu noticeably paused before responding. Shui Jun? I don't know anyone by that name among my acquaintances. Mr. Qin, could it be someone is trying to deceive you? The moment Yu Huayi spoke these words, the entire scene fell into absolute silence in an instant. All eyes turned to Shui Jun, who was radiating embarrassment. He's not a fraud, he's your company employee. Have a chat with him, Xin Xiao said, handing the phone to Shui Jun's face. Shui Jun stared at the device with a face greener than grass. This wasn't a phone Xin Xiao was offering, it might as well have been 5 bottles of pure humiliation. But with things having gone this far, Shui Jun had no choice but to grit his teeth and proceed. Backing down now would mean absolute loss of face. President Yu, I'm Shui Jun. At the company's annual meeting the year before last, you personally awarded me the Outstanding Employee Prize, Shui Jun said awkwardly. Oh, really? What did you want to talk to me about? Yu Yehua asked. This was one of Yu Yehua's admirable traits, no matter who it was. As long as they claimed to have advice, he would listen patiently. Of course, the caveat was that the advice had to be sufficiently valuable. It's about Tianhui Tower. After the acquisition, I suggest not rushing to lay people off. Shui Jun wanted to continue explaining. But these words made Yu Yehua on the other end of the line darken his expression and immediately ask, are you from the parent company or a subsidiary? I'm a newly appointed supervisor at Dongsheng Group's subsidiary, Shui Jun stammered in reply. As a mere supervisor at a subsidiary, you're overreaching. Layoffs aren't your decision, nor mine, they're determined by market positioning. Do your job well and focus on what's within your responsibilities. Don't ask questions that aren't your concern. Yu Yao's tone carried a faint chill as he spoke. Shui Jun's face flushed crimson at this moment, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Chapter 36, Paying the Piper. Back when Shui Jun wanted to join Dongxing Group, he had spent no small fortune, and he had to pull a lot of strings just to get in. After struggling for so many years, he finally became a manager, but today's boast almost cost him his career. If Yu Yehua remembered this incident and investigated his background, he would definitely be fired. At this thought, Shui Jun trembled with fear. If this really happened, all the money he'd spent in years he'd put in would be utterly wasted. President Yu, you're absolutely right. I was wrong. Shui Jun hurriedly apologized. Hand the phone to Mr. Qin, Yu Yehua said. Shui Jun quickly returned the phone. Mr. Yu, there's nothing else for now. We'll see you tomorrow, Qin Xiao said. Alright, I'll wait for you, Yu Yehu responded. As the call ended, the room remained in a state of shock. Especially Xiaolan, who stared fixedly at Qin Xiao and said, Qin Xiao, are you joking? You know Yu Yehu and are meeting him? Yes, Mr. Yu is quite a decent fellow, Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Shui Jun's face flushed crimson now, utterly at a loss for what to say next. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoman glared at him through gritted teeth. She had hoped this gathering would be her chance to bask in glory. Instead of gaining face, she'd lost it so spectacularly her ancestors would weep. Brother Qin, I truly never imagined you actually know President Yu. How utterly short-sighted of me. In that case, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Shui Jun hurriedly picked up the red wine with an ingratiating smile, while Qin Xiao pointed at the vodka with a half-smile and said, what's the point of drinking red wine? Shouldn't our wager be these? Seeing Qin Xiao's unyielding expression, Shui Jun froze completely on the spot. Qin Xiao, let's drop it. 5 bottles could kill someone. Xiaolan, fearing things might go too far, quickly interjected. Qin Xiao slowly stood up and said, a bet's a bet, Shui Jun. If you're a real man, drink that wine. Of course, I won't force you to drink if you refuse. Qin Xiao's words roughly meant that a real man wouldn't refuse to drink. The tense atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point after Qin Xiao's few words. Shui Jun also clenched his fists, glaring intently at Qin Xiao. After a long moment, he reached out and picked up a bottle of liquor. Shui Jun, are you crazy? Qin Xiao already said you don't have to drink. Wang Xiaoman was terrified. Shut up, Shui Jun roared angrily, then started chugging directly from the bottle. Gulp, gulp. A bottle of 96-degree vodka was soon emptied. This vodka doesn't burn as fiercely as Chinese liquor when drunk, it only leaves a slight numbness on the lips upon drinking. Yet due to its extremely high alcohol content, its initial mouthfeel is closer to water, easily lulling one into carelessness. Excessive drinking can lead to dehydration, abdominal pain, retching, and even life-threatening conditions. By now, Shui Jun, already drunk after finishing 1 bottle, immediately cracked open a second and began chugging without hesitation. Shui Jun, enough. Xiaoman, try to talk him out of it. Let's treat this as a joke today, no need to take it seriously. Seeing this, Xiaolan also grew worried. Not that she cared about Shui Jun out of kindness, but she feared this could turn fatal, and if that happened, who at the table could escape responsibility? However, by this point, Shui Jun had already finished his 2nd bottle. Despite just a few minutes passing, the intense burning sensation in his stomach contorted his face into a grimace. Gag! In an instant, Shui Jun violently retched, splattering vomit all over the table. How disgusting! Xiao Yi, who had been eating shrimp, immediately set down her chopsticks with a look of utter revulsion on her delicate face. Chapter 37, The Ending. The young ladies who had been watching the drama could no longer remain seated and rushed forward to pull at Shui Jun. Master Shui, stop drinking. You'll kill yourself. Exactly, Xiaolan already said it was just a joke. With several young ladies pulling at him, Shui Jun finally slumped into a chair, his entire face flushed crimson. Whether it was from drunkenness or sheer embarrassment at his own disgrace, or perhaps both, who could say? Looking at Shui Jun's nearly incoherent state, Qin Xiao rose with a knowing smile, lifting his glass of red wine. Mr. Shui, it was just a joke, why take it so seriously? Come now, drink this glass with me, no hard feelings between brothers, alright? At this moment, Shui Jun watched Qin Xiao's hypocritical act, already gnashing his teeth in anger, his fists clenched. If it was just a joke, why didn't he say so when I was drinking? Only after downing 2 bottles did they stop me, making me lose all dignity. Shui Jun wished he could punch Qin Xiao twice, but right now, never mind throwing punches, even standing up seemed questionable. This drink, I'll take it for him, said Wang Xiaoman, who was also seething with anger, before picking up the red wine and downing it in one go. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and drained his cup in the same manner, maintaining a benevolent expression all the while. What should have been a perfectly pleasant gathering had now turned rather unpleasant for nearly everyone present except Qin Xiao, all because of a single wager. Yet no one could blame him for this turn of events. It wasn't Qin Xiao who had started this provocation. Beside them, Xiaolan found herself utterly shocked by Qin Xiao's unexpected maneuver. In her impression, Qin Xiao was nothing but a hot-tempered brute with zero subtlety. Whenever mocked or humiliated, 9 times out of 10 Qin Xiao would grab a beer bottle and start swinging. Every time things escalated, it was always Xiaolan who'd swallow her pride and beg for mercy on his behalf. But today, he broke that pattern completely. With Xue Jun completely wasted, there was no point continuing the dinner. Qin Xiao left Zhu Xianlu with Xiaolan and Xiaoyi in tow, leaving the resentful-looking Wang Xiaoman to deal with the mess. On the way back, Xiaolan kept staring at Qin Xiao. After a long while, she finally blurted out the question that had been weighing on her heart. Qin Xiao, be honest with me. Was the person you just called on the phone really Yu Yehua? What, don't you believe me? Qin Xiao replied. The voice did sound somewhat similar, but it's a bit far-fetched that you'd know him. You weren't just pulling Xue Jun's leg, were you? Xiaolan asked skeptically. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. I don't have that kind of time to waste. Xiaolan rolled her eyes and didn't press further. She couldn't help but feel that Qin Xiao had been acting mysteriously lately, so unlike his usual self, as if he'd become a completely different person. By the time they got home, it was already 10 p.m., and Xiaoyi had long since fallen asleep. But Xiaolan couldn't sleep a wink that night, tormented by worry over the impending layoffs the next day. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, slept unusually soundly. The next day, the night passed quickly. By 6 in the morning the next day, Xiaolan was already up and out of bed, in such a hurry that she didn't even stop to eat breakfast before rushing off to Tianhui Tower. Because at 5 o'clock, their team leader sent a message saying that a new executive director would be arriving at the company this morning. This also means a new round of layoffs will proceed as scheduled. With thousands of employees across the entire company, those who truly manage to stay will likely be few and far between. After all, reforming Tianhui Tower is hardly breaking news anymore. Xiaoyi, Daddy has to go to work now. Go find Grandma Chen, and I'll bring you something tasty when I get back. Qin Xiao gently patted Xiaoyi's head as he spoke. I'll wait for Daddy. Xiaoyi nodded obediently. After making sure Xiaoyi was settled, Qin Xiao retrieved a long-unused suit from the wardrobe, unsure how many years it had been gathering dust. Once dressed, he prepared to head to the Dongsheng Group headquarters. Chapter 38, Skepticism. Half an hour later, when Qin Xiao arrived at Dongsheng Group, he saw Yi Huahua waving at him from a nearby Rolls-Royce. Mr. Qin, come on in. We've been waiting for you. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and took a seat in the back. Mr. Yi, why are you waiting here for me? Qin Xiao asked with evident surprise. Something came up. Yesterday afternoon, the company held a board meeting, and over 80% of the shareholders disagreed with my proposal to bring in a newcomer, meaning they didn't want you to become the executive director. After all, they know nothing about you, Yu Yehua said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and replied, it's alright. I wouldn't want to put Mr. Yu in a difficult position over this matter. Perhaps we'll have other opportunities to cooperate in the future. At those words, Yu Yehua raised his hand with a smile and said, don't misunderstand, Mr. Qin. I hold the direct appointment authority. But first, you'll need to present your proposal to prove your capability. After all, you haven't contributed anything to Dongsheng Group yet. If you were to take over directly, the board would keep making trouble for me. Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled. The so-called proposal was already etched in his memory. After all, in his past life, Tianhui Tower had achieved great success after being taken over by a coal tycoon. Within just a few weeks, sales had multiplied several times over. Though Qin Xiao wasn't certain whether replicating the plan now would yield the same results, he knew it definitely wouldn't turn out poorly. Very well, let's proceed as Mr. Yu suggests. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Good. Follow me upstairs. The board has been waiting for quite some time. Whether you can smoothly assume the position depends entirely on whether you can outdebate them all. Yu Yehua stepped out of the car slowly. Qin Xiao smiled with confidence and followed them downstairs. Upon arriving at the office, he found 13 shareholders seated inside, most of whom were elderly men well past their 60s. Among them, an exceptionally conspicuous old man occupied the main seat opposite. Wielding a cane, the elderly gentleman exuded an intimidating presence without even showing anger. Yu Yue. A name flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. Yes, this elderly man was Yi Hua's father. Although Dongsheng Group was now entirely under Yu Yihua's management, whenever the board members disagreed, Yu Yue would step in to mediate. It seemed that yesterday's board meeting, where over 80% of shareholders opposed the motion, had alarmed this pillar of Dongsheng Group enough to make a special appearance. Yet when Yu Yihua led Qin Xiao through the door, everyone present wore identical expressions of astonishment. Chairman, don't tell me this kid is the business genius you said could revitalize Tianhui Tower? An elderly man cast a disbelieving look at Qin Xiao. That's right, it's him, Yu Yehua replied with a smile. Huff. At these words, the crowd couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. After all, Qin Xiao looked far too young, barely 24 or 25, just a couple years out of university with no real social experience. Even being a supervisor would be a stretch for his age. Now, directly promoted by Yu Yihua as the executive director of Tianhui Tower, the risk instantly skyrocketed. Hong Tai, now I finally understand why the board was so furious yesterday. This is simply outrageous. I absolutely refuse to allow you to hire this completely inexperienced newcomer. Yu Yue suddenly stood up, speaking with righteous indignation. Facing his father's skepticism, Yu Yehua had already anticipated it and said, Dad, despite Mr. Qin's young age, he does possess some capabilities. Why not first hear what plan he has to offer? If it doesn't meet your expectations, you can always refuse then. Chapter 39, Risk and Reward. As Yu Yehua's words fell, Yu Yue took a careful look at Qin Xiao and said, So you're Mr. Qin, is it? My son holds you in such high regard, presumably, you must have some illustrious achievements in the business world? The other shareholders also turned their gazes toward Qin Xiao, seemingly under the impression that he might have had work experience elsewhere. However, old sir, I haven't been involved in any commercial ventures so far, Qin Xiao responded with a smile. Hiss. At these words, everyone present drew in a sharp breath simultaneously. Are you joking? Without any prior business experience, how dare you take on the role of executive director? What qualifies you? Old chairman, this isn't just reckless, it's practically an international joke. Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely. While Tianhui Plaza might mean nothing to Dongsheng Group, we're certainly not foolish enough to spend billions just to lose money for fun. Several shareholders angrily snapped back. Yu Yehua also looked at Qin Xiao with an awkward expression, seemingly speechless. Couldn't this Qin Xiao even tell a believable lie if he tried? Wasn't this blatantly putting him in an embarrassing position? Just as Yihua was looking embarrassed, Qin Xiao stepped forward with a smile and said, Respected elders, I admit I am young, but precisely because of my youth, I can achieve what you cannot. If Tianhui Tower is entrusted to me, its sales will double within a month. Within a year, its revenue will surpass all subsidiary companies under Dongsheng Group. Qin Xiao's bold declaration immediately amused everyone present. Ha ha ha, what an arrogant youngster who doesn't know his limits, a shareholder laughed. Yu Yue was also left speechless for a long moment by Qin Xiao's words, finally saying, It seems you're confident, but Tianhui Plaza isn't the place to experiment with your impractical fantasies. Do you think saying it'll succeed makes it so? If it fails, it'll be Dongsheng Group's finances that suffer. You could just walk away without any responsibility, leaving Hong Tai humiliated within the company. How do you explain that? Qin Xiao smiled slightly and said, If that's your concern, old sir, there's no need to worry. I can work in Tianhui Plaza without taking any salary. If there are losses, they can all be charged to me. Huff. Everyone gasped again in shock. Even Yu Yehua didn't expect Qin Xiao to take such a huge gamble. The losses weren't in the mere thousands or tens of thousands, they were calculated in millions. That sounds reasonable enough. Yu Yue nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied that Qin Xiao hadn't come here just for the money. But I also have a condition. Since I'll be taking on the risk, I should naturally share in the profits. So I want 20% of Tianhui Tower's net profits. Not too much, right? Qin Xiao said. Very well, that makes sense. Now tell me about your vision for the future operations of Tianhui Tower, Yu Yue said. Yu Yehua also let out a sigh of relief at this moment, looking seriously at Qin Xiao as if eager to hear his detailed operational strategy. Qin Xiao nodded, then stepped forward and said, My operational policy is to change the current model of Tianhui Tower serving only the wealthy, making it accessible to everyone. And we'll invest in advertising to rebind Tianhui Tower's diamonds with love. After all, women's money is easier to earn. Upon hearing this, Yu Yehua was stunned and said, Mr. Qin, you must be joking. A diamond is forever. That long-exhausted slogan has no commercial value left at all anymore. Qin Xiao smiled slightly, that wasn't what he meant. Chapter 40, Assuming Office. Seems you've got something new up your sleeve. Go on, said Yu Yue. Qin Xiao replied, Diamond rings yield enormous profits with minimal investment. We can make them the flagship product for Tianhui Tower and launch a line of custom editions. Every ring will require real name authentication, and a man can only customize one in his entire lifetime. I think no girl would refuse a custom-designed, authenticated diamond ring from the man she loves. This advertisement didn't exist yet. It was the brainchild of a coal tycoon who acquired Tianhui Tower after Qin Zhao's success in his previous life, eventually becoming a global sensation. Later, it was acquired and expanded nationwide, opening countless chain stores that raked in staggering profits, also known as DR Custom Diamond Rings. As someone who had been reborn, Qin Xiao naturally had a thorough understanding of this. This marketing strategy is indeed quite interesting, but wouldn't it discourage repeat customers? Yu Yue frowned slightly as he spoke. The former chairman is absolutely right. Tianhui building relies on repeat customers. While this might generate short-term profits, what about the long-term consequences? Exactly right. I oppose this marketing strategy. The other shareholders quickly denied it. Qin Shao continued, as business elites, you should understand better between that small group of fixed wealthy customers and the commercial value of promoting to unmarried women nationwide. Which do you think is more profitable? As soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, silence instantly fell over the room. Although everyone was reluctant to admit they were inferior to Qin Shao, the young man's vision and business acumen were truly admirable. Good, Mr. Qin, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Yu Yehua was the first to stand up and applaud. Though he had initially harbored doubts about Qin Shao, hearing this immediately reinvigorated him. The other shareholders no longer had any objections to this matter. It seems my son's judgment is quite sound then. Very well, I'll allocate 3 million for trial promotions on a small scale. Yu Yue slowly rose to his feet, making the final decision. Qin Shao smiled faintly, the board of directors' approval had been secured. One had to understand that once this operational strategy was rolled out, despite him receiving only 20% of the profits, it would still amount to a considerable fortune. This will lay the strongest foundation for Qin Shao's future business empire. Mr. Qin, this is the executive director appointment letter. You are now officially the executive director of Tianhui Tower. You may assume your position immediately. Yu Yehua handed the pre-prepared documents to Qin Shao. During the time Qin Shao went to take up his new post, the entire Tianhui building was in a state of unrest, with everyone worried about their jobs. Many people had already started packing their things and getting ready to leave. This naturally included Xiaolan as well. At this moment, Xiaolan and a group of her colleagues were waiting in the staff break area, awaiting their fate. Sigh, this is really unfortunate. I thought I'd found a stable good job, but now it's completely over, one girl said helplessly. Yeah, I still have car loans and a mortgage at home. If I get laid off, what my husband earns won't even be enough to make ends meet, another girl complained with resentment evident on her face. Xiaolan kept glancing at the clock from time to time, visibly restless. After all, if she got fired now, she'd genuinely lose her stable income. Moreover, even if she searched for a new job, there was no guarantee she'd find one comparable to the position at Tianhui Tower. After much deliberation, Xiaolan decided she couldn't just wait for doom to come. Her younger sister's fiancé Li Yi worked in the human resources department after all. For now, contacting him was her only option. Truth be told, Xiaolan didn't particularly want to trouble Li Yi, but when she thought about her little sister starting school next year and their pending apartment purchase plans, the weight of it all made it hard for her to breathe. Chapter 41, The New Director Arrives. Li Yi, can you think of another way? I really can't afford to lose this job. Xiaolan looked at Li Yi, who was smoking in the office, and pleaded. Li Yi wore a helpless expression as he said, Sis, it's not that I don't want to help you. After Dongqing Group takes over, they'll change the operational strategy. Employees like you don't fit their market positioning, so you'll definitely be laid off. Hearing this, Xiaolan bit her rosy lips and sighed. What should we do now? Xiaoqing, who was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, slowly got up. Sis, what's that guy doing now? Didn't he say he was going to look for a job? If he's really trying to change, why are you still working? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and take care of Xiaoyi? Xiaoqing wasn't an employee of Tianhui Building, she had come specifically to see Li Yi. After all, with the recent upheaval at Tianhui Building, she was worried her fiancé might lose his job. After all, Zhang Xiuji's reputation depended entirely on Li Yi. Xiaoqing, you know finding a job isn't something that can be done overnight. Qin Shao has no work experience or education. The little money he made recently through his cleverness isn't enough to plan for the future. As long as I don't lose my job, even if the pay is low, it's fine, Xiaolan continued. Hearing her sister's words, Xiaoqing immediately grew angry and said, Sis, not to be harsh, but you're just too soft-hearted. How can you still speak up for that man? He's probably still lounging around at home right now. When I left, he really hadn't gotten up yet, but he will definitely go out job hunting today, Xiaolan replied. Xiaoqing naturally didn't believe it and argued, Sis, just listen to mom and divorce him already. Why should you be running yourself ragged for a job then? Xiaolan could only let out a helpless sigh. After a moment of thought, Li Yi said, Sis, I'm planning to send some gifts to the new executive director to grease the wheels. If they accept, maybe we can get an exception to keep you on. Good, just as long as I can keep my job. Xiaolan immediately felt a surge of hope. Ding, ding, ding. Right then, the phone on Li Yi's desk suddenly rang. Li Yi, the executive director is almost here. Hurry downstairs and get ready to welcome them, a male voice said over the phone. Okay, I'll go downstairs right now. Li Yi hurriedly stood up and said, Xiaoqing, sis, stay in the office and don't wander around. I'll go greet the new director. I suppose the new executive director will convene a meeting immediately after taking office. I'll also check what they'll say about the layoffs. Go quickly, Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. Then Li Yi grabbed his coat and rushed downstairs. At the entrance of Tianhui Tower, 7 or 8 middle-aged men in suits and ties were already waiting outside. These 7 or 8 individuals were all high-level executives of Tianhui Tower. As Li Yi approached, he walked directly toward a tall, slightly balding man in his 40s and asked, President Chen, how much longer until the executive director arrives? Executive director you just called, he'll be here in 5 minutes. Everyone, stay sharp, said the man surnamed Chen. The man surnamed Chen is named Qianlong, the general manager of Tianhui Building. The continuous losses of Tianhui Building were not only due to flawed operational strategies. To a large extent, this was because the management team was incompetent, with Qianlong being particularly outstanding in this regard. As for why Li Yi was promoted to deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, it was entirely because he had given Qianlong numerous gifts that he rose to the position. Under such circumstances, it would be strange indeed if the enterprise could turn a profit. Amidst the trembling anticipation of the crowd, a taxi slowly approached and came to a stop before them. A taxi? Did the executive director take a taxi here? Li Yi was utterly bewildered by the sight. Then, Xin Xiao opened the car door and stepped out unhurriedly. Chapter 42, You've got the wrong person. Oh dear, Mr. Chairman, you must be exhausted. Why didn't you drive today? Is it because of the traffic restrictions? Qianlong immediately bent at a perfect 90-degree angle upon spotting the well-dressed, statuesque young man stepping out of the car, approaching with obsequious greetings. What car restriction? The driver must have been busy, so the chairman had to take a taxi. Mr. Chairman, you've worked hard. Chairman, please come in. The others followed suit, though they didn't know the name of this new executive director, they spared no flattery. You've all worked hard too. Xin Xiao gave a slight nod to the group before him, maintaining an exceptionally calm demeanor. However, Li Yi, standing behind the crowd, widened his eyes as big as cows for a long moment before snapping back to reality. He exclaimed, Manager Chen, Director Zhang, you've got the wrong person. This man isn't the executive director. At Li Yi's words, Qianlong's face immediately stiffened. Li Yi, what do you mean by that? He demanded. The others also looked at Li Yi with puzzled expressions. That's Qin Xiao, the husband of Xiaolan I told you about earlier. You've got the wrong person, Li Yi said exasperatedly. At these words, everyone's faces turned ashen, especially Qianlong's. He had just bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, such exaggerated deference, and all for some ordinary nobody? All the senior executives present had long heard Qin Xiao's name mentioned by Li Yi. After all, Xiaolan's looks and figure were among the top tier at Tianhui Tower. More often than not, these executives would find excuses to hover around Xiaolan, but she remained fiercely loyal to Qin Xiao and never entertained their idle chatter. When these executives heard from Li Yi that Xiaolan had married a good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, womanize, and gamble, they collectively lamented the waste. A few even tried to proposition her as their mistress, but without exception, each was roundly cursed out by Xiaolan. What the hell? You damn bastard, why show up now of all times? Can't you see we're welcoming an important guest? Get the hell lost. Qianlong, visibly furious, roared at that moment. Qin Xiao, who was about to enter Tianhui Mansion, suddenly heard Qianlong's cursing and frowned slightly, asking, what did you just say? What, deaf? Need me to repeat it? Qianlong's face darkened with anger, clearly still embarrassed by the earlier incident. Your name? Qin Xiao fixed his gaze on Qianlong, his expression stern and serious. Qianlong flared up at these words. Who do you think you are to ask for my name? Seeing this, Li Yi immediately stepped forward and pulled Qin Xiao aside. Qin Xiao, shouldn't you be sleeping at home? What brings you here? This is General Manager Qianlong. Li Yi, get this guy out of my sight right now. Qianlong was still seething with anger. Don't be angry, General Manager Chen. I'll send him away immediately. Li Yi nodded awkwardly, then said, Qin Xiao, Xiaolan is in my office. If you're here for her, wait until afternoon. Nobody has time for you now, go find somewhere to wait by yourself. Hearing Li Yi's impatient words, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and replied, Who said I was here to see Xiaolan? I'm here to work. Work? What kind of work are you talking about? Stop causing trouble and get lost. Li Yi pushed Qin Xiao, trying to shove him out the door. Qianlong and the others glared at Qin Xiao, their faces burning with fury. It wasn't just because they had groveled before him mere moments ago, what burned even hotter was their jealousy. That guy is Xiaolan's husband? What a waste of a fine woman on such rotten meat. He may look presentable, but it's such a pity for someone like Xiaolan. Who says it's not so? How could she have even taken a liking to him? Chapter 43, It Must Be a Dream. As the crowd buzzed with whispers behind his back, Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue. He slowly produced a letter of appointment and shoved it directly into the arms of Li Yi, who was still jostling against him. Take a good look at what this is before you start running your mouth, he said coldly. Li Yi stared blankly at the appointment letter Qin Xiao handed him. Upon opening it, the contents instantly left him frozen in place. The letter of appointment clearly stated in black and white that Qin Xiao was the new executive director of Tianhui Tower. Just that simple line, stamped with the seal of Dongxing Group. No way. On what grounds? Li Yi instantly cried out in disbelief. The scene unfolding before his eyes was more unbelievable than the sun rising from the west. How did Qin Xiao, that good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, whore, and gamble, become the executive director of Tianhui Tower? Li Yi, what's wrong? Qianlong asked, bewildered by Li Yi's dazed expression. As the crowd stepped forward, their eyes unanimously fell upon the letter of appointment. Mr. Qin, no. Chairman Qin, it's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Qianlong reacted swiftly, his demeanor shifting instantly as he began bowing and scraping. At this moment, endless question marks seemed to fill his mind. Qin Shao, that notorious pile of dung in the company, had somehow transformed into the boss of them all? Qin Shao watched Qianlong's groveling posture, then stepped forward, reached out to straighten Qianlong's collar, and said with a smile, I much prefer the cocky and defiant attitude you had earlier. Hearing this, Qianlong's legs nearly gave out in fright, almost collapsing to the ground, while the other executives turned red-faced as well. Chairman, I'm sorry, so sorry. I must have been blind earlier, please accept my apologies. Qianlong bent over repeatedly, bowing in regret until his guts ached. Notify all senior executives of Tianhui Tower immediately, meeting in 20 minutes, Qin Shao commanded without turning back as he strode into the building. His first order of business upon taking office was to completely overhaul Tianhui Tower's operational direction. As for this group of incompetent parasites led by Qianlong, Qin Shao would undoubtedly purge them, just not yet, since suitable replacements weren't currently available. Watching Qin Shao depart, Li Yi still hadn't recovered from the shock. Everything felt surreal, like a dream that couldn't possibly be real. Li Yi, didn't you fucking swear that Xia Lan's husband was just a good-for-nothing wastrel who drank, whored and gambled? Is this what you call fucking useless? Qianlong roared furiously, his face twisted in anger. The other company executives all glared at Li Yi with undisguised resentment. I really didn't know. How the hell did this guy become Tianhui Tower's executive director? Li Yi cried out bitterly with a pained expression. He swore these few short minutes had delivered the most crushing defeat of his entire life. He had always been the golden son-in-law in his mother-in-law's eyes, the high-quality man in his fiancée's view, but after Qin Shao presented the appointment letter, his fragile confidence was utterly shattered. Damn it, I'll settle this with you later. Qianlong cursed angrily before adding, what are you all standing around for? Get all management at supervisor level and above to the conference room immediately. Everyone nodded and began walking toward the building. Meanwhile, Li Yi stumbled bewildered toward his office. The first thing he needed to do was verify whether he was dreaming or not. An impractical dream. Chapter 44. What on earth is happening? At this moment in Li Yi's office, Sisters Xiaolan and Xiaoqing were chatting and catching up, completely unaware of the scene unfolding downstairs. Just then, Li Yi returned looking utterly distraught. The moment he stepped through the door, he began repeatedly slapping himself across the face. This scene left Xiaoqing standing nearby utterly astonished, saying, Li Yi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I'm not dreaming, how the hell is this possible? Li Yi roared with a livid face. Watching Li Yi's panicked expression, Xiaolan furrowed her brows and asked, what's going on? Is the newly appointed executive director planning to cut management positions too? Hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately became frantic and said, Li Yi, didn't mom give you money to send gifts? Did you actually do it or not? Let me tell you, you absolutely must not lose this job no matter what. Li Yi looked up at Xiaolan and Xiaoqing and said, do you know who the executive director is? Who? Do you know them? Xiaoqing replied. Xiaolan also showed a startled expression. It's Qin Shao. The executive director is Qin Shao, Li Yi declared, enunciating each word clearly. Silence. Deathly silence. After a long pause, Xiaoqing said, you mean the executive director has the same name as that person? What do you mean same name? The executive director is Qin Shao, Xiaolan's husband. Now do you understand? Li Yi snapped. Xiaoqing? Xiaolan? Li Yi, what are you talking about? What do you mean Qin Shao is the executive director? What's going on? Xiaolan asked incredulously. Right, how could the executive director possibly be that guy? You must be out of your mind. Xiaoqing's face was equally filled with disbelief. I wish I were crazy. There's something far worse than me losing my mind. I'm finished. The day before yesterday, I said all those things to him, and just now downstairs, I even told him to get lost. This job of mine is completely unsalvageable now. Li Yi collapsed onto the chair, utterly drained, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. Let's go. Let's see what's happening in the chairman's office. I don't believe he could actually become the chairman. Xiaoqing immediately stood up and headed straight for the elevator. Xiaolan quickly followed suit. Though indeed, Qin Shao had called you Yehua during yesterday's gathering. But Xiaolan didn't believe it initially, instinctively thinking Qin Shao was deliberately messing with Shuijun. However, the current situation seemed to be exceeding her understanding. At this moment, Qin Shao had just arrived at the chairman's office, where a curvaceous female secretary was already waiting for him. Good morning, Chairman. My name is Gong Monli, and starting today, I will be your secretary, the woman said with a sweet smile. Qin Shao glanced up at her and slightly furrowed his brows. I just arrived. Where did this secretary come from? He asked. President, you arranged for me to come this morning, Gong Monli replied with a smile. Xin Xiao gave a slight nod. Very well. Bring me a list of all the company's executives and employees, he said. Okay, Chairman, please wait a moment. Gong Manli nodded, swaying her alluring hips as she walked out. Watching her leave, Xin Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. Yi Huayu, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm keeping the secretary position for my wife. You can enjoy this beauty yourself. Naturally, Xin Xiao couldn't possibly keep such a glamorous woman by his side. After being reborn in this life, his eyes were only for his wife, children, and parents, no one else mattered. Just as Xin Xiao had sat down, the door was pushed open by Xia Qing. The two sisters suddenly appeared at the doorway. When Xiaolan caught sight of Qin Xiao standing before the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands clasped behind his back, she instantly covered her scarlet lips, her eyes brimming with astonishment. What on earth had happened? Chapter 45, Shock. The Xia sisters, Lan and Qing, stood dumbfounded at the doorway, staring at Qin Xiao with nearly the same expression as Li Yi. When faced with events beyond one's comprehension, the mind enters a brief window of blankness, a complete void. That's exactly how Xiaolan felt now. She kept asking herself internally if this was all just a dream. Xin Xiao, how did you become the executive director of Tianhui Tower? What in the world is going on? Xiaolan finally stammered, covering her crimson lips after a long silence. Xin Xiao smiled faintly and said, look how excited you are. It's just a minor executive director position at Tianhui Tower. I originally planned to tell you after handling matters at hand. I didn't expect you to come yourself. Hearing these words from Qin Xiao, the Xia sisters, Lan and Qing, were utterly stunned. What did he mean by just a minor Tianhui Tower executive director? How could he say that when, nowadays, Tianhui Tower has become a company under the Dongsheng Group's umbrella? Who among the younger generation of Suong doesn't feel immensely honored to be able to work at Dongsheng Group? Not to mention becoming the executive director of a Dongsheng Group subsidiary. Xin Xiao, what method did you use to become an executive director? This is simply impossible. Xia Qing was equally astonished, even addressing him directly by his name instead of that person. In daily life among relatives and friends, Xia Qing had always held herself above her elder sister Xiaolan, simply because she had landed an engagement to a deputy manager. But now, this sense of superiority seemed utterly fragile in front of her brother-in-law. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't comprehend how a good-for-nothing, who only knew how to eat, drink, visit brothels, and gamble, could suddenly become a chairman. It must be fake. Just as Xia Qing was pondering, a tall female secretary in uniform walked in holding a document and said, Chairman, here's the list you asked for. Put it on the table. Xin Xiao nodded slightly. The sudden appearance of this beauty instantly froze Xia Qing in place. Wow! Not only was he appointed executive director, but he also had such a stunning female secretary? Seeing this, Xia Qing seemed to realize something and whispered, Sis, what's going on here? Xin Xiao suddenly becomes chairman and gets such a beautiful secretary, is he planning to replace you? Hearing this, Xiaolan was also startled, as if she actually took Xia Qing's words seriously. However, just as Gong Manli set down the documents and was about to leave, Xin Xiao suddenly called out, wait a moment. Does the chairman have any other instructions? Gong Manli asked. Starting today, you no longer need to be my secretary. Go to the finance department, Xin Xiao said slowly. Hearing this, Gong Manli froze for a moment and asked, why, did I do something wrong? You've done well, just go ahead. Xin Xiao slightly raised his hand and said. Gong Manli seemed a bit confused by Xin Xiao's words and responded, but I was personally transferred here by General Manager Yu. Isn't it inappropriate for you to transfer me away without even asking for the reason? There's nothing inappropriate. Since I am now the acting director of Tianhui Tower, I have the direct authority to transfer staff, Xin Xiao stated calmly. Gong Manli froze for a moment, appearing somewhat resentful. Who is she? She was directly transferred from the headquarters of Dongsheng Group to assist Xin Xiao in managing the company, while also serving as a supervisory role. After all, Yu Yehua had handed over such a large company to Qin Xiao. It wouldn't make sense not to send someone over. But to be transferred after just half a day? Chapter 46, Be My Personal Secretary. Xiaolan had initially been worried about Qin Xiao, but that concern was dispelled by him in the very next moment without a sound. Although Gong Manli didn't understand why Qin Xiao had transferred her to the finance department, she clearly wasn't about to let it go. She said, Mr. Qin, I know you have the authority to appoint staff for Tianhui Tower, but after all, I was transferred here by President Yu. I'll report your arrangements truthfully to headquarters. Sure, go ahead. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Gong Manli hesitated for a moment before turning away angrily, pulling out her phone to call Yu Yehua. Qin Xiao gazed at Xiaolan with a tender smile and said, Darling, I told you before that you wouldn't be fired. Starting now, congratulations on your promotion and salary raise, you'll be my personal secretary. Hiss. Qin Xiao's words once again left Xiaolan stunned, her jaw dropping in astonishment. The shift seemed to come too abruptly and fiercely, leaving her nerves somewhat numb. Just minutes ago, she was worrying about potential layoffs, and now suddenly, she's the chairman's personal secretary? Xia Qing covered her red lips in disbelief. What was up with this couple? Were they deliberately trying to humble others? Not only had Qin Xiao become her fiancé's superior, but now even her sister was appointed as the chairman's secretary, a position second only to the chairman himself. Unlike Xia Qing's envy, Xiaolan remained relatively composed and reacted swiftly. I can't do it. I don't know anything about it. It's okay if you don't understand, I can teach you. Of course, if you prefer Gong Manli to take the position, I can call her back. Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaolan immediately protested, no way. Seeing Xiaolan's agitated reaction, Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Ding, ding, ding. But just then, the landline on Qin Xiao's desk suddenly rang, and the caller was none other than Yu Yehua. Qin Xiao casually pressed the answer button and said, Mr. Yu. Mr. Qin, Gong Manli just called me, you transferred her? Yu Yehua sounded somewhat surprised. Yes, transferred to finance, Qin Xiao replied. Mr. Qin, Gong Manli is from headquarters and highly skilled in operations. Having her assist you would save considerable trouble. Are you sure you don't want to keep her? Yu Yehua pressed. Xiaolan stood nearby, hearing every word clearly since Qin Xiao had put the call on speakerphone. Mr. Yu, I don't have specific requirements for a secretary. It's better to transfer this talent back, Qin Xiao said. Hearing this, Yu Yehua hesitated for a moment before responding, Mr. Qin, Gong Manli genuinely has valuable skills. You should think carefully, you've made a military pledge before the board of directors. If Tianhui Tower operates at a loss under your management, you'll bear full responsibility. In other words, if you fail to turn a profit in the first month, you must cover all the losses yourself. As Yu Yehua said those words, Xiaolan, who had been basking in the joy of her husband becoming chairman, suddenly shuddered. I'm well aware of that, Mr. Yu. Don't worry, not only will we avoid losses in the first month, we'll even turn a profit, Qin Xiao said with a chuckle. Since Mr. Qin is so confident, I won't say more. I just hope you achieve swift success, otherwise, my reputation at headquarters will be ruined, Yu Yehua replied with a smile. Rest assured, I won't let you lose face, Mr. Yu, Qin Xiao laughed. Good, good. Are you free this afternoon? I'd like you to accompany me somewhere. I'll have my driver pick you up, said Yu Yehua. Alright, Qin Xiao responded. Qin Xiao, what did President Yu just say? That you have to cover all the losses from Tianhui Tower? Are you insane? Xiaolan was startled watching Qin Xiao hang up the phone. Clearly, compared to her husband becoming the company chairman, having to compensate for losses was far more terrifying, even shocking. Chapter 47, No Way Out. Qin Xiao, do you realize what you're doing? You're scaring me, Xiaolan said with disbelief. Don't worry, with me running things we won't lose money. Qin Xiao lightly raised his hand. Xiaolan wasn't buying Qin Xiao's words and immediately retorted, now I finally understand how you became chairman. You've been set up by Dongsheng Group, they're looking for a scapegoat. Our savings are less than 100,000 right now. If we can't turn a profit by month's end, we'll have to cover the losses ourselves. How are you going to come up with that money? Xiaolan's concerns were not unfounded, she knew better than anyone the operational state of Tianhui Tower. At the very least, annual losses exceeded 20 million, meaning monthly deficits approached 2 million. If Qin Xiao mismanaged operations, those losses could easily quadruple. Even if their family sold everything they owned, they'd never be able to plug this financial black hole. I already have an operational strategy, otherwise I wouldn't have taken on this mess, Qin Xiao said. Xiaolan was increasingly astonished as she listened, the tone was simply too audacious. This Tianhui Tower had been taken over by so many people before, and every single one of them was a business genius. Take the previous owner, Song Zifeng, for example, he was a business prodigy who had returned from studying abroad. Song Zifeng had once taken over a small company on the verge of collapse and, within just 1 month, created a commercial miracle with sales nearing 30 million. But when he took over Tianhui Tower, he still lost miserably and had no choice but to transfer it to Yu Yehua. Is Qin Xiao even more capable than the business prodigy Song Zifeng? Qin Xiao, let's not take this risk, alright? Just look at the news. How many entrepreneurs acted impulsively, betting everything on one throw, only to end up drowning in debt? There's no shortage of those who jumped off buildings. You know our family situation, we can't afford to gamble like this. I just want you to find a steady job and earn a peaceful living. Xiaolan's intention was for Qin Xiao to take steady and gradual steps. The idea of becoming an instant success was inherently unrealistic. Qin Xiao understood Xiaolan's concerns and said, I know you're worried about my capabilities, but I've also promised to give you and Xiaoyi a better life. If we do as you suggest, finding a steady job, it would indeed be secure, but would also be steadily poor. Clocking in 9 to 5 offers no real future. Xiaolan was utterly speechless at this point. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry right now. What if you lose everything? We won't even have a street to sleep on. Xiaolan, I told you before I'd help you repay the bank loan, and didn't I keep my word? And the money I owed Mom, I said I'd repay her with interest. Did I actually manage to do that too? This time it's the same. As soon as we launch the marketing ads, the returns will be immediate and I have a 20% cut coming to me, Qin Xiao said slowly. Indeed, according to Qin Xiao's approach, the first step was restructuring the company, followed by launching advertisements, all to be completed within a week. Then came the normalization of profits. Making money was just that easy for a reincarnator. Everything you said did come true, but that was just luck. Managing a company isn't that simple, Xiaolan said helplessly. Managing one company? I could manage 100 as easily as breathing, Qin Xiao replied calmly. Xiaolan was stunned by his words and remained silent for a long moment before saying, Qin Xiao, you're blinded by the power and status in your hands. I know you won't listen to anything I say now. I just hope you'll think it through clearly. If we suffer losses, we won't even have a way out, and worse, it'll drag Xiaoyi down with us. Chapter 48. Don't get me wrong, I got promoted. I understand. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Go pack up your things. Starting today, you'll stay by my side. Qin Xiao walked up to Xiaolan and patted her shoulder. Ah! Xiaolan let out a heavy sigh. After all, anyone in her position would find it hard to stay composed. Since she couldn't persuade Qin Xiao otherwise, Xiaolan could only follow his instructions and become his secretary, all while keeping a close eye on him. If things took a wrong turn, she could at least stop him before it was too late. Xiaolan then followed Xia Qing out of the office. Meanwhile, Xia Qing, still stunned by what had just happened, couldn't help saying, Sis, this whole thing feels so unreliable to me. What if Qin Xiao really gets scammed by Dongsheng Group? What can I do? I've said all I could. If Qin Xiao ruins everything and drags Xiaoyi down with him, I'll never forgive him. Xiaolan replied, her heart still filled with worry. After all, if Qin Xiao indeed suffers losses and gets labeled as a legal debtor, all plans, including Xiaoyi's education and future, would go up in smoke. They might even be crushed under the weight of their astronomical debts. Being the chairman's wife is no easy task. When Xiaolan arrived at the employee area, many staff members were still discussing their future paths. Meanwhile, Xiaolan went to her own break area and began packing her belongings. This scene happened to be witnessed by the late arriving Wang Xiaoman, who approached slowly and asked, Xiaolan, what are you doing? Why are you packing up? Seeing Xiaolan's actions, the other girls all showed astonishment. Xiaolan, did something happen? Is the company really going to lay all of us off? I bet that's the case. Xiaolan's brother-in-law is Li Yi, and as a senior executive, Li Yi must know something. Ah, even Xiaolan, who had connections, is getting laid off. Things won't be any better for the rest of us. The other young misses let out sighs of sympathy. Wang Xiaoman smiled imperceptibly and said, let them lay people off. It doesn't bother me anyway. Shuajun told me that if I get cut, I can just interview at Dongqing Group's subsidiary. Many young ladies couldn't help but cast envious glances upon hearing this. Although Shuajun had been humiliated by Qin Xiao at the gathering earlier, he was still a manager at Dongsheng Group with considerable authority. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't laid off, I was promoted, said Xiaolan, though her face showed no trace of joy. What? You got promoted? Wang Xiaoman was instantly shocked, her face filled with astonishment. The others were equally dumbfounded. Don't tell me you've been promoted to supervisor, one of her girlfriends exclaimed. Xiaolan shook her head and said, I was promoted to be the chairman's secretary. Wang Xiaoman? The group? You became the chairman's secretary? Are you kidding me? Wang Xiaoman instantly exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaolan had no mood to explain further to them at this moment. Gathering her belongings, she walked straight toward the elevator. Xiaolan, you still haven't told us what's actually going on, one of her girlfriends shouted after her. Her mind wholly preoccupied with whether Qin Xiao might suffer financial losses, Xiaolan didn't even register the girl's question. But to those watching, this silence carried an entirely different implication. Hey, why isn't she acknowledging me now? What's so great about getting promoted? The girl immediately shot a glance. After a brief stunned silence, a flicker of jealousy appeared in Wang Xiaoman's eyes as she said with sarcasm, Xiaolan isn't like us anymore, she's the chairman's secretary now. Let's not embarrass ourselves by bothering her. Humph, wasn't she just talking about being loyal to her husband? And now she's the chairman's secretary? She must have caught the eye of the new chairman. That's right. Who would have thought Xiaolan was this kind of person? She'd even throw away her dignity just to climb the ladder. Chapter 49, The Reformation Begins. 20 minutes later, under the arrangements of General Manager Chen Long, dozens of senior executives from the entire Tianhui building had gathered in the conference room. Qin Xiao also arrived as promised. The meeting lasted over 2 hours, primarily discussing the operational direction, essentially what Qin Xiao had presented at the Dongsheng Group's board meeting. So there was no suspense at all. For this meeting, all the senior executives at Tianhui Tower took it rather seriously. After all, Qin Xiao was personally appointed by Yihua, so they had to approach it with a certain degree of reverence. Alright, the main development strategy for Tianhui Plaza has been finalized. You all can proceed with the arrangements. Qin Xiao rose slowly, then glanced at the trembling Li Yi in the corner and said, Li Yi, you stay. Just as Li Yi was about to get up and leave, Qin Xiao called his name, startling him into a full-body shudder. No way. Is Qin Xiao planning to make trouble for me? At this thought, Li Yi's throat tightened as he swallowed dryly, forcing himself to smile nervously. Chairman, I apologize. I truly didn't know you were the chairman of Dongshan Group. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to act so disrespectfully even if you'd given me the courage of 800 men. Please, for the sake of helping Xiaolan find a job, go easy on me. Watching Li Yi's terrified expression, Qin Xiao sighed in exasperation. What are you afraid of? I'm not firing you. I need you to issue a company-wide announcement on my behalf this afternoon. I'll be accompanying President Yu somewhere. After speaking, Qin Xiao handed the document in his hand to Li Yi. A statement? Are we planning layoffs? Li Yi looked at the document and was slightly startled. Not for now, but every employee will be put on a 1-week probation period. Those who fail to meet performance standards after a week will be immediately laid off, Qin Xiao stated plainly. Li Yi nodded, understood. I'll distribute this announcement right away. Qin Xiao didn't want to make sweeping layoffs of all employees right after taking office. Compared to direct terminations, giving a 1-week probation period was quite humane. After all, there were still some employees among them who could adapt to the company's changes. If after a week some couldn't adjust from serving the wealthy to serving the general public, they naturally wouldn't stay at Tianhui Tower anymore. After arranging all company matters, Qin Xiao also prepared to leave. After all, he had already done everything within his power. Now the company's future development would be entirely left to time. He believed that with the 3 million advertising budget properly allocated, he would undoubtedly create a business miracle. Xiaolan, come with me to a place, Qin Xiao said as he returned to the office. Ah, right now? But you've only been in office for a few hours. Have you taken care of everything? Don't forget you have a bet with someone. Xiaolan froze for a moment. There's no problem, I won't be needed for management in the coming days, Qin Xiao said. Xiaolan froze on the spot and replied, no management needed for several days? Are you planning to leave Tianhui Tower to fend for itself? That's just asking to lose money. If you're not going, then I'll go. Qin Xiao finished speaking and walked toward the elevator. I'll go. Xiaolan immediately gathered her things and followed after him. Downstairs, Li Yi was conveying the announcement as instructed by Qin Xiao. Standing before Li Yi were 200 employees of Tianhui Plaza. Just as Wang Xiaoman and her circle of girlfriends were murmuring about the so-called probation period, they saw the elevator doors slowly open. Xiaolan walked out, following Qin Xiao. Oh, how did Qin Xiao get here? When did he go up? Wang Xiaoman froze for a moment upon seeing this scene. Could it be Qin Xiao found out his wife was harassed by the new chairman and came to make trouble? I think that's possible. This is going to be interesting. The other women couldn't hide their schadenfreude. Chapter 50, Early Exit. Li Yi was earnestly reading out the statement when he overheard Wang Xiaoman and the others whispering among themselves. He said, Wang Xiaoman, what are you all talking about? Did you even hear what I said? Sorry. Wang Xiaoman hurriedly apologized. Just as Li Yi was about to continue reading, he suddenly noticed Qin Xiao approaching. Instantly, his face lit up with flattery as he rushed forward, greeting her with exaggerated warmth. Sis, Chairman, where might you two be heading? I'm going out to take care of something. Qin Xiao spoke up. Yes, safe travels. Chairman Li Yi bowed slightly with a smile. Li Yi's farewell of safe travels, Chairman left nearly 200 employees below utterly stunned. Wait, what did Li Yi just call Qin Xiao, Chairman? Wang Xiaoman instantly stood dumbfounded, her eyes wide with shock. And the several young women who had mocked Xiaolan earlier were so shocked they covered their crimson lips, tongue-tied for quite some time. They had assumed Xiaolan had bowed to wealth, becoming the new chairman's mistress. Yet who could have guessed the new chairman was actually Qin Xiao? Being kept by her own husband? This was practically a sparrow transforming into a phoenix by alighting on a golden branch. Impossible. How could Qin Xiao possibly become the chairman of Tianhui Tower? Who does he think he is? And then there's Xiaolan, she's obviously got connections. Wang Xiaoman let out an involuntary cry of shock. These words happened to fall on Li Yi's ears. Currently striving to impress Qin Xiao, he immediately snapped, Wang Xiaoman, how dare you spout such nonsense? If you've got connections, why don't you use them yourself? Otherwise, shut your mouth. Wang Xiaoman gritted her teeth after being publicly chastised by Li Yi, clearly still somewhat unconvinced. All of this was clearly heard by Qin Xiao from a distance. He then glanced at Xiaolan and said, see, this is the good friend you've been talking about. Try to avoid associating with people like them from now on. Petty commoners like this can't bear to see you doing well. I'll have Li Yi send Wang Xiaoman a layoff notice in advance, letting her pull some strings to get out sooner rather than later. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiaolan froze for a moment but didn't speak up to stop him. After all, Wang Xiaoman's behavior during this period hardly qualified her as a friend. By the time Qin Xiao stepped outside, a Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the entrance. President Qin, I was instructed by President Yu to pick you up, a chauffeur said respectfully while holding the car door open. Let's go, Qin Xiao replied as he got into the car with Xiaolan to attend their appointment. After half an hour of driving, the vehicle finally pulled up at a five-star hotel. At this moment, luxury cars filled the hotel's exterior as numerous gentry and elites from Suzhou and Hangzhou had gathered. Xinsha was no stranger to such occasions. After all, at every stage of life, people encounter different circles. Now serving as chairman of Tianhui Group, mingling with high society posed no issue for him. Xiaolan, standing nearby, was utterly dumbstruck by the luxurious lobby of the five-star hotel. Just yesterday she had been a struggling junior employee, and today she was suddenly rubbing shoulders with the elite of high society? This abrupt transformation instinctively made her resist, even filled her with a touch of dread. Xinsha noticed Xiaolan's discomfort and naturally took her hand in his. Upon entering the hotel, many people clustered in small groups chatting with one another. Such banquets were hardly unusual in high society. After all, these occasions served as excellent venues for swiftly building connections and winning over potential partners. Whenever a tycoon hosted a banquet, virtually everyone in the circle would attend. Chapter 51, The Gullible Patsy. As Qin Shao entered, he immediately spotted Yu Yehua mingling in the crowd. Moreover, Yu Yue was standing by his side. This genuinely surprised Qin Shao. Since handing over East Rice Group to Yu Yehua, Yu Yue had essentially withdrawn from business matters. How did he suddenly come to attend the banquet as well? Could it be that tonight's banquet holds something special? Mr. Yu, Qin Shao waved toward Yu Yehua's direction. Noticing Qin Zhao's arrival, Yu Yehua excused himself from the company of others nearby and approached leisurely. With just a glance, however, he noticed the woman accompanying Qin Shao. This made Yu Yehua look somewhat taken aback as he asked, Mr. Qin, who is this? My new secretary, Qin Shao replied with a slight smile. Hearing this, Yu Yehua gave Xiaolan a once-over before immediately raising his thumb in approval. No wonder you transferred Gong Manli away, so you already had someone else in mind? Ha, Mr. You must be joking. This is Xiaolan, my wife, Qin Shao said with a laugh. Hello, Director Yu, Xiaolan promptly greeted as well. Mr. Qin, you're quite fortunate to have such a beautiful wife, much prettier than mine, Yu Yehua remarked with a series of admiring clicks of his tongue. Xiaolan blushed slightly and lowered her head at the compliment. You flatter me, Mr. Yu. Your wife was a professional model, few in Suzhou and Hangzhou can compare. Qin Shao chuckled before adding, Mr. Yu, did you call me here to attend a banquet? Not just the banquet. There's something far more important coming up. It should be happening soon. Yu Yehua glanced at his wristwatch and remarked. Right on cue. Just as everyone in the grand hall was mingling, a slightly portly middle-aged man in a sleek suit suddenly took the stage and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, my deepest gratitude for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend tonight's event. On behalf of Wan Yun Group, I extend our heartfelt thanks. Upon hearing the man's words, Qin Shao frowned slightly. Wan Yun? The same Wan Yun Group that secured 4 rounds of financing immediately after going public, raising 14 billion in capital within a short period? Yu Yehua, startled by Qin Zhao's comment, exclaimed, Mr. Qin, you truly have eyes and ears everywhere. Wan Yun Group only went public 3 days ago, and today marks their 4th funding round. You're already aware? Seems your sources are sharper than mine. Qin Shao immediately flushed with embarrassment. How could he have known? This was all news from his previous life. That Wan Yun Group was an absolute scam, a corporation that could swindle people to death. In his past life, when Wan Yun Group launched its 4th round of financing, numerous business tycoons rushed in, hoping to collaborate with the company. Among them was one particularly gullible investor who nearly emptied his cash reserves, splurging 10 billion to outbid all competitors, emerging as the biggest winner of the 4th round and securing an 80% stake. Yet, just 2 days later, Wan Yun Group was exposed for stealing user data, causing its stock price to plummet and its market value to evaporate nearly 8 billion in an instant. And that poor sucker turned out to be Dongxing Group. Qin Shao never expected that after getting a second chance at life, he'd stumble upon such a major crime scene headline. No wonder even Yu Yehua's father, Yu Yue, came personally. Mr. Yu, are you planning to acquire 80% of Wan Yun Group shares? Qin Shao asked. Mr. Qin, you're truly somewhat terrifying. I just discussed this matter with my father. How did you know about it? Yu Yehua looked at Qin Shao with shock in his eyes. Qin Shao. After a momentary silence, Qin Shao immediately said, Mr. Yu, you absolutely must not invest in Wan Yun Group. If you do, Dongsheng Group will surely sink into quagmire. Chapter 52, All or Nothing. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yu Yehua slightly frowned and said, Mr. Qin, what kind of joke are you making? Wan Yun Group's situation is extremely promising right now. If you participate in the financing now and gain equity, the returns will double in just a year. Do you see these wealthy individuals attending the banquet? Each of them has a net worth of over 1 billion. Qin Shao replied, right now, things do indeed look very promising, but that might not be the case in 2 days. Why? Yu Yehua asked in surprise. Qin Shao had no idea how to respond at that moment. If he outright claimed to be a reborn individual, he'd probably be written off as a lunatic by Yu Yehua. When skies grow arrogant, rains come, when men grow arrogant, calamity follows. This Huan Yun Group is breaking all norms, 4 rounds of financing raising 14 billion, they're bound to face disaster, Qin Shao continued. Little did Qin Shao know, these very words had fallen upon the ears of Yu Wei, who was approaching slowly from a short distance away. Mr. Qin, you've just become chairman of Tianhui Tower. Shouldn't you be focused on managing your company rather than meddling here? Yu Wei said deliberately. Dad, I was the one who invited Mr. Qin here, thinking he could help me strategize. After all, his business acumen is far superior to those shareholders of the company, Yu Yehua said. Yu Wei's face darkened as he replied, have him strategize? Whether Tianhui Tower can turn a profit is still up in the air. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel exasperated. It seemed persuading Yu Yehua against financing was impossible now, there was no way he could get past Yu Wei's objection. Mr. Qin, I know you're concerned about risk control, but I must proceed with this financing, Yu Yehua stated. Why? Qin Shao said. Yu Yehua shook his head and said, over the past few years, whether it's investments or business, I've been consistently losing money. Now the board members are all dissatisfied with me. The only way is to go all in, ride the momentum of Huan Yun Group to make a big profit, and reverse my awkward situation with the board. Qin Shao frowned and said, I can understand that. Even if you're raising funds, I wouldn't recommend going too big. Acquiring just 20% of the shares would be ideal. If it succeeds, you could double your investment, and if it fails, you can cut your losses in time. Yu Yehua frowned tightly. He had thought Qin Shao would enthusiastically support his financing plans, but to his surprise, the opposite happened. This made Yu Yehua once again doubt Qin Shao's judgment. Xiaolan, standing nearby, couldn't quite follow their discussion but clearly noticed Yu Yehua's displeasure. She tugged at Qin Shao's sleeve and said, Qin Shao, they're talking about deals worth billions. You shouldn't interfere. What if your suggestions cause them huge losses that somehow get blamed on us? Hearing Xiaolan's words, Qin Shao finally sobered up a little. Indeed, he hadn't yet revitalized Tianhui Mansion in Yu Yehua's eyes. He was merely a business-savvy elite, far from being considered a prodigy. Yu Yehua would absolutely not adopt these suggestions. Mr. Yu, Elder Yu, I merely offered my perspective, please regard it as just a reference. Qin Shao knew he couldn't stop them, nor was there any need to persist. This financing decision was made after long deliberation. I require no references. Without such decisiveness, one would be unworthy of inheriting my business empire, Yu Wei stated coldly. Hearing his father's words, Yu Yehua said, Mr. Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but there's absolutely no way this will result in losses. Qin Shao, won't lose money? In 2 days, I'll make sure you lose every last thread you're wearing. Chapter 53, Poking the Bruise. Since Mr. Yu seems so confident, I can only offer my early congratulations on your impending prosperity, Qin Shao said with a smile. Hee, I'll take your kind words to heart, Mr. Qin. Yu Yehua's stiff expression finally softened slightly. Seeing Yu Yehua in this state, Qin Shao couldn't bear to continue shattering his pipe dreams. In truth, Qin Shao knew exactly what had happened in his previous life when the scandal at Huan Yun Group came to light. The entire company was investigated. The coincidence lay in the fact that Dongsheng Group had just taken over Huan Yun Group at that time, becoming the largest shareholder, and thus was caught in the crossfire. Not only was the parent company of Dongsheng Group officially investigated, but banks also suspended all loan services to the conglomerate. This plunged Dongsheng Group, already financially drained from spending billions in cash, into a liquidity crisis overnight. Because of this incident, Dongsheng Group struggled for nearly 2 years without recovering, even teetering on the brink of bankruptcy at one point. But by then, Qin Shao had already made a name for himself in business circles. It was his negotiated deal with Dongsheng Group that ultimately pulled the conglomerate back from the edge of collapse. It seems the storm is about to brew again. While Qin Shao and Yu Yehua were conversing, a group of people suddenly approached them. Upon spotting Yu Yehua, one of the young men immediately broke into a smile and said, Well, isn't this Director Yu? What a coincidence. The speaker was a tall, dashing young man, none other than Huang Yu himself. The Huang and Yu families had long been bitter business rivals. Ever since Dongsheng Group became the leading enterprise in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Huang family had been consistently overshadowed. So whenever the two crossed paths at certain events, sparks of tension were inevitable. Yu Yehua forced a thin smile and said, I didn't expect young Master Huang to be here too. Seems the Huang family is quite interested in Huan Yun Group as well. Isn't that stating the obvious? Why else would I be here if not interested? Today's 4th round of financing, the largest shareholder spot is mine for the taking. Huang Yu grinned, his tone dripping with provocation. Is that so? Well, good luck then. Don't let anyone take it from you. Yu Yehua smiled before saying, Mr. Qin, let's go. With that, Yu Yehua led Qin Shao away. President Yu, the financing event won't start for another half hour. Since we've finally met, why leave so soon? Huang Yu suddenly stepped in front of Yu Yehua, his gaze shifting to Qin Shao. This gentleman looks familiar. Have we met before? Young Master Huang surely has the forgetfulness of the privileged, Qin Shao replied with an elegant smile. Now I remember, you're the one selling land? Huang Yu seemed to recognize Qin Shao and added, what's this? The two of you, one selling land, the other buying, have actually developed feelings over the deal? Young Master Huang, Mr. Qin is now the chairman of Tianhui Group, a subsidiary under my company. Mind your words, Yu Yehua said with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Huang Yu was visibly shocked. So the rumors about Tianhui Tower getting a new executive director were true. And it's really him? President Yu, you've got guts. What do you want? Yu Yehua seemed irritated by Huang Yu's presence, his expression clearly showing annoyance. No need to rush. Last year we signed a betting agreement where you lost $1 billion to me. So, feel like trying to win that $1 billion back today? Huang Yu said with a knowing smirk. Hearing the other party bring up the betting agreement, Yu Yehua's face instantly darkened. This guy really knew how to hit a sore spot. A so-called bet agreement refers to the deal Yu Yehua made last year. Huang Yu could see it was bound to fail, but Yu Yehua remained thoroughly optimistic about it. So the two parties signed a bet agreement. If Yu Yehua made a profit, Huang Yu would have to pay him 1 billion yuan, and if there was a loss, the opposite would apply. Clearly, Yi Huayu had lost completely and utterly. Chapter 54, The Wager Agreement. What are we betting on? Yi Huayu spoke up. Huang Yu glanced at Qin Shao and laughed. No one dares to touch the mess that is Tianhui Tower, yet you, Yi Huayu, stubbornly went ahead and acquired it. How about we wager Tianhui Tower itself? Hearing this, Yu Yehua slightly frowned and glanced at Qin Shao. Qin Shao gave a slight nod to Yu Yehua before speaking. Young Master Huang, how much do you want to bet? And how? It's simple. If Tianhui Tower can avoid losses within a month, I will pay Dongqing Group 1 billion. But if there's any loss, even just a single yuan, Dongqing Group has to pay me 1 billion. Huang Yu smiled and said. The reason he dared to use Tianhui Tower as a bet was because he was confident. After all, Tianhui Tower was notorious for being a money pit. No matter who took it over, the outcome would be the same. He didn't believe a cheaply acquired acting director picked up halfway could turn the tide. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Yu Yehua turned his gaze toward Qin Shao. After all, the profitability of Tianhui Tower ultimately hinges on Qin Shao. Mr. Yu, I've already pledged my military vow earlier. Any losses will be on me. So you shouldn't have any concerns about this gamble, Qin Shao began. Hearing this, Yu Yehua frowned. While he was worried about the 10 billion going down the drain, his greater concern was saving face. If he lost again, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Beside them, Xiaolan also looked shocked and whispered, Qin Shao, didn't you say you wouldn't gamble anymore? How come you're at it again? And for 10 billion? It's fine, trust me, Qin Shao said, then turned to Yu Yehua, adding, Mr. Yu, 10 billion is money not earned if you miss the chance. Alright, Yu Yehua agreed without hesitation. President Yu indeed has guts. Oldly, go prepare 2 copies of the Tianhui building betting contracts for me, Huang Yu said with a laugh. Qin Shao slowly raised his hand at this moment and said, Young Master Huang, I think gambling like this lacks excitement. How about we change it up a bit? How about this? Huang Yu said, if I achieve profitability on any day within a month, you'll have to pay up front and double the amount. 20 billion. After all, Tianhui Tower has always been a financial mess. The risk of it not turning a profit is too high. If we were to make a normal bet, we wouldn't have the upper hand. Qin Shao spoke up. The meaning was straightforward. If Qin Shao managed to turn a profit within a month or even within a week, Huang Yu would have to pay out 2 billion. It seems Mr. Qin has even more daring than President Yu. Let's proceed as Mr. Qin suggests. Huang Yu agreed without the slightest hesitation. The associate named Lao Li promptly left as well to draft the agreement. He seemed quite confident about it. After all, making Tianhui Tower turn a profit within a month would be extremely difficult. The profit is the net profit generated after supplementing the operating funds of Tianhui building. Net profit is calculated after deducting Qinzhao's advertising expenses, employee salaries, utilities, and all other miscellaneous costs. Young Master Huang is certainly straightforward, Qin Shao smiled. About a few minutes later, the person who went to print the agreement returned. Qin Shao and Yu Yehua both signed the agreement. Huang Yu held the contract and said, once this agreement takes effect, all financial records of your Tianhui building must be disclosed to me. Otherwise, if any tricks are played, I'll suffer huge losses. Of course, Qin Shao replied without hesitation, speaking quite readily. Yu Yehua handed the agreement back to Qin Shao and said, Mr. Qin, money is nothing, but if we lose, my reputation is on the line. You'd better bring your A game. Qin Shao smiled faintly. Perhaps Yu Yehua didn't realize it yet, but it was precisely this agreement that would save the entire Dongqing Group. Chapter 55, A Done Deal. Holding the agreement, Huang Yu couldn't stop grinning. With $1 billion coming in a month, no business beats doing deals with President Yu. It's a sure win, ha ha ha. Amid hearty laughter, Huang Yu walked away slowly. How utterly arrogant. This left Yu Yehua fuming with rage, his face turning ashen. That bastard. If I win this bet, just watch how I'm going to humiliate him. Xin Xiao simply patted Yu Yehua on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yu. We're definitely winning this 2 billion. Ha, good. I'll be waiting for Mr. Qin's good news then." Yu Yehua burst into laughter. Before long, the fourth round of financing for Wan Yun Group commenced. As expected, with strong backing from his father, Yu Yehua boldly splurged tens of billions to defeat Huang Yu, securing 80% of Wan Yun Group's shares and emerging as the biggest winner. Xin Xiao had intended to stop him, but Yu Yue was too arrogant. For someone like him, unless he suffered a crushing defeat, he would never recognize his own mistakes. In his previous life, Yu Yue became a vegetable after failing to recover from this crushing defeat, while Yu Yehua was left in a state of irreversible decline. For subsidiaries under Dongsheng Group were acquired by the Huang family. Even when Xin Xiao finally extended a helping hand, it still left Yu Yehua completely devoid of any chance to make a comeback. Just as the banquet was about to conclude, Xiaolan, who had been by Qin Zhao's side throughout, still hadn't shaken off her astonishment. She murmured, "Today really showed me what it means to be wealthy. Millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, it's all just numbers rolling off their tongues." Xiaolan looked at him in astonishment, and Qin Xiao laughed. "What's the big deal? Before long, I'll have you experiencing the feeling of being worth billions, tens of billions, even trillions." Hearing this, Xiaolan rolled her eyes and said, "Oh please, you'd better fix the operation of Tianhui Tower first, and that billion-dollar bet you made with them. I doubt I'll get any sleep for days." Xiaolan was utterly speechless about Qin Xiao at this moment. She even began to imagine how disastrous the consequences would be if Qin Xiao failed. She didn't dare to dwell on it. "What, don't you believe me?" Qin Xiao laughed. "Don't talk about billions. If you can just make sure my bank account has a few 100,000 when I open my eyes, I'd be burning incense in gratitude," Xiaolan said exasperatedly. By the time the banquet ended, it was already 9 p.m. Under Yu Yehua's arrangements, the driver conveniently dropped Qin Xiao and Xiaolan off at home. "Mr. Qin, I'm absolutely thrilled that we managed to defeat Huang Yu and secure 80% of Wan Yun Group's shares this time. In less than a year, 10 billion will turn into 20 billion. Yu Yehua sat in the car, still seemingly intoxicated by his joy. Qin Xiao simply offered an awkward smile and said nothing more. Just as he arrived home, Qin Xiao spotted Xiaoyi sitting eagerly by the door, her eyes filled with longing anticipation. "Daddy, Mommy, why are you back so late? I thought you didn't want me anymore." Little E immediately got up and rushed towards Qin Xiao and Xiaolan when she saw them. "We're sorry, there was just too much going on today." "Daddy apologizes," Qin Xiao said heartbroken as he picked up little E. Xiaolan added, "We can't keep doing this. The two of us being busy so late every day isn't good for little E without proper care. Actually, I think we should enroll little E in some extracurricular classes to keep her occupied," Qin Xiao suddenly suggested. "Alright, I happen to have some savings now, so we won't have to worry too much," Xiaolan nodded. "Then don't go to work tomorrow, take Xiao Yi to her extracurricular class instead," Qin Xiao said. Chapter 56, No Pain, No Gain. The next day. Early the next morning, Qin Xiao headed to Tianhui Tower, while Xiaolan took Xiao Yi to enroll in an extracurricular class. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Xiao learned that the advertising campaign had already launched after he left the office yesterday. After all, this is the internet age, most advertisements are deployed online these days, hence the rapid execution. The first advertising campaign cost 1.5 million yuan, primarily targeting unmarried women aged 20 to 35 in Suwon City. The reason for targeting customers with such precision was simply because they were broke. As the saying goes, when you're poor, strike with precision, when you're rich, blanket them with firepower. Actually, Qin Zhao's original plan was to cast a wide net through large-scale promotion, but unfortunately, Dongsheng Group only allocated him 3 million in operating funds. Naturally, it was impossible to spend it all at once. But this is enough. Once the advertisements start running, the results will be immediate. "Chairman, great news. Fantastic news." At that moment, Li Yi hurried into the office. "What happened?" Qin Xiao asked. "The ads we launched yesterday afternoon already have clients coming in for custom orders this morning. According to the staff, 3 orders were secured in just 2 hours. And that's just from a single employee. Compared to last month, the order rate has skyrocketed by over 100 times, Li Yi said excitedly. "So quickly?" Qin Xiao looked equally astonished. Indeed, women's money is just too easy to make. Who knew this marketing strategy would work so well? No wonder that coal tycoon from my past life could create a business legend. Exactly. The entire company is stunned. And these clients are all incredibly generous with their spending. Some staff even say it's easier than serving those billionaires. Li Yi grinned from ear to ear. "Great. Pass down the word. Today's top seller will receive an additional 5 months base salary on top of their original commission," Qin Xiao immediately declared. After all, in this situation, one must strike while the iron is hot to motivate the employees. "Good. I'll give the orders right away." Li Yi nodded. Han Zhao's lips curled slightly upwards. He did some quick calculations. At this rate, the 1.5 million yuan invested in advertising would be recouped within 2 days at most. By the third day, profits would start rolling in normally. Although initial profits may not be substantial, as long as money is earned, reinvesting in advertisements immediately and repeating the cycle will naturally lead to overflowing wealth. The entire day was spent in bustling activity for the employees of Tianhui Tower, with some even skipping lunch due to lack of time. Xin Xiao also fulfilled his promise of delivering premium quality in the low-end market. Come quitting time in the afternoon, Xin Xiao headed home early. Xiaolan returned with Xiao Yi in tow. As soon as he stepped inside, Xin Xiao saw Xiao Yi in her ballet outfit twirling gracefully around the room. "Dad, do I look pretty?" Xiao Yi spun around, laughing joyfully. "My daughter is absolutely beautiful." Xin Xiao scooped up Xiao Yi, planting a big kiss on her cheek. "So tell me, Xiao Yi, are you enjoying your extracurricular class?" "I love them all. Mom signed me up for dance, art, and piano classes. I enjoy them so much, and I've made lots of friends," Xiao Yi said happily with a smile. Xin Xiao also smiled from the bottom of his heart. As long as his daughter was happy, that was his greatest comfort. Beside them, Xiaolan held the bill with a sigh, saying, "Sigh, I never expected raising a child's education costs to be so high these days. Just a few extracurricular classes and we've spent nearly 20,000. As long as Xiao Yi is happy, I don't care how much it costs," Xin Xiao said, pinching Xiao Yi's nose lightly with a smile. "You make it sound easy, but we'll have to keep buying dance outfits, and eventually even a piano. The expenses will only grow." Xiaolan seemed to faintly regret signing up for so many lessons already. Xin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Once you see this, you won't worry about money anymore." With that, Xin Xiao set Xiao Yi down and pulled out a sales report for Tianhui Tower from his briefcase, handing it to Xiaolan. Chapter 57, Weeping for Joy. Looking at the form Xin Xiao handed over, Xiaolan slightly furrowed her brows. When Xiaolan saw the figures on the form, she instantly covered her red lips and silently counted, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Today's sales reached 2 million. Oh my god, is this for real? Just 1 day away from the company, and sales have broken through 2 million. Xin Xiao smiled and said, "That's right. After deducting all costs, we still made a net profit of 800,000 in just 1 day, meaning we'll recoup the advertising expenses by tomorrow." Xiaolan covered her crimson lips in disbelief and said, "Xin Xiao, did you really manage to turn around Tianhui Tower? This means you won't have to pour money into it anymore." "I've always said it was a surefire investment," Xin Xiao replied with a smile. Xiaolan stared at Xin Xiao in astonishment, as if all her previous worries had instantly evaporated at this moment. Yet this also caused Xiaolan's eyes to redden instantly. On one hand, the profitability meant they wouldn't be saddled with massive debts from losses. On the other hand, her husband had truly fulfilled his promise. He had proven his capability. "Mommy, why are you crying?" Xiao Yi noticed Xiaolan's uncontrollable tears and quickly asked. "These are happy tears. From now on, we won't have to struggle anymore," Xiaolan said emotionally. 5 whole years. It was the first time in 5 years of marriage to Qin Xiao that Xiaolan truly shed tears because of his efforts. After all, before this, she had endured constant suffering, Qin Xiao's idleness, his alternating abuse and neglect, the cold stares from relatives, and the mocking sarcasm of friends. All of it seemed to dissolve in this moment. "Qin Xiao, I'm sorry. I doubted you before." Xiaolan regained her composure and looked at him sincerely, saying, "What apology? I said I'd give you a good life." Qin Xiao stepped forward and suddenly embraced Xiaolan. After so many years, feeling Xiaolan's warm embrace once again made Qin Xiao feel that everything he had done was worth it. Xiaolan trembled slightly, then raised her arms to hug Qin Xiao's back, nestling into her husband's embrace and savoring the long-lost sense of security. If life could always be like the first meeting, this was exactly how Xiaolan felt at this moment. Hee, mommy and daddy finally made up. Seeing this, Xiao Yi chuckled too. It seemed everything was moving in the best possible direction. "Xiao Yi's here, alright." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Xiaolan hurriedly released Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also noticed Xiao Yi staring at them wide-eyed, immediately showing a helpless expression. "Looks like it's time to move to a bigger house. It's not ideal having this kid acting as a third wheel when I'm being intimate with my wife." Just as Qin Xiao was pondering this, ding, ding, ding. Xiaolan's phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Xia Qing. "Sis, what are you up to?" Xia Qing asked. "I just got home. What's wrong?" Xiaolan wiped away her tears and said, "Grandma's 70th birthday banquet is in 4 days. Mom said to buy some gifts. Have you gotten any yet?" Xia Qing spoke up. "What? Grandma's birthday banquet?" Xiaolan was momentarily stunned and said, "I didn't know about this. Mom didn't tell me." "Ah, Mom mentioned it to me this morning but didn't tell you." Xia Qing also looked surprised. Xiaolan's expression darkened slightly as she said, "Mom probably forgot. It's fine, we can always buy one when the time comes." "Alright," Xia Qing responded before hanging up the phone. Putting down her phone, Xiaolan felt a pang of discomfort. Her mother hadn't told her about it, most likely fearing she'd embarrass her at the upcoming birthday banquet in 4 days. After all, last year it was precisely because she couldn't present a decent gift that Zhang Xiuji had lost face at her mother's birthday celebration. This time it's a grand 70th birthday banquet, even more elaborate than a typical birthday celebration. Chapter 58, Big Trouble. Xiaolan's parents divorced when she was young, and both she and her younger sister were placed under Zhang Xiuji's custody. But Zhang Xiuji was solely focused on making money, so Xiaolan was raised by her grandmother from childhood onwards. People are like this, whoever raises you from childhood, you naturally grow closer to. Besides, in earlier years when Xiaolan was strapped for cash, it was her grandma who gave her 30,000. Mom is way too harsh. She knows full well how close I am to grandma, yet she still does this. Xiaolan thought, her anger simmering. Last year at grandma's birthday party, Xiaoqing gave 10,000, and none of the other cousins skimped either, only you handed over 500, and even that was borrowed. Auntie, second auntie, weren't they all sneering and mocking you? Mom lost face, so naturally she wouldn't want you to go. Qin Xiao also understood what was going on. Xiaolan burst into aggrieved tears, saying, they look down on people too much. Grandma raised me, why wouldn't they tell me? Qin Xiao patted Xiaolan's shoulder reassuringly, Mom didn't notify you, but didn't Xia Chang mention it? We'll go directly in 4 days. I'll prepare an impressive gift. Auntie and second auntie look down on us, don't they? Let's give them a good slap in the face, we must win back this dignity. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiaolan nodded firmly, yeah, alright, you and Xiaoyi must be exhausted after the whole day. Rest early, Qin Xiao said. Okay, Xiaolan replied, her mood gradually easing under Qin Xiao's comfort. The next day, as the moon set and the sun rose, a new day began with the dawn. Xiaolan got up early for work and dropped Xiaoyi off at her extracurricular class on the way. Qin Xiao had intended to sleep in a bit longer, given how busy and sleepless he'd been these past few days. But just one phone call shattered his plans to sleep in. Mr. Qin, are you at the office? The caller was none other than Yu Yehua. Not yet, what's wrong? Responded Qin Xiao. AI. Yu Yehua let out a heavy sigh and said, I really regret not listening to you. Now I'm in deep trouble. Hearing the profound frustration in Yu Yehua's voice, Qin Xiao immediately knew something had happened and asked, did something happen at Wan Yun Group? Yes, this morning Wan Yun Group was exposed for stealing user information and has already been officially investigated, Yu Yehua replied before adding, come to the office. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Alright, I'm on my way, Qin Xiao said, quickly getting out of bed and heading straight to Dongsheng Group after freshening up. Just as all the shareholders were dreaming of making easy money, this morning's shocking news startled them out of their wits. From the board of directors to the ordinary employees, all were implicated in this manner. After all, stealing user information was an exceedingly serious matter. As Wan Yun Group was fundamentally an internet technology company with an exceptionally large user base, once trouble struck, it would be like tossing a match into a cotton pile, instantly burning everything to ashes. By the time Qin Xiao arrived at Dongsheng Group's headquarters, he headed straight for Yu Yehua's office. Yu Yehua sat in his office, utterly at a loss. Normally not much of a smoker, he now puffed one cigarette after another, looking as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. Mr. Yu, Qin Xiao entered slowly. The moment Yu Yehua saw Qin Xiao, it was as if he had spotted a lifeline. Mr. Qin, he exclaimed. Save me this time, you absolutely must save me. Seeing Yu Yehua in such a state of distress, Qin Xiao sighed helplessly. I told you, he said, Wan Yun Group was bound to run into trouble, but neither you nor old man you would listen to me. Alas, it was my arrogance. I shouldn't have doubted you, Yu Yehua said, now filled with bitter regret. Mr. Qin, do you have any solutions for this crisis? Chapter 59, Offering Strategies. Seeing Yu Yehua's anxious state, Qin Xiao frowned deeply. Mr. Yu, resolving this matter will be extremely troublesome. After all, Wan Yun Group is listed overseas. By stealing user data, they've essentially committed treason, and now Dongsheng Group happens to be Wan Yun's largest shareholder. Dongsheng Group won't be able to stay out of this. Upon hearing this, Yu Yehua deflated like a punctured balloon and sighed, sigh. I know that. Dongsheng Group has already been listed as a key investigation target. I'm not worried about Dongsheng Group getting shut down over this. After all, I had no part in stealing user information. The real problem is the banks are afraid of getting involved and have terminated their cooperation with Dongsheng Group. Qin Xiao immediately grasped Yu Yehua's meaning upon hearing this. Dongsheng Group is currently under investigation, and based on what happened in my previous life, this turmoil is expected to last for 2 years. During these 2 years, Dongsheng Group won't be able to secure a single cent in loans from banks. Meanwhile, the group's billion-dollar cash reserves were entirely spent on acquiring equity shares, and now that money is frozen, completely inaccessible. With Dongsheng Group facing severe liquidity issues, the only apparent solution seems to be selling off its subsidiary companies. This was precisely why the Huang family acquired the subsidiary of Dongsheng Group in the past life, taking advantage of your weakness to deliver the fatal blow. Did you bring me here to try and recover these frozen funds? Qin Shou furrowed his brows slightly and asked. Yes, even if we could retrieve 2 billion, Dongsheng Group would be able to resolve the crisis. If we can't recover a single cent, within 2 months, every company under the Dongsheng Group will struggle to keep operating, Yu Yehua explained. At these words, Qin Shou immediately showed a helpless expression, saying, at this point, you're still thinking about recovering the funds? Qin Shou knew that in his previous life, Yu Yehua had been too fixated on recovering the funds, even going so far as to sue the already bankrupt Wanyin Group. The legal battle between the two parties dragged on for a full 6 months, only to end up being a futile effort. Not a single penny was recovered. It was precisely these 6 months that caused Dongsheng Group to lose most of its market and clients, leading to a vicious cycle that persisted for 2 more years. So, Mr. Qin, what do you suggest? Yu Yehua asked. Let's hold off on chasing that money for now. Dongsheng Group has always been clean, and these frozen funds will eventually be returned to them. It's merely a matter of time. Qin Shou spoke up. The key question is how long this time will take. If we're talking 3 to 5 years, Dongsheng Group will likely go bankrupt by then. Absolutely not. Yu Yehua immediately grew agitated. After all, no one would probably stay calm in such a situation. You're right, it will indeed happen in 3 to 5 years, Qin Shou spoke up. Yu Yehua immediately grew dejected and said, I can't even wait 3 to 5 months. Mr. Yu, I have a way to temporarily stabilize Dongsheng Group, provided you trust me? Qin Shou looked at Yu Yehua and said. Hearing these words suddenly, Yu Yehua was stunned for a moment before replying, I believe you, absolutely believe you. At this moment, Yu Yehua wouldn't dare not believe Qin Shou. After all, just 2 days ago, his disbelief had cost him over 10 billion. Good. I'll give you 2 suggestions. First, convene a board meeting immediately and persuade the shareholders not to dwell on this 10 billion loss. Focus should remain on business operations. Second, issue a notice to all subsidiaries under Dongsheng Group, instructing them to deal only in cash transactions and refuse deferred payments. Currently, Dongsheng Group is in dire need of cash flow. Qin Shou spoke slowly. Chapter 60, The cart will find its way around the hill. Upon hearing Qin Shou's 2 suggestions, Yehua couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After all, compared to his own panic, Qin Shou appeared remarkably composed at this moment. These recommendations are precisely what Dongsheng Group currently needs most. Very well, I'll notify the relevant parties as per Mr. Qin's instructions. However, there's another issue with Dongsheng Group. Yu Yehua paused before continuing. A month ago, Dongsheng Group ordered a batch of equipment worth 1.5 billion yuan. The delivery deadline for these equipment is tomorrow. If we can't come up with the 1.5 billion, Dongsheng Group will have to pay double the penalty fee. This is indeed a big problem. Right now, Dongsheng Group couldn't even scrape together 100 million yuan, let alone 1.5 billion. If we also have to pay liquidated damages, it would undoubtedly add insult to injury. See if you can scrape together some funds from other companies' finances. If we really can't manage, I'll find a way, Qin Shou said slowly. Sai, what can you possibly do? You just took over Tianhui Tower. Even if it becomes profitable, that'll be at least a month later. Yu Yehua raised his hand dismissively. Qin Shou smiled faintly. While it would be utterly impossible for him to come up with 1.5 billion today, tomorrow might be a different story. After all, Tianhui Tower had already made 2 million yesterday, today's earnings wouldn't be less, and by tomorrow it'd turn a profit. Once that happened, the betting agreement with Huang Yu would immediately take effect. That being said, Qin Shou didn't voice it immediately. After all, until today's sales report comes out, no one can claim 100% profit. Don't worry, the cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. Qin Shou patted Yu Yehua's shoulder and added, I need to return to Tianhui Tower, there's still much to handle. Alright, then you go back home, Yu Yehua said. Just as Qin Shou was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and said, Mr. Yu, let me give you another reminder, don't mention this matter to old Master Yu. Ha, why not? I was just about to talk to my father and see if he could pull some strings to borrow some money. Yu Yehua paused, surprised. Old Master Yu has been proud all his life. This kind of blow would be too much for him. If something happened because he couldn't take it, wouldn't that just become your problem? Qin Shou's words might have sounded harsh, but they were the truth. After a moment of thought, Yu Yehua nodded. You're right. I'll inform the board and keep this matter under wraps for now. Qin Shou gave a slight nod before leaving for Tianhui Tower. By the time Qin Shou arrived at Tianhui Tower, it was already morning. Peak customer hours had just begun. Most of the busy employees kept their heads down working, seemingly oblivious to Qin Shou walking past them. As Qin Shou waited for the elevator, a fashionably dressed woman carrying an LV bag appeared beside him unnoticed. The woman was about the same age as Qin Shou, with delicate makeup. Though not as stunning as Xiaolan, she had a pure appearance and some distinctive charm, giving off a very clean impression. The woman seemed to notice the man standing beside her and casually glanced over. But upon seeing him, her eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, Huh, isn't this Qin Shou? Hearing the voice beside him, Qin Shou turned his head and looked over, asking, HM, who are you? Oh ho, don't tell me you don't recognize me? That's just heartless, the woman retorted with a hint of disdain. Xin Xiao was also slightly surprised by this woman who suddenly struck up a conversation with him. However, after taking a closer look, Xin Xiao's expression immediately darkened. Talk about enemies being destined to meet. Chapter 61, The Back Door Right in His Face. Xin Xiao, do you recognize me now? The woman asked with a sweet smile. I'd know you even if you turned to ashes, Xin Xiao replied with a hollow smile. Hearing this, the woman not only didn't get angry but chuckled, saying, oh my, still holding a grudge? It's been 7 or 8 years since we broke up. Any big grievances should have faded by now. At these words, Xin Xiao scoffed dismissively, having no intention of continuing the conversation. In his view, even one more word exchanged would be nauseating. This woman was called Guo Xiaoxiao, Xin Zhao's first girlfriend. Speaking of Guo Xiaoxiao, Xin Zhao's expression at this moment looked even more miserable than if he'd eaten raw pig liver. The reason Xin Xiao looked so thoroughly miserable was mainly because Guo Xiaoxiao was practically the queen of all green tea girls. Though she appeared sweet and innocent, behind the scenes she was playing multiple men, carrying on affairs with several while deceiving them all emotionally. Xin Xiao had been a victim back then, swindled out of 7 or 8,000 by Guo Xiaoxiao. That was his entire life savings. To put it bluntly, Xin Xiao had nearly starved on the streets afterward. From that moment on, Xin Xiao stopped taking relationships seriously. Who would have thought after 7 or 8 years, he'd cross paths with her again? Guo Xiaoxiao saw Xin Xiao remain silent and finally leaned in, saying, Xin Xiao, you're being too petty. Even if we can't be a couple, we can still be friends, right? For example, many of my ex-boyfriends from over the years are still in touch. We chat casually when there's nothing going on. What's the big deal? Hearing this, Xin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I'd really like to know how you managed to say such shameless things with a straight face. At these words, Guo Xiaoxiao immediately flared up, retorting, who are you calling shameless? It's you who's petty. So what if I spent 7 or 8,000 of your money? Look at your attitude. Alright, later when you meet my husband, I'll have him give you 10,000 to shut you up with your sarcastic remarks. Hearing the other mention her husband, Xin Xiao quipped, your husband? Who do you mean by your husband? Guo Xiaoxiao eyed Xin Xiao in his sleek suit and asked, first, tell me what you're doing at Tianhui Tower. Are you here for a job interview? Or do you work here? Work, Xin Xiao said. Hearing that Xin Xiao had come to work, Guo Xiaoxiao immediately showed an expression of disbelief, but then seemed to remember something and said, unbelievable. How could a guy like you, no education, no experience, only good at eating, drinking, and gambling, manage to get a job at Tianhui Tower? Oh, I get it now. According to an old friend, your wife's sister's fiancé is the deputy manager at Tianhui Tower. So, you got in through the back door, huh? Xin Xiao frowned and said, who got in through the back door? Seeing Xin Xiao get worked up, Guo Xiaoxiao said, wow, touchy much? Relax, getting in through connections isn't embarrassing. I got in that way too. Hearing this, Xin Xiao froze momentarily, since when had Guo Xiaoxiao become an employee of Tianhui Tower? Why was he, as the chairman, unaware of this? This piqued Xin Xiao's curiosity. I hadn't heard Tianhui Tower was hiring recently, he remarked. Who pulled the strings for you? I don't mean to scare you, said Guo Xiaoxiao, pulling out a compact from her bag and touching up her makeup. But my husband is Chen Long, the general manager of Tianhui Tower. I don't know which department you're in, but he's definitely your boss. The moment Chen Long was mentioned, Xin Zhao's anger flared up uncontrollably. Was this blatant nepotism being rubbed in his face? Originally, Xin Xiao had planned to wait until he found a suitable general manager candidate before firing Chen Long. But apparently, the timeline needed to be moved up. Chapter 62, How shameless can you be? Did Chen Long arrange for you to be a salesperson? Xin Xiao asked. Guo Xiaoxiao shot Xin Xiao a disdainful look and said, salesperson? Are you kidding me? My husband is the general manager, would he ever let me work in sales? My position is just a nominal general manager's assistant. I'll go upstairs later, go through the motions, and then head home. I don't actually do anything, but I still get 8,000 yuan a month. Xin Xiao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Oh, so the general manager has quite the authority, huh? But wouldn't hiring a general manager's assistant require the chairman's approval? Easy. My husband said he'd take me to meet the chairman, Guo Xiaoxiao continued. All it takes is one look from him, and it's done. Impressive, seems there are still things about Tianhui Tower I didn't know. No wonder those few names on the employee roster were always taking leaves, just figureheads, right? Xin Xiao remarked. Smart boy, Guo Xiaoxiao said, her fox-like eyes sizing up Xin Xiao before adding. Didn't expect you to grow even more handsome after 7 or 8 years. That aura's different too, proof that big companies really do polish one's presence. My aura needed no corporate polishing, Xin Xiao countered. Guo Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, then flashed a coy look, free after work? Let's have some fun together, it's been ages. I'll have my husband put in a good word for your promotion later. Guo Xiaoxiao, how can you be so shameless? Isn't this utterly disgraceful? You're a married woman, yet still pulling this kind of stunt? Xin Xiao didn't hold back his scolding. Hearing this, Guo Xiaoxiao immediately flared up in anger. Qin Xiao, don't be so ungrateful. I'm the general manager's wife, you know. A single word from me, and I can have you, your wife, and even your brother-in-law all fired. Huh? Is that so? Then I'm begging you to fire me. Qin Xiao burst into laughter on the spot. Seeing that Qin Xiao wasn't the least bit intimidated by her, Guo Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Qin Xiao, did one compliment about your looks go straight to your head? With someone as pathetic as you, how dare you turn me down when I'm giving you attention, she snapped. Just wait, I'll go upstairs and tell the general manager to fire you immediately. Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the first floor. Guo Xiaoxiao shot Qin Xiao a vicious glance before stepping inside. Simultaneously, the second elevator also arrived on the first floor. Qin Xiao naturally had no desire to share an elevator with this kind of woman. As soon as he entered the elevator, Qin Xiao took out his phone and called Li Yi. After all, Li Yi was the deputy manager of the Human Resources Department, and the hiring of any employee required his approval. There were several nominal employees in Tianhui Tower, and Qin Xiao naturally had business to settle with Li Yi. Chairman, Li Yi answered promptly. Come to my office immediately. I have questions for you, Qin Xiao said in a grim tone. Li Yi, who had been smoking in his office, was so startled by Qin Xiao's voice that he flicked ashes onto his pants. He hastily responded, yes, I'm coming right away. Li Yi crushed out his cigarette and rushed toward the chairman's office. At that very moment, Qin Xiao had just arrived. Chairman, what can I do for you? Li Yi said obsequiously. Come in, Qin Xiao said as he walked into the office. Li Yi eagerly followed, carefully closing the door behind him. Chairman, you were saying, tell me, how many employees at Tianhui Tower are just collecting paychecks without doing any real work? Qin Xiao sat in the chairman's seat, fixing his gaze on Li Yi as he spoke in a heavy tone. Hearing this sudden remark, Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he said, I don't quite understand what you mean, Chairman. Li Yi, don't think that just because you found Xiaolan this job, you've done us a favor. I've made it clear before Xiaolan owes you, but I don't owe you anything. Firing you would be as simple as saying one sentence. Qin Xiao said coldly. Li Yi. Chapter 63, I could fire him in a minute. At this moment, Li Yi had no idea why Qin Xiao had suddenly flown into such a rage. But since Qin Xiao truly had the power to fire him with a single word, Li Yi didn't dare hide anything. Chairman, this really isn't my fault. Although I'm the deputy HR manager, all those no-show employees were assigned by my superiors. I'm actually in a tough spot. If I refused, I'd offend everyone. Cut the crap. How many are there exactly? And who ordered you to do this? Qin Xiao barked. There are 6 in total. 4 were requested by General Manager Chen Long, and 2 by HR Manager Lu Kai. But it should be 7 now. Chen Long just called me, saying he wants to add his wife's name to the list too. Li Yi didn't dare hide anything and spilled everything all at once. Alright, if I hadn't run into that bitch today, I'd never have known about this. 6 people doing absolutely nothing, yet pocketing 8,000 yuan every month? Now that's a cushy job, Qin Xiao said with a darkened face. Li Yi hurriedly explained, Chairman, actually, this sort of thing is pretty common in big companies and organizations. Ours is relatively minor compared to others. I don't care about other companies, but this absolutely won't fly in mine. Fire those 6 immediately, Qin Xiao commanded, then added, and get Lu Kai and Chen Long to see me. Chairman, Lu Kai took leave yesterday and isn't in the office. Chen Long is here, Li Yi replied, trembling with fear. Then have Chen Long come see me. Also, notify Lu Kai that he won't need to come to work tomorrow, Qin Xiao said grimly. Yes, Li Yi hurriedly laughed. Xiaolan, who was working not far away, seemed to notice Qin Xiao's furious expression and remarked, what's going on? Why are you so angry with Li Yi? Forget it, I ran into Guo Xiaoxiao in the elevator, Qin Xiao said. Hearing this name, Xiaolan froze for a moment before chuckling. Oh, an old flame, what a coincidence. Alright, enough teasing. By the way, how were the sales today? Qin Xiao asked. I checked earlier, sales were even higher than yesterday. We'll probably hit 3 or 4 million by closing time, Xiaolan said with a smile. Qin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Guo Xiaoxiao arrived at the general manager's office with a face full of anger and sat down on the sofa. Not long after, Chen Long walked in with a cheerful smile, immediately wrapping his arm around Guo Xiaoxiao's slender waist. What's wrong, baby? You look upset today, he said. Don't even ask. I'm so mad, I just ran into my ex-boyfriend downstairs while waiting for the elevator, Guo Xiaoxiao pouted. Why would that upset you? Those loser exes of yours, none of them compare to me now, Chen Long chuckled. Guo Xiaoxiao said, I'm not as good as you, but it's infuriating. Do you know what he said about me? He called me thick-skinned and even insulted me as shameless. The worst part is that guy is your employee. Isn't that maddening? Hearing this, Chen Long's face darkened with anger. Damn it! This really happened? Who's that bastard? I'll fire him in a second. His name is... Just as Guo Xiaoxiao was about to speak, Li suddenly pushed the door open and said, "Manager Chen, the chairman wants to see you in his office." Chen-long glared at Li, who hadn't even knocked, and barked, "Li, have you forgotten how to knock? Who taught you such bad manners? Hey, don't scold me now, just go to the chairman's office." Li wasn't the least bit intimidated by Chen-long at this moment. After all, his future brother-in-law stood a very good chance of firing Chen-long outright. Chapter 64, Impending Disaster. Chen-long looked at Li's helpless expression and asked, "Why does the chairman suddenly want to see me? Did something happen?" "Don't ask me, I know nothing about it. You'll have to ask him yourself." Li certainly didn't want to admit that he had betrayed Chen-long. After all, he wasn't sure yet whether Qin Shao intended to fire Chen-long. "Xiao, come with me to the chairman's office. It's a good opportunity for you to meet him and get your onboarding sorted," Chen-long said. "What about my issue? When will that be handled?" Guo Xiao asked. "Don't worry, we'll discuss it after seeing the chairman. Whoever your ex-boyfriend is, just watch how I deal with him," Chen-long assured her. "That's more like it," Guo Xiao replied, then followed Chen-long toward the chairman's office. Knock knock knock. "Chairman, you wanted to see me?" Chen-long knocked on the door and spoke. At this moment, Qin Shao was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scenery outside. Hearing Chen-long's voice, he finally turned around and said, "Come in and have a seat." "Yes," Chen-long nodded slightly before leading Guo Xiao inside. However, when Guo Xiao caught sight of the mysterious chairman's appearance, she froze on the spot, her pupils involuntarily contracting in an instant. His entire body trembled slightly, and his breathing became ragged in an instant. He exclaimed in shock on the spot, Qin Shao, you're the chairman of Tianhui Tower." Chen-long suddenly noticed the alarmed expression on his wife's face and showed a hint of astonishment himself. "Xiao, do you know the chairman?" he asked. "That's the one who humiliated me in the elevator." Guo Xiao's face was filled with terror, utterly unable to believe her own eyes. "Qin Shao was nothing but a useless guy with no education or skills when he first got involved with me, scraping by on the meager wages of a factory assembly line worker. How could you have climbed to the position of chairman of Tianhui Tower in just 7 or 8 years since we last met? Even riding a rocket wouldn't get you there that fast." "What?" Chen-long was instantly shocked, immediately turning his gaze to Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao was seated in the chairman's chair, casually picking up a cigar from the desk to sniff its aroma while calmly sweeping his eyes over Chen-long and Guo Xiao. But that one glance sent a chill down Chen-long's spine. This was it, disaster was coming. "General Manager Chen, do you know why I summoned you here?" Qin Shao asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "And no idea," Chen-long replied in a daze, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. "Your lovely wife here informed me you planned to enroll her as a nominal employee and even considered firing me? Care to explain?" Qin Shao set down his cigar, smiling with ominous amusement. Chen-long's face instantly flushed crimson as he exclaimed, "Chairman, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I never said anything to Xiao." "Oh, is that so?" "Guo Xiao, what exactly did you tell me downstairs just now? Haven't forgotten, have you?" Qin Shao narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Guo Xiao now stood frozen in place, utterly unsure of what to do. How could she have imagined that in just a few short minutes, their positions would completely reverse? The chairman, that's the highest authority in an entire company. Had she actually been stupid enough to try firing him? Snap! While Guo Xiao was still stunned, Chen-long suddenly swung his hand and slapped her, roaring, "Guo Xiao, what the hell kind of disaster have you brought upon me? Hurry up and apologize to the chairman." Still lost in thought, Guo Xiao was sent sprawling to the ground by Chen-long's slap, completely stunned. Chapter 65, Immediate Termination. You dare hit me?" Sitting on the ground while clutching her face, Guo Xiao's eyes burned with disbelief. Chen-long didn't hold back at all, sneering, "You're exactly who I'm hitting. Throwing tantrums in front of me is one thing, but you dare threaten to fire the chairman? Who the hell do you think you are?" Guo Xiao never expected the usually meek Chen-long would lose his temper so violently in front of her. This left her momentarily speechless. As her gaze drifted toward Qin Shao in the distance, a flicker of genuine panic surfaced in her eyes. Xiaolan, who happened to witness the entire scene from nearby, couldn't help but feel a slight shock. Now that was one brutal beating. "General Manager Chen, there's still time to discipline your wife at home later. For now, I'm giving you 2 options: either submit your resignation voluntarily right now, or I'll fire you on the spot," Qin Shao said. Hearing this abruptly, Chen-long's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He stood frozen in place, utterly speechless, his heart gripped by overwhelming fear. He knew that once the chairman fired him, it would be a huge stain on his professional career. When the time comes for him to seek employment at other companies, they will undoubtedly investigate why he was dismissed. Once it's discovered that he neglected his duties and abused his power to benefit others, his career would be completely ruined. But if I submit a resignation report myself, wouldn't I lose this high-paying job? That, Chairman, I can explain this matter, it's not what you think, Chen Long said with a face full of panic. Enough, out of respect for your position as general manager, I've left you with ample dignity. Don't force me to fire you on the spot, Qin Xiao said coldly with an unyielding tone. Qin Xiao's calm words seemed to carry supreme authority, making it impossible for him to resist. Even Xiaolan, standing nearby, was stunned, since when did her husband possess such commanding presence? It was as if he had long stood at a certain lofty height. That feeling where even when making eye contact, one somehow always felt Qin Xiao was looking down upon them? This couldn't help but leave Xiaolan utterly mesmerized. Meanwhile, Chen Long felt his brain deprived of oxygen as he staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with endless regret. If it weren't for Guo Xiaoxiao, would he have ever suffered such an unexpected downfall? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, yet there was nothing he could do. Get out, Qin Xiao said bluntly, unwilling to waste any more words on him. Guo Xiaoxiao, just wait till I get back, I'll show you what's coming to you. At this moment, Chen Long's eyes were bloodshot, as if he were about to devour someone alive. Seeing Chen Long's murderous glare, Guo Xiaoxiao was terrified and scrambled up from the ground, saying, Qin Xiao, I was wrong earlier, I'm apologizing to you now. Don't hold a grudge over such a small matter. Watching Guo Xiaoxiao's half-hearted apology, Qin Xiao showed not an ounce of pity, only disgust. Xiaolan, let's go. We'll check downstairs. Qin Xiao suddenly stood up and said. Okay, Xiaolan quickly nodded, then followed after him. Seeing that Qin Xiao had no intention of acknowledging her, Guo Xiaoxiao's petty urbanite nature was laid bare in that instant as she immediately began to throw a tantrum. Qin Xiao, you're so petty, not a real man at all. It was me who offended you, why are you firing my husband? Chen Long stood frozen in place for a long while, his head suddenly buzzing, he knew he was completely finished. Qin Xiao, who had been about to leave, abruptly stopped and asked, where is Li Yi? Li Yi, who had been standing outside the door watching, hurried over and said, Chairman, handle Chen Long resignation procedures immediately. Remember, it's Tianhui building that fired him, not him resigning. Understood? Qin Xiao looked at Li Yi and said, understood. Li Yi instantly broke into a cold sweat. Upon hearing this, Chen Long immediately fixed his venomous gaze on Guo Xiaoxiao. One could easily imagine that when they got home, he'd likely beat her half to death. Chapter 66, The Wager Agreement Takes Effect. This minor company incident didn't dampen Qin Xiao's mood, though it did serve as a timely reminder to him. It's time for the management of Tianhui Tower to have a shakeup. He needed to start scouting for new personnel. By the time afternoon rolled around and the day's business came to a close, Tianhui Tower hadn't let Qin Xiao down. Sales had already reached 3.5 million. The sales from the past 2 days not only covered the advertising costs but also netted nearly 2 million in pure profit. On the way back, Xiaolan kept staring at the sales report in her hand. After a long silence, she said, I can't believe it, in just 2 days, we made a pure profit of 2 million. Indeed, and this was achieved with only 1.5 million in advertising costs. If we increase our ad spending, sales could double again, Qin Xiao said with a smile. You're truly incredible. Xiaolan couldn't help but feel admiration for Qin Xiao at this moment. Do you know, I previously signed an agreement with Dongxing Group that grants me a 20% profit share as the chairman of Tianhui Group, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Hearing this suddenly, Xiaolan was visibly shocked and said, you get a 20% share? So, out of these 2 million, you'd receive 400,000? That's right, earn 400,000 in just 2 days. Do you remember what I told you before? We'll buy a house, a car, send Xiaoyi to the best school, and live the happiest life. Qin Xiao laughed. Hearing these words, Xiaolan was so moved that she covered her crimson lips, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At this moment, she didn't know how to express her emotions. After all, just a few days ago she had been saying that if her bank account held hundreds of thousands, she would be burning incense in gratitude. Yet now, hundreds of thousands were being deposited into her account daily. The change was truly enormous. I can't even imagine it. 200,000 a day means over 70 million a year. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. Xiaolan exclaimed excitedly. 70 million is nothing. There'll be even more in the future, more than you could possibly imagine, Qin Xiao responded. I'm not that ambitious. Just having this much money would make me wake up laughing in my dreams. Xiaolan seemed utterly content with their current situation, yet her eyes shone with newfound aspirations for the future. Qin Xiao smiled knowingly. In his past life, he'd amassed 100 billion fortune in just a few short years. Now, reborn with the financial secrets of the coming years at his fingertips, the wealth he'd accumulate would far surpass even those astronomical figures. When they returned home, Qin Xiao took Xiaolan out for dinner. The fulfilling and happy day came to an end amidst Xiaoyi's cheerful laughter. The next day, early the next morning, Qin Xiao did not go to Tianhui Tower with Xiaolan. Instead, he received a text message from Yu Yehua. It was likely a mass message, instructing all subsidiary company presidents of Dongxing Group to attend a meeting at the headquarters. Regarding this message, Qin Xiao had a rough idea of what was going on. It was about the order issue Yi Hua had mentioned to him yesterday. Dongsheng Group's financing of Huanyun Group had already drained all their reserves, and they couldn't secure any more loans, so the only option was to convene a meeting to pool funds. After all, there was an order worth 1.5 billion that needed immediate payment, otherwise they would face hefty penalty fees. But this was nothing for Qin Xiao. After all, he now held a $2 billion hedging agreement in his hands. However, Yu Yehua was unaware of Tianhui Tower's current operational situation, so he was currently stuck in the conference room, fuming with frustration. Chapter 67, Yu Yue admits his mistake. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao was still stuck in traffic during rush hour, on his way to the headquarters of Dongsheng Group. But the meeting had already begun. After all, the matter was of great importance. Yu Yehua knew Qin Xiao probably couldn't be of much help, so he didn't wait for him. In the conference room of Dongsheng Group, Yu Yehua sat in the chairman's seat, with his father Yu Yue also sitting nearby. Below them sat more than a dozen shareholders of Dongsheng Group and the presidents of various subsidiaries. Originally, Yu Yehua had planned to keep this matter from his father Yu Yue, but a shareholder on the board had tipped him off. This nearly gave Yu Yue, who already had high blood pressure, a fatal attack. But that wasn't the most deadly part. The most headache-inducing issue was the imminent payment of 1.5 billion for the order. If Yu Yue were to learn that Dongsheng Group couldn't even produce 1.5 billion and would have to pay double the penalty, failing to catch his breath might be the least of his problems. Becoming a vegetable on the spot wouldn't be surprising. Everyone, you're all shareholders of Dongsheng Group and presidents of its subsidiaries. You've weathered storms with Dongsheng over the years. Now that we're facing a minor financial hiccup, I hope you can pool your resources to help Dongsheng overcome this crisis, Yu Yehua said from the head of the table, looking at everyone with earnest sincerity. Hearing this, the shareholders below exchanged glances, one after another, and each wore expressions of helplessness. Several senior shareholders, in particular, couldn't help but show looks of being unable to assist, despite their goodwill. Chairman, the finance department already pooled the funds an hour ago. Apart from the Tianhui building, which we just took over recently and isn't involved, all the subsidiaries have emptied their coffers. But even then, we've only managed to scrape together 85 million yuan. This isn't even close to the 1.5 billion needed. It's not even a fraction, a middle-aged man in his 50s with small eyes said helplessly. This middle-aged man was named Wang He, a shareholder of Dongsheng Group with a 15% stake, making him one of the largest shareholders. Hearing this, Yu Yao's face immediately turned ashen as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? All those subsidiaries combined only amount to this little?" Wang Yi said, "Chairman, when financing the Huanyun Group, you already had all the subsidiaries pool funds once. Now you're asking them to gather money again. Even if you're shearing sheep, you've got to wait for the wool to grow back first." Wang Yi's words instantly left Yu Yehua speechless. Yu Yue, sitting to the side, scowled with a face ashen with anger, and said, "Everyone, the responsibility for this matter lies with me. In fact, during the financing of Huanyun Group, some people strongly advised against it, but I was too arrogant and ignored all warnings, putting Dongsheng Group in its current dire straits." As Yu Yue stood up, the other shareholders couldn't help but show looks of astonishment. What shocked them wasn't Yu Yue admitting his mistake, but rather the person who had stopped him. "Old chairman, who was it that stopped you? This person's foresight is truly remarkable," Wang Yi asked with visible shock on his face. Everyone present drew sharp breaths at this moment. After all, when Huanyun Group was raising funds, not a single one of these self-proclaimed business elites on the board lifted a finger to intervene. Yet someone had actually warned against it, meaning this person's business acumen far surpassed theirs. Who could it be? Forget it, let's not dwell on that. Yu Yue waved his hand slightly before continuing. "Everyone, we've worked together before, so I'll swallow my pride and beg you all to extend a helping hand to help Dongsheng Group overcome this crisis." As Yu Yue's words fell, everyone present wore grave expressions. They all seemed to be wondering, was Yu Yue planning to borrow money from them? Chapter 68, Sell Tianhui Tower. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Yu Yehua seemed unwilling to let his elderly father speak first and instead took the initiative. "Everyone, I'd like to borrow 1.5 billion from you all. If we split it evenly, that's 100 million per person. This sum shouldn't be too much for you, right?" The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. So they really came to borrow money? Standing behind Yu Yehua at this moment, Yu Yue seemed to think borrowing money today wouldn't be difficult. After all, most shareholders here took home annual dividends from Dongsheng Group exceeding 100 million yuan. However, imagination is rosy while reality is cruel. As Yu Yao's loan request landed, not a single person present was willing to step forward. To be honest, everyone seated in this meeting room is anything but naive. Dongsheng Group is now deeply mired in financial quicksand. Even facing investigations, it's practically semi-paralyzed. Lending money at this point would be like tossing meat buns at a dog. You'd never see it again. Yu Yue watched his once loyal confidant sitting there in silence and couldn't help feeling exasperated. His breathing grew rapid. But just then, Wang Yi suddenly stood up and said, everyone knows me. I love investing more than anything. Over the years I've lost quite a bit in investments, so I really can't spare 100 million. But after so long with Dongsheng Group, I can't contribute nothing at all. I'll put in 5 million. Wang Yi's abrupt rise made him the first to step forward as an example. But this symbolic gesture backfired. Once one made an excuse, all the other shareholders suddenly found creative ways to follow suit. Some claimed their money was locked in financial products, while others said their elderly fathers were gravely ill and required massive medical expenses. In short, the excuses were as varied as they were implausible. After all the drama, this group of over a dozen executives somehow couldn't pool together even 20 million? Yu Yehua watched this heartbreaking scene before him, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. Meanwhile, Yu Yaowei's face flushed crimson. But he actually spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Dad! Yu Yehua was instantly terrified and rushed forward to support him. You ungrateful wretches. Where has Dongsheng Group wronged you all these decades? Now that we've hit a minor setback and need your supporting hands, you all make excuses and shirk responsibility. Have you no loyalty to Dongsheng Group? Yu Yue clutched his chest while berating everyone present. Yet in response to Yu Yaowei's scolding, all those present lowered their heads in silence. Not a single voice spoke up. If even husband and wife abandon each other when disaster strikes, what more could one expect from these blood-sucking capitalists? Old chairman, you must take care of your health. It's not that we're unwilling to contribute, there simply isn't any money left. That's right. Dongsheng Group has been operating at a loss all these years. We've been trying to invest in other industries, and the funds have genuinely been depleted. Why don't we just resell Tianhui Tower after purchasing it? Holding on to this building is nothing but a continuous drain anyway. As someone mentioned selling Tianhui Tower, others immediately echoed the sentiment. Among them, Wang Yi was the most supportive and immediately said, right. I nearly forgot about Tianhui Tower. If we sell it at a discount now, we could definitely get 3 billion for it. Hearing this, Yu Yao's face instantly turned ashen as he snapped, sell Tianhui Tower today, and tomorrow, will it be the subsidiaries instead? Director Wang, you really have a knack for coming up with terrible ideas. How is this a terrible idea? I'm doing this for the good of Dongsheng Group, Wang Yi replied helplessly. This is infuriating. Yu Yue was practically gasping in fury. All his life, he had cultivated patience, yet here he was, on the verge of being driven to madness by his own company's shareholders. Sell immediately. Yu Yehua, fearing his father might suffer a collapse from the anger, could only prioritize resolving the 1.5 billion order issue first. However, just then, Qin Xiao, who was running late, hurriedly entered the conference room and said, apologies, the traffic was bad. I'm late. Chapter 69, 20 billion for free. As Qin Xiao suddenly arrived, many of the shareholders present turned their gaze toward him. Everyone seemed to sympathize with Qin Xiao, as the newly appointed chairman of Tianhui Tower was about to be stripped of his position within just a few days. Qin Xiao scanned the crowd and asked, before I even walked in, I heard you talking about selling Tianhui Tower. What's going on? Ah, Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry, Yu Yehua said with genuine remorse. Dongsheng Group can't come up with the 1.5 billion right now. The only option is to sell Tianhui Tower first. Yu Yaowei's expression darkened even further at the sight of Qin Xiao. Having previously dismissed Qin Xiao's warnings with arrogance, he now found himself humiliated by this turn of events, his dignity utterly shattered. Oh, this matter? As I said yesterday, have the company pool together whatever they can. If it's truly impossible, I'll handle it. Qin Xiao appeared remarkably composed. Having barely managed to revive Tianhui Tower, he certainly wouldn't hand it over for nothing. That'd be stuffing money straight into others' pockets. Bold words, young man. You've only managed Tianhui Tower for what, a few days? This is 1.5 billion we're talking about. You think you can just solve it? Wang Yi said slowly. So it was you're the one who fed Chairman Yu that terrible idea of having us pool funds? I say, you shouldn't remain as executive chairman any longer. Put Tianhui Tower up for auction immediately. As the crowd threw in their comments one after another, this left Qin Xiao utterly baffled. Were these people really this heartless? Qin Xiao had originally thought that raising these 1.5 billion would be relatively easy for them, and even if they couldn't gather the full amount, they'd at least scrape together most of it. The $2 billion hedging agreement in his hand could also serve as emergency funds. But he never expected to underestimate how heartless these people could be. He finally understood why Yu Yue had been driven into a vegetative state in his previous life. Mr. Qin, although I will be reselling Tianhui Tower, you could come to headquarters. I can offer you a director's position to start with, Yu Yehua said to Qin Xiao slowly. Yu Yue took a deep breath to calm himself and said apologetically, Mr. Qin, it was my mistake for not heeding your advice earlier. You have extraordinary talent. It was Dongsheng Group that failed to give you time to demonstrate your abilities. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Yu Yue's words. So the expert who had advised Yu Yue earlier was actually Qin Xiao after all. How could someone so young possess business acumen beyond their wildest imaginations, even foreseeing Huan Yun Group's downfall? This was utterly unbelievable. Old master, you flatter me. Please take care of your health first. As for a mere 1.5 billion, I can provide it immediately to help Dongxing Group weather this crisis, Qin Xiao suddenly declared. Hiss. At this moment, the conference room was dead silent, with everyone staring at Qin Xiao in disbelief. Even Yu Yue and his son Yu Yehua looked at Qin Xiao with astonishment. Mr. Qin, what did you say? You can come up with 1.5 billion? How? Yu Yehua asked in shock. Have you forgotten the betting agreement with Huan Yu? Isn't that an easy 2 billion? Qin Xiao countered, casually tossing the betting agreement onto the table. This scene left Yu Yue shocked, his anger even subsiding considerably as he hastily asked, what betting agreement? No, this betting agreement only takes effect after Tianhui Tower becomes profitable within a month. Yu Yehua was about to say only then would it take effect, but upon looking at the agreement on the table, his face registered utter astonishment as he exclaimed, it's already profitable? Chapter 70, Swift Resolution. The onlookers watched the exchange between Qin Xiao and Yu Yehua with expressions of utter bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired between them. Qin Xiao didn't beat around the bush either, directly presenting the sales report for Tianhui Tower, saying, counting from the second day of advertisement placement, the net profit has already reached 2 million. Hiss. Yu Yehua's pupils abruptly contracted, his face bearing an expression of profound shock. What a joke! That mess of Tianhui Tower, even if it were truly revitalized, profits couldn't possibly roll in that quickly. Back when Yu Yehua and Qin Xiao were setting their targets, they considered it a win just to avoid losses within a month. In just a few short days, it reached 2 million. This is simply beyond belief. This is utterly unbelievable. How on earth did you manage this? At this moment, Yu Yue felt as though the pain in his legs was gone, his back no longer ached, and his vitality had greatly recovered. This could be considered Qin Xiao indirectly saving Yu Yue's life. Heh, what's this? Old Mr. Yu gave me 3 million for advertising, but I only used 1.5 million. If we keep investing in ads, the returns will far exceed this amount, Qin Xiao said with a laugh. As the saying goes, one must speak startling words or remain silent. Qin Xiao's words once again set the room abuzz. An investment of 1.5 million yielded 2 million in just 2 days. The key is that this 2 million was made from a business that had been losing money for years. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent, truly excellent. Mr. Qin has indeed lived up to my expectations, creating a business legend. At this moment, Yu Yehua said excellent 3 times in a row, as if he had truly struck gold. The crowd looked at Qin Xiao, their initial mockery now transformed into shock and admiration. After all, even if they were all tied together, they couldn't compare to such talent. You flatter me. Let's focus on solving the current issue first, Qin Xiao said. That's right. Yu Yehua regained his composure and said, Secretary Chen, take this equity agreement to Huang Group immediately and bring back the 2 billion for me. I'll go right away. Secretary Chen took the agreement and was about to leave. But at this moment, Qin Xiao suddenly walked up to Secretary Chen and whispered, Secretary Chen, Huang Yu probably won't pay up so easily if you go like this. Let me tell you what to say. Then Qin Xiao whispered a few words in Secretary Chen's ear. Secretary Chen also nodded repeatedly before hurrying off. Witnessing this, Yu Yao's eyes welled with gratitude as he said, Mr. Qin, you've not only saved me, but the entire Dongxing Group. On behalf of Dongxing Group, I express our deepest gratitude to you. You're too kind, Qin Xiao replied with a faint smile, observing Yu Yehua's earnest demeanor. He felt certain now, from this moment onward, Yu Yehua would never doubt him again. This is also a move that Qin Xiao intended to make. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the Huang Group's headquarters, Huang Yu, sitting in his office, was grinning from ear to ear, with the ever-calm Huang Dongliang by his side. Grandfather, with this, Dongxing Group has completely taken a nasty fall. Not only are they being investigated, but someone just informed me they're about to default on a 1.5 billion yuan order. Without a doubt, Dongxing Group will soon have to start selling its subsidiaries. Huang Yu grinned. Huang Dongliang, who had been squinting with an air of detachment, finally opened his eyes and said, yes, this is our chance. As soon as Dongxing Group sells its subsidiaries, you must act immediately bit by bit. We'll devour Dongxing Group whole. For decades, that old fox Yu Yue has kept me under his thumb. Now, it's finally time to turn the tables. Huang Yu rose slowly and declared, once we bring Dongxing Group to its knees, the title of Suhuan's leading enterprise will be mine. And then, just watch how I crush Yu Yehua and Yu Yue, father and son alike. Thud, thud. President Huang, there's a woman named Qin Jingjing downstairs asking to see you. She appears to be the secretary of Chairman Yu Yehua from Dongxing Group, a receptionist standing at the door reported. Ha, what does Yu Yehua's secretary want with me? Huang Yu froze momentarily. She said you and Yu Yehua have a 2 billion yuan bet agreement that needs to be settled, the receptionist continued. Huang Yu? Chapter 71, The 2 Billion Check. Hearing about the betting agreement, Huang Yu wore a baffled expression. The wager he'd signed with Yihua stipulated that if Tianhui Tower turned a profit within 1 month, he'd pay out 2 billion. Yet from what he knew about Tianhui Tower, that mess couldn't turn a profit in a month. If it managed to avoid losses for a whole year, they'd be thanking their lucky stars.
What's going on? Huang Dongliang also wore a look of astonishment.
It's my betting agreement with Yihua Yu.
Why would he send someone at this time? Could it be profitable? Impossible.
Huang Yu immediately showed a trace of gravity, then said, let that Chen Jingjing come up. Before long, Chen Jingjing came up holding the contract and a detailed bill of Tianhui Building. When Huang Yu saw the invoice from Tianhui Building, he was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. No way.
2 million in profit in just a few days?
You forged this bill, didn't you?
Hearing this, Chen Jingjing gave a faint smile.
Xin Xiao had already instructed her on what to say before coming, so she followed his words and spoke. President Huang, as the chairman of a listed company, you should know better than me that falsifying accounts carries legal consequences.
And if you don't believe it, you can go ahead and inquire right now.
Huang Yu picked up the landline with disbelief and immediately dialed a number.
Hey, Lolly, check the operational status of Tianhui Building for me right away, he said sharply.
Chairman, there's no need to investigate.
Ever since you signed the gambling agreement with Yu Yehui, I've had people keeping an eye on it.
Tianhui Tower is indeed turning a profit every single day now, said the assistant named Old Li slowly. Old Li's words struck Huang Yu like a thunderbolt.
Staring at the bill in his hand with disbelief, he muttered, that kid actually revived Tianhui Tower? Is he some kind of freak or something?
At this moment, Huang Dongliang roughly understood the situation, his aged face instantly turning livid. You worthless brat. Just when Dongsheng Group finally had a chance to go bankrupt, you had to go and hand over 2 billion like a fool. Huang Yu, scolded by his grandfather, also darkened his face and stubbornly retorted, impossible. I must re-investigate this matter. Chen Jingjing maintained her smile as she continued conveying Qin Zhao's words. President Huang, the terms of the betting agreement clearly state that profits must be paid written in black and white.
If you intend to delay payment or refuse outright, I will have the media expose this.
Such an action would severely damage the Huang Group's credibility. By then, your losses might far exceed 2 billion. Hearing this, Huang Yu gnashed his teeth in fury. Indeed, for listed companies like theirs, credibility was their greatest concern. Violating the agreement would be tantamount to slapping their own face.
Enough, since you've made the bet, you must honor it.
Pay up. Huang Dongliang was furious at this point but didn't dare to actually breach the contract.
Though still unwilling, Huang Yu shakily wrote out a 2 billion cash check and reluctantly handed it to Chen Jingjing.
Taking the check, Chen Jingjing finally smiled slightly and said, thank you, President Huang, for your generous assistance.
Dongsheng Group will remember this favor. Remember your sister. Get lost.
Huang Yu exploded with rage on the spot. Chen Jingjing didn't stay long after receiving the check, as Dongsheng Group was currently in desperate need of funds. Meanwhile, at Dongsheng Group's headquarters, Yihua Yu and others were anxiously awaiting news from Chen Jingjing. After all, everything hinged on the fate of Dongsheng Group.
Mr. Qin, do you really think Huang Yu will readily pay that 2 billion? What if he refuses to pay when the time comes?
That would be disastrous. Yu Yihua spoke up. Don't worry, absolutely not, unless Huang Yu wants to ruin his own reputation. Qin Xiao smiled slightly, with an air of complete confidence.
Chapter 72, Repaying Kindness Without Fail.
Right at the moment when everyone at Dongsheng Group was eagerly anticipating, Chen Jingjing indeed returned with the check in hand. Chairman, this is the 2 billion yuan check from Huang Yu, not a cent less. Chen Jingjing handed the check to Yu Yehua and said. This scene left everyone present astonished with disbelief. Even old man Yu showed skepticism in his aged eyes. When Yihua Yu took the check, it still felt like a dream. He said,
Huang Yu paid so promptly just like that?
Huang Yu was hesitant at first, but Mr. Qin taught me how to demand the payment, so Huang Yu paid outright, Chen Jingjing explained. Upon hearing this, Yihua Yu once again gave Qin Xiao a thumbs up. Having Mr. Qin on my side is better than securing 10 billion in financing. Qin Xiao responded to Yu Yehua's praise with a composed smile, neither arrogant nor humble.
You flatter me, Mr. Yu, he said. But first, let's settle that 1.5 billion yuan bill. That's not something we should delay.
Yes, this is the top priority, Yu Yehua nodded, then added, Mr. Qin, this money was originally an unexpected windfall. I'll use the 1.5 billion to settle the bills, and the remaining 500 million is all yours. Hearing this, Qin Xiao was also surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. He had complete faith in Yihua's character. After all, this was exactly why Qin Xiao chose to collaborate with Yu Yehua. He was a man who always repaid his debts of gratitude.
East Chine Group is currently short on funds. Let's keep those 500 million in reserve for emergencies, Qin Xiao said.
Mr. Qin, you mustn't refuse, you simply must accept these 500 million. If it weren't for your tireless efforts and strategic guidance, Dongsheng Group would be in serious trouble right now, Yu Yehua said. Since Yu Yehua had already spoken like this, Xin Shao hesitated no longer. After all, he had contributed to earning that money too. Xin Shao stayed at the headquarters until the afternoon, having essentially handled all the matters that needed attention. The Dongxing Group had attained a brief period of stability, and Xin Shao thus became wealthy with a bank balance of 500 million. Upon receiving the money, Xin Shao had already mapped out his plans. Most of it was earmarked for investments. After all, though he was now chairman of Tianhui Tower, the company wasn't truly his. To build his own enterprise, he first needed tangible assets. Next, he pondered buying property and a car. These things would have to be tackled step by step. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Xin Shao finally left Dongxing Group. By then, Xiaolan had also finished work, so after picking up Xiaoyi, they headed to the food street for dinner. After their meal, Xin Shao took the mother and daughter to the artificial lake area for some leisure time, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. However, as they were enjoying themselves, Xin Shao's gaze suddenly fixed on a distant commercial street. The commercial street was quite large, but oddly enough, very few shops were open. Most of them appeared to be closed. Xin Shao, what are you looking at? Xiaolan noticed Xin Shao's gaze and asked. Xiaolan, is there a train station behind this street? Xin Shao suddenly inquired. Yes, why do you ask? Xiaolan nodded in response. Hearing this, Xin Shao gave a slight nod. This commercial street, also known as Old Street, had existed for several decades. It used to be very popular because the Old Street was backed by a large residential area and villa clusters, with high foot traffic. But ever since the train station was built behind the commercial street, business there collapsed. The train station blocked the flow of people, forcing residents from those neighborhoods to go to other commercial streets. But in his past life, Xin Shao remembered that the train station behind it was later converted into a high-speed rail station, and an overpass was also built. As a result, people could pass underneath the overpass, and the commercial street naturally became lively again. Almost became a treasure basin. Xin Shao roughly estimated that there were at least 200 shops on this commercial street. If he could acquire all of them and wait until the overpass was built, this place would become a gold mine. Chapter 73, My card has 500 million. Xiaolan, you once told me that your biggest dream was to start your own business. Do you still have that desire now? Xin Shao looked at Xiaolan and asked. Xiaolan nodded and said, I did really want to open a small shop and be my own boss before, but isn't there a better choice now? Xin Shao shook his head and said, although we're now at Tianhui Tower, after all, it's not our own business. As the saying goes, man cannot get rich without windfall, horse cannot get fat without night grass. I still think we should focus our attention on starting our own business. Xiaolan understood Xin Zhao's meaning. After all, she'd heard from colleagues this morning that Dongxing Group was in crisis, and who knew if Tianhui Tower would be dragged down one day too. So far, everything they have is given by Dongxing Group. If Tianhui Tower goes bankrupt one day, they'll revert to their previous state. Xin Shao, if you want to start your own business, I support you. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Alright then, let's buy a shop here. Xin Shao pointed into the distance as he spoke. Hearing this unexpectedly, Xiaolan visibly froze before saying, By here? You must be joking. The daily foot traffic in these shops doesn't even reach 1,000 people. Buying here would be a guaranteed loss. Xin Shao smiled and said, How could that be? You're doubting my judgment again. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan pondered for a moment. Indeed, ever since witnessing Xin Zhao's abilities, she had gradually changed her initial opinion. If you think this place might become popular, then why not buy a shop to test the waters? Although the shops here are quiet now, they're not cheap. Each one costs 2 million. If we're going to buy now, we'll only be able to pay the down payment and take out a loan. I think we should start by renting a shop first. Xiaolan spoke slowly. Truth be told, Xiaolan still had some reservations in her heart. After all, Xin Zhao's previous successes could largely be attributed to luck. But a place like Old Street wasn't something that could be changed by luck. With no foot traffic to begin with, no matter how good your business was, it would be useless. I'm not talking about buying one shop, or renting one. I'm planning to take over all 200 of these storefronts, Xin Shao said, gazing into the distance. Hearing this abruptly, Xiaolan froze on the spot, wondering if she was hallucinating, saying, What did you say? Buy them all? Are you out of your mind? 200 shops, 2 million each, buying them all would cost at least 400 million. Xiaolan exclaimed with utter disbelief. Xin Shao chuckled and said, Forgot to tell you, there's 500 million in my bank account right now. Xiaolan? Hearing the figure of 500 million, Xiaolan instantly lost her composure and instinctively asked, How much? 500 million, Xin Shao repeated calmly. Where did you get 500 million from? What did you do this time to earn so much money all at once? Xiaolan clearly didn't believe him. Xin Shao smiled faintly and said, Remember that betting agreement I made with Huan Yu at Huan Yun Group earlier? I remember. But wasn't that money all from President Yu? He gave you 500 million? Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock. His inner turmoil was beyond description. In just a single day, he had become a billionaire? This money is what I deserve. If not for me, Dongsheng Group would have lost far more than 500 million, Qin Shao said with a laugh. Gulp. Xiaolan's throat went dry with a nervous swallow, her hand trembling slightly as she clutched Xiaoyi's palm. If you want to buy it, I'll support you, she said. Chapter 74, Yellow Weasels Causing Trouble at the Construction Site Again? Originally, Xiaolan hadn't been fully supportive of Qin Zhao's decision, but upon hearing the figure of 500 million, it felt like she was walking in a dream. With that kind of money, even if they just bought land and left it idle, it would still be solid assets. Good, with your word, I'll take care of it. Tomorrow I'll arrange to buy all 200 shops, Qin Shao said with a smile. Xiaolan still hadn't fully regained her composure. In a daze, she asked, how much is 500 million, really? It's a sum I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Let me put it this way, if you exchanged 100 million into 1 yuan bills and counted one every second, it would take you 3 years just to count them all. And 500 million? You'd be counting non-stop for 15 years without eating or drinking, Qin Shao said with a laugh. Xiaolan. After Xiaolan managed to calm herself down, she said, now that we have so much money, shouldn't we buy a house? After all, with a net worth of 500 million, we can't keep cramming into a rented apartment. Definitely. Didn't a new luxury villa community recently get completed? It's called Yunhai Yuan, Qin Shao remarked. What? Yunhai Yuan is the finest villa complex in Suzhou and Hangzhou. One villa costs over 60 million. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Xiaolan had been bombarded with shock after shock in just a few minutes and was seriously doubting whether she was dreaming. What's so extravagant about it? It's pricey, sure, but the location is excellent, and each villa comes with a yard and an enormous underground garage, Qin Shao said. Great. I'll do whatever you say. Xiaolan nodded emphatically, her face radiant with a blissful smile. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she added, Grandma's birthday is in 2 days. Don't forget to prepare her gift. Don't worry, the gift I prepared this time will be enough to vent all the frustration you've bottled up these years, Qin Shao declared, thumping his chest. What is it? Xiaolan asked. You'll find out soon, Qin Shao said with a teasing smile. Then Qin Shao, with one arm around Xiaolan and the other holding Xiaoyi's hand, walked homeward with his family of 3. Upon returning home, Qin Shao washed up and retired to his room. It was already 9 p.m., but as usual, he skimmed through the evening newspaper. Ding ding. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Qin Shao looked, it was Luan calling? Boss Lu, Qin Shao answered the call. Master Qin, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Luan chuckled. Not at all. What's the matter? Are the weasels causing trouble at the site again? Qin Shao sounded slightly puzzled. Master Qin, you're joking. Ever since your last ritual, everything at the site has been perfectly fine, Luan laughed before continuing. Actually, I have a friend in the construction bureau whose project has run into trouble. They're building a bridge, but the pillars won't stay upright, and several people have already died. I suspect it might be a feng shui issue, so I wanted to ask for your help. Where is it? Qin Shao asked. It's in the outskirts of the city. The round trip might take a whole day, Luan replied. Hearing that the trip would take a full day, Qin Shao frowned and said, I'm busy lately and don't have the time. Master Qin, don't refuse so quickly. My friend said he'd pay 200,000 yuan to whoever helps solve this problem, Luan hastily added. It seemed in Luan's eyes that Qin Shao would definitely not refuse 200,000, since last time he was willing to help for just 100,000. I really don't have the time. You should try finding someone else, Qin Shao said. Please, don't say no. My friend consulted several feng shui masters, but they all took one look and ran off, none dared to take the job. How about if I raise the offer? Luan persisted. Chapter 75, Purchasing a Shop. It's not about the money. The round trip alone takes a full day, and if there are any delays, it could stretch to 2 days. I simply don't have that much time to spare, Qin Shao stated. Qin Zhao's refusal wasn't because newfound wealth had gone to his head. After all, tomorrow he had plans to purchase a shop, and the day after, he was accompanying Xiaolan to her grandmother's birthday banquet. I see. When would Master Qin be available then? Luan inquired. We'll see, replied Qin Shao. Alright, I'll contact Master Qin again in a couple of days, Luan said, his face filled with confusion as to why Qin Shao would reject 300,000 yuan. This inevitably reminded him of Qin Zhao's previous words, if you think 100,000 is expensive, next time you want to find him, money alone might not be enough. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shao was also somewhat puzzled. Why would anyone build a bridge out in the suburbs for no apparent reason? Despite his confusion, Qin Shao didn't dwell on it further. The next day, 7 in the morning. After getting up, Qin Shao had a quick breakfast prepared by Xiaolan before leaving home to go shop for commercial properties. The storefronts along this old street weren't privately owned. Before the train station was built, a wealthy tycoon had recognized the area's prime location and splurged hundreds of millions to purchase all 200 shops, renting them out at premium prices. But then unexpectedly, the train station was constructed elsewhere, causing pedestrian traffic on the old street to plummet. By the time the tycoon belatedly realized his mistake, those 200 properties had already become worthless in his hands. So the tycoon outsourced the sale of those 200 shops to an agency called Star City Real Estate. More than a decade passed, and Star City Real Estate had become the largest real estate company in Suzhou and Hangzhou, yet those 200 shops remained unsold. As for Star City Real Estate, Qin Xiao was no stranger to it, he happened to have a close friend working there. By the time Qin Xiao arrived at Star City Real Estate, the company's employees had just started their workday. A woman at the front desk saw someone enter and quickly greeted them with a smile. "Sir, are you looking to buy or view a property?" The approaching woman was tall and slender. Though her features were average, she wore makeup skillfully, giving her a somewhat attractive appearance. "I'm looking for someone named Zhang Hao," Qin Xiao said. After all, he was purchasing quite a few commercial properties. This would mean substantial commissions that shouldn't benefit others. Naturally, he'd make these purchases through his good friend here. Hearing the name Zhang Hao, the woman froze for a moment before taking a closer look at Qin Xiao and immediately asked, "Are you Qin Xiao? Do you know me?" Qin Xiao furrowed his brows. The woman's expression instantly soured, putting on a look of disgust as she said, "Zhang Hao isn't on duty today. You can leave." The woman's sudden change in demeanor made Qin Xiao frown deeply as he studied her carefully. At first glance, he recognized who it was. Wasn't this Chen Miaomiao, Zhang Hao's wife? When Qin Xiao entered, he indeed didn't recognize her at first glance. Perhaps it was because the last time he saw Chen Miaomiao she wasn't wearing makeup, and now, with makeup on, she was unrecognizable. The reason Chen Miaomiao was so cold towards Qin Xiao was actually because years ago, Qin Xiao had repeatedly borrowed money from Zhang Hao. And since Zhang Hao and Qin Xiao were on very good terms, Zhang Hao never hesitated. As soon as Qin Xiao asked, he would hand over the money right away. Because of the borrowing money issue, Zhang Hao and Chen Miaomiao had quarreled countless times. In the end, Qin Xiao didn't want to ruin the life of his only good friend, so he hadn't contacted Zhang Hao for nearly a year or two. Qin Xiao was still very grateful to his only true friend. After all, not everyone would lend him money so readily. "I'm going to Zhang Hao's office to take a look." Qin Xiao didn't want to waste words with Chen Miaomiao and started heading toward the second floor. "Stop right there. I said Zhang Hao isn't here, and don't even think about borrowing money from him again. I'm in charge of the money now." Chen Miaomiao immediately blocked Qin Xiao's path. Chapter 76, Kicked Out. Staring at Chen Miaomiao's crude demeanor, Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel exasperated. "I'm here to buy a shop," he said flatly. "Is this how you treat your customers?" Hearing this, Chen Miaomiao burst out laughing. "You, buying a storefront? Don't take this the wrong way, but can you even afford the down payment of several $100,000? Chen Miaomiao wore an expression of utter disdain at the moment. Chen Miaomiao's domineering attitude was largely influenced by her upbringing. Her father had been involved with gangsters in his youth, and growing up in such an environment made her willful and crude. As a result, she was notoriously arrogant and self-centered at the company, treating Zhang Hao with particular cruelty. She even frequently cheated on him behind his back. She was even having an affair with the manager here, Feng Yong. Qin Xiao had heard all about these things in his previous life. Hearing this, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow and said, "Why so much nonsense? I told you I came here to buy a shop from Zhang Hao. Don't you want the commission?" "You're right, I really don't want it. I don't need that tiny commission. And spare me the buying a house excuse. Who knows how much you'll end up borrowing from Zhang Hao once you see him?" Chen Miaomiao retorted with a mocking tone. Qin Xiao was also rendered speechless by this woman. Clearly, with her standing guard, seeing Zhang Hao wasn't going to be easy. However, he must purchase this shop. He couldn't let Chen Miaomiao disrupt his plans. At this thought, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and directly shouted, "Does Xingqing Real Estate have no other salespeople besides this woman?" Hearing Qin Xiao's outburst, a man in his 30s quickly came out and asked, "What's the matter, sir?" This man was Feng Yong, the sales manager of Xingqing Real Estate. "I want to buy a commercial property. Can I get a normal salesperson? Preferably call Zhang Hao over," Qin Xiao said with evident displeasure. Feng Yong immediately put on an apologetic smile upon hearing this and said, My apologies. I'll call Zhang Hao for you right away." "Manager Feng, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, he's just here to make trouble. Get him out of here." Chen Miaomiao spoke up immediately. Feng Yong quickly pulled Chen Miaomiao aside and said, "Miaomiao, my dear ancestor, please don't stir up trouble. We haven't had a single customer in days, and finally one shows up." "What client? Do you even know who he is?" "That's Qin Xiao, the same freeloader I told you about before, the one who's always borrowing money from Zhang Hao," Chen Miaomiao said. Hearing this, Feng Yong glanced at Qin Xiao. "You're saying he came to borrow money from Zhang Dalong?" In Feng Yong's eyes, Zhang Hao was the real-life version of Wu Dalong. After all, who in the company didn't know Chen Miaomiao was a notorious flirt? Exactly. Just mentioning that guy pisses me off. Zhang Hao normally wouldn't dare disobey me for anything, but 2 years ago he actually talked back to me for that useless bastard, Chen Miaomiao said, her face burning with anger. This made Feng Yong frown. "I see. Fine then, I'll have Xiaolu receive him and see if he's really here to buy a shop. If it turns out he's just looking to borrow from Zhang Dalong,
we can always kick him out later.
Unnecessary, Chen Miao crossed her arms, rolling her eyes, but didn't press the issue further. Xiaolu, come over here, Feng Yong waved towards a girl in the distance. Soon after, a slender girl in uniform approached. She looked young, about 18 or 19 years old. Though dressed in uniform, her modest demeanor stood in stark contrast to the heavily made-up women commonly seen in society. She appeared to be a freshman university student.
Manager Feng, were you looking for me? The girl approached meekly. Go attend to that client.
Tell him Zhang Hao is off today, Feng Yong instructed. Alright, the girl nodded obediently, then turned towards Qin Xiao with a timid smile.
Chapter 77, 200 units, full payment.
Seeing someone come to attend to Qin Xiao, Chen Miao and Feng Yong finally left.
Hello sir, Zhang Hao isn't working today.
I can help you look at commercial properties if you're interested. The girl spoke with obvious inexperience, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. What's more, she hadn't even offered Qin Xiao a seat immediately, nor did she ask for his name. If Zhang Hao really isn't here then never mind. Qin Xiao nodded, then added, find us somewhere to sit down.
This deal I'm considering is rather substantial.
Oh, sorry, please have a seat sir.
My name is Lu Tian, just call me Xiaolu. May I have your name?
The girl snapped out of it and quickly arranged Qin Xiao's seating. After sitting down, Qin Xiao said, my surname is Qin. I'd like to buy a shopfront in the old street of West City.
Alright, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment while I check. Lu Tian nodded, then opened her computer.
Poking at the keyboard with clumsy single-finger typing, she began pulling up the shopfront information. Looking at Lu Tian's awkward movements, Qin Xiao asked, judging by your age, you should be in university, right? Why aren't you at school but working here instead?
When asked, Lu Tian smiled awkwardly and replied, I couldn't pay the tuition fees, so I applied for deferred enrollment. Your hometown probably isn't Suzhou or Hangzhou, is it? Qin Xiao inquired again.
Yes, I'm not a local. My hometown is quite remote, probably somewhere Mr. Qin wouldn't know, the girl replied with a shy smile. Qin Xiao nodded and said, don't bother investigating anymore, it's too slow.
Just tell me how much one shop costs.
Okay, the shops on West City's Old Street are currently priced at 2.3 million each. But there's a promotion now, a 300,000 discount per unit. All cash payment totals just 2 million, Lu Tian said.
Fine, I'll take all 200 units. Here's my bank card for full payment.
Draw up the contracts now, I'm in a hurry, Qin Xiao said while presenting his card.
Certainly. Wait a moment. Did you say how many units? Lu Tian was visibly stunned by Qin Xiao's words, wondering if she'd misheard. 200 units, total price 400 million, correct?
Qin Xiao replied.
Damn.
The girl, who had come to gather tuition money for her studies, widened her eyes and gasped, her legs trembling so much she could barely stand. Her small face flushed completely red, as if she were dreaming.
After all, this was a staggering 400 million. With her 2% commission as a new employee, that meant a reward of 8 million. Knock knock knock. Qin Xiao rapped on the table and said, why are you just standing there? Right away. I'll go get the contract immediately. Please wait a moment, Mr. Qin. Lu Tian hurried nervously toward the manager's office, her steps even seeming a bit unsteady. After all, such an unexpected stroke of good fortune would probably leave anyone unable to keep their cool. 800,000. For someone born into poverty like her, even 2 lifetimes of struggle might not earn that much. At this moment, Feng Yong in the office was sipping coffee while chatting with Chen Miao. But chatting wasn't all they were doing. Feng Yong kept squeezing Chen Miao's thighs every now and then. The two appeared to be quite intimate.
At this moment, Chen Tian also hurried in, calling out, Manager.
Manager. What's the matter, making such a racket? Feng Yong immediately withdrew his hand and said, no, he wants to buy 200 shops in West City Old Street. He asked me to bring the contract. Lu Tian said excitedly. But, Feng Yong spat out the coffee he had just sipped, exclaiming, what did you say? 200 sets? That's 400 million yuan. Are you sure that kid isn't just messing with you?
No, he even gave me his bank card, the girl said, holding up the card.
Feng Yong, Chen Miao. Chapter 78, Instant Mood Shift.
Feng Yong and Chen Miao showed expressions of shock almost simultaneously upon hearing Lu Tian's words. What kind of joke is this? 200 shops in Xiqing Old Street, that's worth 400 million. Where would this guy even get that kind of money? Chen Miao abruptly stood up from the sofa. Feng Yong was still half convinced at this moment, but immediately grabbed a contract from the side and said, come on, let's go take a look now. With that, all 3 of them followed him out. Chen Miao was the first to step out and, upon seeing Qin Xiao, said, Qin Xiao, what nonsense are you stirring up? How could you possibly have 400 million, and buying that godforsaken West City Old Street? Are you joking? Hearing this, Qin Xiao frowned slightly and replied, what business is it of yours how I got my money? Besides, is this how Xiqing Real Estate talks to their VIP clients? Can you buy it or not? If not, I'll take my business elsewhere. Suzhou and Hangzhou have more than just Xiqing Real Estate. Hearing this, Feng Yong hastily put on a flattering smile and said, Mr. Qin, please don't be upset. Xiao Lu, what are you standing there for? Go get some water. But I still need to sign the contract with Mr. Qin. Lu Tian hesitated and said, I'll handle signing the contract. What does a new employee like you know? Feng Yong quickly snapped at her. This is a business deal worth 400 million yuan. As the manager, just like the senior employees, he was entitled to a 5% commission. If this contract went through, that would be a whopping 20 million yuan in commission. For Feng Yong, this was enough to secure a comfortable life for the rest of his days. So under these circumstances, seizing this opportunity was absolutely non-negotiable. But Lu Tian wore an aggrieved expression, though she didn't dare disobey. Seeing this, Qin Xiao slightly furrowed his brows and said, Manager Feng, did I ever mention signing a contract with you? This. Feng Yong froze on the spot. At this moment, Chen Miaomia watched with bated breath. Qin Xiao had truly come to purchase shops, and buying 200 sets at once? Oh my god, what have I done? I actually let 20 million slip through my fingers just like that. Brother Qin, oh dear, I was completely out of my mind earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I'll go get Zheng Hao right away. Chen Miaomiao's attitude did a complete 180 in an instant. Although she came from a privileged background, her father being a shareholder in Xingqing real estate, it would still take her 5 or 6 years to earn those 20 million. Didn't you say Zheng Hao wasn't available? So he is here after all, but I've already promised to sign with Xiao Lu, Qin Xiao said coldly, lifting his gaze slightly. Hearing this, Chen Miaomia was utterly devastated and regretted her actions deeply. Don't do this, Brother Qin. Zheng Hao is your good brother. How can you let an outsider take this money? She pleaded. Oh, didn't you just say you didn't need this little money? Well, Xiao Lu happens to need money for tuition, so consider it a good deed, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly. At these words, Chen Miaomiao felt like she could die from regret. No, don't sign it. I'll call Zheng Hao right now, she exclaimed urgently. Chen Miaomiao hurriedly took out her phone and immediately dialed Zheng Hao's number. At this moment, Zheng Hao was sorting through contracts in his second-floor office. Hello? What's going on? Zheng Hao answered the call. Zheng Hao, get down here now. Qin Xiao is here. Chen Miaomiao shouted. The shout originally came from Chen Miaomiao and her urgency, but to Zheng Hao's ears, it sounded as if she was about to hit Qin Xiao. Chen Miaomiao, did you chase Brother Qin away again? Don't you dare act recklessly. I'm coming down right now. Zheng Hao immediately hung up the phone, put down the contract he was working on, and hurried downstairs. Zheng Hao was around 23 or 24, a year younger than Qin Xiao, with a tall and straight figure and handsome looks, definitely in the handsome guy category. Chapter 79, Good Brothers for Life. As Zheng Hao descended the stairs, he spotted Qin Xiao downstairs at first glance and immediately rushed forward. Brother Qin, you finally decided to come see me. Looking at Zheng Hao's excited expression, Qin Xiao smiled and said, Good to see you again, my friend. Zheng Hao dashed over in a few quick strides, his eyes brimming with tears. Qin Gu, he said, what happened to you during this time? You wouldn't answer my calls, and when I went to your place, the landlord said you'd moved out. I thought you'd stopped acknowledging me as your brother. Witnessing Zheng Hao's sincere brotherly affection deeply moved Qin Xiao. It seemed only his parents and Zheng Hao were willing to overlook his troubled past in this world. No matter what he was like before, Zheng Hao has never changed. Qin Xiao and Zheng Hao were high school classmates and deskmates. Since Zheng Hao came from the countryside, he was often bullied at school. It was Qin Xiao who stood up for him and protected Zheng Hao every time. Because of this, Zheng Hao held Qin Xiao in deep respect, always treating him as an elder brother. How could that happen? Once brothers, always brothers. Qin Xiao patted Zheng Hao's shoulder and said with a smile. Zheng Hao glanced at Chen Miaomiao and the others before quickly pulling Qin Xiao aside, whispering, Brother Qin, are you in some kind of trouble? I just got my bonus yesterday, and Chen Miaomiao hasn't confiscated it yet. It's not much, only 2,000, but it can help in a pinch. If it's not enough, I'll figure something out. Looking at Zheng Hao's demeanor, Qin Xiao felt a flicker of emotion in his eyes. His good brother truly had his back in every way. No need, I'm not in any trouble, Qin Xiao replied with a laugh. Hearing this, Zheng Hao erupted in anger. Did that shrew Miaomiao insult you? I swear I'll divorce that woman sooner or later. Looking at Zheng Hao's furious appearance, Qin Xiao instantly wore a helpless expression and said, The reason I avoided seeing you before was because I feared ruining your life. Hearing this, Zheng Hao immediately revealed a trace of resentment and retorted, Brother Qin, Chen Miaomiao and I never had any real feelings between us. If my parents hadn't threatened to kill themselves, would I have married her? The biggest mistake of my life was marrying her. Do you know how many men she's secretly been with behind my back? I hate this. I hate my own incompetence for not being able to escape this marriage. I'd rather die. To say that Chen Ping married Chen Miaomiao was a complete case of marrying far beneath one's status. The Chen family was well off, while Zheng Hao was just a poor boy from a remote mountain village who came to the big city with ambitions of making something of himself through hard work. After all, Zhang Hao was a college graduate with a degree in finance and economics, had always been a top student, and was frequently praised by university professors. But the reality proved that even with ability, without connections or backing, it's nearly impossible to get ahead in this society. Zhang Hao's father fell seriously ill and urgently needed medical fees. It was Chen Miaomia who took a liking to Zhang Hao and paid the 300,000 yuan medical bill. One could say Zhang Hao sold himself for the price of 300,000 yuan. This tormented Zhang Hao endlessly. Not only did he have no status at home, but he was also constantly belittled by his parents-in-law. Let's not talk about these sad things, Brother Qin. What brings you to me? Zhang Hao asked slowly. I'm here to buy a commercial property, Qin Xiao said. Commercial property? Zhang Hao was taken aback. At this moment, Chen Miaomia walked over and said, Zhang Hao, you and Brother Qin are good friends. Quick, convince him to sign the contract with you, keeping the profits within the family, after all. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was slightly confused. Every time Brother Qin came to see him, it was always to borrow money, without exception. So why was he suddenly buying a shop now? And what was up with Chen Miaomia's attitude? Calling him Brother Qin now? Chapter 80, sign immediately. What do you mean by keep the good things within the family? Explain it to me clearly, Zhang Hao said. Chen Miaomia hurriedly said, Qin Xiao insists on signing with Lu Tiantian. What does a newbie like her know? The commission is so low. When buying shops, you should definitely sign with us. At that moment, Lu Tiantian listened to their exchange and couldn't help but lower her head, seemingly convinced that this contract was doomed to fail. After all, this big client was Zhang Hao's close buddy, no way would the opportunity fall to her. Xingu, why do I feel a bit dizzy? Zhang Hao was clearly dumbfounded. Xin Xiao said, I came to see you because I wanted to buy some commercial properties through you, but I was told you weren't in the office, so I had no choice but to look for someone else. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately understood the situation and said, Chen Miaomiao, was it you who blocked Brother Qin? Given your attitude toward him before, it's only right that he didn't sign the contract with you. Chen Miaomiao grew frantic at these words and retorted, Zhang Hao, are you an idiot? Do you know how many units he wants to buy? 200 commercial properties. If he signs the contract with you, your commission would be 20 million. What? Zhang Hao thought he had misheard the figure and was stunned on the spot. He then blurted out, are you serious? Looking at Zhang Hao's utterly astonished expression, Xin Xiao suddenly became serious and said, Zhang Hao, I am indeed planning to purchase 200 commercial properties from you, but after hearing so much from you, I understand your situation clearly. That's why I won't sign the contract through you. Zhang Hao froze for a moment, but then replied, understood, Brother Qin. You can sign with whoever you prefer. Zhang Hao knew all too well, whether it was a commission of 20 million or even 200 million, not a single penny would come his way. Because his salary card, everything he had, was controlled by Chen Miaomiao. Even if the deal went through, this money would end up in Chen Miaomiao's hands. But Chen Miaomia wasn't having it. She flared up on the spot, Zhang Hao, you spineless coward, after all you did for Qin Xiao back then, now that there's a chance to strike it rich, he doesn't spare you a single thought. Some good brother you kept praising, how could you still stand by him? Brother Qin can do whatever he wants, who are you to butt in? Zhang Hao immediately snapped. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate at that moment. He turned to Lu Tiantian beside him and said, let's sign the contract. Are you really going to sign with me? Lu Tiantian froze on the spot. She had thought this deal was already lost, yet to her surprise, the other party actually intended to go through with it? Sign it now, Qin Xiao said. Mr. Qin, I truly don't know how to thank you. Lu Tiantian's eyes shone with unshed tears as she gazed at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and replied, study hard and serve the nation and society, that will be thanks enough. Yes, I promise I'll study my hardest. Lu Tiantian sobbed uncontrollably, wiping away tears and snot in equal measure. Seeing this, Chen Miaomia immediately lost her temper and shouted on the spot, Zhang Hao, you good-for-nothing idiot. If you don't fight for this deal today, I'll divorce you. Hearing this, Zhang Hao, not wanting to lose face in front of Qin Xiao, snapped back, divorce then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What? You, say that again? Chen Miaomia was stunned. Did Zhang Hao just dare to threaten divorce? You're the one who wants a divorce. I've had enough. Don't think I don't know about that man you've been seeing on the side. Zhang Hao finally exploded, venting all the resentment he'd bottled up for years. Chen Miaomia stared at Zhang Hao in disbelief and said, well, look who's gotten bold now, I'm calling my dad this instant. Let's see if you still dare to divorce me. The mere mention of calling Chen Miaomia's father made Zhang Hao instinctively tremble, as if he were afraid. Chapter 81, with me here, nobody can touch you. What began as Zhang Hao's angry remark had now made Chen Miaomia take it seriously. She immediately picked up her phone to call her father. This scene terrified Zhang Hao, turning his face deathly pale. Brother Qin, you'd better leave after signing the contract. I'll come find you when I have time, he managed to say. Why?
I was thinking we could go out for a walk. Now is when I really need people, and there's a position that would suit you perfectly. No need to stay here and put up with this nonsense anymore, Qin Xiao said slowly. Zhang Hao was originally trained in finance and had strong business acumen. Qin Xiao's Tianhui building was currently in need of a capable general manager. He was confident that given the right platform, Zhang Hao would never let him down. Once Zhang Hao demonstrated his true capabilities, compared to that 20 million yuan commission, it would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. At this moment, Zhang Hao couldn't even register Qin Zhao's words. His entire focus was consumed with worrying about his father-in-law. Chen Miaomiao's father, Chen Daolong, had been a gangster in his youth, his body adorned with a sprawling dragon tattoo and his face twisted into a perpetually menacing scowl. Back then, Zhang Hao had merely exchanged a few sharp words with Chen Miaomiao when Boss Chen gave him such a slap that he was reeling for days. Brother Qin, listen to me, go back first. I don't want to drag you into this, Zhang Hao said. At this moment, Chen Miaomiao had inherited Chen Daolong's temper and immediately shouted, Feng Yong, what are you standing around for? Close the door. Today, I want to see if this useless coward dares to divorce me. I'll smash him into a cripple. Seeing Chen Miaomiao's ferocious side, Feng Yong grinned maliciously. He had also been brooding over Qin Xiao ignoring him and choosing a rookie instead. Without hesitation, he slammed the door shut. Zhang Hao's body instinctively trembled at the sight. Chen Miaomiao, don't you dare act recklessly. This is a society governed by law. If you try anything, I'll call the police. Oh, calling the cops? You really think Qin Zhao's got a few stinking bucks now? That he's got some pull, that you've got someone to back you up, huh? With him lazing around all day, drinking, whoring, and gambling, who knows where those 400 million came from? Probably stolen or gambled outright. That money can't be clean. Chen Miaomiao spoke with a sarcastic tone. Miaomiao said sarcastically, Chen Miaomiao, what the hell do you want? Zhang Hao was genuinely frightened now. Kneel down and apologize. Get on your knees now, or else when my dad gets here, you'll regret it. Chen Miaomiao shouted furiously. Zhang Hao clenched his teeth in anger, yet didn't dare offer the slightest resistance. His knees even began to bend slowly. It seemed that over the years, Zhang Hao had long been completely subdued by Chen Miaomiao's dominance. Zhang Hao, what are you doing? Qin Xiao immediately supported Zhang Hao, saying. Zhang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he said, Brother Qin, we can't afford to mess with her father. I don't want to drag you into this. Good brother, as long as I'm here today, no one can touch you. Don't worry, Qin Xiao reassured him with a calm voice. Zhang Hao stared at Qin Xiao, momentarily stunned by the aura emanating from the man. It was as if the person standing before him was no longer the same Brother Qin he once knew, but rather someone unfathomably profound, a man whose depths he couldn't fathom. Buzz. Just as Qin Xiao was speaking, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from outside the house. A modified Land Rover Range Rover pulled up in front of the shop. As the door opened, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stepped out, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses. The man was bald, and one could faintly make out the tattoo of a dragon extending over his shoulders on his neck. This was Chen Miaomiao's father, Chen Daolong. As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Daolong stormed toward the shop with an angry face, shouting, Why the hell are you closed in broad daylight? Open up for me. Chapter 82, bringing back up now? At Chen Daolong's loud outburst, Zhang Hao inside visibly shuddered, his eyes filled with fear. Meanwhile, Feng Yong hurriedly scurried to open the door. Chen Daolong rubbed his bald head and swaggered in with a domineering air. Seeing Chen Daolong enter, Chen Miaomiao immediately put on a pitiful expression and wailed, Dad, you're finally here. Zhang Hao bullied me and even wants a divorce. You have to stand up for me. What? That bastard dared to bully you and even proposes divorce? Has he swallowed the courage of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Chen Daolong's bull-like eyes bulged as he roared. Zhang Hao shuddered at Chen Daolong's ferocious appearance and stammered hastily, Dad, it's not what you think. Miaomai was the one who brought up divorce first, and she's done plenty of things wrong to me too. Chen Daolong immediately strode up to Zhang Hao upon hearing this, tilting his head and leaning his ear closer, saying, What did you say? Say it again? Zhang Hao's heart nearly leapt out of his chest at that moment. The last time he had talked back to Chen Miaomiao and suggested she might be seeing other men, he had been slapped so hard by Chen Daolong that it took him days to recover. Chen Daolong had even shamelessly declared that his precious daughter could see as many men as she liked. Now that Zhang Hao had brought it up again, he was sure another slap was inevitable. Qin Xiao stood on the spot, taking in the entire scene. His perpetually refined and cultured expression turned as dark as iron at this moment. Dad, Zhang Hao was momentarily speechless. Dad, this guy is just a useless coward, completely worthless. He makes me so angry. You should teach him a proper lesson. Chen Miaomiao whined with a tearful face, adding fuel to the fire. Chen Daolong directly raised his palm and said, Bring your face over here. Now. Zhang Hao's throat moved with a dry swallow. Though a full-grown man standing 7 feet tall, he found himself utterly powerless against his father-in-law's bullying.
Just as Zhang Hao was about to step forward uncontrollably, Qin Zhao's hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Zhang Hao," he said, "a real man should live with dignity. Endless weakness only invites endless bullying. Have you forgotten what I told you before?" At Qin Zhao's words, Zhang Hao abruptly halted his steps. Well, didn't expect you to find yourself a helper, did we?" Chen Dalong looked at Qin Zhao and immediately broke into an amused smile. Qin Zhao might appear tall and erect, but his frame lacked significant muscle and carried no imposing presence, far from Chen Dalong's burly physique with its thick layers of flesh and brawny shoulders. Under equivalent builds, a youth could never outmatch a middle-aged man, especially someone like Chen Dalong who had spent his earlier years in the underworld, cultivating a robust musculature. "Dad, Brother Qin had nothing to do with this," Zhang Hao pleaded. "I told you to offer your face, are you deaf?" Chen Dalong's expression abruptly darkened as he raised his palm, poised to strike Zhang Hao across the cheek. Huff, crack. However, just before Chen Dalong's slap could land within 10 centimeters of Chen Ping's face, a hand suddenly clamped down like a vice on his wrist. "My good brother here isn't someone you can hit," Qin Zhao said while gripping Chen Dalong's wrist, his tone icy. The sudden turn of events sent a shock through the onlookers. Even Chen Dalong was slightly surprised how had the other man managed to catch his hand. Chen Dalong had initially wanted to break free, but he realized that the opponent's seemingly frail figure seemed to possess boundless strength. Chapter 83, Dare to Move a Muscle? In his previous life, Qin Zhao had cultivated the qi condensation art. This secret technique continuously generated qi within the body as one trained, and it could even harness the power of nature to augment one's own abilities. Though Qin Zhao appeared completely unmuscular at this moment, his strength was actually boundless. Forget about one Chen Dalong, 10 or 20 more like him wouldn't stand a chance either. "You bastard!" Chen Dalong, whose wrist was being gripped by Qin Zhao, felt the other man's grip tightening relentlessly as a dull pain spread through his wrist. Snap! Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Zhao swung his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Chen Dalong's fleshy, scowling face. That single slap sent Chen Dalong reeling. Staggering backwards, he barely managed to steady himself by clutching the table behind him, his head spinning from the blow. Hiss! Qin Zhao's slap resonated with such force that even Zhang Hao beside them recoiled a step in fright. Chen Miaomiao and Feng Yong were utterly stunned. Qin Zhao actually dared to lay hands on Chen Dalong? Had he lost his mind? "Damn it! How dare you hit me, you bastard?" Chen Dalong's right cheek burned with pain as he cursed furiously. "Who you calling dog bastard? Say it again." Qin Zhao mimicked Chen Dalong's mannerism, tilting his head to cock an ear toward him. Chen Dalong saw Qin Zhao's expression and instantly flew into a rage. "God damn it! This is outright rebellion." With that, Chen Dalong grabbed the computer monitor from the desk, ready to hurl it at Qin Zhao. Bang! But before he could swing the monitor, Qin Zhao lifted his leg and kicked him square in the abdomen. Cough! Chen Dalong was kicked so hard that he immediately knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach as he coughed dryly. He quickly raised his hands, begging, "Stop hitting me, stop, I surrender." Seeing Chen Dalong's cowardly display of bullying the weak but fearing the strong, Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to keep hitting him. You dare hit my dad, I'll fight you." Chen Miaomiao, who had been standing to the side, suddenly became furious. Qin Zhao watched as Chen Miaomiao charged at him and turned to Zhang Hao, saying, "Zhang Hao, discipline your own wife." Zhang Hao snapped out of his daze, his face flushed with anger. In the past, he wouldn't have dared, but now that Brother Qin was backing him up, what did he have to fear? Just like back in their school days, whenever he was bullied, Qin Zhao would always appear right in front of him. "You bitch, sneaking around with another man behind my back, I've had enough." Zhang Hao lunged forward, grabbed Chen Miaomiao by the hair, and slammed her to the ground. "Ah, Zhang Hao, how dare you hit me?" Chen Miaomiao writhed on the floor, instantly throwing a tantrum. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Zhang Hao raised his palm and slapped Chen Miaomiao across the face, as if determined to unleash all the pent-up fury of these years in that single blow. In almost an instant, Chen Miaomiao was beaten black and blue. She turned to Feng Yong and cried, "Feng Yong, what are you standing there for? Come help me." Seeing his lover being struck, Feng Yong instantly saw red and stepped forward to pull Zhang Hao away. "Try moving another inch?" Qin Zhao's icy gaze shifted toward Feng Yong. Gurgle. Feng Yong's throat tightened with dryness, yet he dared not take another step forward. After all, even Chen Dalong had been effortlessly beaten to the ground by Qin Zhao in just a few moves. How could he, who was even weaker than Chen Dalong, possibly stand a chance? Charging in now would be nothing short of suicide. "Feng Yong, you useless coward." Chen Miaomiao burst into fury before breaking into hysterical sobs. "Woo woo, Zhang Hao, stop hitting me, please stop. I'll never dare do it again. Divorce." Zhang Hao roared in anger after their heated argument. "Zhang Hao, you heartless bastard. When your father was sick, it was Miaomiao who paid for his treatment. And now you say you want a divorce just like that?" Chen Dalong clutched his stomach as he spoke. "How dare you bring that up? Every cent I've earned all these years went straight to you. There should have been at least 500,000 yuan saved by now." I've long since repaid my debt. Zheng Hao snarled through gritted teeth. Chapter 84. I'm finally free. After Zheng Hao's outburst, Chen Daolong didn't dare utter another word, especially with Qin Shao glaring at him furiously. Chen Daolong realized he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Chen Miao Miao, I'll file for divorce. From now on there's nothing between us. Zheng Hao roared angrily. Zheng Hao, think carefully. Everything you have now, your job, everything, was given by me. If you divorce Miao Miao, how will your elderly parents in the countryside survive? Left with no options, Chen Daolong resorted to bringing up Zheng Hao's parents. Hearing this, Zheng Hao clenched his fists. Although life hadn't been kind to him these years, he had always managed to set aside part of his monthly bonus to send to his parents in the countryside. If the divorce went through, he certainly wouldn't be able to keep working here. That meant unemployment. That's right, Zheng Hao, just divorce me. My father knows many people in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I'll make sure you can't find work anywhere. Chen Miao covered her face and said angrily. At this moment, Qin Shao slowly walked forward and said, Zheng Hao, there's another reason for my visit. My company currently needs a general manager. Come work for me. With your skills, becoming a billionaire in the future won't be a problem. Hearing this suddenly, Zheng Hao was stunned for a moment and asked, company? Brother Qin has started a company? Tianhui Tower is now under my chairmanship, Qin Shao said calmly. Hiss. At these words, Chen Miao and Chen Daolong, standing nearby, were instantly dumbfounded. Qin Shao is actually the chairman of Tianhui Tower? When did he become chairman? No wonder he's so rich. Brother Qin, where have you been all this time? How did you suddenly become chairman? Zheng Hao looked utterly astonished. It's a long story, I'll tell you later, Qin Shao replied. Then he added, come on, from now on you can do whatever you want. Women? You can have any type you desire. Yeah, I believe in Qin Ji. Zheng Hao nodded emphatically. Qin Shao smiled faintly. Now that he had a general manager, there would finally be someone trustworthy by his side to help oversee the Tianhui building. Zheng Hao, don't leave. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I beg you to forgive me. Chen Miao immediately panicked upon hearing that Qin Shao was the chairman of Tianhui building and planned to promote Zheng Hao to general manager. This Tianhui building held far more promise than some small Xingqing property. Shameless, Zheng Hao snapped on the spot, then followed Qin Shao out of the house. Watching Zheng Hao walk away without even looking back, Chen Miao was filled with immense regret, wailing uncontrollably, but no amount of crying could undo what was done. As for Chen Daolong, he stood frozen in disbelief. No matter how much he regretted it now, there was no way to turn things back. Leaving Star City Realty now, Zheng Hao threw his head back laughing. I'm finally free. Finally free. Never again will I have to endure that family's pathetic nonsense. Percent. Watching Zheng Hao's hysterical laughter, Qin Shao also felt genuine happiness for his sworn brother. After all, in this city, Qin Shao had only this one true friend. Tonight, us brothers drink till we drop. Qin Shao wrapped his arm around Zheng Hao's shoulders and said with a laugh. Deal. Zheng Hao nodded emphatically. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Qin Shao's phone rang. It was Xia Lan calling. Hello, Qin Shao answered. Qin Shao, have you bought the gift for Grandma yet? Xia Lan asked. Just bought the shop. Was about to go prepare it now, Qin Shao replied. Alright, we'll go to Grandma's first thing tomorrow morning, Xia Lan said. Sure, Qin Shao replied before finally hanging up the phone. Time to pick out a gift for Grandma. Chapter 85, Jade Guanyin. Zheng Hao, come with me to a place, Qin Shao said. Alright, I'll get the car, Zheng Hao replied, walking towards his Volkswagen Santana. The two left Xingqing real estate and headed to the largest jade market in Suzhou Hangzhou, where Qin Shao planned to buy a jade Buddha statue as a gift. Xiaolan's grandmother, Li Xiu, was over 70 years old and had believed in Buddhism her entire life, to an almost exaggerated degree. She recited sutras and prayed for blessings every single day. Perhaps due to her Buddhist faith, Li Xiu was exceptionally kind-hearted. Every time she saw Qin Shao, she would hold his hand and chat about everyday matters. After all, Xiaolan had been raised by Li Xiu, so she inherited her gentle and sensible nature, qualities that far surpassed those of her younger sister Xiaoqing. Qin Shao also felt deeply grateful to Li Xiu for nurturing such an understanding and compassionate wife. Naturally, the gift couldn't be anything less than lavish. Brother Qin, what are we doing at the jade market? Zheng Hao looked up at the distant street and asked. Buying a piece of jade, let's go, Qin Shao said, walking inside. The jade market was essentially a street lined with dozens of jade shops, specializing in selling and customizing jade artifacts. Qin Shao headed straight for the largest storefront, called Ancient Jade Pavilion. This jade pavilion is quite renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou, especially renowned for its custom-made Buddha statues and jade artifacts, which are highly favored by many wealthy individuals. Qin Shao entered the store, and an elderly man in workwear, wearing reading glasses, came out and said, "What would you two like to buy?" The old man was none other than the owner of Jade Pavilion, Lu Dongsheng, a master sculptor known far and wide for his exceptional craftsmanship. His carved jade ornaments were so lifelike they seemed real. There wasn't a single person in high society who didn't recognize him. In his past life, Qin Shao had even commissioned a jade mountain ornament from him. "I'd like to commission a custom jade guanyin statue," Qin Shao said. "Certainly. What size were you thinking?" Lu Dongxing glanced at Qin Shao. With years of experience mingling with high society, he immediately recognized the exceptional aura about the man. "And if possible, add a lotus pedestal, but the total height shouldn't exceed 1.9 meters, Qin Shao continued. Standing nearby, Zhang Hao looked astonished. "A 1.9-meter jade statue? Just how much would that cost?" "Sure, come pick it up in a month," said Lu Dongxing. "Master Lu, do you have any ready-made pieces?" "I'm in urgent need," Qin Shao said. "Heh, you must be joking, sir. Apart from temples, who would order a 1.9-meter jade statue? Of course we don't have ready stock. And in the jade carving trade, I'm considered the fastest. For a 1.9-meter jade statue, even with several apprentices working overtime day and night, it'd take at least half a month." Lu Dongxing smiled. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Indeed, how could a 1.9-meter tall jade guanyin be carved in just one day? Then forget 1.9 meters, 1.7 or 1.8 meters would also work, Qin Shao said. "I do happen to have a jade guanyin here," Lu Dongxing replied. "It was custom ordered by someone recently, but they had an accident and couldn't take it. It's only 1.65 meters tall without the lotus pedestal. Would that work for you? Then let's add a lotus pedestal." With Master Lu's skill level, carving a lotus pedestal in one day shouldn't be difficult, Qin Shao said with a laugh. Hearing this suddenly, Lu Dongxing froze for a moment before replying. "Sir, we don't seem to know each other, do we? How come you're so familiar with me?" "Heh, who hasn't heard of Master Lu's reputation?" Qin Shao chuckled. Alright then, we'll add the lotus pedestal. Delivery tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Lu Dongxing laughed in response. With Lu Dongxing's carving speed, plus a few apprentices, finishing a lotus pedestal in one night would be quite simple. Chapter 86, Flawless White Jade. "Fine, then I'll take a look at the jade guanyin first," Qin Shao said. "Alright," Lu Dongxing nodded, then walked over to a jade covered with a dustproof cloth and slowly unveiled it. Instantly, a vividly crafted jade guanyin statue, standing 1.65 meters tall and holding a jade purification bottle, came into view. Qin Shao clicked his tongue in admiration at the sight. This truly was a master's work, with carving techniques of exceptional refinement. The entire jade guanyin appeared naturally flawless, embodying the saying white jade without blemish to perfection. Standing nearby, Zhang Hao immediately stepped forward, pressing his palms together in reverence, then asked, "How much does this jade guanyin cost?" 25 million with the lotus pedestal included, but we require a 5 million deposit first, Lu Dongxing said. Hiss! Zhang Hao gasped sharply, exclaiming, 25 million. Oh my god, that's outrageously expensive. But for Qin Shao, this was absolutely worth every penny. After all, if Grandma loved it, no price was too high. Swipe the card, Qin Shao said, pulling out his bank card. I have to say, the money was incredibly easy to spend. 500 million, buying commercial properties took 400 million, and now another 25 million was gone. But for Qin Shao, money was the easiest thing to earn, so he couldn't care less. Yet this left Zhang Hao, standing by, utterly dumbfounded. His brother Qin was really living large now. It was as if money was just a string of numbers in his eyes. Qin Shao cheerfully paid the deposit and left thoroughly satisfied. By tomorrow's grandmother's birthday banquet, he'd have Xiaolan personally unveil the dust cover before all their relatives and friends. Qin Shao was confident not only would grandmother be overjoyed, but Xiaolan would also finally vent years of pent-up frustration in front of everyone. After all, at past birthday banquets for grandmother, Xiaolan had always hung her head in shame before their relatives. After finishing his business, Qin Shao took Zhang Hao back to Tianhui Tower to assume the position of general manager. Just after Qin Shao left, Lu Dongxing immediately set his apprentices to work crafting the lotus pedestal. However, at that very moment, two women entered the shop, one, a fashionable middle-aged lady in her 50s, and the other, an elderly grandmother leaning on a cane. Though the grandmother, now in her 70s, was gaunt and frail, her deeply wrinkled face radiated kindness. True beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Time never defeats a true beauty. She must have been a stunningly gorgeous woman in her youth. She was none other than Li Xiao, Xiaolan's grandmother. Xiaolan had probably inherited her grandmother's looks. Is the boss busy? Zhang Xiuji asked as she entered. Not busy. What can I get for you too? Lu Dongxing replied. I want to buy a jade guanyin pendant, Zhang Xiuji said. The pendants are all in the display counter. Take a look. Lu Dongxing pointed towards the distance. Li Xiao admired the dazzling array of jade pendants and initially quite liked them, but upon seeing the prices, she said, Xiuji, these small pendants cost several thousand yuan. Don't spend so much, let's try another store. Mom, don't say that. This ancient jade pavilion is very famous. You get what you pay for. It's just a few thousand, and as long as you like it, that's what matters, Zhang Xiuji replied as she began browsing. But as she kept looking, Zhang Xiuji noticed the 1.65-meter-tall jade guanyin statue not far away and was instantly startled. She said, "Why is this jade guanyin so huge? It must cost a fortune." Li Xiu also noticed the lifelike jade guanyin and was immediately filled with reverence. She put down her cane, hurried forward, knelt, and began kowtowing with hands clasped. Lu Dongxing said, 25 million, but it's already been reserved by someone. I was just asking even if it weren't reserved, I couldn't afford it. Zhang Xiuji gave an awkward laugh before turning to her mother. Mom, why are you worshipping her? We could never afford this. Watch your words, don't offend the Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva forgives, Bodhisattva forgives. Li Xiu hastily clasped her hands in prayer before adding, even if I can't afford it, I still want to pay my respects. It's my first time seeing such a large jade guanyin statue. Chapter 87, You're delaying my fortune. After leaving the ancient jade pavilion, Qin Shao got into Zhang Hao's car and headed straight for Tianhui Tower. From the driver's seat, Zhang Hao glanced at Qin Shao sitting in the back through the rearview mirror and asked, Brother Qin, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier at Star City Real Estate, why did you suddenly decide to buy shops on West City Old Street? That place is just wasteland, expensive and nobody wants it. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Qin Shao smiled and said, I have my reasons for buying it. I've heard rumors that a high-speed rail will be built there in a few years. Once the viaduct replaces the railway, Old West Street is bound to prosper again. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment before asking, really? Why haven't I heard about it? I always keep up with news about redevelopment projects. It must be true, Qin Shao replied. If you already knew, then what was the point of him being reborn? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Brother Qin, now that you mention it, I think I remember something. Wasn't there a viaduct being built on the outskirts of Suzhou Hangzhou not long ago? Hearing this, Qin Shao was visibly stunned. What? They've already started building the viaduct on the outskirts of Suzhou Hangzhou? This left Qin Shao deeply puzzled. If construction had already begun, why did it take over a year to complete in his previous life? Given China's reputation as an infrastructure powerhouse, the pace shouldn't have been that slow. Yes, but I heard it's not going well. The pillars there can't stand firm, and people often die. Probably can't solve it, so we'll have to plan to avoid that river. Going slower is only natural, Zhang Hao said. Zhang Hao, that's a crucial point. Qin Shao snapped back to awareness in an instant. Zhang Hao? Qin Shao was speechless. After all that, it turned out Luan's phone call last night was just to ask for his help with the overpass issue. But Luan hadn't explained clearly, he'd only mentioned needing to build a bridge, leading Qin Shao to assume it was just an ordinary bridge project. If he could solve the pillar instability problem and ensure smooth construction of the overpass, the progress would undoubtedly accelerate several times over. Perhaps within a month or two, we could finish renovating West City's Old Street. Once completed, the value of my shop would definitely double. A property worth 2 million could sell for 4 million. Even if I don't sell it, leasing it out would bring in a substantial amount of rent. With this in mind, Qin Shao immediately took out his phone and dialed Luan's number. At this moment, Luan looked utterly overwhelmed and distressed. Because the pillars couldn't be stabilized, the construction crew had no choice but to plan a detour around this large river. Luan had initially thought that once the construction team entered Suzhou and Hangzhou's urban area, he could secure the contract for this major project from the construction bureau. He had hoped to make a substantial profit, but now with the project timeline undoubtedly extended, it dashed Luan's plans to bid for the follow-up construction work. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Shao calling. This startled Luan, who hurriedly answered, Master Qin. Luan, don't divert the construction route around that river. I'll come solve the problem for you the day after tomorrow, Qin Shao said with urgent haste. Hearing these words abruptly, Luan froze for a moment. How did Master Qin know the construction team planned to bypass the big river? Don't ask how I know. I'm going the day after tomorrow, Qin Shao said. Master Qin, weren't you unavailable? Why the sudden change of heart? Luan was utterly perplexed. That bridge has been hindering my fortune, Qin Shao replied. Luan? Though unsure what had happened, Luan still said, Master Qin coming would be absolutely wonderful. I'll wait for Master Qin then. Chapter 88, A Brotherhood Beyond Compare. 2 hours later, shortly before Tianhui Tower's closing time, Qin Shao finally arrived. As Zhang Hao stepped out of the car and gazed at the building before him, his heart remained unsettled for a long while. Even Zhang Hao couldn't believe that his Qin Ji had truly become the chairman of Tianhui Tower. It wasn't until Qin Shao entered the building and the security guards at the entrance saluted him, addressing him as chairman, that Zhang Hao snapped out of his daze. Qin Ji, this is incredible. How on earth did you become chairman in just a year or two? Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with astonishment. Not a year or two, just 1 week, Qin Shao replied. What? Zhang Hao froze in an instant, his face brimming with disbelief. Let's go, General Manager Zhang. Qin Shao smiled faintly and patted Zhang Hao's shoulder. Zhang Hao was still somewhat dazed. Just an hour ago, he had been a salesperson at Star City Real Estate, and now, he had suddenly become the general manager of Tianhui Towers. Even in his wildest dreams, he wouldn't have dared to imagine this. Brother Qin, becoming general manager right away, I'm afraid I might not be up to the task. Zhang Hao felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Don't worry about that. I've already set the basic development strategy for the company. You just need to handle daily operations, consider it training. If I start another company in the future, I'll definitely keep relying on you, Qin Shao said with a laugh. Hearing these words, Zhang Hao's eyes welled up with tears as he nodded. Brother Qin, thank you. Don't mention it, you've earned all this, Qin Shao responded. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true friendship. Zhang Hao, being Qin Zhao's only sworn brother in Suzhou and Hangzhou, shared a bond beyond compare. After all, Zhang Hao had repeatedly extended a helping hand during Qin Zhao's most destitute and difficult times. For this reason alone, Qin Zhao would never regret giving Zhang Hao everything he could. Waiting for Zhang Hao to arrive at the office, Xiaolan was organizing documents when she suddenly noticed him and asked, "Is that you, Zhang Hao?" Sister-in-law, Zhang Hao called out with a smile. Starting today, Zhang Hao will be the general manager of Tianhui Mansion, Qin Zhao said slowly. Hearing this, Xiaolan froze for a moment before smiling. Really? That's great. The company is short on management right now. I don't know anything about it, and I have to handle so many documents every day. With Zhang Hao's help, things will be much easier for me. Xiaolan's words made Zhang Hao, who was still feeling somewhat reserved, even more grateful. He said, "Sister-in-law, you and Brother Qin are really too kind. This makes me feel rather embarrassed." Xiaolan smiled and said, "Listen to you. In the early years, your brother Qin was hardly up to any good and couldn't even afford Xiaoyi's milk powder. Every time he went to you, you lent him money. Isn't it only right that we treat you well?" "You're too kind, sister-in-law," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Li stood at the door and knocked, saying, "Chairman, this is the advertising contract we're planning to release recently. Could you please sign it?" Normally, delivering contracts would be Xiaolan's job, but since she's still unfamiliar with secretary duties, Li is temporarily filling in. "Li, you're just in time. Take Zhang Hao to the HR department and get him appointed as general manager," Qin Shao said, taking the contract. "Alright, I'll handle it right away," Li nodded in response. "Zhang Hao, make yourself at home here, no need to be formal," Qin Shao instructed. "I got it, Brother Qin," Zhang Hao nodded. After the two left, Xiaolan moved closer to Qin Shao and asked, "Qin Shao, where's the gift you bought for Grandma? Let me take a look." "It's ready, but it's custom-made. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see it," Qin Shao replied. "Custom-made? Tomorrow?" Xiaolan was taken aback and pressed further. "What is it? A pendant? A bracelet?" Chapter 89, Buried Memories. Seeing Xiaolan looking like a curious kitten, Qin Shao chuckled before settling into his boss chair. Signing the contracts, he teased, "I can only tell you it's jade. Guess the rest yourself." "I know, it's a jade Buddha, but you should still return it," Xiaolan suddenly said. "You've already paid the deposit. Why cancel it now?" Qin Shao said. "Xia Qing just came by and said Mom took Grandma out to buy a gift today too, a jade guanyin pendant. If you also buy a pendant, wouldn't that be overlapping with Mom's gift?" Xiaolan spoke up. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's no chance of overlap. At least here in Suong, it would be extremely difficult to find matching pieces." Hearing Qin Shao say that, Xiaolan became even more curious. She walked behind Qin Shao and, while massaging his shoulders, said, "What is it exactly? Tell me, I really want to know." "It's a jade guanyin, priceless," Qin Shao replied. "I thought it was some surprise. Everyone knows Grandma believes in Buddhism, they all bought Buddha statues." Xiaolan immediately lost interest. "Oh, everyone bought Buddha statues?" Qin Shao was surprised. Xiaolan said, "Auntie Zhang spent the most, over 200,000 on a golden Buddha. Second aunt bought a jade Buddhist prayer bead necklace for 50,000. Mom was worried she couldn't match them, so she took Grandma shopping today. You know how competitive Auntie Zhang and second aunt are. If our gift isn't as good as theirs, who knows what they'll say." "Don't worry," Qin Shao replied. "Even if you combined everything they bought, it wouldn't amount to a fraction of what I've purchased." These aunts Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lily left Qin Shao with no impression beyond their pettiness, stinginess, and sharp tongues. What Qin Shao remembered most vividly was during Grandma's last birthday, because the gift Xiaolan gave was bought with borrowed money, they never stopped nagging about it. Zhang Pingping even said, "Xiaolan, Grandma raised you, making you half her daughter, and this is all you could give? How pathetic." Then Zhang Lily added, "All those years wasted on you." They said these things in front of so many relatives and friends, shaming Xiaolan to the point where she wished she could disappear into the ground. If Grandma hadn't been kind-hearted and consistently protected Xiaolan, Xiaolan would have burst into tears long ago. Before Qin Shao could even open his mouth to refute them, he too was met with their heated mockery and sarcasm. They said Qin Shao was an outsider who had no right to speak. In the end, they still held prejudice against Qin Shao.
What was supposed to be a pleasant birthday celebration ended up making everyone unhappy. In truth, Zhang Xiaoji hadn't initially been so harsh towards Qin Xiao. After all, she hadn't hesitated to lend him money before. It was only under the influence of her two elder sisters that she became so bitterly sharp-tongued with Qin Xiao. And this became a sore point for Xiaolan, who would lower her head nervously whenever she saw Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili, too timid to speak up. Not even enough for scraps? You bought 1,000,000 yuan's worth? Xiaolan said. More than that. Guess again, Qin Xiao chuckled. 2 million? 5 million? Seeing Qin Xiao still shaking his head, Xiaolan immediately covered her crimson lips and exclaimed, don't tell me it's 10 million. Not even close, Qin Xiao replied. Xiaolan. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Xiaolan was completely dumbfounded. What kind of pendant could be worth more than 10 million yuan? Qin Xiao didn't tell her, after all, wouldn't revealing it ruin the surprise? When that 25 million yuan white jade guanyin statue arrives tomorrow, it would absolutely astonish everyone present. Xiaolan had initially wanted to press further for answers, but Qin Xiao's lips were sealed tight, forcing her to give up. Chapter 90, Poverty in the Bustling Streets Prompts No Concern. The next day, at dawn the following morning, Qin Xiao and Xiaolan took Xiao Yi to her grandmother's house. Since Qin Xiao hadn't bought a car yet, he rode with Li Yi to their destination. Chairman, my shabby car really isn't up to standard, are you sure you want to use mine? Li Yi said awkwardly, eyeing his Audi S6. It's just for transportation, no problem, Qin Xiao replied before adding, and we're not at the company now, no need to call me chairman. Got it, brother, Li Yi responded cheerfully, his face lighting up. Beside him, Xia Qing also dropped her usual way of addressing him and said, brother-in-law, you say so. But now that you're the chairman of Tianhui Building, how can you not have a good car? I'd like to buy one too, but the main issue is where to park it. I should probably wait until things settle down, buy a house first, then think about buying a car, replied Qin Xiao. Xia Qing and Li Yi both nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Xiao currently lived in a narrow alleyway so cramped that 3 people walking side by side would struggle, leaving naturally no space for parking cars. Hurry, sis, mom left early in the morning, Xia Qing said. Okay, let's go, Xiaolan nodded. Li Xiu lived in a standalone 3-story Western-style house she owned in the suburbs near Suzhou and Hangzhou. The usually quiet little house was bustling with activity today. Early in the morning, Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili arrived with their respective family members, a good dozen people in total. The men were all immaculately dressed in suits and leather shoes, every one of them looking the picture of success. As for the women, regardless of age, each wore elaborate makeup, presenting themselves in the unmistakable style of high society. Lily, Xiaoji is really too much. Yesterday she secretly went behind our backs to prepare a gift for mom, when we'd clearly agreed to give her a surprise together today. The complaint came from a woman with a handbag and a mole by her mouth. This was the eldest of the 3 sisters, Zhang Pingping. I knew it all along, she must have bought something that can't compare to ours, too embarrassed to show it in front of us, chimed in another rather plump woman, none other than Zhang Lili. Hearing this, Zhang Pingping nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. Among us 3 sisters, the youngest is the worst off. She divorced years ago and raised 2 daughters alone. The elder one, Xiaolan, married some good-for-nothing who idles around all day. At least the younger one, Xia Qing, is doing a bit better, she's got herself engaged to an assistant manager, after all. Zhang Lili quickly added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Last time at mom's birthday, I was so furious. Just think, mom raised Xiaolan despite her age, and what does Xiaolan do in return? Never shows an ounce of gratitude. Look at the rubbish she brings every time. What a waste. That's nothing, Zhang Pingping interjected with a frown. Did you know mom secretly gave Xiaolan money a few years ago? A whole 30,000. Now mom's health is failing day by day. When she can't take care of herself anymore, guess we'll have to step in, us sisters. Why should that money go to some ungrateful niece? They were targeting Xiaolan primarily because of the money. After all, Li Xiu had no sons, and when she grew old and could no longer move, it would naturally fall to the 3 sisters to take care of her. Naturally, any money she had should be left to them. To be frank, the reason Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili splurged on those statues worth tens of thousands as gifts was precisely because they had their eyes on Li Xiu's 3-story Western-style house. Once it came to demolition, the compensation could amount to tens of millions. As they talked, the group had already arrived at the doorstep. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoji hurried out to greet them. Eldest sister, second sister, you've arrived. Chapter 91, Scorn and Mockery. Oh, Xiaoji, when did you get here? I thought you hadn't arrived yet, elder sister Zhang Pingping said with a hypocritical smile. I came early this morning. Mom's in the inner room doing her Buddhist prayers, she'll be done soon. Come inside quickly, Zhang Xiaoji said with a smile. The group of people finally entered the house one after another. As soon as she entered, Zhang Pingping looked around and asked, Xiaoji, where are Xiaolan and Xiaqing? They can't miss their grandmother's birthday celebration. Upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, Zhang Xiaoji quickly smiled and said, Xiaqing will be arriving soon. It's just rush hour traffic holding her up. Oh, what about Xiaolan? Zhang Pingping continued to ask.
At the mention of Xiaolan, Zhang Xiuji hesitated momentarily, unsure how to respond.
She hadn't even informed Xiaolan in the first place.
After all, last time Li Xiu's birthday came around, Xiaolan utterly humiliated herself in front of so many relatives and friends. As her mother, Zhang Xiuji couldn't save face either. But when questioned, Zhang Xiuji had no choice but to make excuses, saying, Xiaolan swamped with work and couldn't get time off.
That's just an excuse. How outrageous.
Xiaolan was practically raised by mom, she's like a second daughter to her.
Now she can't even show her face for her own grandmother's birthday? It's not like we're asking her to organize the banquet. Couldn't she just come and eat a meal? Zhang Lili immediately took on a sardonic tone.
Faced with the sister's sneering remarks, Zhang Xiuji not only failed to stand up for her own daughter but instead said, Don't be angry, eldest sister and second sister.
I'll scold her properly when we get home. Her behavior is indeed unacceptable. But now that Xiaoqing is here, Li Yi knew it's grandma's birthday and even spent 20,000 to buy a gift.
Hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Pingping and Zhang Lili finally softened slightly. Look at Xiaoqing, even though she wasn't raised by her grandmother, she still knows how to be filial, Zhang Pingping said. Yes, that girl Xiaoqing is so sensible, and Li Yi is also very capable, I'm really counting on them. Zhang Xiuji's face was wreathed in smiles whenever she mentioned Xiaoqing and Li Yi. As the group stepped inside, what immediately caught their eye was a Buddhist painting hanging on the main hall wall, along with numerous Buddha statues. Wooden fish, prayer beads, everything you could imagine was there. It was clear that Li Xiu's devotion to Buddhism had reached an obsessive level. Everyone's here, please take a seat. Li Xiuli finished her Buddhist prayers and smiled from ear to ear seeing all her daughters arrive with their families. Having lost her husband years earlier, Li Xiuli had lived alone ever since. Now with her rare birthday celebration bringing the whole family together, she was naturally overjoyed. Yet as Li Xiuli scanned the crowd, she noticed someone missing and quickly asked, Xiuji, where are Xiaolan and Xiaoqing? Haven't they arrived yet? At the mention of Xiaolan, Zhang Pingping hurriedly chimed in, Mom, Xiaoqing will be here soon, but don't hold your breath for Xiaolan. Your precious niece definitely won't be coming today. Hearing this, Li Xiuming grew visibly worried and said, What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiaolan? She said she's busy and can't get time off. Honestly, not even showing up for her own grandmother's birthday, Zhang Pingping said with obvious displeasure. At these words, Li Xiu's face clearly showed disappointment, but she still said, Xiaolan has so much stress, and she's raising Xiaoyi too.
It's fine, I'll visit her when I have time. Mom, what are you saying? She couldn't even come for your birthday today, and you still want to go see her?
Zhang Pingping immediately protested discontentedly. Li Xiu also knew the temperaments of these daughters of hers, not a single one resembled her. She could only say helplessly, you two as aunts don't even consider sparing some thought for the younger generation.
Xiaolan hasn't had it easy, if you can lend a hand, then lend a hand.
Just as Li Xiu finished speaking, a car parked at the intersection outside the house. Xin Xiao and the others stepped out and walked toward the small Western-style building together.
Chapter 92, Gift Giving.
Li Xiu had initially been saddened by not seeing Xiaolan, but just then, 4 people walked in through the door. When Xin Zhao's group arrived at the small foreign-style house, Xiaolan was the first to enter, calling out warmly, Grandma. Li Xiu had been feeling sad about not seeing Xiaolan earlier, so when she suddenly saw Xiaolan arrive, she was overjoyed. Xiaolan is here.
Xiaoyi is here too. Great grandma.
Xiaoyi immediately ran over and threw herself into Li Xiu's arms upon seeing her. Oh my, Xiaoyi has grown so much, look at her. She looks just like Xiaolan did as a child, Li Xiu said, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection as she held Xiaoyi in her arms. But these scenes pained Zhang Pingping and Chen Lili deeply when they saw them. Nearby, Zhang Xiuji darkened at the sight of Xiaolan's arrival. Clearly, Zhang Xiuji was unaware of her daughter's and Qin Zhao's current identities, so her impression of Qin Zhao remained unchanged from a week ago. This vexed Zhang Xiuji, who then quietly tugged at Xiaoqing beside her and whispered, Xiaoqing, who told you to inform your sister? Hearing this suddenly, Xiaoqing said, Mom, how could we not notify Grandma about her birthday?
You silly girl, always doing stupid things.
Zhang Xiuji also looked furious. Xiaoqing was stunned for a long moment before seeming to understand something.
Mom, are you afraid my sister will embarrass you?
Don't worry, it's different now. My sister has changed, my brother-in-law has changed too, and besides. Before Xiaoqing could finish, Zhang Xiuji froze on the spot and said, What did you just call Qin Xiao?
Brother-in-law? Since when have you changed? Since when did you stop siding with me?
As Zhang Xiuji fired off this series of questions, Xiaoqing's face also twisted in bitterness. How could she dare to stand on the same front line now? After all, Qin Xiao now held the power of life and death over her fiancé. A single word from him could kick Li Yi out of Tianhui Group. While the mother and daughter were talking, Zhang Pingping, seeing the atmosphere was ripe, finally stepped forward and said, Mom, this is the longevity gift I prepared for you, a golden Buddha statue made of pure gold. With that, Zhang Pingping produced an embroidered box, inside which lay a weighty golden Buddha, so lifelike and undoubtedly substantial in its heft. At the sight of the golden Buddha, Li Xiu was instantly captivated by its dazzling radiance and quickly said, Ping Ping, you shouldn't have brought such an extravagant gift since you're already visiting. It's not extravagant, just over 200,000 yuan, Zhang Pingping replied with a smile.
Over 200,000 isn't extravagant?
Mom knows you've earned quite a bit from business these years, but there's no need to be so lavish, Li Xiu said, even as she carefully accepted it and began examining it with reverence. Seeing how reluctant Li Xiu was to part with the Buddha, Zhang Pingping couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this, Zhang Lily quickly took out a small box and said, Mom, I wish you boundless happiness and longevity. This jade Buddhist bracelet was specially crafted for you, let's replace your old one with this. Li Xiu was equally delighted to receive the prayer beads, his face beaming with smiles. Meanwhile, Li Xiu's other nieces and nephews also presented him with lavish gifts, the least valuable of which still cost tens of thousands.
At this moment, Zhang Xiuji noticed everyone else had already started presenting their gifts.
She gently nudged Xia Qing with her elbow and urged, Xiao Chang, where's the gift you and Li Yi prepared?
Hurry up and bring it out.
Xia Qing nodded and said, Li Yi, bring out the Buddhist painting. Li Yi then took out a scroll and said, Grandma, this is a portrait of the Buddha I had someone buy at the temple for me.
It's been blessed by a venerable monk, it's very powerful. Really? That temple?
Li Xiu took the portrait, it was indeed an image of the Buddha, one that exuded an unmistakable vintage charm. Chongguang Temple, Li Yi said with a smile.
You've really put thought into this.
I'd been to Chongguang Temple before praying for Buddhist paintings but never got one. Li Xiu looked thoroughly pleased.
Chapter 93, we're not on the same level.
Seeing Li Xiu's smiling face, Zhang Xiuji also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in previous years she'd never managed to gain respect before these relatives and friends.
With Li Yi present this time, naturally things couldn't remain the same as before. Now that everyone had presented their gifts, Zhang Pingping turned her gaze towards Xiaolan and said, Xiaolan, since it's Grandma's birthday, what gift have you prepared? Show us all.
Yeah, we thought you weren't coming. Now that you're here, you can't come empty-handed, Zhang Lily chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Several cousins also turned their gaze towards Xiaolan. Only then did Li Xiu, who had been blinded by the gifts, snap out of it and quickly come to Xiaolan's defense. Alright, it's about time.
Let's head to the restaurant soon. Mom, Xiaolan hasn't presented her gift yet.
What's the rush? Zhang Pingping said with a laugh, seemingly joking casually, but in reality, waiting for Xiaolan to embarrass herself.
Meanwhile, Zhang Xiuji's face immediately darkened. She knew Xiaolan couldn't possibly produce any decent gift.
Yet, Xiaolan unexpectedly changed her usual demeanor and said, Grandma, I had Qin Xiao prepare the gift. It should be arriving soon.
Oh, and it's being delivered? It's not just a cake, is it? Zhang Pingping immediately quipped.
Zhang Lily said, what else could it be but a cake?
Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stifle giggles. Zhang Xiuji's face darkened instantly as she said, Xiaolan, you didn't have to bring anything. The restaurant has everything prepared. We don't lack for that.
Seeing Xiaolan's discomfort, Li Xiu quickly added, I love cake. I'll cherish anything Xiaolan gives me.
It's perfectly fine.
Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and said, Grandmother, what I've prepared for you isn't a cake but a jade Buddha statue specially commissioned by Xiaolan.
It should arrive soon.
Originally feeling rather embarrassed, Xiaolan showed a grateful expression when Qin Xiao came to her defense.
A jade Buddha? Isn't this double gifting?
I've already given a gold Buddha, Zhang Pingping deliberately emphasized, convinced they must have bought a cheap synthetic jade replica worth just a few hundred yuan at market price. Upon hearing these words, Xiaolan trembled with such anger that her floral dress quivered. She simply couldn't comprehend why an elder would be so maliciously bitter toward her like this.
Was it simply because her grandmother gave her 30,000 yuan years ago that made them so displeased?
Just as Xiaolan was growing indignant, Qin Xiao stepped forward, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Pingping. Without mincing words, he said, Auntie, the Buddha statue you gifted and the one I gifted are not on the same level.
So don't bring it up deliberately, lest you end up embarrassing yourself later.
Hiss. The moment Qin Xiao spoke these words, not only did they leave Zhang Pingping dumbfounded on the spot, but everyone nearby wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Even Zhang Xiuji, standing there with a face like thunder, looked utterly incredulous.
What did he mean by saying Zhang Pingping would lose face? Someone gifted a golden Buddha worth 200,000. Could it be that yours is worth 500,000? What? Embarrassing me?
Oh dear, you're giving me such a shock, I absolutely must see what kind of Buddha this is, Zhang Pingping retorted with sarcastic laughter, never for a moment believing Qin Zhao's words. Li Yi and Xia Qing exchanged glances at this moment, both wearing bitter expressions. The Qin Xiao standing before them was no longer the man they once knew. Who knows, perhaps the Buddha he brings later will be worth millions.
Chapter 94, the birthday gift arrives.
Just as Qin Xiao finished checking the time, his phone rang.
Hello, is this Mr. Qin? A man's voice asked over the phone.
It is, Qin Xiao replied. The jade Buddha you ordered has been delivered to the specified location. Please come out to receive it, the man said.
The caller was none other than the delivery line from Ancient Jade Pavilion. Alright, I'll be right out. Xin Xiao hung up the phone before turning to Li Xiu and saying, Grandma, your congratulatory gift has arrived. Let's go outside and take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu was a bit puzzled but still rose to her feet and walked toward the door with Xiaolan's support. Zhang Pingping and the others quickly followed, not wanting to miss out on anything. When the group reached outside, they saw a truck parked at the entrance, with 8 sturdy movers standing by in readiness. On the truck stood a mysterious object veiled under a dustproof cloth. Xin Xiao, what exactly have you brought me? Li Xiu gazed at the enigmatic object on the truck, her curiosity piqued. Xiaolan widened her eyes beside him, her face equally blank with confusion. Xiaolan, help Grandma lift it, Xin Xiao said with a smile. Snapping out of her daze, Xiaolan quickly nodded and stepped forward to the car, casually pulling off the dust cover. That single tug sent waves of shock through the gathered relatives and friends, their faces froze in pure astonishment. Xiaolan instantly covered her crimson lips in shock, because before them stood a jade statue of Guanyin, including its lotus throne, standing almost 6 feet tall. Lu Dongsheng, as a master carver, had always adhered to ancient methods of entirely hand-carving, using sublime craftsmanship to reveal the statue's beauty. This demanded exacting precision in the blade's angle, the hand's pressure, and the depth of each cut, truly illustrating how details reveal mastery, and silence can speak as loud as thunder. A delicate work of art that replaces brush with blade, combining painting, design, and carving into a trinity of craftsmanship. Zhang Xiuji, who had always been dissatisfied with Qin Xiao, now wore an utterly astonished expression upon seeing this jade Guanyin statue, the first time such awe surfaced in her eyes. Heavens! Qin Xiao! Is this really your birthday gift for me? Li Xiu visibly trembled at the sight of the Buddhist statue, her voice trembling more with delight than shock. This is actually from Xiaolan, Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingping was also stunned by the sculpture for a long while, but her jealousy quickly snapped her back to reality. She immediately scoffed, what's so special about this gift? It's just a fake Guanyin statue made of chemical white glue, can't even be worth 5,000 yuan, and you claim it's classier than mine? How does this compare to my golden Buddha? Exactly. Look at how flawless this white jade is. Natural white jade of this size doesn't even exist. It's obviously fake. Zhang Lili chimed in right after. At these words, the already shocked relatives and friends swiftly turned disdainful, some even beginning to sneer with sarcasm. He really thought he could pass off fake jade to fool Grandma, huh? Exactly. Such a large fake jade piece is just taking up space at home. I used to be in the stone trade. Even in its raw form, white jade of that size would be worth over 10 million. Fake, case closed. The bystanders chimed in one after another. However, Li Xiu noticed something unusual about the jade Guanyin and immediately asked, Qin Xiao, did you buy this at the antique jade pavilion? Grandma knows about ancient jade pavilion? Qin Xiao was slightly startled as well. Of course Li Xiu knew just yesterday, Zhang Xiuji had taken her to ancient jade pavilion to buy a pendant, where they had even paid respects to this very jade Guanyin statue. Chapter 95, The Real Surprise. Mom, don't believe a word he says. What nonsense about ancient jade pavilion? It's not that I look down on him, but could he even afford anything from that place? Zhang Pingping blurted out anxiously. Yeah Mom, something worth tens of millions is absolutely impossible. Zhang Lili also vehemently denied it. Li Xiu clearly grew angry upon hearing her two daughters' words, saying, do you think I can't tell real from fake? Yesterday Xiuji took me to ancient jade pavilion to buy a jade Guanyin, and I saw this statue with my own eyes. Xiuji? Seriously? Zhang Pingping cast a disbelieving look at Zhang Xiuji, whose expression was equally astonished. Coming to her senses, Zhang Xiuji said, it's true. Mom and I saw it, worth 25 million. Hiss. After receiving Zhang Xiuji's confirmation, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. Zhang Pingping had thought the golden Buddha she gifted was quite impressive, but compared to this 25 million yuan jade Guanyin, it was nothing. What's more, the price of this single jade Guanyin alone was equivalent to her entire family's assets. Qin Xiao, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Please return it. Li Xiu reacted quickly and hastily declined the offer. After all, 25 million, just think about it. For an ordinary family, that's a sum they could never hope to reach in a lifetime. Grandma, back when Xiaolan was in trouble, you gave her 30,000. Xiaolan has always remembered it. She said many times that if she ever became capable, she'd repay you properly. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Silly girl, Grandma doesn't need any repayment, just having everyone safe and sound is enough. Li Xiu replied with tears welling up in her eyes. Standing frozen in place, Xiaolan was already too moved to speak, while stubborn teardrops escaped the corners of her eyes. She never imagined Qin Xiao would give her such an enormous surprise. He truly gifted Grandma birthday presents worth over 20 million yuan. Zhang Xiuji snapped out of her daze and asked, Xiaolan, where did you get so much money? Did you win the lottery? Mom, how could I have won the lottery? This is money Qin Xiao earned, Xiaolan replied. Xiaolan's words struck like a heavy bomb dropped into calm waters.
instantly sending shockwaves rippling outward. After all, in the eyes of these relatives and friends, Qin Shao was nothing but a good-for-nothing who shirked responsibility while indulging in food, drink, and gambling. Now he suddenly started making money, even earning tens of millions. This was clearly a bit exaggerated. Mom, actually, I wanted to say earlier that brother-in-law's status isn't the same now, Xia Qing chimed in.
What do you mean, not the same?
Zhang Xiuji asked. Now brother-in-law is the chairman of Tianhui Tower, and my sister is his secretary.
If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Yi, Xia Qing said.
The mention of chairman of Tianhui Tower visibly shocked Zhang Xiuji, making her tremble as she turned disbelieving eyes toward Qin Shao.
Just days ago, Qin Shao had been scrambling to pay her back every penny. How could he suddenly transform into the chairman of Tianhui Tower? And now the superior of Li Yi, the golden bachelor she never stopped bragging about? Li Yi, really? You're not lying to me, are you?
Zhang Xiuji exclaimed in shock.
Mom, Xiao Qing told the truth. My brother is amazing. Tianhui Tower was practically bankrupt, but after he took over, it's now making tons of money, Li Yi boastfully added without reservation.
Zhang Xiuji felt her head buzzing. In just those few moments, she'd absorbed a flood of overwhelming information, and every relative and friend present wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Their pathetic self-confidence was utterly shattered before Qin Shao at this moment.
Chapter 96, A Matter of Extreme Urgency.
Zhang Xiuji's face couldn't have looked more awkward at this moment. How could she have expected that Qin Zhao's earlier remark to her, "Why don't you just go be the chairwoman," would actually come true?
What had initially been nothing more than a commonplace teasing remark had now somehow become reality.
Qin Shao, who knew you had such skills? I misjudged you before, son.
Don't hold it against me.
Zhang Xiuji spoke with a stiff smile, clearly embarrassed. At these words, Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied, "No hard feelings.
In fact, I should thank you. If you hadn't forced Shalan to divorce me, would I have ever discovered what I'm truly capable of?"
Qin Shao deliberately emphasized the words thank you as he spoke. This made Zhang Xiuji so embarrassed that she wished she could crawl into a hole. Xiaolan quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Qin Shao, don't blame mom for what she said before. It was all for your own good. Don't hold it against her." "Why would I hold a grudge? We barely see each other a few times a year. Besides, mom isn't counting on us to take care of her in old age. There's Li Yi for that," Qin Shao said, glancing at Li Yi with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Li Yi look embarrassed, but Zhang Xiuji's face turned bright red. If it had been before, Zhang Xiuji would have surely cursed back. But now, facing his son-in-law who was the chairman of a company, Zhang Xiuji really didn't dare to say anything too harsh. Seeing the awkward expression on Zhang Xiuji's face, Qin Shao smiled slightly and said, "Mom, don't be angry. I was just joking. After all, you did lend me money once." Hearing Qin Zhao's words suddenly, Zhang Xiuji was immediately delighted and said, "I'm not angry.
Having a son-in-law like you is a blessing. A harmonious home brings prosperity, Xiuji."
"I've told you before, Qin Shao won't stay that way forever. Everyone needs time to grow," Li Xiu quickly chimed in to mediate. "Mom's right," Zhang Xiuji replied with a smile. This made Zhang Pingping, Zhang Lili, and the others nearby gnash their teeth in frustration, yet they could do nothing about Qin Shao. After all, he truly was more capable than them. "It's getting late, let's head to the restaurant," Li Xiu suggested.
Only then did the entire family begin preparing to depart. Ding, ding, ding.
But at that very moment, Qin Zhao's phone suddenly rang.
It was Luan calling.
Qin Shao had just answered the call when he heard Luan's urgent voice, "Master Qin,
it's extremely urgent, are you available right now?"
Hearing this, Qin Shao slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Didn't I say I'd help resolve the issue tomorrow?
I'm busy right now. Master Qin, there's no time. Another worker just died at the construction site. That makes 4 incidents already.
The higher-ups are demanding a solution by today, or they'll shut down the project immediately. If this keeps up, they might even reroute the entire project."
Luan spoke with an anxious expression on his face. "Another death? Just what did you build this bridge on?"
Qin Shao was equally astonished.
Was this place really that eerie? Luan's face twisted with bitterness. "It's just a river. You should come and see for yourself. We really can't delay any longer."
"All right," Qin Shao reluctantly agreed, though he clearly didn't relish the idea.
"Thank you, Master Qin. If you can truly help me solve this problem, you'd be like a second parent to me," Luan said excitedly. Qin Shao, do you have something urgent?" Li Xiu asked.
"A friend of mine ran into some trouble. I'm going to take a look," Qin Shao said as he hung up the phone. Li Xiu nodded slightly. "All right, drive safely on your way." Qin Shao gave a nod and said, "Li Yi, accompany me on a trip." "Understood," Li Yi promptly nodded, after which the two of them headed straight for the outskirts.
Chapter 97, The 4 Killing Positions. "Brother, what's the matter that's so urgent you can't even stop to eat?" Li Yi asked slowly as he drove the car.
Qin Shao sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, casually replying, "It's nothing major. An accident happened where the high-speed railway construction passes by a river in the suburbs.
Hearing this, Li clearly froze for a moment, his face showing disbelief. What? You're involved in high-speed railway construction now? No. You'll understand when we get there. Just focus on driving, Xin Xiao said. Alright, Li said no more and stepped on the gas, heading straight for the suburbs. After driving for nearly 5 hours, Xin Xiao finally arrived at the river Luan had mentioned. The river was about 40 meters wide, utterly calm, with even the fallen leaves on its surface motionless. Just as Xin Xiao was sending a message to Luan, several doctors were carrying a body covered with a white sheet towards an ambulance. The entire white cloth was soaked in blood, the manner of death appearing exceedingly tragic. Upon receiving Xin Xiao's message, Luan rushed out of the construction site in a panic. Spotting Xin Xiao, he seemed to see a savior and exclaimed, "Ah, after waiting endlessly, we finally managed to summon Master Qin." As Xin Xiao stepped out of the car, he immediately noticed the unusual state of the river and asked, "The victim who was just loaded into the ambulance, was that the one you mentioned?" Yes, that victim was a cement mixer operator. He accidentally plunged headfirst into the machine due to improper operation, got mangled beyond recognition and died, Luan explained. Xin Xiao glanced at the large concrete mixer in the distance and said, "That mixer is so tall. How did he fall into it? I'm puzzled about that too. It's downright bizarre," Luan replied with a bitter expression. Xin Xiao stopped dwelling on the mixer issue and instead walked to the riverbank to begin his inspection. The more he looked, the tighter Xin Xiao's frown became, making Luan nearby dare not even breathe loudly. I was afraid Xin Xiao would be like other feng shui masters, suddenly saying they can't handle this matter and then turn around and leave. "Boss Lu, if I'm not mistaken, is there a chemical plant upstream?" Xin Xiao suddenly asked. Yes, Mr. Qin is absolutely right. Luan was slightly startled. This place is indeed quite difficult to deal with. That chemical plant has turned this into a quadrant of 4 malevolent energies, Xin Xiao said while looking at the water's surface. What does the chemical plant have to do with that so-called 4 fiends position? Luan also wore a puzzled expression. Xin Xiao began analyzing the situation for Luan. The so-called 4 fiends position differs from the 3 fiends position. The 4 fiends are terrestrial fiend, aquatic fiend, shadow fiend, and wind fiend. The earthly evil originates from the river's exceptionally low geographical position, a sedimentation basin where the water appears merely a dozen meters deep, yet combined with the accumulated silt, it reaches 20 to 30 meters in depth. This is the essence of the earthly evil. Next comes the water affliction. Since the upstream chemical plant requires vast amounts of water daily, they inevitably built a dam at the narrowest point of the riverbank to store water. This resulted in the blockage of the flowing water, turning the downstream into stagnant water. That was why Qin Xiao saw the fallen leaves motionless on the surface, because the water could no longer circulate. The issue of Yin Sha is straightforward. Due to the low-lying terrain, once the sun rises, its light gets immediately blocked by the large factories in the suburbs. As a result, the area likely receives very little sunlight each day. Insufficient sunlight over time causes stagnant areas to continuously generate malignant energy, which accumulates without dispersing. With just a slight breeze, it forms swirling updrafts that pose extreme harm to the human body. This is wind sha, malefic wind. The formation conditions for the 4 sha positions are extremely stringent, but once they are formed, their harmful effects surpass even those of the 3 sha positions. Chapter 98. What can a 20-something know? After Qin Zhao's detailed analysis of the 4 sha positions, Luan listened in complete bewilderment. After all, he knew nothing about feng shui. But he was still very curious and asked, "Mr. Qin, are you saying it's the malevolent energy here that caused the consecutive deaths and even made the pillars impossible to stand?" Qin Xiao replied, "The malevolent energy here causes chaotic magnetic fields. Workers inhale large amounts of this ominous energy, which naturally leads to hallucinations. The fundamental reason the pillars can't stand is still due to improper operation by the workers. The master is right. Is there a solution then? Shall I go prepare yellow paper and cinnabar?" Luan asked. Qin Xiao, "This isn't some monster causing trouble. Why would we need yellow talismans? We need to fundamentally resolve the poor feng shui issue," Qin Xiao said. "Understood, Mr. Qin. Please wait a moment while I summon President Huang." Luan nodded before briskly walking away into the distance. Li Yi, who had been standing by the side all this time, was completely dumbfounded. His throat dry, he swallowed hard and said, "Brother, how do you even know about feng shui? Isn't that all supposed to be fake?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Do you know why the rich stay rich?" "I don't." Li shook his head. "Because they believe in feng shui. Nothing passed down by our ancestors is useless," Qin Xiao responded. At this moment, Li Yi admired Qin Xiao to the point of prostrating himself in reverence, almost kneeling to beg for apprenticeship. After about a few minutes, a 50-year-old portly middle-aged man in a suit followed Luan toward Qin Xiao's direction. This man was named Mai Yuran, a well-connected and influential figure in Suzhou and Hangzhou who made his fortune primarily through contract engineering projects.
Don't underestimate these contracting projects. Each one he undertook was worth billions, even tens of billions. Over the years, his net worth had long exceeded 10 billion.
And Luan was just a small contractor under him. Luan, where did you dig up this feng shui master from? Don't tell me he's another charlatan crossing bridges to sell his wares? Ma Yuran said with evident displeasure. Mr. Ma, you may not believe it, but this Master Qin is truly remarkable. When my construction site had issues before, it was Mr. Qin here who resolved them for me, Luan said. Ma Yuran glanced at Luan, somewhat hesitant yet intrigued. Before long, the two arrived at Qin Zhao's location. Master Qin, this is President Ma Yuran, a major contractor specializing in infrastructure projects, Luan said, then added, President Ma, this is the Master Qin I mentioned to you. Spotting the man accompanying Luan, Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be him? The world truly was remarkably small. Clearly, Qin Zhao recognized this Ma Yuran. At this moment, Ma Yuran glanced at Qin Zhao, and his face immediately fell. He had expected Qin Zhao to be an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, or at least in his 40s or 50s, as that would fit the image of a feng shui master. But looking at Qin Zhao, he was clearly just a young man in his 20s. What could he possibly know? This was utterly ridiculous. Luan, are you joking with me? You brought a kid in his 20s to consult on feng shui? Just one look at Qin Zhao, and Ma Yuran flew into a rage, not even bothering to speak to Qin Zhao directly. Hearing this, Luan became anxious and said, Manager Ma, Mr. Qin here genuinely has real skill. Get the hell out of here too. Damn it, you're nothing but trouble, Ma Yuran snarled angrily. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. Ma Yuran walked aside to take the call, his tone turning remarkably cordial, clearly indicating the person on the other end held considerable influence. Watching this scene, Qin Zhao smiled faintly, unbothered. Given his youth and status, it was only natural that a billionaire like Ma Yuran would look down on him. After all, not everyone possessed Yi Huaya's discerning eye for unrecognized talent. Chapter 99, Casting Pearls Before Swine. Boss Lu, it seems my trip today has been wasted, Qin Zhao said with a smile, shaking his head. Mr. Qin, please don't be angry. General Manager Ma didn't have much schooling and lacks sophistication. This is just his temperament with everyone. Luan hurriedly spoke up in defense of Ma Yuran. I know Ma Yuran's temper better than you do, otherwise he wouldn't have stumbled as he did, Qin Zhao replied with a faint smile. It was this Ma Yuran who caused Qin Zhao to lose over 13 billion yuan in his previous life, marking the worst financial setback Qin Zhao had suffered since returning from his studies abroad. As for why the loss occurred, the root cause lay entirely in Ma Yuran's temperament. As the saying goes, better to offend a gentleman than provoke a villain, and Ma Yuran had violated precisely this taboo by angering the wrong kind of person. In his past life, Ma Yuran went to a nightclub in a foul mood and ended up competing with a spoiled heir from Yanjing over the same woman. The second-generation rich kid was already furious about losing the bid and muttered a few words under his breath, but Ma Yuran mistook it for insults. His fiery temper flared up, and he ended up beating the guy. Holding a grudge, the rich kid hired a few desperados who stabbed the drunken Ma Yuran 6 or 7 times. Although he survived, he was left with severe permanent injuries. Over the next 2 years, Ma Yuran dragged his ailing body to establish a joint company. Unaware of the circumstances, Qin Zhao invested 13 billion into it. But who could have guessed? Right after Qin Zhao's investment, Ma Yuran's old wounds acted up and killed him. That 13 billion was embezzled by Ma Yuran's shareholders who fled with the funds. Calculating the timing, it's exactly what will happen tonight. Oh, Mr. Qin knows Director Ma too? Luan asked curiously. Can't say I know him, Qin Zhao replied. While Qin Zhao and Luan were talking, Ma Yuran, who had just finished his phone call, approached and said, Kid, since Luan seems to trust you so much, are you sure you can really help me solve this problem? Hearing the change in Ma Yuran's tone, Qin Zhao naturally understood the big shot on the phone must have pressured Ma Yuran to speed up the construction. But Qin Zhao didn't indulge him at all. He replied, earlier, I could have fixed it. Now, no chance. What do you mean? Are you messing with me? Ma Yuran instantly flared up with anger. Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, with that tone of asking for a favor, you deserve all the misfortune coming your way. And I can see the darkness between your brows. Tonight you'll likely face the calamity of flashing steel. The moment these words were spoken, Ma Yuran flew into a rage and snapped, damn it, Luan, is this the so-called master you brought over? Telling me I've got a darkening glabella and there's a looming blade disaster? With my standing in Suzhou and Hangzhou, who would dare mess with me? You want to read my fortune without checking my background first? Playing the lute to a cow every second spent talking is a waste of time. Li Yi, let's go. Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to continue haggling with Ma Yuran and turned to leave. Li Yi was momentarily stunned before hastily catching up. Luan's face twisted in bitterness at the sight. After all, Qin Zhao was the only master capable of resolving this quadruple inauspicious sight. If he left, how could Luan secure the construction project and strike it rich? So Luan hurried after them without delay. Master Qin, please don't be angry. And saying Boss Ma is destined for bloodshed like this, he definitely won't take it well. Luan leaned against the car window, saying, I'm just stating facts. Tonight he might very well get stabbed 6 or 7 times. Let's see if he still has that defiant mouth then, Qin Xiao said, raising his hand slightly. Drive. Hearing this, Luan, standing nearby, froze on the spot. Tonight? Even the exact timing is calculated this precisely? Chapter 100, Mother's Phone Call. Watching Qin Xiao's car drive away, Luan couldn't help but feel helpless. After all, he had gone through great pains to invite him here. Whether he could secure the subsequent high-speed rail projects entirely depended on whether this bridge could be successfully built. Now that Qin Xiao was gone, how could they possibly complete it? Luan walked over to Ma Yuran and said, Boss Ma, you shouldn't have driven Master Qin away. If he weren't capable, I wouldn't have invited him in the first place. Alright, that might fool someone like you, but I'm not buying it. Ma Yuran waved his hand slightly. Luan continued, by the way, Mr. Ma, Grandmaster Qin just mentioned you might be facing some imminent danger with blades. We should take it seriously, better safe than sorry. Stop bringing that up, it's all nonsense. Ma Yuran brushed it off completely, then added, come on, let's go have some fun. All this has kept me away from women lately. Luan hadn't thought much of it before, but after Qin Xiao's warning, he decided to be cautious. Mr. Ma, should I arrange for a few people to accompany you? No need, I have bodyguards. Ma Yuran waved his hand and slowly walked away. Luan watched Ma Yuran leave before pulling out his phone to send messages to his underlings, instructing them to secretly follow as a precaution. After all, ever since Qin Xiao resolved Luan's troubles, the latter had deeply believed in every word Qin Xiao said. Meanwhile, on the way back, Qin Xiao dozed in the back seat, thoroughly exhausted from a long day of running around. At this moment, Li Yi was still thinking about the day's events and asked, Brother, we didn't accomplish anything today. Doesn't that have a big impact on the shop you bought? Hearing this, Qin Xiao slightly opened his eyes and said, half of it's already done. No problem. What? Half done? Li Yi was visibly startled. Qin Xiao smiled without speaking. The reason he'd said Ma Yuran would be attacked wasn't for Ma Yuran's ears. After all, given Ma Yuran's temperament, he'd never believe it until the blade was at his throat. This was mainly said for Luan's benefit. Given how sharp Luan was, he was bound to send people to protect Ma Yuran. If anything were to happen tonight, Ma Yuran would surely be utterly convinced. By then, there would naturally be no reason to suspect him anymore. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Qin Xiao's phone rang. Qin Xiao looked down and saw it was a call from his mother, Yu Gue Qin. This made Qin Xiao instantly joyful. Ever since Qin Xiao had swindled away his parents' pension and his sister's tuition money 2 years ago, he had scarcely called home. Originally, Qin Xiao had planned to wait until he had bought a house and everything else before bringing his parents and sister over to make up for it. Little did he expect his mother to call at this moment. Qin Xiao immediately answered, saying, Mom, Qin Xiao, your sister is getting engaged the day after tomorrow. Do you think you can come back? Yu Gue Qin suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, Mom, haven't I told you before? I don't want my sister dating that man. How did this marriage arrangement come about all of a sudden? Alas, I couldn't persuade her otherwise, and your sister quite liked him too, sighed Yu Gue Qin. Just as Qin Xiao was about to continue speaking, a voice suddenly reached his ears from the side. Mom, are you talking to Qin Xiao on the phone? I told you not to contact him. Even if I get married I don't want him coming back. Hang up now. The voice on the phone was clearly furious. At this moment, Qin Xiao heard every word distinctly. It was unmistakably his younger sister Qin Rou's voice. Xiao Rou, your father passed early, and as the eldest brother he should act as a father figure. How can our family manage without a man? Yu Gue Qin said from the side. Did he ever act like an elder brother should? Have you forgotten what he did before? If it weren't for him, would I have had to drop out of school and rush into marriage so young? Qin Rou shouted tearfully. Chapter 101, I was such a scoundrel before. At this moment, Qin Rou's voice pierced Qin Xiao's heart like sharp needles, yet he couldn't find any grounds for refutation. Qin Xiao, don't take your sister's angry words to heart. Come back the day after tomorrow, Yu Gue Qin interjected. Mom, I know I've done many things in the past that hurt you and my sister. Don't worry, I'll come back the day after tomorrow. I'll change all of this, Qin Xiao said, suppressing the tremor in his voice. But just then, Qin Rou suddenly snatched Yu Gue Qin's phone and shouted into it, Qin Xiao, I don't acknowledge you as my brother. Mom doesn't need your care either, go live or die on your own. Click. The line went dead abruptly. Qin Xiao had wanted to explain something, but Qin Rou clearly gave him no chance. Ah! Qin Xiao set down his phone and let out a long sigh. Li Yi, who was driving, had heard everything clearly. He said, Brother, Xiao Rou still holds a grudge over what happened before. But you're different now, just go back and explain yourself properly. You don't understand. This isn't something simple words can mend. Qin Xiao shook his head and replied.
2 years ago, Xin Xiao had deceived his mother and younger sister out of their money under the pretense of starting a business. Originally, his sister could have used that money to attend a prestigious university, given her consistently outstanding academic performance. But because of him, her life underwent a drastic change. Xin Ro, 4 years younger than Xin Xiao, was merely 21 this year. A girl barely in her 20s could have had boundless possibilities ahead, yet now she was left with only one path. All of this was his fault. To this day, my mother and younger sister still live cramped in a rental somewhere in Suzhou and Hangzhou, barely getting by on my sister's meager salary from her job. By the time Li dropped Xin Xiao off at home, it was already 8 p.m. Xiaolan had long since returned from Grandma's birthday banquet and was sitting in the living room with Xiaoyi. When she saw Xin Xiao walk in, Xiaolan couldn't contain her joy and said, "Xin Xiao, today was simply wonderful. You should have seen the expressions on Auntie First and Auntie Second at Grandma's banquet. They didn't crack a smile the entire time." Hearing this, Xin Xiao rarely smiled and hung his coat on the wall, saying, "Consider this payback for all the frustrations you've endured over the years." Giggle, "Daddy, Mommy was so happy today, and so was I." Xiaoyi laughed. Xin Xiao patted Xiaoyi's head with a smile. "If you're happy, then Daddy is happy too. You've worked all day and haven't eaten yet, right? Let me cook something for you. What would you like?" Xiaolan stood up and tied on her apron as she spoke. "No thanks, I've lost my appetite." Xin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Xiaolan studied Xin Zhao's expression and seemed to sense something. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" she asked. "Mom just called. She said Xin Ro is getting engaged the day after tomorrow and wants me to come back, but Xin Ro doesn't want to see me," Xin Xiao revealed. Hearing this, Xiaolan suddenly understood the situation. "Mom and Xin Ro still don't know about your current accomplishments. And what you did 2 years ago, well, such things aren't easily forgiven. Yes, I was indeed a complete jerk before. It's only right for her to hate me. But Xin Ro is my only sister, and I can't let her life be ruined by that man," Xin Xiao said calmly. "You're talking about Jiang Junming, aren't you?" Xiaolan replied. That man is no good," Xin Xiao said with a dark expression. Chapter 102, Prophetic Words. "You've only met Jiang Junming once, how do you know he's no good? He seems quite nice to Xiao," Xiaolan comforted. Hearing this, Xin Xiao burst out laughing, saying, "Back when we were dating, why didn't you realize I was no good? You married me against your family's wishes and suffered so much these years because of me." Xiaolan was immediately rendered speechless by Xin Zhao's words. She rolled her eyes and said, "Ouch, that's because I was blind. Luckily you've turned over a new leaf, otherwise I..." At this point, Xiaolan suddenly stopped speaking. Xin Xiao naturally knew what Xiaolan was going to say next. Had he not turned over a new leaf, Xiaolan would have undoubtedly thrown herself into the river. But none of that would happen now. That's why it's true, men understand men best. Everything might seem perfect while dating, but after marriage, their flawed nature can't stand the test, Xin Xiao remarked. Of course, Xin Xiao hadn't spoken without proof. In his past life, barely a year after Qin Ro married Jiang Junming, the latter had cheated multiple times and even beaten her. Even Yu Guiqin suffered the consequences. Especially after Qin Ro became pregnant, Jiang Junming still refused to let up, eventually beating her so severely that she miscarried. It was this very blow that drove Qin Ro to madness. Even after Qin Xiao later became wealthy and brought his mother and Qin Ro back home, the pain never truly faded away. "It seems you'll have to do some persuasion with Qin Ro once you get back the day after tomorrow," Xiaolan remarked. Qin Xiao let out a sigh and said, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I'll rest first." "Alright, go to sleep," Xiaolan nodded. 11 p.m. As Qin Xiao lay fast asleep, the things he had mentioned during the day were now being verified. At the same time, at a nightclub somewhere in Suzhou-Hangzhou region, Ma Yuran, who had gone out to seek some diversion feeling depressed, now sat on the steps outside the club's entrance, his face covered in blood. He looked utterly wretched at that moment. Standing around Ma Yuran were 6 or 7 young men, forming an impenetrable shield around him. Just as Qin Xiao had mentioned during the day, Ma Yuran had come to the nightclub for some fun and ended up competing with a wealthy heir from Beijing over a woman. He did succeed in winning her over, but the rich kid immediately made calls and summoned 3 desperados who caught Ma Yuran alone in the restroom without his bodyguards. Luckily, Lun had arranged for several underlings in advance, so when Ma Yuran was slashed across the face, those lackeys heard the commotion and rushed over to protect him. Thankfully, they arrived just in time, otherwise, Ma Yuran would have ended up with more than just that scar on his face. 5 or 6 stab wounds across his body could have easily followed. Roughly a few minutes later, a car pulled up right at the entrance of the nightclub. "Good heavens, President Ma, why are you covered in so much blood? Is the wound serious?" Lun stepped out of the car, genuinely startled by the sight. Ma Yuran raised his hand slightly and said, "It's fine, just a small cut. You did well by calling some people to protect me. Otherwise, I might have taken a serious fall tonight. It's good that you're alright, it's good you're alright." Lun finally let out a sigh of relief before adding,
Boss Ma, didn't I say it before? Better to believe it and be safe than ignore it. Master Qin warned you earlier today that you'd face a bloodshed disaster tonight, and see, wasn't his prediction spot on? Hearing this, my Yuren suddenly remembered and said, this Master Qin, he genuinely has skill. Could I have misjudged him? Exactly. If not for Master Qin's warning, how would I ever have thought to send people to guard you? Luan replied helplessly. Chapter 103, Master Qin is truly divine. Luan, what's the background of this Master Qin? Ma Yuren asked. I don't know either. I met him by chance. If not for him, I would have gone bankrupt long ago, Luan replied. After this recent incident, Ma Yuren now held a completely revised opinion of Qin Xiao. After all, this warning of imminent danger came true instantly, down to the exact hour of the night. Although Ma Yuren also believed in feng shui, he had never encountered someone who could predict with such precision when an accident would befall him. Luan, give Mr. Qin a call. I need to properly apologize to him. If it weren't for his warning to you, I might have really been in trouble tonight, Ma Yuren said, his daytime arrogance completely gone, speaking in a much calmer tone. It's too late now. How about I call Master Qin first thing tomorrow morning? Luan suggested. Ma Yuren nodded slightly. It'd be best to arrange a meeting with this Master Qin. There are many things I'd like to seek his advice on. Alright, Luan nodded in agreement. By the way, call Guan Haiyang. That kid has unorthodox connections, have him track down the rich second generation who beat me up. I can't swallow today's humiliation. Ma Yuren slowly stood up and declared. This Guan Haiyang was a local crime boss in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region, nicknamed Guan the Yama King, an exceptionally ruthless character. Rest assured, Mr. Ma, in Suzhou and Hangzhou, you're like the heavens themselves. Anyone who crosses you is just asking for death. Luan spoke up. Luan dared to speak these words for good reason. After all, Ma Yuren was worth billions, and through years of engineering projects, he had befriended numerous influential figures. Naturally, his connections reached both high and low. The only drawback was his lack of the shrewd composure expected of a billionaire. With a fiery temper, he gave off the impression that while his wealth had arrived, his sophistication hadn't quite caught up. But people like this are also easy to get along with. They don't have any hidden agendas. Once you befriend them, the benefits naturally follow. The following day. Early the next morning, Qin Xiao got out of bed bright and early, ready to head over to Tianhui Tower. But just then, Luan called him, his voice brimming with admiration. Master Qin, you're downright clairvoyant. If it weren't for your warning yesterday, President Ma would have been in real hot water last night. Did he get hacked at? How bad was it? Qin Xiao asked. It's nothing serious. He almost lost his life over a woman, but fortunately, my boys saved him. Let's not dwell on that, Luan said before adding, Master Qin, Boss Ma is convinced now. He wants to invite you to dinner to make amends for his earlier behavior. Then let's make it today at noon, Qin Xiao replied. Sounds good. By the way, Master Qin, what do you think should be done about building that bridge in the suburbs? Luan asked. Since Ma Yuren no longer doubted Qin Xiao's abilities, there was no need for him to act reserved anymore. After all, the sooner the bridge was built, the sooner he could start making money. The solution is straightforward, just 3 points need to be addressed. First, have the upstream chemical plant open its floodgates to release water and flush away the negative energy downstream. Second, workers must schedule shifts between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., when yang energy is at its peak. Absolutely no work should continue past 3 p.m. Third, support columns must be erected as 9 dragon pillars. Dragons belong to the water element, warding off evil and dispelling negative forces, ensuring the overpass remains as solid as bedrock. Qin Xiao laid out the remedy. This plan primarily involves altering the feng shui arrangement, since the pillar's instability isn't caused by supernatural entities, so there's no need for complicated rituals. Master Qin, you're truly divine. If construction proceeds smoothly, I must properly thank you. Luan exclaimed with ecstasy. Once the pillar stands firm, his fortune-making opportunity arrives. Chapter 104, The Bully Syndicate. After waking up and washing, Qin Xiao ate a quick breakfast before heading to Tianhui Tower. At this moment in the office, Zheng Hao and Li Yi sat waiting on the couch, as if something very important was about to happen. Xiaolan, who had arrived half an hour earlier than Qin Xiao, brought hot tea for the two of them. Don't trouble yourself, sister-in-law. There's no need for you to serve us tea personally, Zheng Hao quickly took over. Yeah, sister-in-law. If Brother Qin saw this, we wouldn't hear the end of it, Li Yi also visibly startled. Xiaolan smiled and said, I've got nothing else to do anyway, so it's no trouble. As they were talking, Qin Xiao slowly walked in and said, What brings you here? Seeing Qin Xiao enter, Zheng Hao gradually stood up and said, Brother Qin, something's happened at Tianhui Tower. Hearing this abruptly, Qin Xiao furrowed his brows and asked, Something happened? What happened? Take a look at this. Zheng Hao handed an agreement over to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao took the agreement and realized it was a copy regarding equity investment in Tianhui Tower. Isn't this a financing agreement? Someone wants to invest in Tianhui Tower? That should be good news, Qin Xiao said slowly. Brother Qin, look at the second page, Zhang Hao said with a bitter expression. Qin Shao then flipped to the second page, and its contents instantly darkened his expression. Xiaolan, standing beside him, also leaned in to look at the agreement, her face equally filled with disbelief. Because the agreement had been sent by a company called Longting Company, Limited. They actually wanted to invest 10 million to acquire a 70% stake in Tianhui Mansion. Is this agreement a joke? 10 million for 70% of Tianhui Tower's shares? This thing belongs straight in the trash. Xiaolan was visibly furious as she read. Beside her, Zhang Hao wore a bitter expression and said, "Sister-in-law, this Longting Group is a heavyweight company that ranks even nationally, let alone in Suong. They're real capital with powerful backing, we can't afford to cross them." Qin Shao slowly closed the agreement and asked, "When was this delivered?" "An hour ago," Li Yi quickly answered. Qin Shao was no stranger to this Longting Group, a conglomerate formed by a gang of capitalist tyrants, thugs, and robbers. Why use so many harsh words to describe it? Because no good words could ever fit them. Backed by both legal and shady forces, Longting Group wielded overwhelming power in Suzhou and Hangzhou, casting a shadow even the mighty Dongqing Group, led by Yu Yihua, dared not provoke. In his previous life, Qin Shao had waged more than one business war against Longting Group, ending in mutual destruction. It was only through sheer force that Qin Shao finally subdued them. Yet, to his surprise, in this reincarnated life, before he could even truly rise, Longting Group had already set its sights on him again? This made Qin Shao somewhat furious. "Qin Shao, if the other party wants to use such an unfair contract to invest in Tianhui Tower, can't we just ignore them? If they try anything underhanded, we'll take them to court." Xiaolan spoke up. "Sister-in-law, it's not as simple as you think. If we don't agree to this contract, Longting Group will copy our business model completely. Even if you sue them, Longting Group has the reputation of being invincible in Suzhou and Hangzhou courts, we can't possibly win," Zhang Hao said with a bitter expression, shaking his head. "How despicable. How can there be a company so shameless and without any bottom line?" Xiaolan was truly incensed. Li Yi also wore a helpless expression as he said, "The person who delivered the agreement mentioned they'll send someone to negotiate with us in a couple of days. This document is just to prepare us mentally in advance." Chapter 105, The Big Fish Eats the Small Fish. As soon as Li Yi spoke, both Zhang Hao and Xiaolan beside him couldn't help but reveal looks of anger on their faces. "It seems our Tianhui building has been performing exceptionally well in sales recently." Qin Shao calmed his emotions before speaking slowly. "Yes, ever since Tianhui Tower changed its operating model, sales have been increasing day by day. We've achieved maximum benefits with minimal investment. Longting Group must have set their sights on our operating model, that's why they want to buy shares. To put it bluntly, they're trying to freeload off this business model," Li Yi said slowly. After Qin Shao reformed the operating model, the company's legal department had already patented it. This meant no company other than Dongqing Group was permitted to use it. If you want to use it, you either have to buy the patent or become the majority shareholder by investing, then establish a subsidiary based on Tianhui Tower. But Longting Group doesn't want to spend money on buying the patent, so they chose the rogue and thuggish method of forcibly acquiring Tianhui Tower, effectively paying just 10 million for a patent that could generate billions in profit. This kind of behavior, were it directed at any other company, would go completely unchallenged, given Longting Group's influence in both the legitimate and underground sectors, especially the latter. At worst, they'd end up losing both their assets and their lives. Running into Longting Group at this moment is indeed quite a headache, Qin Shao said with furrowed brows, speaking slowly. Exactly. With Dongqing Group unreliable now and us just starting to pick up steam, confronting Longting Group head-on would be like an egg striking a stone. Li Yi also expressed helplessness on the matter. Zhang Hao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Li Yi is right. There was once a rumor about Longting Group wanting to acquire a company. That company stubbornly refused, and in the end, its CEO mysteriously died, clearly assassinated. The so-called business war, to put it bluntly, is simply about the big fish eating the small fish, and the small fish eating the shrimp. Yet it is also a battlefield without visible gunpowder smoke but drenched in blood everywhere. If you're not strong enough, you can only swallow your grievances when bullied, or else it's a dead end. Qin Shao fell silent for a moment after hearing Li Yi and Zhang Hao's words, then asked, Li Yi, does Dongqing Group know about this matter? Not yet. Even if we inform Yi Huayu, he probably wouldn't dare to oppose Longting Group over this agreement. Li Yi shook his head and said, this was undoubtedly true. Dongqing Group was currently mired in financial crisis, barely able to keep itself afloat, and certainly in no position to stand up against Longting Group. Yeah, Yu Yehua definitely wouldn't go against Longting Group, but he must know about this by now. Qin Shao casually tossed the agreement into the trash and said, when Longting Group's people come in a couple days, I'll deal with them. Let's keep this under wraps for now. Brother Qin, you really just threw the agreement in the trash? If Longting Group plays dirty, we're no match for them. Zhang Hao was also shocked by Qin Zhao's move. After all, in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region, every company, big or small,
treats Longting Group like their honored ancestor. Qin Xiao's bold move was truly startling. Xiaolan, standing nearby, also looked uneasy, especially when she heard Zhang Hao mention assassination and mysterious deaths. She said, Qin Xiao, judging from what Zhang Hao and Li Yi are saying, we're completely out of our league against Longting Group. Maybe we should just agree, we can't afford any accidents now, especially with Xiaoyi still so young. Qin Xiao glanced at Zhang Hao and Li Yi, saying, what do you two think? Brother, I think sis-in-law makes a good point. As the saying goes, an arm can't twist a thigh. Besides, Tianhui Plaza was never ours to begin with. If they want in, just let them have it, Li Yi spoke up. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao said, Brother Qin, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. Chapter 106, Be a coward now, be a coward for life. At this moment, Xiaolan disagreed with Qin Xiao taking the risk, as she was deeply concerned for his safety. Xiaoyi was still so young, if they truly provoked the Tian Tang group and brought about a fatal disaster, it would drag the entire family down with them. It was understandable that Li Yi didn't agree either, he was just a deputy manager in human resources, and it didn't matter to him who became the boss. But Qin Xiao would never back down. After all, in his previous life, he had a deep-seated grudge against Skyrise Group. Given a second chance, he certainly wouldn't cower before them now. Alright, I'll take charge of this matter. Don't bring up letting them invest again. Qin Xiao slowly raised his hand and said. Xiaolan immediately grew anxious upon hearing this and exclaimed, Qin Xiao, I'm begging you, I know you're capable now, but no matter how capable you are, you can't possibly take on Longting Group. We've already made a decent amount of money, there's no need to take this risk. We're just getting started, far from over. If we back down now, we'll be backing down for the rest of our lives, Qin Xiao said, giving Xiaolan's shoulder a reassuring pat before adding, Don't worry, if Tianteng Group dares to lay a finger on you or Xiaoyi, I'll ensure not a single soul, human or animal, remains in that entire company. As Qin Xiao uttered these words, Zhang Hao and Li Yi, standing nearby, clearly sensed a faint yet palpable pressure emanating from him, even a hint of murderous intent. The oppressive feeling was so tangible that it even made breathing somewhat difficult. Xiaolan was also shocked by Qin Xiao's sudden words. Since Qin Xiao had spoken like this, she had no choice but to relent. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the landline phone in the office suddenly rang. Xiaolan answered it and found that the caller was Yu Yehua, so she handed the phone to Qin Xiao. Hello, this is Qin Xiao speaking, Qin Xiao said. Mr. Qin, are you busy right now? Yu Yehua asked. No, what's the matter? Qin Xiao slightly furrowed his brows. My father and I will be going to Tianhui Mansion later to discuss something with you, Yu Yehua said. Alright, Qin Xiao finally hung up the phone. There was no need to guess, it was certain that Longting Group had already sent the agreement to Dongxing Group. You all go back to work, Qin Xiao said, looking at Zhang Hao and the other man. Zhang Hao and Li Yi nodded before slowly leaving the office. An hour later, Yu Yehua and Yu Yue arrived at Tianhui Tower. Qin Xiao had long been waiting outside the door. Seeing the father and son emerge from the elevator, he said, Mr. Yu, Elder Yu, please come right in. Ha, Mr. Qin, indeed, one cannot be judged by appearance after 3 days apart. You've truly managed Tianhui Tower with remarkable vigor. Yu Yehua immediately laughed in response. Beside him, Yu Yue also gave an approving look and remarked, It seems Mr. Qin is indeed a business prodigy. Your future achievements will surely not fall short of Yehua's. Hearing the father and son's complimentary banter, Qin Xiao also wore a look of surprise and smiled, saying, Don't flatter me too much. Compared to your commercial empire, mine is just small potatoes. After the two took their seats, Xiaolan brought in the tea and then exited the office. Mr. Qin, if I'm not mistaken, you probably already know why Yihua and I are here. Yu Yue took a sip of tea and said. Sitting in his executive chair, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and nudged the nearby wastebasket with his foot. Naturally, he said. You're here for this, aren't you? Suddenly spotting the agreement in the trash bin beneath Qin Xiao's feet, Yu Yehua and Yu Yue, the father and son duo, nearly spat out the tea they were sipping. Chapter 107 My knees are stiff, I can't kneel. Mr. Qin, why did you throw Longtung Group's agreement into the trash? Yu Yehua asked in shock. Should I enshrine such garbage instead of tossing it out? Qin Xiao replied. At this moment, Yu Yue was also shocked by Qin Xiao's actions. With his vision and understanding of business, it was impossible not to know about the Longtung Group. Tossing their agreement into the trash seemed to have made his stance clear. It seems Mr. Qin has no intention of compromising with the Longtung Group. Yu Yue reacted, his aged eyes showing a trace of solemnity. A bully like that, if you compromise even once, you'll never stand tall in front of them again. My legs are too stiff to kneel, Qin Xiao said with a half smile. Yu Yehua was stunned for quite a while before finally speaking. Mr. Qin, it seems I've disappointed you. To be honest, I came here hoping to persuade you to allow Longtung Group to invest. You surely know Dongcheng Group is currently facing financial difficulties and can't withstand major storms. When Longting Group approached me today, I truly had no choice but to comply. Qin Xiao flashed a faint smile, fully understanding Yu Yehua predicament. I completely sympathize with your situation, Mr. Yu. After all, Tianhui Tower originally belongs to your Dongcheng Group. If you decide to terminate our agreement now and transfer the company to Longting Group, I wouldn't object at all.
At this point, Yu Yue immediately laughed and said, "Ha, Mr. Qin, you're being too serious. You saved Dongcheng Group once, there's no way my father and I would ever do such a thing." Yu Yehua also wore an awkward expression at this moment and took over the conversation, saying, "Mr. Qin, that's not what I meant. It's just that the Longting Group is downright despicable, they have underworld connections. If they were truly provoked, I'm afraid Mr. Qin might end up in danger. Rather than clinging to Tianhui Tower, it's better to let go. Once Dongqing Group recovers its strength, as long as Mr. Qin is willing, we can then test our mettle against Longting Group." Yu Yehua was just talking big. Even if Dongcheng Group were to switch places with them, they wouldn't stand a chance against Longting Group. Managing to survive would already be an achievement. Who are they kidding about challenging them? Qin Shao smiled, fully aware of the reasoning behind it. "We can have an arm wrestling match right now," he said. "No need to wait until Dongcheng Group recovers. There's not much overlap between Dongcheng Group and Longting Group, so it's better not to get involved." At this moment, Yu Yehua and his son were stunned by Qin Zhao's words, unable to react for quite some time. They couldn't deny Qin Zhao's business acumen, but now he seemed somewhat overly confident. After all, this Tinglong Group was a behemoth dozens, if not hundreds, of times larger than Dongcheng Group. To put it bluntly, this was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, utterly overestimating one's own strength. "Mr. Qin, let me be frank. If I refuse Tinglong Group's pressure to buy shares, they'll likely take down Dongcheng Group along with it," Yu Yehua said with a bitter expression. "Mr. Yu, how about this, sell Tianhui Tower to me? That way, you'll have no ties to it whatsoever, and if anyone comes looking, they'll only come after me," Qin Shao said with a smile. Sell to you?" Yu Yehua was dumbfounded. That Tianhui Tower was bought for 3 billion. Could Qin Shao actually scrape together 3 billion right now? This is clearly unrealistic. "Right, sell it to me. After all, once Longting Group invests, they'll take 70% of the shares. Even if Dongcheng Group gets a cut later, you won't make much from it. You might as well just give it to me. Let me be the one to go head-to-head with Longting Group." Qin Shao wore a smile, as if crippling Longting Group would be an easy task. Chapter 108, Risk Hedging. After Qin Zhao's explanation, Yu Yehua hesitated for a moment. Indeed, transferring all shares of Tianhui Building to Qin Shao would mean severing all ties between Tianhui Building and Dongcheng Group. Even if Longting Group were to cause trouble, they wouldn't be able to target Dongcheng Group. "Mr. Qin, are you sure about this? You must understand that if Dragon Sword Group takes offense, it won't just be a simple matter of failure, you might end up losing your life," Yu Yehua said gravely. "Rest assured, Mr. Yu, not even the King of Hell can claim my life. A mere Dragon Sword Group is beneath my notice." Qin Shao replied with a faint smile before adding, "However, I don't currently have the 3 billion. I can use Tianhui Tower as collateral. If I fail to repay the amount within a month, Tianhui Tower will still legally transfer to Dongcheng Group. The same holds true if I meet with any misfortune during this period." Hearing this, Yu Yehua glanced at his father. Yu Yue also showed a hint of admiration for Qin Shao and said, "Yehua, since Mr. Qin is confident, let him give it a try." Yu Yehua nodded in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Qin. Then we'll proceed as you've suggested." In truth, this move was born of necessity. Whether Yehua transferred ownership or not, the Longtang Group would forcibly buy into it regardless. Following Qin Zhao's suggestion was ultimately the better option. "Alright then," Qin Shao gave a slight nod before making a call to Zhang Hao. Not long after, a transfer contract for the Tianhui building was delivered to them. Both parties signed and affixed their seals, making the contract officially effective. From that moment on, the Dongsheng Group ceased to have any connection with the Tianhui building whatsoever. "Mr. Qin, though I know you're confident, you must still be extremely careful. If you truly can't prevail, know when to let go," Yu Yehua said earnestly while holding the contract. "I know my limits," Qin Shao replied. Subsequently, Yi Huayu and Yu Weiyu, father and son, left the Tianhui building. Watching the two leave, Zheng Hao finally walked over and said, "Brother Qin, how did the Yu father and son so readily agree to transfer Tianhui Tower to you? That doesn't quite align with their usual profit-driven merchant mentality." Noticing Zhang Hao's confusion, Qin Shao explained, "Don't you get it? With Yu Yaowei's cunning old fox ways, he'd be delighted if I stepped forward now to challenge Lungtum Group. It helps him dodge bigger risks. But this puts Yu Yehua in a tough spot, since he genuinely wants what's best for me." Zhang Hao nodded and said, "I think I'm starting to understand." "Good that you understand. Get ready to roll up your sleeves and join me in this grand venture." Qin Shao laughed while patting Zhang Hao's shoulder. At this moment, upon entering the elevator, Yi Huayu's expression darkened as he said, "Dad, I don't know if this action of ours is harming Mr. Qin." Yu Yue also sighed and replied, "You're not just harming him, you're pushing him toward a dead end. It seems Mr. Qin's life is unsalvageable now." "What? Then why did you agree to let me sign just now?" Yi Huayu froze before exclaiming, "No,
I need to go back up and convince Mr. Chin. He's a business prodigy, it's such a waste for him to be destroyed by Longting Group like this. You can't persuade him now, interrupted Yu Yue. Our Dongxing Group is caught in a financial crisis, and the Huang family is already trying to ally with Longting Group against us. If Qin Xiao steps forward now and diverts Longting Group's attention, it'll buy us some breathing room. Dad, what kind of nonsense is that? If it weren't for Mr. Qin, our Dongxing Group would have gone bankrupt days ago. Yu Yehua said angrily. Yu Yue immediately glared at him. What do you know? This is called risk hedging, using minimal risk to avoid greater losses. This is how you survive in business warfare. My thinking is that with Qin Zhao's intelligence, he might hold out for another 10 days or half a month. By then, our financial crisis will be resolved, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to avenge Qin Zhao later. Hearing these words, Yu Yahua's expression darkened. Unconsciously, he had already begun using Qin Zhao as a shield, though he hated doing it. He couldn't defy his father's will. Chapter 109, Luan's jaw-dropping shock. Yu Yao's actions may seem heartless, but they precisely illustrate the ruthlessness of business warfare. Since ancient times, the victors become kings while the losers become outcasts. In the cutthroat world of commerce where profit reigns supreme, notions of loyalty and morality are but mere afterthoughts. After all, as the ancients said, compassion cannot command troops, and righteousness cannot manage wealth. This is an eternal truth. As the afternoon arrived, Qin Xiao wrapped up his busy day. Seeing Xiaolan standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought, Qin Xiao slowly walked up behind her and gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist. In a soft voice, he asked, "How are you feeling? Tired?" Startled by the sudden embrace, Xiaolan instinctively placed her hand over Qin Xiao's before replying, "Not tired. I'm just worried about you." "Don't worry about me. Later, we'll take Xiaoyi out for a feast," Qin Xiao said with a bright smile. "No need, Mom said she'll pick Xiaoyi up later and take her to her place," Xiaolan replied before adding, "So, what fancy meal are we having?" "Someone's treating us, let's bring Zhang Hao along," Qin Xiao spoke up. Just as they were talking, Zhang Hao knocked on the door and said, "Xin Gu, there's someone named Luan downstairs asking for you." "Alright, let's go." Qin Xiao finally released Xiaolan and headed downstairs. At this moment, Luan stood dumbfounded in front of the car, staring at the towering building with an expression of utter disbelief. He turned to the security guard beside him and asked, "Bro, are you sure Qin Xiao is the chairman of this company?" "Hey, I told you how many times already? Chairman Qin is indeed the boss here," the guard replied, thoroughly exasperated by Luan's repeated questioning. "Holy crap, this Master Qin has quite the status. How come I didn't know any of this?" Luan's eyes were wide with shock. He then muttered, "Wait a minute, if Master Qin is the chairman of Tianhui Tower, why was his wife borrowing money from me before? What the hell is going on here?" Seeing Luan's stunned expression, the guard puffed up with pride and said, "Never seen the world, have you? Our chairman is a business prodigy. Ever heard of Dongxing Group? Even Yu Yehua is close buddies with our chairman Qin." At the security guard's words, Luan was so shocked his jaw could have fit a whole fist inside. Just think about that. Dongxing Group was the most prestigious enterprise in Suzhou Hangzhou. Countless people would scramble over each other just for a chance to get in. Who would have thought Master Qin had such powerful connections? Compared to Master Qin, the small-time boss like him was simply beneath notice. Just as Luan was lost in stunned silence, Qin Xiao slowly descended the stairs with Xiaolan and Zhang Hao in tow. "Oh my, Master Qin, you really had me fooled. How was I supposed to know you're also the chairman of Tianhui Tower?" Luan quickly stepped forward as Qin Xiao approached. "You never asked me before," Qin Xiao replied with a puzzled expression. "Luan, where did Director Ma arrange to meet?" Qin Xiao asked. "At the Monarch Pavilion, this restaurant used to outshine even three-star establishments. It's considered the finest dining in Suzhou and Hangzhou," Luan remarked. The Buddha jumps over the wall at Monarch Pavilion is truly exceptional, one signature dish that conquers all," Qin Xiao nodded. Master Qin clearly has hidden depths. The Monarch Pavilion operates on an invitation-only membership, few know of it, with fewer than 200 members nationwide. Reservations must be made far in advance. President Ma originally booked tonight for an important client meeting. To express his gratitude to Master Qin, he deliberately postponed his business appointment. Luan laughed. "Hee, President Ma is very thoughtful," Qin Xiao said with a smile. "Then let's go." Luan hurriedly moved to open the car door. Chapter 110, a meal worth 200,000. Luan drove through the city, making turns left and right, finally arriving after a full half-hour drive. Upon reaching Junlin Pavilion, Qin Xiao found himself quite familiar with the place. After all, in his previous life, he had often dined here with clients. Though located in a remote area, the allure of its gourmet cuisine was irresistible. The delicious aromas could be detected from miles away. "Master Qin, you all go in first. I'll go pick up President Ma," Luan said. What about President Ma's driver?" Qin Xiao asked. Don't even mention it. That driver/bodyguard was fired by President Ma. Yesterday when President Ma got stabbed, the guy was too busy flirting with girls to notice," Luan explained helplessly.
Alright then. Qin Xiao also looked speechless. Then the three of them entered the restaurant. A poised female waitress promptly approached with a professional smile and asked, "Do three have a reservation?" "What? Didn't my Yuren make a reservation?" Qin Xiao said. "Very well, the first room to your left inside," the waitress quickly directed. Then the three of them headed toward the private room. After sitting down, Zhang Hao was astonished by the luxury of the private room and said, "Qin, this place must be pretty expensive for a meal, right?" "Starting at 200,000, Qin Xiao replied. Gasp, 200,000? Zhang Hao was instantly shocked and added, "I usually spend half the day deciding on a 30 yuan meal. This is way too extravagant." There's a reason for the high price. Over 30 ingredients used in this restaurant are all exclusively supplied, delivered only on the day of reservation. If guests don't show up, all ingredients are discarded the next day. Ordinary people can't afford such luxury, Qin Xiao remarked. Xiaolan, standing nearby, stared at Qin Xiao wide-eyed and asked, how do you know the details so well?" Qin Xiao grinned. Just as he was about to speak, the waiter hurried over and said, Sorry, your private room is actually the first one on the right. I made a mistake." "Got it, no problem." Qin Xiao nodded slightly, ready to get up with Xiaolan and Zhang Hao to head to the other room. But just then, a man and a woman suddenly appeared at the door. Their ages were roughly similar to Qin Xiao's, likely a couple. The woman's face immediately darkened upon seeing Qin Xiao and his two companions in the private room. "Waiter, what's going on?" she snapped. "Why are there other people sitting in the reserved room I booked?" The waiter quickly responded with an apologetic expression. "My apologies, miss. It was my oversight. I'll have these three guests moved to another room right away." Qin Xiao frowned slightly as he observed the woman's spoiled demeanor. Though she was making things difficult for the staff, he paid little attention since this was indeed the waiter's mistake. The woman planted her hands on her hips and snapped, "What do you mean by oversight? Do you think a simple apology will fix this? These three people took my private room. I'm a platinum VIP here. Don't they know I have mysophobia? Are you new or something?" The woman was furious, but the waitress didn't dare say a word. After all, anyone dining here was either rich or powerful, far beyond what a lowly server like her could afford to offend. She could only lower her head and keep apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry." At this moment, Xiaolan picked up her bag and followed Qin Xiao out of the private room, passing right by the woman. The woman immediately pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Look at what kind of lowlifes these are. They reek of cheap perfume. It's fouled up my entire private room. I demand an explanation." Hearing these words suddenly, Qin Xiao, who had already stepped away, abruptly halted and furrowed his brows. Xiaolan was also somewhat exasperated, saying, "Miss, there's no need to make personal attacks. Where does this cheap perfume come from? This is just the smell of laundry detergent, alright?" Chapter 111, A Slap to Teach a Lesson. The woman immediately perked up and retorted, "What? You occupied my private room and still think you're in the right? Have you no manners?" Manners? Oh my god. You're the one eating shit yet complaining others stink? How do you even manage that? Zhang Hao was instantly amused by the absurdity. Who are you calling a shit eater? Who the hell do you think you're insulting? The woman immediately marched toward Zhang Hao, handbag in hand. Qin Xiao had also reached his limit and was about to step forward when Xiaolan suddenly grabbed his arm, saying, "Qin Xiao, forget it. Everyone who comes here isn't simple. Better avoid trouble than invite it." The woman glanced at Qin Xiao, who seemed ready to throw hands, especially taking in his less than luxurious suit, and immediately grew bolder. "Look at you all, dressed like paupers. Since when does Junlin Pavilion entertain such riffraff? Did you just call me a nobody?" Qin Xiao asked with a darkened expression. "You, so what? Got a problem with that?" The woman acted completely unreasonable, immediately placing her hands on her hips and shouting angrily, "Slap!" Before the woman could finish her words, Qin Xiao's palm had already struck without hesitation. The slap rang out so sharply that the woman staggered, then collapsed to the ground, utterly dazed. How dare he hit her? It seemed that in all her years, no one had ever dared lay a finger on her, yet today, she'd been struck across the face? Qin Xiao pulled out a handkerchief and vigorously wiped his hand before saying, "Hitting you disgusts me. Keep spewing filth from your mouth, and it won't just be a slap next time. You dare hit me," the woman cried, clutching her face as she stared at Qin Xiao with disbelief in her eyes. And only then did the young man who came with the woman realize what had happened, shouting on the spot, "Damn it, how dare you hit my girlfriend? You're asking for death." Just as the young man lunged forward to attack, Qin Xiao swiftly grabbed his wrist and exerted force with a sudden jerk. Snap! Ah, no, it's breaking. The young man was no match for Qin Xiao and was subdued in an instant. "Get lost!" Qin Xiao flung his arm away, sending the young man stumbling to the ground in an instant. This scene also sent shockwaves through Xiaolan. What on earth had gotten into her husband lately? If saying he'd finally wised up and learned to make money was understandable, since when did his combat skills become so overpowered? She definitely didn't recall Qin Xiao having any martial arts training before. With such a commotion outside,
guests from other private rooms heard the noise and began stepping out to investigate. At first glance, they saw the woman slumped on the ground covering her face, leaving everyone dumbfounded.
Isn't that Jo-won? How did she get beaten up? Who would dare do such a thing? Who's Jo-won? You don't know Jo-won? She's the daughter of Dragon Soar Group's CEO. Dragon Soar Group? Damn, those three are in trouble now. Rumor has it Dragon Soar has underworld connections, they're not someone you want to mess with. Jo-won, the golden child born with a silver spoon as the heiress of Dragon Soar Group, could act as spoiled and willful as she pleased in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Who would dare lay a finger on her? How could they possibly swallow this insult? All this whispered chatter from the surrounding customers naturally reached Xia Lan's ears, making her expression change instantly.
Xin Xiao, let's go, she said urgently. They're from Dragon Soar Group, we can't afford to provoke them.
You filthy bastard.
Now you know who I am, but I'm telling you, it's too late. Today, you'll learn the price of that slap. Jo-won clutched her face, trembling with fury.
Chapter 112, leaving no corpse intact. Oh, and what price is that?
Xin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. I'll make sure there's not even a corpse left of you. Zhou Yao hissed through clenched teeth, her threat dripping with malice. Xin Xiao burst out laughing, saying, even your father doesn't have that capability, yet you dare spout such nonsense. Seems that slap still didn't teach you how to behave. As he spoke, Xin Xiao stepped forward with purpose, his posture suggesting he was ready to throw another punch.
Jo-won turned pale with fright at his demeanor.
She'd rushed out in such a hurry today that she hadn't brought any bodyguards, otherwise how could she be suffering this humiliation? The young man beside her, seeing the situation turning dangerous, immediately stood up and pulled Jo-won back.
Huan, let's go call for backup. Once your father gets here, we'll finish him off. Then let's see how cocky he remains.
Under the young man's pull, Jo-won cast a venomous glance at Xin Xiao and said, if you're a man, don't you dare leave. Just you wait. After hurling her threat, Jo-won finally allowed herself to be assisted out of the restaurant by the young man, looking utterly disheveled. Throughout the entire scene, not a single manager or waiter in the restaurant dared to step forward and intervene. In any other restaurant, managers or even general managers would have long since come out to mediate, but here they didn't dare. After all, the last person who tried to mediate ended up severely disabled at Jo-won's hands. Who dared intervene now? TSK. Looks like this kid is in for some trouble. Offending Jo-won, he's definitely going to get himself killed. Yes, his father Zhou Changlong is truly a ruthless character. The hushed whispers around her sent shivers through Xia Lan's body, though she couldn't comprehend why her husband possessed such formidable abilities. But even with strength, 2 fists are no match for Death's Hand. Staying any longer would spell disaster.
Xin Xiao, let's go.
Don't stay here, Xia Lan kept pulling at Xin Xiao insistently. Leave? Sooner or later I'll have to face Zhou Changlong. Today I'll measure exactly how capable he is, Xin Xiao said with eyes full of piercing coldness. Xia Lan was thoroughly frightened by Xin Xiao's words.
You bastard! Don't you realize what would happen to Xiao Yi and me if anything happened to you? She cried. Zhang Hao, why aren't you trying to talk him out of this? A wise man knows when to retreat.
Zhang Hao also looked at a loss, but since his sister-in-law had spoken up, he hesitantly said, Brother Qin, maybe let's call it quits? We'll settle this in the business arena, there's no need for this here.
Xin Xiao, do you really think you can take on dozens or even 100 of them alone?
The Longting Group has underground connections. Xia Lan was practically shouting in desperation.
After all, the enemy outnumbered them greatly.
No matter how skilled Xin Xiao was, he couldn't possibly stand against the forces of the underworld. Don't worry, 100 or 200 people aren't worth my concern. Xin Xiao patted Xia Lan's hand reassuringly.
Xia Lan, Zhang Hao.
Xia Lan was speechless. Where on earth did this confidence to fight 100 or 200 people come from?
Even if you had a knife in hand, they'd still be unarmed.
There's no way to defeat 100 or 200 people. Not to mention the underworld, they must have weapons like machetes and steel pipes. Just then, a car slowly pulled up outside. It was Luan, who had gone to pick up Ma Yuran, arriving. As soon as these two entered, they saw quite a few people emerging from the private room, seemingly unaware of what had happened.
Master Qin, what's going on here? Ma Yuran asked, walking over with a baffled look. Luan glanced at the manager hiding in the distance before beckoning him over and asking, what happened here?
The manager approached with a miserable expression and recounted everything that had just occurred in detail. Upon hearing the whole story, both Luan and Ma Yuran were utterly shocked. How had Master Qin suddenly gotten himself entangled with that shrew Zhou? Everyone in Suzhou and Hangzhou knows Zhou Changlong is notorious for shielding his misbehaving children, let alone when it involves his precious daughter.
Chapter 113, More Friends, More Paths.
Ma Yuran said with an apologetic look, Master Qin, I'm truly sorry. If I hadn't come late, this trouble wouldn't have happened.
My fault. No need for formalities, President Ma.
That shrew deserved to be taught a lesson for her foul mouth. Qin Xiao raised his hand and replied.
Ma Yuran said, let's change to another restaurant. I know Zhou Changlong, though not very well, we've had some business dealings. It's better to avoid any potential misunderstandings. If Mr. Ma says so, let's go, Xiaolan responded promptly, clearly pleased. Luan also stepped forward to persuade, saying, Master Qin, there's no need to lower yourself to that woman's level. Later, Mr. Ma can talk to Zhou Changlong and smooth things over. Otherwise, given Zhou Changlong's temperament, this could turn into a real hassle. Seeing everyone urging him to reconsider, Qin Shao felt rather helpless but didn't want to refuse Ma Yuran and Luan's kindness. Alright then, let's go somewhere else, he agreed. Ma Yuran smiled, then looked around at the others inside and outside the private room, saying, as for what just happened here, I hope none of you will gossip about it. Otherwise, you'll be making an enemy out of Ma Yuran. The onlookers were stunned when they heard it was Ma Yuran. Although his reputation wasn't quite on par with Zhou Changlong's, he was, after all, in the construction business. And in the construction business, few were ordinary, most had backing from both the underworld and the establishment. It was only then that the crowd realized, had they just witnessed a clash of titans? Luan, go arrange with the manager of Junlin Pavilion to have the surveillance footage deleted. Make sure no images of Master Qin remain, Ma Yuran instructed. Understood, Luan nodded promptly before stepping aside to converse briefly with the manager of Junlin Pavilion. This minor incident didn't significantly dampen Qin Zhao's mood, though it meant missing out on the Buddha jumps over the wall dish. The group had no choice but to settle for a reasonably upscale restaurant in the city center instead. Master Qin, I owe you everything this time. Without you, not only would my project have failed, but I'd have also lost my life. This toast is for you. Ma Yuran raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Naturally, Qin Shao couldn't afford to lose his composure either and likewise emptied his glass. By the way, Master Qin, when I arrived, Luan mentioned you're the chairman of Tianhui Tower. I must have been blind before to achieve so much at such a young age. Your future is boundless. Ma Yuran now completely revised his earlier opinion of Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao had initially seemed like nothing more than a swindling street charlatan. But now, with his extraordinary skills and high status, Ma Yuran had no choice but to regard him as an equal. Master Qin is truly a noble man. Let me also toast to Master Qin. Luan immediately rose to his feet. Good. Let's drink merrily today, Qin Shao chuckled, raising his glass to join the toast. Ma Yuran said, Mr. Qin, since you've helped me so tremendously, let's not talk about 300,000. I'll give you 1,000,000, and I'd like to become your friend. Qin Shao raised his hand slightly and said, President Ma, no need for such courtesy. Since we're becoming friends, let's forget about the money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be proper between friends. Qin Zhao's remark made Ma Yuran see him in a new light once more. After all, it was quite rare and admirable for someone of his age to possess such worldly wisdom and experience. Especially the aura that emanated from Qin Zhao's very bones made it impossible for anyone to underestimate him. This Qin Zhao had been a man worth hundreds of billions in his past life. After all, having weathered the extreme highs and lows of life, his state of mind was far beyond that of a typical 24 or 25-year-old young man. Just as everyone was drinking and dining, a man suddenly strode briskly into the private room. The moment he entered, he announced, President Ma, it's done. We beat that spoiled rich brat who hurt you so badly even his own mother wouldn't recognize him now. Chapter 114, Fatal Consequences. Ma Yuran, who was drinking, suddenly heard these words and smiled faintly, saying, Ha, as expected of you, Guan the king of hell. There's nothing you can't handle. Very good. The man grinned and replied, when Boss Ma gives an order, it naturally must be done well. At this point, Qin Shao finally looked toward the man beside him. He appeared to be around 30 years old, burly and robust, with a shaved head. Faint tattoos could be glimpsed on his body, but what stood out most were his protruding eyeballs, radiating an intense sense of intimidation. You can tell at a glance that this kind of person isn't reputable. After all, the face reflects the heart. Master Qin, let me introduce Guan Haiyang. If you encounter any trouble in the Suzhou Hangzhou area, just drop his name, it works like a charm, Ma Yuran said. Qin Shao nodded slightly at Guan Haiyang as a form of greeting. Guan Haiyang also gave Qin Shao a nod in return, though he didn't show much expression since they were strangers to each other. Mr. Ma, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. After all, we need to deal with that kid's body, Guan Haiyang said, seemingly unconcerned about being overheard. Xiaolan, who was eating at the time, shuddered at the mention of a corpse and immediately looked at Qin Shao, clearly frightened. How could a corpse be involved in this? What's going on? Not only was Xiaolan startled, but Ma Yuran nearly spat out the wine he had just sipped. You killed him, he exclaimed. I told you to just give him a lesson, not to take it this far. How could you end up killing someone? Clearly, as a businessman, Ma Yuran had no desire to get involved in any murder case, and his face turned exceptionally grim. I didn't want to kill him either. This kid fooled around with too many women and was hooked on cocaine. He was so weak, just a few punches and kicks, and he stopped breathing, Guan Haiyang said with complete indifference, as if killing a person was as simple as slaughtering a chicken.
Ma Yuren's face had drained of color, and even Luan was stunned for a long moment. Though Luan was also a ruthless man, he had never taken a life before. You can't stay in Suzhou Hanzhou anymore. Take 2 million and go hide somewhere else. Ma Yuren thought for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Guan Haiyang replied, no need to hide, Boss Ma. No matter what forces this punk had backing him, if they dare set foot in Suzhou Hanzhou, I'll make sure they never leave alive. Ma Yuren, old Guan, we can't be careless. This kid's from Yanjing. Any wealthy person from Yanjing is bound to be someone important. Be careful not to get tripped up in the gutter. Luan cautioned. Old Wu, look at how spineless you are. What's there to fear? Guan Haiyang said with a completely indifferent expression. Alright, wait for me outside first. I'll find you later. Ma Yuren raised his hand slightly and said. Guan Haiyang then turned and left. Master Qin, don't take offense. That fellow is good in every way, except he can't control his strength, Ma Yuren said. Qin Shao remained calm and asked, how do you know him? That subordinate of yours is quite ruthless. That lad was once being hunted down by others. I helped him out, and ever since then he's helped me with whatever I needed. But he can't really be considered my subordinate, Ma Yuren explained slowly. Qin Shao gave a slight nod. After several rounds of drinks, Ma Yuren went to the restroom, while Luan slumped over the table, snoring loudly. Only then did Qin Shao slowly rise to his feet and say, Zhang Hao, come with me for a trip outside. Zhang Hao nodded and quickly followed. As he reached the entrance, Qin Shao saw Guan Haiyang leaning against a car, smoking and chatting with a few of his men. Brother Qin, did you come out looking for this guy? He's a murderer, someone we shouldn't mess with, Zhang Hao said, slightly startled. Those who live by the sword will always come in handy sooner or later. Might as well get acquainted first, Qin Shao replied. Zhang Hao had no idea what his brother Qin was up to, but he steeled himself and followed anyway. Chapter 115, Even Tyrant Guan has moments of fear. At this moment, Guan Haiyang was chatting and laughing with his lackeys when Qin Shao suddenly appeared just 2 meters away. One of the pock-faced henchmen noticed Qin Shao approaching and barked with a dark expression. What the hell are you looking at, punk? Scram! Street thugs who habitually beat people at the slightest provocation particularly resent being stared at. Seeing Qin Zhao's unwavering gaze fixed upon them naturally roused their temper. Guan Haiyang also looked at Qin Shao. He knew Qin Shao was Ma Yuren's friend, but instead of reprimanding his lackey, he allowed the underling to berate Qin Shao unrestrained. Qin Shao smiled with cultured elegance and said, What? Feeling too ugly to be seen? Can't handle being looked at? Hey, this is some real bullshit. Seems like every stray cat and mangy dog dares to dance on the king of hell's head, asking for death. The lackey immediately pulled out a dagger from his waist and rushed at Qin Shao, aiming to stab him. Crack! However, the moment the lackey raised his hand, Qin Shao seized his wrist and swiftly kicked him in the calf. Splash! Ouch! Damn it! The thug fell flat on his face with a thud. In just one encounter, Qin Shao effortlessly knocked the thug to the ground. The other 2 thugs were stunned at the sight. Who in their right mind would dare lay a hand on them? They immediately grabbed steel pipes from the car, ready to strike. At this moment, Guan Haiyang was also startled by Qin Zhao's clean and decisive moves. Who would have thought this seemingly frail man was actually a martial arts practitioner? Everyone, stand down. Guan Haiyang immediately barked at his 2 thugs who were about to attack. Then, turning to Qin Shao, he added, What's your problem? Hitting my men right off the bat? Don't think you can act recklessly just because you're Director Ma's friend. I don't give face to anyone except Director Ma. Qin Shao took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, saying, Don't get worked up. I'm not here to cause trouble. Just to give you a heads up, your life is in danger. You'd better start preparing for the worst. Hearing this, Guan Haiyang paused, then laughed coldly. Ha, you think that Beijing rich kid can touch me? I told you, send a few and I'll bury a few. Match my tone. Do you know who you just killed? So confident, are you? Qin Shao asked with a faint smile. What? You know that guy? Guan Haiyang was taken aback. Qin Shao said, That rich kid you killed was named Zhu Wei. His father is Zhu Mao, the head of the investigative division in Yanjing. Since you've been working the gray side of the law, you should understand better than me what that means. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Guan Haiyang's mind instantly buzzed. Why you? What did you say? The commander of the Criminal Investigation Department, he stammered. Clearly, after hearing Qin Zhao's words, Guan Haiyang, who usually feared nothing, suddenly felt a chill of fear, his body trembling slightly. If the other party were merely a rich second-generation heir with a powerful family background, Guan Haiyang wouldn't have batted an eyelid. But the investigation division, that was an entirely different matter. After all, mice instinctively fear cats. What's more, when this rich kid's father happened to be the king of cats, wasn't this agency specifically designed to hunt down rats like them? Finally scared now? But it's too late. With Zhu Mao's status and influence, crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant, Qin Shao remarked calmly. Qin Shao knew all this precisely because in his previous life, after Ma Yuren was stabbed, he had wanted revenge. But upon discovering the perpetrator's identity, Ma Yuren had no choice but to swallow his rage in silence. But this time, due to Qin Zhao's intervention altering events, Zhu Wei ended up being killed by Guan Haiyang instead. Chapter 116, Each has its own path. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Guan Haiyang's face turned pale and then flushed with fear. He was able to act arrogantly and recklessly in Suzhou and Hangzhou precisely because he had connections with many big bosses taking care of those shady dealings they couldn't afford to bring to light. Whenever he faced any danger, those big bosses would step in to protect him, so in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he was absolutely untouchable. But murdering Zhu Wei, whose father was the head of the investigative division in Yanjing, completely changed the nature of the situation. If the authorities directly mobilized Yanjing's investigative division to target him, execution by firing squad would be inevitable. But Guan Haiyang was no stranger to storms. After a brief moment of panic, he mustered his courage and declared, "Humph, what's some investigation department to me? I'm not scared. Even a mighty dragon can't crush a snake in its own territory. If Xu Mao dares to come to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he'll still end up flat on his face. A mighty dragon cannot overpower a local serpent only if it's not mighty enough. In the face of absolute power, your little tricks are no different from a clown's performance," Xin Xiao remarked bluntly, without mincing his words. Xin Xiao's pointed remark visibly drained the color from Guan Haiyang's face, but with his lackeys watching, he couldn't possibly back down. Steel-edged his voice as he retorted, "If I dared take the name Guan the King of Hell, you can bet your last dollar no ordinary man can strike me down. If you're so confident, then forget I said anything," Xin Xiao replied before adding, "Oh, right, I'm on good terms with Director Ma. I don't want to drag him into this. So, in the next day or two, if you get investigated, give me a call. Maybe I can help you out." Xin Xiao gestured to Zhang Hao as he spoke. Though somewhat confused, Zhang Hao took out a business card and handed it to Guan Haiyang. Under normal circumstances, Guan Haiyang wouldn't have given someone like that the time of day. But since his own life was potentially at stake, he obediently took the card. Only then did Xin Xiao turn around and head back to the restaurant with Zhang Hao. On the way back, Zhang Hao couldn't hold back anymore. "Brother Qin, why did you give him your card? If he gets investigated, won't you be dragged into trouble?" "Don't worry, Zhu Wei is even dirtier than Guan Haiyang, a truly wicked man who deserves to die. If Guan Haiyang comes to me, I naturally have a way to get him off the hook," Qin Xiao said before adding, "Zhang Hao, if you want to make it big in Suan, business smarts alone aren't enough. To reach the top, you need powerful connections. Often, roads that seem impassable can become smooth sailing with their help." Hearing this, Zhang Hao scratched his head and said, "Brother Qin, I get the theory, but that guy's from the underworld. Snakes have their paths, rats have their tunnels, ever heard that saying?" Xin Xiao replied. "Got it." Zhang Hao instantly understood. He now knew exactly what his brother Qin was up to. This was paving the way. After Qin Xiao returned to the private room, it was nearly time to leave. Ma Yuran seemed somewhat preoccupied because of Guan Haiyang's matter, so the banquet had to end here. Just as Qin Xiao was about to leave, Ma Yuran stopped him and said, "Master Qin, I just got a call in the restroom." 20 minutes after we left, Zhou Wan showed up at Junlin Pavilion with dozens of thugs. "She seemed furious when she couldn't find you." Xin Xiao replied, "Looks like staying wouldn't have been a problem either. Just a few dozen people." Master Qin, you mustn't take this lightly. That Zhou Wan is a ruthless woman with venom in her heart. She's capable of anything. You really must be careful," Ma Yuran urged. "Don't worry, it's nothing," Xin Xiao said before adding, "Let's meet again when we get the chance. I'm heading back now." "Alright, take care," Ma Yuran nodded in response. Chapter 117, Qin Ro's Resistance. After the dinner gathering ended, Xin Xiao returned home. Having drunk quite a bit, he went to bed early. The next morning, Xiaolan got up and made breakfast. "Xin Xiao, are you going to your mom and sister's place today?" "Yeah, I'll head right after breakfast," Xin Xiao replied. "Don't forget to buy some gifts for your mom and little sister," Xiaolan reminded him. "No need. I've prepared a special gift for them instead," Xin Xiao said. In his previous life, Xin Xiao had owed his mother and sister far too much, so giving them mere trivial gifts was naturally out of the question. Now that Tianhui Tower belonged to him, he intended to divide 20% of its shares into two portions, one for his mother and the other for his sister. Don't underestimate this 20% stake. Once Tianhui Tower flourished in the coming years, those shares would be worth hundreds of millions, even billions. And this would likely happen within the next year or two. After breakfast, Xin Xiao took a taxi and arrived at the neighborhood where Qin Ro lived in about 40 minutes. The neighborhood, called Huayuan Residential Area, was a bit far from the city center. It only had 10 floors and was several decades old, with no elevators and outdated facilities. Mostly, it housed working-class people who had come from out of town to work. Xin Xiao got out of the car and headed toward the residential area. Since there was no elevator, the higher the floor, the cheaper the rent, so Qin Ro had rented a unit on the 10th floor. When Xin Xiao finally climbed up to the 10th floor and saw the tightly shut door, he was just about to reach out and knock. But at that moment, the door unexpectedly swung open. Qin Ro, dressed in pajamas, was holding 2 bags of trash, preparing to take them downstairs. Suddenly looking up, she found herself face to face with Qin Xiao, which clearly caught her off guard. "Xiao," Qin Xiao greeted with a smile. "Who told you to come here? You're not welcome." Shinro snapped, immediately ordering him to leave. This left Qin Xiao, who had come full of remorse, looking helpless. "Nevertheless," he said, "Xiao, calm down. I know I've done many wrongs in the past and hurt you and Mom. I'm here now to atone for my sins." "Ha, atone? So you actually know you were wrong? All the things you did back then didn't just turn Mom's hair white overnight, you ruined my entire life. How dare you show your face in front of me? Get out of my house this instant." Shinro faced her own brother, speaking without the slightest trace of mercy. In truth, how deeply Shinro had once adored this brother who always stood up for her at every turn. She remembered how her brother would always shield her from bullies when they were in school, his towering frame like an unshakable harbor. No matter what hardship Shinro faced, her brother could always make things right. But ever since he turned to a life of idle dissipation, everything changed. "Xiao, just let me see Mom first. I can explain," Qin Xiao spoke up. "No need." Shinro shot back as she shut the door firmly and headed downstairs. Perhaps only when one is utterly disappointed in someone can they so decisively refuse to hear any explanation. Even though Qin Xiao was now a far cry from his former self, he was powerless against his sister's resistance. Standing where he was, Qin Xiao wore a helpless expression. It seemed getting through that door today wouldn't be so easy. Creak! Just as Qin Xiao turned to leave, the door suddenly opened, revealing a gaunt but tidy middle-aged woman in her 50s. Her sharp features hinted that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. When Qin Xiao saw the woman's emaciated figure, his eyes slightly reddened as he called out, "Mom." Chapter 118, "Here to borrow money, aren't you?" Yu Guiqin's eyes gleamed with joy at the sight of her son, urging, "Qin Xiao, come in quickly before your sister returns, you know she won't let you in otherwise." Qin Xiao stood motionless, gazing at his mother's gaunt appearance, his eyes shimmering with moisture as he whispered, "Mom, you've gotten so thin." Yu Guiqin was about to head back inside when she suddenly heard Qin Xiao's words of concern, making her freeze momentarily. It seemed this was the first time in years she'd heard Qin Xiao showing her any care. An indescribable joy flashed in Yu Guiqin's eyes as she hastily replied, "Mom hasn't lost weight, come inside and sit." Only then did Qin Xiao step forward and enter the rented apartment. The rental unit wasn't large, barely 30 square meters. The tiny living room appeared to have space for nothing more than a small sofa and a coffee table. "Qin Xiao, have you had breakfast? If not, I can make you something." Yu Guiqin tied her apron and asked. "Mom, don't bother, I've already eaten," Qin Xiao replied. "That's good," Yu Guiqin nodded, then added, "I wanted to visit you earlier to see Xiaoyi, but your sister absolutely refused to let me go. Don't blame me. Xiaoyi is growing now, so don't just focus on having fun, make sure to pay more attention to her." As she spoke, Yu Guiqin glanced at Qin Xiao from time to time. She knew that if she said too much, Qin Xiao would inevitably complain about her nagging. But what surprised Yu Guiqin was that today Qin Xiao didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he said, "Mom, Xiaoyi is doing very well now. In just a couple of days, after I've arranged everything, I'll come get you and little sister to live with me." Yu Guiqin was visibly stunned by these words, wondering if she might be hallucinating. Her son wanted to take her and Xiao to live with him? In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even imagine such a thing. After all, if Qin Xiao had been filial, she wouldn't have had to live with Qinro in the first place. Just as Yu Guiqin was lost in thought, Qinro returned home. The moment she entered and saw Qin Xiao sitting on the sofa, she immediately erupted in anger. "Mom, did you let him in? I told you not to look for him. Why won't you listen to me?" Looking at Qinro's angry expression, Yu Guiqin was quite helpless and said, "Ro, no matter what, he's still your own brother. Besides, I can see Qin Xiao is different now. Don't hold too much of a grudge against him." "Different? I don't see it at all. Coming all this way empty-handed, not even bringing any gifts, I bet he's here to borrow money." Qinro seemed to know exactly what kind of person Qin Xiao used to be, speaking without holding back. Qin Xiao slowly stood up and took out 2 contracts from his pocket, saying, "These are gifts I prepared for you and Mom, share transfer agreements for 20% of Tianhui Building's shares. I'm now the chairman of Tianhui Building. Sister, Mom, you have to believe me. What Tianhui Building? Never heard of it. Stop trying to fool Mom." "Chairman? Did you set up some shell company to swindle people?" Qinro seemed completely unconvinced. It's no surprise that Qinro doesn't know about Tianhui Plaza. After all, the most expensive luxury item she's ever bought in her life was a 300 yuan Chanel lipstick during her school days, saved up for after months of scrimping. Tianhui Plaza caters exclusively to the wealthy. Qinro certainly wouldn't know about it, and even if she did, she probably wouldn't believe it anyway. Though Yu Guiqin didn't voice anything at this moment, a flicker of disappointment surfaced in her eyes. Compared to her son suddenly becoming some chairman, she trusted her daughter's words more. Could Qin Zhao's transformation truly just be skin deep? Chapter 119, is he really that con artist big brother? Actually, Qin Xiao had anticipated from the start that his mother and sister wouldn't believe him. This skepticism ran so deep that no matter what Qin shouted, even if he showed up lugging a sack full of money, his mother and sister would assume he'd stolen or extorted it. So he urgently needed an opportunity to prove his true identity. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Qin Ro was angrily preparing to show someone the door, her phone suddenly rang. Hello, have you arrived? Qin Ro's tone instantly softened as she answered. I'll be there in about 10 minutes, there's some traffic, came a man's voice through the phone. Alright, then drive carefully, Qin Ro replied. Yu Guiqin hastily untied her apron and asked, Xiao, is it Junming who's here? He'll be here any minute, Qin Ro replied, then glanced at Qin Xiao and added, if you're staying, fine. But when Junming arrives, don't say anything inappropriate. Yu Guiqin also cautioned, Qin Xiao, Junming is here for the engagement. Later, just meet him briefly for formality's sake. After all, the family needs a man around. Hearing his mother and sister's words, Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, Mom, this Jiang Junming is no good. His character is lacking. I don't agree to this engagement. Just as Qin Ro was about to return to her room to get dressed, she suddenly heard Qin Xiao's words and was so angry she laughed on the spot. Oh, really? Saying someone has poor character? You've never even met him, how can you judge so casually? Jiang Junming started his own business and owns several Haidaleo hot pot chain stores. And you? What are you? The chairman of a shell company? And you're offering shares to Mom and me? How ridiculous. Yu Guiqin watched as her two children were on the verge of arguing again and finally spoke up. Qin Xiao, this Jiang Junming is actually quite good, handsome and very polite. Your sister really likes him. Your mother just wants her to marry into a good family, so stop standing in the way. Qin Xiao took a light breath and simply sat on the sofa, choosing not to say more. After all, continuing would likely lead to another argument with that stubborn girl Qin Ro. Anyway, this engagement wasn't marriage. Sooner or later, he'd expose Jiang Junming for who he really was. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the long-anticipated distinguished guest arrived as expected. The first to enter was a man in his mid-20s, dressed in an expensive business suit with a luxury wristwatch, every inch the successful businessman. The man was none other than Jiang Junming. Seeing Jiang Junming enter the room, Qin Ro greeted him with a gentle smile. Junming, who are these guests? They're my second uncle and third uncle, Jiang Junming promptly introduced them. Second uncle, third uncle, Qin Ro addressed them very politely. The two middle-aged men merely glanced at Qin Ro, giving a slight nod as a greeting, their eyes full of arrogance. Junming is here. Yu Guiqin also stepped forward with a smile to greet him. Only Qin Xiao remained seated on the sofa, showing no intention of standing up. Auntie, these are some health supplements I specially brought for you from out of town. Jiang Junming lifted the gifts in his hand and said with a smile. Look at you, bringing gifts when you've already come all this way. Come on in, Yu Guiqin said with a smile as she accepted them. Jiang Junming then stepped into the cramped rental apartment, but his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the young man sitting on the sofa. His expression immediately shifted to surprise as he asked, Huh? Who's this? This is Qin Ro's older brother, Qin Xiao, Yu Guiqin answered, quickly flashing Qin Xiao a meaningful look to prompt him to greet their guest. Oh, so this is the older brother Ro mentioned, the one who swindled all her tuition money? Jiang Junming blurted out, whether intentionally or thoughtlessly. Chapter 120, Calling Brother-in-Law Too Soon. Jiang Junming's blunt remark instantly cast a chill over the entire room. Yu Guiqin had once praised Jiang Junming for his silver tongue, but his sudden remark was clearly a slight against Qin Xiao, wasn't it? Junming, let's not bring up past matters. Please have a seat first, Qin Ro said hurriedly, noticing her mother's expression darkening. Oh dear, my apologies, look at my careless mouth, future brother-in-law. Please don't take offense, Jiang Junming said with an insincere smile, stepping forward to shake Qin Xiao's hand. Facing the extended hand, Qin Xiao ignored it completely, not even rising from his seat as he spoke. Brother-in-law is premature, and I have no intention of becoming yours. Qin Xiao, Junming is greeting you. Don't embarrass your sister. Yu Guiqin intervened quietly when she saw Qin Xiao had no intention of shaking hands. Jiang Junming's expression darkened slightly as he watched Qin Xiao remain seated on the sofa, though his smile remained. Heh, it's alright, auntie. That was my mistake earlier, he said. Doesn't understand basic social etiquette at all, putting on such a sour face at her own sister's engagement as if we're the ones clinging to them, muttered the middle-aged man beside Jiang Junming, his eyes full of disdain. The Jiang family may not be considered prominent nobility in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but they're still a wealthy clan with assets worth hundreds of millions. Especially Jiang Junming, a young achiever who owns several Haidaleo hotpot restaurants and achieved financial freedom long ago. Uncle, Jiang Junming quickly signaled with his eyes. After all, the engagement wasn't finalized yet. If it fell through over such a trivial matter, the loss would be too great. Fine, we'll keep quiet then, the middle-aged man relented reluctantly. After all, Jiang Junming had spent quite a bit of money on Qin Ro during this period, and most crucially, he still hadn't laid a finger on her. Every time he wanted to book a hotel room with Qin Ro, she'd fend him off with excuses about not being married yet and coming from a conservative family.
How could Jiang Junming, deeply infatuated as he was, endure this? He simply wanted to arrange the engagement as soon as possible, pick an auspicious wedding date, and swiftly claim his prize. Once Qin Ro was firmly in his grasp, why would he need to grovel like this anymore? Qin Shao frowned slightly upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and was about to speak when Yu Guiqin hastily interjected, "Qin Shao, come help me serve the tea." Hearing his mother's call, Qin Shao suppressed his anger and stood up to walk toward the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Yu Guiqin spoke earnestly, "Qin Shao, we invited you here today to host your sister's engagement. Listen to your mother, don't embarrass them in front of your sister." "I understand," Qin Shao nodded. After all, if not for the monk's robe, consider the Buddha's face since he'd finally come back home after so long. He shouldn't upset his mother. When Yu Guiqin brought tea into the living room, Jiang Junming smiled and said, "Auntie, this place is rather small. I don't think even two people can stand in the kitchen at once. Once Qin Ro and I are married, I'll take you in with us." Hearing this, Yu Guiqin chuckled and replied, "That's thoughtful of you, but when Xiao Ro gets married, I'll just return to my hometown. I wouldn't want to burden you." "Auntie, shouldn't Qin Xiao have taken you in by now since he's already married? Surely he isn't renting a place in Suan too?" Jiang Junming glanced at Qin Xiao, his smile laced with sarcasm. His remark was a blatant accusation of Qin Xiao lacking filial piety. After all, what kind of grown, married son would leave his mother to live with his sister, only for her to be sent back to their hometown when the sister eventually married? "It's not what you think." Yu Guiqin was about to speak up for Qin Xiao, but before she could finish, Qin Ro cut her off. "Look at that dumpy place of his," Qin Ro scoffed. "You'd have to hike 2 miles just to use the bathroom, not even as good as my place here." Qin Ro's words might have been harsh, but they were true. Qin Xiao's place only had 2 beds in total. It was already cramped for a family of 3, let alone 4 people. Not to mention, the toilet was shared in the building. Chapter 121, You Can't Even Afford Wall Scrapings. Yu Guiqin had originally intended to say a few words to save Qin Xiao some face, but after Qin Ro's remark, she found herself at a loss for how to salvage the situation. This gave Jiang Junming the perfect opportunity to strike back at Qin Xiao. He immediately chimed in, "Brother-in-law, you're about the same age as me. It's time you buckled down and worked hard instead of idling around. Otherwise, when Auntie gets old, it'd be dangerous for her to stay alone in the countryside." Qin Ro shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xiao, who was casually sipping his tea, and said, "Him, working hard? We'd be lucky if he doesn't hold everyone back." Yu Guiqin felt uncomfortable watching her son being disparaged like this, her face burning with shame. However, just as Yu Guiqin wore a helpless expression, Qin Xiao set down his teacup and said, "I'm planning to buy a house, likely within the next day or 2. Once everything's settled, I'll bring my mother and sister to live with me." Hearing this, Yu Guiqin's eyes lit up. Whether his words were sincere or not, the mere promise was enough for now. But no sooner had these words been spoken than the naysayers began to chime in. "How could you possibly afford it? Xiaoyi hasn't even been able to attend school yet, and we can barely put food on the table." Empty words solved nothing. Qin Ro showed no hesitation in cutting her own elder brother down to size. After all, when Qin Xiao had heartlessly taken her tuition money back then, he'd shown no mercy either. Jiang Junming naturally knew Qin Xiao was spouting nonsense, but he was curious to hear how far the man would spin his tale. "Now Xiao Ro, you shouldn't speak to your elder brother like that. Maybe he really is buying a house? Brother-in-law, where exactly are you planning to buy?" When asked, Qin Xiao responded naturally, "Cloud Sea Villas." "But..." Jiang Junming sprayed out the tea he was drinking and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, where did you get the idea of Cloud Sea Villas? Do you even know what kind of place that is?" "That's the luxury neighborhood of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The cheapest villa there starts at 30 million yuan. The most extravagant ones go for nearly 60 million. If you're going to boast, at least pick a believable place." Jiang Junming's outburst left Yu Guiqin, who had been feeling quite pleased moments before, stunned speechless for a long while. This is probably Qin Xiao spouting nonsense about some luxury villa district he heard about somewhere, not even considering the actual price of that place. "What? You think I can't afford a house in Yunhai Gardens?" Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Ha, yes. Brother-in-law can obviously afford it. My vision is too narrow." Jiang Junming tried his best not to laugh, then added, "Brother-in-law, I happen to have a friend working in Yunhai Gardens sales office. How about I call him? Maybe he can even get you a discount." "Oh really? That'd be great." Qin Xiao smiled. At this moment, Qin Ro couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed, "Qin Xiao, stop embarrassing yourself. What do you even have to buy with? You can't even afford the wallpaper." "I haven't even gone yet. How do you know I can't afford it?" Qin Xiao retorted, looking straight at Qin Ro. Qin Ro had no patience to argue further with Qin Xiao. Turning to Junming, she said, "Junming, don't take his words seriously. He's just talking nonsense. No need to make any calls. It would trouble others for no reason." "Xiao Ro, what kind of talk is that? Look how serious your brother is. How could he be lying?" "I'll call my friend right now," Jiang Junming replied with barely concealed amusement as he took out his phone. After all, the other party had just shown him the most basic lack of courtesy,
causing him to lose face. How could he possibly let slip such a golden opportunity? Since Qin Xia had bragged beyond all reason, let's see how he plans to talk himself out of it later. Chapter 122, a 50 million villa will suffice. With that, Jiang Junming picked up his phone and immediately dialed his friend's number. This scene left Qin Ro dumbfounded beside them, clearly knowing Qin Xiao was just bragging. Why did they actually start fighting? Yu Guiqin stood by in utter confusion. Wasn't this just asking to be humiliated? Hello, is this Xiang'an? Jiang Junming asked after the call connected. It's me, brother Jiang. What suddenly reminded you to call me? Could it be you're looking to buy a villa? The man named Xiang'an chuckled. Jiang Junming said with a smile, how could I afford a villa in Yunheiyuan? With that kind of money, I'd rather invest in a few more Haidilao restaurants. It's like this. I have a friend who's interested in the villas at Yunheiyuan and wants to buy one. Are there any available? Hearing this, Zheng'an replied, what a coincidence. There's just one left, a near-luxury unit. The total comes to 50.5 million, but since we're like brothers, I'll cut my profit and make it a flat 50 million for you. Jiang Junming chuckled before turning to Qin Xiao and asking, so, big brother-in-law, what do you think? Is this 50 million villa up to your standards? Not bad, Qin Xiao responded calmly. To be honest, in his previous life, Qin Xiao lived in a sprawling estate worth hundreds of millions, but currently, he didn't have the means for that. A $50 million house fell a million short of his 60 million expectations, but with only one unit left, he'd have to make do for now. If others knew Qin Xiao's true thoughts, they'd probably be utterly dumbfounded. After all, this 50 million villa boasts 3 stories, spans over 800 square meters, and comes complete with courtyards, artificial hills, underground garages, every conceivable amenity you could imagine. Making do? Jiang Junming was visibly taken aback by the comment before chuckling. Brother-in-law, you've got deep pockets and a bold spirit. Impressive. Truly impressive. Well then, why wait for another day? What about going to buy it right now? Sure, Qin Xiao replied. Jiang Junming, keep pretending. When we actually get there, let's see how you keep up the act. Mom, I told you not to call him over, but you insisted. What's this about? Are we going there to make fools of ourselves? Qin Ro was trembling with anger. Yu Guiqin also looked embarrassed and said, Qin Xiao, I know you're acting out of spite, but now isn't the time for this nonsense. Mom, just relax. I was planning to buy it in the next few days anyway. Since it's been brought up today, we might as well get it now, Qin Xiao replied. Yu Guiqin. Qin Ro. Hearing Qin Xiao's utterly confident tone, Jiang Junming froze momentarily, even having the illusion that the other party might truly be able to afford it. At this thought, Jiang Junming said, brother-in-law, let's go then. But my car can't fit that many people. If you can afford a 50 million villa, your car shouldn't be too shabby, right? I haven't bought a car yet, just lead the way, Qin Xiao said. When Qin Xiao spoke these words, Jiang Junming's momentary illusion instantly evaporated. As a man, when you come into money, isn't the first thing you'd do is buy yourself a nice car? This fully proves that Qin Xiao was just boasting. There's no way he could afford a $50 million villa. Qin Xiao took out his phone and sent a text to Zhang Hao, asking him to bring Xiaolan over. After all, Xiaolan had mentioned buying a house before, but they hadn't managed to do it because they'd been so busy lately. Since today happened to work out, they might as well go ahead and buy the house now. This way they wouldn't have to keep cramming into a rental unit, and more importantly, his mother could have a better living environment without having to climb stairs every day. Chapter 123, Did you drink foolish potion? Tianhui building wasn't too far from Huayuan residential area, about a 20-minute drive. At that moment, Zhang Hao drove over with Xiaolan in the car. Qin Xiao, why were you in such a hurry to have Zhang Hao bring me here? Xiaolan asked as she looked at Qin Xiao, who had been waiting downstairs all alone. At this moment, Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro, along with others, approached. As Jiang Junming watched Xiaolan walking from afar, his gaze noticeably paused for a moment, his expression showing slight surprise. Qin Ro had long since told him what kind of person Qin Xiao was, a good-for-nothing loafer who indulged in food, drink, gambling, and chasing women? So how could this wife of his be so beautiful? Was she blind to end up with a man like this? You're here, Xiaolan, Yu Guiqin stepped forward and said. Mom, little sister, Xiaolan greeted them as she approached. Although Qin Ro and Qin Xiao had an extremely strained relationship, she held a relatively favorable impression of her sister-in-law. She spoke up, Sis-in-law, you came at the right time. Qin Xiao is making a fool of himself here. Hurry up and take him home. Hearing Qin Ro call Qin Xiao by his full name without even addressing him as brother, and with such an impatient tone, Xiaolan wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, she had also harbored strong hostility toward Qin Xiao before, and it wasn't until he truly started caring for the family and earning money that Xiaolan gradually changed her view. Xiao Ro, did your brother say something to upset you? Please don't be angry, he's improved so much compared to before, Xiaolan quickly defended Qin Xiao. Qin Ro replied, Sis-in-law, you have no idea what's really going on. Forget it, I'm too embarrassed to say, let mom explain. Yu Guiqin also looked rather helpless as she said, Xiaolan, with your younger sister about to get engaged, Qin Xiao refused to cooperate and caused some unpleasantness inside. Just now, Junming brought up the matter of the house, and Qin Xiao insisted on buying a villa at Yunhai Court instead. Talk some sense into him. Where would we get the money to buy a villa now? This isn't the way to throw a tantrum. After listening to Yu Guiqin recount the whole story, Xiaolan smiled and said, Mom, it was me who suggested buying the house in the first place. Now that we have the means to do so, there's no need for you to worry. Just go ahead with it. Yu Guiqin? Qin Ro? Wait, sister-in-law, he's being ridiculous, how can you indulge him too? Do you know the housing prices at Yunhai Residence? That's the most expensive place in Suzhou and Hangzhou, with an average price of over 60,000 per square meter. It's almost as pricey as Beijing, Qin Ro said with utter disbelief. I'm aware, Qin Xiao mentioned the price, replied Xiaolan. At that moment, both Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro stood frozen in shock. Sister-in-law, what kind of sweet talk did Qin Xiao feed you? How can you believe such nonsense? Haven't you been deceived by him enough already? Qin Ro exclaimed. Just as Xiaolan was about to speak again, Qin Xiao slightly raised his hand and said, Xiaolan, there's no need to explain. They won't believe a word of it. Let's head to the sales office first. Hearing this, Xiaolan swallowed her words and gave up. In truth, she understood Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro's perspective all too well. It was exactly the same as her own initial reaction. Standing at a distance, Zhang Junming had no idea what the family was discussing. Seeing Qin Ro storming over, he simply said, Alright, let's go. Under Zhang Junming's lead, the group made their way straight to the Yunhai Garden sales office. At this moment, Xiaolan, sitting in Zhang Hao's car, glanced at Qin Xiao, who remained silent in the passenger seat, and said, Is it because Qin Ro is disobedient? Seems like she's really upset you. Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and replied, Why would I be angry? It was my fault in the first place. It's only natural for her to hold a grudge against me. I'll make it up to her properly in the future. Chapter 124, Cash Payment Only. Before long, the two cars almost simultaneously arrived at the Yunhai Garden sales office. Zhang Junming was still reveling in the joy of how he would later humiliate Qin Xiao, so he immediately headed straight for the lobby as soon as he got out of the car. As the group stepped inside, a strikingly beautiful saleswoman hurried forward and asked, Are you here to rent or view a property, everyone? Of course, we're here to buy a house. Call Zhang over, Zhang Junming said with his hands clasped behind his back. The saleswoman quickly nodded. Of course, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. I'll go fetch manager Zhang right away. After the saleswoman left, Zhang Junming sauntered up to Qin Xiao with a smile and said, Brother-in-law, Zhang and I are sworn brothers. Not only will I give you a 500,000 discount on this house, but it also comes fully furnished, so you can move in right away. Hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and replied, That works perfectly. Meanwhile, Xiaolan gazed at the model in the property sandbox, her heart overflowing with joy. After all, just a week ago, she had been struggling to make ends meet. And now here they were, moving into a grand villa, and in the prestigious Yunhai Court at that. Though Xiaolan was delighted, Yu Guiqin beside her was restless. How could she not know what her own son was truly like? Buying a 50 million yuan villa right off the bat was clearly unrealistic. Several times, Yu Guiqin wanted to drag Qin Xiao back and stop him from such bold posturing. Yet, watching his calm and collected demeanor, it almost seemed as if he could actually produce 50 million? Meanwhile, Qin Ro never once shifted her gaze away from her brother. Equally puzzled, was Qin Xiao truly putting on an act? After about a few minutes, a slender man dressed in a tailored suit walked out briskly. Upon spotting him, Zhang Junming immediately raised his hand. Zhang'an, over here. Brother Zhang'an hurried forward to shake hands, while glancing at the group behind Zhang Junming and lowering his voice. Brother Zhang, is it the one who wants to buy the villa? The one with the beauty standing beside him. Zhang Junming subtly gestured toward Qin Xiao's direction. Really? That big boss? So rich? Zhang'an looked at Qin Xiao, visibly startled. Zhang Junming muttered under his breath, What big boss? He's just my future brother-in-law, a useless good-for-nothing who only knows how to eat, drink, gamble, and loaf around. There's no way he could afford a villa. Ah, this. Zhang'an was also dumbfounded by Zhang Junming's words and whispered, Then why did brother Zhang come all this way? That idiot was bragging in front of me, saying he could afford a villa. I saw right through him, he just wants to put on a show. I bet he'll either write you a bad check later or ask for installment payments. No matter what he says later, you must insist on cash. Don't accept any other form of payment. Watch how I humiliate him. Zhang Junming said slowly. On the way here, Zhang Junming racked his brains but couldn't figure out where Qin Xiao got the capital to boast like this. Finally, he understood. Buying a property doesn't necessarily require paying in cash. Issuing checks or applying for large mortgages all take time for review. Qin Xiao would probably come up with other excuses to abandon the purchase after dragging it out for a few days. so he gave Zhang Yan a heads up in advance, just demand cash from Qin Shao. If he couldn't come up with 50 million, it would be pure posturing, and then they'd see how to humiliate him. Zhang Yan immediately understood Jiang Juanming's meaning and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, brother Jiang, leave it to me." "Great, then I'm counting on you, my friend," Jiang Junming replied with a smile. Chapter 125, Sold. Before long, Zhang Yan approached Qin Zhao's direction and asked with a smile, "May I ask your honorable surname, sir?" "Last name Qin," Qin Shao replied. "Mr. Qin, are you familiar with the properties at Yunhai Gardens?" Zhang Yan began. "Not too familiar. Let's see the show flat first," Qin Shao said. Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiled and said, "No problem, please follow me." Then, under Zhang Yan's lead, the group headed towards the showroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Junming followed behind Qin Shao, his lips curling in a smirk as if to say, "Let's see how long you can keep up this act." When the group arrived at the showroom, Zhang Yan began introducing the property features. The villa faced south with a northern orientation, featuring an outdoor courtyard complete with artificial rockeries, flowers and plants, a small bridge and pavilion, as well as numerous goldfish. The interior is well lit, bright during the day and peaceful at night. The building materials used across all 3 floors are of the highest quality, especially the matching furniture, all solid wood, probably worth around 2 million. This place is practically a palace. Xiaolan hadn't blinked since entering the showroom, feeling as if she were in a dream. It really is quite spacious. Looks like we'll need to hire a few maids for daily upkeep, otherwise, you'd be overwhelmed, Qin Shao joked. "No need. Even if it kills me, living in such a big house would be worth it," Xiaolan exclaimed excitedly. Qin Shao smiled and said, "I couldn't bear to work you to death." Hearing this, Xiaolan's pretty face flushed slightly as she actually became shy. Qinro witnessed this scene and was utterly dumbfounded. How could her sister-in-law have changed so dramatically? Not long ago, she had encountered Xiaolan, who at the time had mentioned Qin Shao with the same gnashing hatred. Just a few days? How could her face turn red just from Qin Zhao's words? That's even more unbelievable than the sun rising in the west. "Mr. Qin, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Zhang Yan turned to Qin Shao with a smile as he asked. "Alright, very satisfied. Let's buy it," Qin Shao said. Hearing this, Jiang Junming immediately signaled to Zhang Yan, who understood his meaning and continued, "So, Mr. Qin, how would you like to make the payment? I didn't expect to buy a house today, so I didn't bring my bank card. How about writing a check instead?" Qin Shao gestured slightly, and Zhang Hao immediately approached with a checkbook in hand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Junming burst into laughter. It was exactly as he had predicted, so he really planned to brush it off with a check. Zhang Yan smiled and said, "Apologies, Mr. Qin. The company implemented a new policy yesterday. We no longer accept payment by check. It must be in cash." Xiaolan, standing nearby, chimed in, "Qin Shao, since we've already looked at it anyway, why don't we just come back this afternoon? A little delay won't make much difference." Hearing this, Qin Shao frowned slightly. He'd never heard of this sales office refusing checks before. Jiang Junming immediately seized on Xiaolan's words, grinning as he said, "Brother-in-law, your wife just loved this villa. Now that we're here, wouldn't backing out on the full payment make all those bold claims you made at home seem like empty boasts?" Yu Guiqin and Qinro, mother and daughter, both looked rather displeased. It seemed their suspicion was indeed confirmed. Qin Shao was just stubbornly refusing to back down out of sheer defiance. But wasn't this defiance blatantly exposed for what it was? "Mom, let's go. I can't bear this embarrassment. If we can't afford it, we can't afford it. Why put on an act?" Qinro tugged at Yu Guiqin, urging her to leave. Embarrassed, Yu Guiqin glanced at Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, maybe we should just go home for now." "Mom, don't worry, rest assured we'll definitely buy this house," Qin Shao said before casting a glance at Jiang Juanming's mocking expression beside him. Was he trying to make a fool out of him? Chapter 126, First, 200,000 coins. Qin Shao tucked the check away and said, "Why not accept it? This check can also be used for payment." Hearing this, Zhang Yan's smile instantly faded, replaced by an expression of impatience. "Mr. Qin, don't you know why you're so wealthy?" he retorted. "Large checks like this take ages for the bank to verify. Yunhai Gardens properties are selling like hotcakes. Am I supposed to wait around all day for your payment? I'd lose countless customers by then." Zhang Yan's remark had Jiang Junming secretly giving a thumbs up from afar. The humiliation was perfectly delivered. Qin Shao wasn't angered either, smiling as he replied, "So you're saying I can only pay with cash, is that what you mean?" "That's right, cash," Zhang Yan confirmed. "No problem," Qin Shao said, then turned to leave. Seeing Qin Zhao's stance, Zhang Yan assumed he was backing down and immediately rolled his eyes, sneering, "How ridiculous. If you can't afford it, why even look at houses? Wasting my time. Brother-in-law, don't leave yet. If checks can't be used, we can switch to cash. Surely you won't make us come all this way for nothing. We can wait," Jiang Junming remarked with sarcasm dripping from his voice. Just as everyone's faces darkened with frustration, Qin Shao calmly stated, "Who said I was leaving? Didn't he demand cash? Fine, I'll give him cash. Just wait." Jiang Junming grinned, already anticipating the likely outcome. This was probably just an excuse to buy time until the bank closed, another promise left unfulfilled. However, Jiang Junming wouldn't let Qin Shao have his way. If he didn't take this opportunity to gain leverage over the other man, who knew what difficulties his future brother-in-law might create when he married Qin Ro later. Once Qin Shao stepped outside, he took out his smartphone and dialed Yu Yehua's number. "Hello, Mr. Qin," Yu Yehua answered. "Mr. Yu, I need a favor. Could you gather 50 million in cash within an hour for me? I have a check ready for you," Qin Shao began. Hearing this suddenly, Yu Yehua also froze for a moment and asked, 50 million in cash? Do you want paper bills? Yes, Qin Shao replied. Alright, no problem. I'll contact the companies right away and have them withdraw the money from the bank, Yu Yehua said, then added, where should it be delivered? Deliver it to the Cloud Sea Garden sales office, Qin Shao said. Alright, it'll be delivered in an hour, Yu Yehua responded. Wait, make it 200,000 coins worth, loose change preferably, mixed with some 50-cent coins too, Qin Shao grinned as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Yehua burst out laughing. Heh, who managed to offend you, Mr. Qin? Going this far? 200,000 coins weigh over 2,400 pounds. Some people just have too much free time. Giving them something to do, Qin Shao replied with a light smile. Okay, Yu Yehua said before hanging up the phone. For an individual, withdrawing 50 million in cash from a bank would be quite difficult, but with Dongsheng Group's numerous subsidiaries, each taking out just under 10 million would suffice, hardly an issue at all. Qin Shao had initially planned to pay with 50 million in coins, but upon reflection he realized this wasn't practical. Never mind the sheer weight of 50 million coins, even if they scoured every major bank across Suzhou and Hangzhou they probably couldn't scrape together that many coins. 200,000 coins, however, that was achievable. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shao returned to the reception area of the sales office. Seeing Qin Shao return, Xiaolan asked, Qin Shao, did you arrange for someone to bring the money? Yes, since we're already here, we might as well proceed with the purchase, Qin Shao replied. Zhang An, who was standing nearby, interjected, Mr. Qin, are you actually buying or not? I don't have all day to wait for you to scrape together 50 million. I hope you can still talk to me with that rebellious tone an hour from now. Qin Shao glanced at Zhang An and said coldly. Chapter 127, the money's here, count it. Upon hearing Qin Shao's words, Zhang An scoffed and brushed it off, walking straight toward Jiang Junming. Jiang Junming crossed his arms and looked at Qin Shao smugly, saying, an hour? I'll give you 8 hours and you still won't be able to come up with the money. Let's see what excuse you'll come up with then. Brother Jiang, how did I do just now? Zhang An whispered with a smile. Not bad. I'll treat you to a meal later, Jiang Junming laughed. Don't mention it. Actually, I can't stand people like this either, pretending to be rich when they're broke. Putting on airs, Zhang An rolled his eyes at Qin Shao and said. Just as Yu Guiqin stood there anxiously at a loss, only Qin Shao, Zheng Hao, and Xiaolan remained completely unruffled amidst the commotion. After all, they were aware of Qin Zhao's current financial status. Wasn't 50 million just a trivial amount he could easily produce? An hour passed quickly, and soon Qin Shao received a call. It was the driver arriving with the truck. Qin Shao then stood up and said, the money's here. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Junming, who had been waiting to see Qin Shao humiliated, froze momentarily and said, the money's here? Where? If it's cash, it must be outside. Do you think I'm holding it in my hands? Qin Shao retorted before adding, Manager Zhang, was it? Are you still selling the property or not? Zhang An was equally stunned by Qin Zhao's words and immediately turned to Jiang Junming. Brother Jiang, it's only been an hour, has he really gathered the money? Let's go outside and see for ourselves, Jiang Junming said, a growing sense of unease creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro exchanged glances of disbelief. Was this for real? Had 5 million actually been delivered? Xiaolan, don't lie to your mother, does Qin Shao really have money? Yu Guiqin asked with profound shock, glancing at Xiaolan beside her. Beside Yu Guiqin, Qin Ro also widened her eyes in disbelief. Was her brother really, or was this all fake? Mom, Qin Shao really is wealthy now, extremely wealthy. You'll see when we step outside, Xiaolan replied with a smile. With that, the group walked out together, still wearing expressions of utter disbelief. At the entrance of the sales office, an armored truck pulled up, and 2 armed guards stepped out. One of them smiled and asked, are you Mr. Qin? It's me, Qin Shao said. We were sent by Manager Yu. The 50 million is in the car, the security escort said, presenting the delivery slip. Please sign here. After signing the documents, Qin Shao walked to the compartment and pulled open the door. Inside were stacks of nearly 50 million in cash, alongside dozens of burlap sacks filled with coins. The sight left Yu Guiqin and Qin Ro stunned beside him. This is real? Qin Ro's reaction was even more dramatic than her mother's. How could she believe her brother was actually this wealthy? But the most spectacular expressions at the scene undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Junming and Zhang An. Their jaws hung so low you could fit a fist inside, and their throats convulsed dryly. Is this real? You must be joking. Jiang Junming stared at the cash in the compartment, his pupils slightly dilating, clearly skeptical. Manager Zhang, go ahead and count every bill, carefully. Wouldn't want you complaining about shortchanged goods. Xin Xiao deliberately used the marketplace slang, shortchanged goods, to flaunt his financial swagger. The moment those words landed, Zhang Yan froze on the spot. Count them? 50 million in cash would take half a day to count even if it were all bills. Not to mention several sacks of coins. That, Mr. Qin, how much is in these coins? Zhang Yan asked with numb disbelief. How should I know? Count it yourself. My time is limited. If you waste it, I'll immediately lodge a complaint with Yunhai Court's upper management, Xin Xiao said coldly. At the mention of a complaint, Zhang Yan's face instantly drained of color. If word got out that he was giving a major client a hard time, he'd be fired for sure. Chapter 128, Earned by Ability. The reason Zhang Yan was afraid was because a salesperson at Yunhai Court had once offended a client before, leading the client to exchange 100,000 coins in small change just to spite the salesperson. The incident was even posted online, causing such an uproar that Yunhai Court couldn't withstand the public pressure. The unfortunate salesperson was forced to apologize and resign. Zhang Yan never imagined that this would actually happen to him. Mr. Qin, this. Zhang Yan stammered for a long while, unable to squeeze out a single coherent sentence, his gaze involuntarily shifting to Jiang Junming. Jiang Junming, standing nearby, was utterly dumbstruck, his eyes glued to the 5 million in cash inside the car. It wasn't that he'd never seen 5 million before, it was Qin Zhao's methods that astonished him. To gather a full 5 million in cash within just 1 hour, including that mountain of coins. To withdraw such a large sum of money from a bank at once, the bank would need at least 1 to 2 business days to gather the funds. Even for major banks, it would take half a day, but Qin Zhao? Just 1 hour. Considering the time spent on the road, he probably took less than half an hour to finalize the withdrawal. Jiang Junming felt ashamed in comparison. Even with his family's assets worth hundreds of millions, he genuinely couldn't produce 50 million in cash. Manager Zhang? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? Xin Xiao said, then added, you've got 1 hour to count all this money. I'll wait for you. With these words, Xin Xiao strode toward the reception area without a backward glance, leaving behind Zhang Yan, whose face had turned ashen with frustration yet remained powerless. Mr. Qin, I was out of line earlier. Please don't be angry. Counting 50 million with all these coins. Our sales office only has 3 staff members. We wouldn't finish until tomorrow even if we tried. Zhang Yan scrambled after Qin Xiao at a trot, pleading desperately with a pitiful expression. 3 employees? Isn't Jiang Junming your good buddy? Shouldn't be too much trouble for him to lend a hand with counting, right? Qin Zhao's gaze drifted toward the distant Jiang Junming as he remarked. Hearing this, Jiang Junming's face instantly darkened. The 2 elder uncle-like figures beside him, who had been silent all along, also wore equally gloomy expressions. Mr. Qin, perhaps you should still switch to checks. Checks can be used for payment, Zhang Yan hurriedly suggested. Oh, you think you can just say switch and I'll switch? Who do you think you are? Xin Xiao retorted and then added, instead of wasting time with nonsense, you'd better hurry up and take action. With that, Xin Xiao ignored the other party. Xin Xiao, where on earth did he get so much money? Yu Guiqin now stared at the mountainous pile of cash with some fear. If these funds came from illicit means, it could mean prison time. Beside her, Xinro shared the same thought and said, this money couldn't be Qin Zhao's gambling winnings, could it? That would be dirty money. Hearing this, Xiaolan visibly bristled but still spoke gently, Mom, little sister, Qin Zhao earned this money through his own skills. It's perfectly clean. It was only then that Qin suddenly remembered Qin Zhao's earlier words about starting some company and giving them shares. Could it be true? Qin stood frozen in place, watching Qin Zhao's retreating figure in the distance, unsure what to do. Zhang Yan turned to Jiang Junming beside him and said, Brother Jiang, you've doomed me. Didn't you say he had no money? Jiang Junming suffered a covert loss and was quite irritated. His dignity had been completely stripped away in this failed attempt at humiliation, only to be outmaneuvered by Qin Xiao instead. This was all told to me by Qinro. How was I supposed to know? Jiang Junming snapped in frustration. Chapter 129, 50 million gifted to you. At that moment, facing the mountain of cash before him, Zhang Yan was like a mute swallowing bitter herbs, unable to voice his suffering. Helplessly, he had no choice but to count the money as Qin Xiao demanded. With the help of several employees, bags of coins and cash were carried into the hall as 2 money counters whirred simultaneously. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao leaned back leisurely on the sofa in the reception area, legs crossed on the chair, sipping his coffee in satisfaction. Under Qin Xiao's watchful gaze, Zhang Yan began counting the coins. At this moment, Jiang Junming looked at his brother's disheveled state and awkwardly approached Qin Xiao, saying, Brother-in-law, isn't this a bit too unfair? Manager Zhang just gave you a 500,000 discount. Hearing this, Qin Xiao didn't even look up, calmly sipped his coffee, and replied, Oh, did I hear you right? Are you suggesting I wouldn't get discounts elsewhere? If I can come up with 50 million in cash,
do you really think I can't find someone to introduce me to a better deal? Jiang Junming was stunned by those words. There was truth to it, minus someone who could raise such a massive sum in such a short time surely had connections in real estate. Mr. Qin, maybe we should skip counting, Zhang An said after a brief pause, rubbing his cramped hands with a pained expression. Since you're brother John's brother-in-law, I'll take your word for it. Let's just sign the contract directly. That's fine. But if we end up short by hundreds of thousands or even millions, you'll have to make up the difference. Qin Shao slowly rose to his feet and spoke. Zhang An. Jiang Junming. With those words, Zhang An instantly abandoned any thought of stopping and simultaneously cast a pleading glance toward Jiang Junming. Since they were sworn brothers, how could Jiang Junming bear to watch his good friend like this? He simply rolled up his sleeves and joined the money counting, all the while deepening his resentment toward Qin Shao. Qin Ro, standing to the side, was stunned. It seemed even now, she still couldn't believe it. Qin Shao, are you sure you want to mess with them like this? Xia Lan watched the group, both amused and exasperated. Qin Shao set down his coffee cup and said, a gentle horse is easily ridden, and a kind person is easily bullied. Today is about teaching them a lesson and giving Jiang Junming a wake-up call. Hearing this, Xia Lan nodded and said no more. About an hour later, the cash was mostly counted, leaving only a pile of coins on the floor, barely a third of which had been tallied. Zhang An genuinely couldn't keep counting anymore and pleaded, Mr. Qin, I admit I was wrong. I'll never judge people by their appearance again. Please don't hold this against me, spare me this once. Aren't you afraid I might shortchange you? Qin Shao teased with a smirk. It's fine, even if you really shortchange me, I'll take it, Zhang An said with a bitter expression. Jiang Junming was also exhausted to the point where his eyes seemed ready to shoot flames at Qin Shao. Alright then, let's sign the contract. Qin Shao finally rose slowly. The lesson had been sufficiently taught, the warning sufficiently given. After all, Qin Shao bore no deep grudge against them, a gentle reminder was enough. Only then did Zhang An heave a sigh of relief, nodding and bowing as he brought the contract over to Qin Shao. Qin Shao gave a slight gesture to Zhang An and said, give her the contract. Xiaolan, who was standing nearby, froze upon hearing this and asked, for me? We've been married all this time and I've never given you anything substantial. This villa is your private property now, Qin Shao said, looking at Xiaolan. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan instantly covered her trembling lips with her hands, moved nearly to tears. He just casually gifted this 50 million villa? In this wide world, perhaps only her husband would treat her with such sincere devotion. Chapter 130, Moving House. With the house now purchased, Qin Shao had conclusively proven his financial capability. Yu Guiqin, who had been deeply worried, finally put her concerns to rest at this moment. Her son truly had real ability now. Yet Qin Ro standing nearby wore an indescribably complicated expression, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Qin Shao had broken her heart before as her own blood brother, he'd never considered her education and had even ruined her future. This isn't something so easily forgiven. Mom, Xiao, now that we've bought this villa, let's live together from now on. I'll take care of this family from today onward, Qin Shao said softly while looking at his mother and younger sister. Yu Guiqin was moved to tears upon hearing her son's words. Qin Shao, you've truly changed. If your father knew, he'd be so comforted. When thinking of his father, what filled Qin Shao's heart most was guilt. After all, his father raised him, yet he couldn't fulfill his filial duties. This made Qin Shao silently swear that no matter what the future held, he would make it up to his family 1,000 times over. But right at that moment, Qin Ro suddenly spoke up. I won't live with you. Don't think having money means you can earn my forgiveness. You don't deserve it. The previously harmonious scene instantly turned cold again with Qin Ro's words. Xiao, your brother did make mistakes in the past, but he's changed now. You shouldn't hold grudges against your own brother. Yu Guiqin quickly tried to mediate. In fact, Yu Guiqin had already pleaded countless times before this, but Qin Ro's stubborn nature showed not the slightest appreciation. Mom, there's no need to persuade me. I said I won't forgive him, and that's final. Qin Ro finished speaking, then turned to Jiang Junming and said, Junming, are we leaving or not? Jiang Junming had originally harbored resentment towards Qin Shao. Seeing that Qin Ro had no intention of forgiving him, he felt a slight glee internally and replied, let's go, let's go. With that, the two of them left the scene. Xiao Ro, Yu Guiqin also called out. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, Mom, don't try to persuade her. I know this girl's temperament, she's been stubborn since childhood. Take it slow, someday she'll understand. Yu Guiqin could only sigh in resignation. After leaving the sales office, Qin Shao contacted a moving company to arrange the relocation. The Cloud Sea Villa is a fully furnished property, so there wasn't much to prepare beyond moving some important items from the old house. After settling in, Qin Shao lounged comfortably on the plush sofa of his new home while Xiaolan and Yu Guiqin cleaned up in the kitchen. The once quiet villa instantly came alive with activity. Just then, Zhang Hao nearby took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered, Brother Qin, care for one?
Ha, might as well have a smoke, Qin Shao replied as he casually accepted the cigarette. Qin Shao didn't have much of a smoking habit, he was the type who could take it or leave it. Today being a rare happy occasion, he didn't refuse. Ding, ding, ding. Before the lighter could spark to life, Zhang Hao's phone suddenly rang beside them. Hello, who's this? Zhang Hao asked, eyeing the unfamiliar number. I need Master Qin. Hurry, give him the phone. It's a matter of life and death, came an urgent voice through the receiver. Zhang Hao froze for a moment before suddenly realizing who it was. Wasn't this Guan Haiyang? Brother Qin. Zhang Hao handed over the phone. Qin Shao took the phone and said, this is Qin Shao speaking. Master Qin, I'm Guan Haiyang. I beg you to save me. If you can save my life, I'll serve you like a slave forever after. Guan Haiyang pleaded bitterly, his face twisted in anguish. Hearing this, Qin Shao smiled faintly without showing any emotion and then said, take your time and tell me what's on your mind. Chapter 131, Listen to me if you want to live. Guan Haiyang then poured out the entire sequence of events he had experienced to Qin Shao. Here's what happened. This morning, Zhu Mao, father of Zhu Wei, received the news that his son had gone missing. With Zhu Mao's capabilities, investigating his son's situation was as easy as turning over his hand. Thus, Guan Haiyang's murder of Zhu Wei soon came to light. This was explosive news. After all, who was Zhu Mao? None other than the chief of the investigative bureau, a man with immense power and influence. He immediately dispatched a large number of men to look into the circumstances of his son's death. Even newspapers and media outlets rushed to report on it. Guan Haiyang hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly just one day later. If he were found now, forget being the local kingpin of Suzhou and Hangzhou, his fate would be sealed. Even if you're the underground kingpin of Suzhou and Hangzhou, you're still doomed to die. It would even implicate my urine. At the end of his rope, Guan Haiyang had no choice but to call Qin Shao, clinging to the faint hope that he might lend him a hand. It seems you've stirred up quite a mess. Considering you killed Zhu Wei, Zhu Mao has 100 ways to end you, Qin Shao said slowly. Guan Haiyang's face was filled with fear. Master Qin, you must save me. Honestly, I'm not that afraid of death, but if I'm caught, Boss Mao will be implicated too, and none of my brothers under me can escape. What's there to panic about? And here I thought you were called Guan the King of Hell. Are you losing your nerve over such a small matter? Qin Shao said dismissively. Hearing this, Guan Haiyang was quite embarrassed. After all, given his status in the Suzhou-Hangzhou area, he was no less than the big boss of the underground world. But now he was like a stray dog with nowhere to hide and nowhere to flee, utterly wretched. Master Qin, do you have a plan? Guan Haiyang asked after calming down slightly. Of course there's a plan. This Zhu Wei hasn't done anything decent in Beijing either. You're cleaner than him. Actually, the filthier they are, the easier they are to deal with, Qin Shao replied. Please enlighten me, Master Qin. Guan Haiyang said. Qin Shao slowly lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, when you killed Zhu Wei, where did you find him? It was at his private residence in Suzhou Hangzhou. Quite hidden, I went through great lengths to locate it, replied Guan Haiyang. Good. If you want to live, break back into Zhu Wei's private residence and find as much incriminating evidence as possible, USB drives, account books, phones. And if you can, get proof of his drug use too, Qin Shao instructed. What? Break in again? What if the place is already under surveillance? Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? Guan Haiyang hesitated before responding. There's only this one way left for you to survive. Rather than wasting words with me, you'd better hurry up and move. Once you find this criminal evidence, come find me at Villa number 6, Yunhai Gardens, Qin Shao said. Guan Haiyang hesitated for a moment, realizing there truly was no other option. Fine. I'll take the risk one more time. I'll come to Yunhai Gardens to see you at 9 tonight. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shao handed it back to Zhang Hao. Brother Qin, are you really planning to help him? That Zhu Mao is the chief squad leader of Yanjing's investigation division, Zhang Hao said in shock. It's fine. Helping Guan Haiyang is for future considerations. Once this storm passes and Guan Haiyang works for me, at the very least, I'll have no worries left in the underground forces, Qin Shao said. Perhaps Zhang Hao didn't understand what it meant, but Qin Shao knew exactly what he was doing and what he needed to do next. In his previous life, Qin Shao suffered several hidden losses in business battles precisely because he failed to handle the underworld properly. As they say, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. After all, the opponent he needed to deal with was none other than the mighty Longtung Group. Chapter 132, Taming Guan the King of Hell. By 9 p.m., Qin Shao was sitting in the living room watching TV with Xiaoyi. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Guan Haiyang calling to say he had arrived at the small square outside the villa. Qin Shao rose and went out to meet him. Upon arrival at the location, Guan Haiyang was clad in a black windbreaker, wearing a mask and a hood, practically wrapping himself up like a dumpling. Master Qin, over here. Guan Haiyang immediately waved at Qin Shao. Good. Did you find everything? Qin Shao inquired. Yes. This guy had a laptop, 3 USB drives, and a mobile phone in his room all right here. Guan Haiyang handed the laptop to Qin Shao. Good. Let's talk in the pavilion ahead, said Qin Shao. As the two arrived at the pavilion, Qin Shao opened the laptop only to find it encrypted. But this posed no difficulty for Qin Shao. With a single phone call, he summoned a tech-savvy employee from Tianhui Tower who cracked the encryption in mere minutes. Guan Haiyang, watching intently from the side, asked, "Master Qin, can this thing really save my life?" Of course, Qin Shao replied as he inserted the USB drive into the computer, and one folder after another appeared on the screen. As the files were opened, Zhu Wei's glorious deeds were now laid bare for all to see. The videos revealed Zhu Wei as someone who avoided good deeds and embraced wickedness, containing almost nothing but evidence of his crimes. They involved crimes ranging from luring and assaulting female students, murder, unlawful confinement, to operating illicit clubs. The death toll attributed to him exceeded 20, with women, many of them students, making up the majority of the victims. There were even more brutal videos, one showing Zhu Wei forcing a girl to bite the edge of a table with her mouth, then kicking her head from behind, crushing her upper jawbone on the spot. Others involved needles being driven under women's fingernails. Nothing was too cruel for him. Holy shit, this bastard is even more ruthless than me. Absolutely deranged. I almost think killing him was too merciful. Guan Haiyang gasped while watching the videos of the girls being beaten and mercilessly tortured. Qin Shao said, "This guy truly deserved to die. Just based on this, he wouldn't have suffered enough even if he died 20 times over. What you did was practically a public service." At this moment, the heavy stone in Guan Haiyang's heart finally settled. He asked, "Master Qin, how should I use these things to protect myself? Should I just mail them directly to Zhu Mao? Make 2 copies of these. Keep one for yourself and send the other to Zhu Mao. Tell him that if he continues to send people after you, it will be mutual destruction. You'll release these videos to the public." Given Zhu Mao's status and position, I imagine he wouldn't want to be utterly disgraced. This way, you can buy yourself some temporary safety. Qin Shao closed the notebook and spoke. "Brief? Master Qin, are you saying I'm still in danger later on?" Guan Haiyang froze for a moment before replying. "It's inevitable. With all the dirt you have on Zhu Wei, do you really think Zhu Mao would let you live?" Qin Shao glanced over and said, "This." Guan Haiyang fell silent for a moment. Qin Shao noticed the other person's troubled expression and added, "But don't worry, if you ever feel threatened, just call me immediately. As long as I'm around, I'll make sure you stay safe." At these words, Guan Haiyang didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately dropped to his knees with a thud and declared, "Master Qin, as long as you can save my life, from this day forward, I, Guan Haiyang, will follow your lead without question. With just a word from you, I'd climb mountains of blades or wade through seas of fire without batting an eye." Qin Shao gave a faint smile and said, "No need for mountains of blades or seas of fire. Just don't stand in my way in Suzhou and Hangzhou from now on." At that moment, Guan Haiyang didn't quite grasp why Qin Shao would say such a thing, but he nodded emphatically anyway. After all, his life was literally in Qin Zhao's hands. He wouldn't dare disobey even if he had 100 times the courage. Chapter 133, Zhou Changlong. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Qin Shao finished his breakfast, changed into a crisp suit, and prepared to depart for Tianhui Tower. Zhang Hao had already been waiting in the car outside. Seeing Qin Shao exit, he quickly stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Brother Qin, isn't sister-in-law coming to the company today?" "I'm not going today. Shelly has the day off. She took Shelly and my mom to the amusement park," Qin Shao said as he settled into the back seat. "Got it." Zhang Hao nodded before starting the car. After driving some distance, he added, "Brother Qin, I just got a call from the company. The chairman of Longting Group is coming at 9 for negotiations." Hearing this, Qin Shao wasn't surprised. After all, if Longting Group had set their sights on Tianhui Tower, action was inevitable. Blessings and disasters are unavoidable. What's coming will come, Qin Shao remarked, gazing at the bustling traffic outside the window. "Brother Qin, do we need to prepare anything?" Zhang Hao asked with some concern. "Not for now, just wait for him," Qin Shao replied. Meanwhile, in downtown Suwon, the massive characters Longting Group towered over one of the city's landmark buildings. As chairman, Zhou Changlong held absolute control over Longting Group. It could practically be called a family business. Because Longting Group is involved in too many industries, it's difficult to pinpoint its specialty. Essentially, any rapidly booming sector sees Longting's participation followed by its monopolization. It is precisely due to Longting Group's formidable think tank that it has become Suzhou Hangzhou's undisputed leading enterprise, standing the test of time. Even Dongsheng Group cannot rival its dominance. 8 a.m. In the chairman's office atop Longting Group's headquarters, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing into the distance. The man stood at an imposing height of 6 feet, dressed in a tailored suit with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement tinged with subtle femininity. His jet-black hair, streaked with several strands of silver, added a distinguished charm to his age. One could easily imagine he'd been a dashing and gallant young gentleman in his prime. This was none other than Zhou Changlong, the helmsman of the Dragon Sword Group. "Dad, have you found that guy who hit me yet? It's been days." At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman walked in slowly. It was Jo Wan, the one who had been slapped by Qin Xiao earlier. No sooner had she entered than she began to complain. As soon as Zhou Chenglong saw his daughter enter, he immediately broke into a smile and said, "We're already looking for him. Don't worry, he won't escape after hitting you." "Good. When we find him, I want his arms and legs broken, ideally, his tongue cut out too." Zhou Wan's eyes brimmed with malice as she spoke. Zhou Chenglong was utterly doting on his only daughter and smiled. "Naturally, laying a hand on my daughter is a crime punishable by death. Hee, daddy's the best." Zhou Wan immediately hugged Zhou Chenglong's arm and started acting coy. Zhou Chenglong smiled and said, "Come with me to Tianhui Tower later. We've got some business to attend to." "Is it about acquiring Tianhui Tower?" Zhou Wan was taken aback, then added, "Why do you need to go personally for such a small company? Just send a manager or something." Hearing this, Zhou Chenglong grinned and replied, "Tianhui Tower isn't like other small companies. Their business model is something I've never seen before. Based on commercial projections, if we open branches nationwide, the profits would start at least in the billions. For a company with such immense potential, I naturally have to handle it myself." Chapter 134, Narrow Roads for Enemies. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhou Wan was visibly taken aback. Starting with 10 billion? Who could be so formidable? Reviving a nearly bankrupt company in just over 2 weeks? Apparently someone from Dongxing Group, surnamed Qin. Even Huang Yu lost a bet against him. Never expected Dongxing to have such hidden talents. They're truly something, Zhou Chenglong remarked casually. After a moment's consideration, Zhou Wan asked, since it's Dongxing Group, would they agree if we acquire shares at ultra-low prices? Indeed, the Dongxing Group was acquired for several billion, and now they want to invest just 10 million for a 70% stake? That sounds completely unrealistic no matter how you look at it. Zhou Chenglong chuckled and said, "My dear, haven't you heard the saying, kick a man when he's down? The Dongxing Group is deeply mired in financial crisis. Even if we ride roughshod over them, they won't dare utter a word. If we miss this opportunity and let Dongxing catch their breath, getting such a bargain basement deal of 10 million won't be so easy later." Hearing this, Zhou Wan smiled. "Dad, you're absolutely right. Let me go with you. I'd love to see what this so-called business prodigy looks like." "Alright, let's go meet this brilliant young talent," Zhou Chenglong said as he turned and strode out of the office. An hour later, 9 in the morning, Tianhui Tower. At this moment, Qin Xiao had already gathered 7 or 8 senior executives of Tianhui Tower in the conference room to wait. Just then, the receptionist at the front desk hurried in and said, "Chairman, 2 cars have arrived downstairs. A man named Zhou Chenglong, who claims to be the chairman of Longtong Group, wishes to see you." "He's here," Zhang Hao exclaimed with a surprised expression. The other executives also darkened their expressions, each showing unmistakable traces of fear. After all, Zhou Chenglong's prestige in the industry far surpassed that of the father and son from Dongxing Group. Only Qin Xiao wore a faint smile as he casually raised his hand and said, "Let him come up." Yes, the receptionist promptly hurried downstairs. A few minutes later, the elevator arrived, and the first to step out was Zhou Chenglong in his sleek suit, followed by Zhou Wan. More importantly, behind Zhou Chenglong were 4 burly, sunglasses-wearing bodyguards, making the entire group quite imposing. As Zhou Chenglong entered the meeting room, his eyes immediately landed on the remarkably young man sitting in the chairman's seat. His face flashed with surprise as he laughed and said, "I heard not long ago that Dongxing Group had welcomed an extraordinary figure who single-handedly revived the near-death Tianhui building in just a few days. Seeing you today, I can truly say you're exceptional, so young and accomplished." Qin Xiao glanced at the effusive Zhou Chenglong and responded with a faint smile, "You flatter me, Director Zhou. Please, take a seat." As Zhou Chenglong entered, Zhou Wan, who came in with him, also turned her gaze towards Qin Xiao. At first glance, the other party was young with extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance, which suddenly made a phrase pop up in her mind, a peerless gentleman flawless as jade upon the roads. But the second glance immediately overturned all those previous thoughts, for no other reason than because he was the very culprit who had assaulted her that day. "It's you!" Zhou Wan nearly cried out loud on the spot. This made Zhou Chenglong momentarily pause, saying, "Xiao Wan, do you know him?" "Dad, he's the one who hit me." Zhou Wan pointed at Qin Xiao, her face filled with resentment. This made Zhou Chenglong frown slightly as he immediately turned his gaze to Qin Xiao. Truly, adversaries were bound to meet on a narrow road. Could they really have run into each other like this? Chapter 135, Tension Mounts. Qin Xiao looked at Zhou Wan without much surprise. After all, he'd already known who she was when he hit her. "Wan, are you sure he's the one who hit you?" Zhou Chenglong asked with some skepticism. "Dad, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. How could I possibly mistake him? You have to avenge me. Break his arms and legs, cut out his tongue." Zhou Wan roared furiously. Zhou Chenglong's face was somewhat gloomy at this moment, but since today was ultimately about discussing the acquisition, losing his temper now would indeed be inappropriate. He then spoke slowly, saying, Shaowan, let's set this matter aside for now. I believe Mr. Qin surely didn't know who you were. Had he known, he definitely wouldn't have laid a hand on you. At this point, Zhou Changlong was still indulging in his grand dream of acquiring Tianhui building without shedding a drop of blood, so his tone remained relatively cordial. However, meanwhile, Xin Xiao suddenly burst out laughing and said, Mr. Zhou, the truth is I hit her precisely because I knew she was your daughter. If she weren't your daughter, perhaps I wouldn't have bothered at all. Hiss. Zhou Changlong. Zhou Wan? Everyone. Xin Xiao's words were truly startling enough to kill with shock. It was downright outrageous. Hearing this, even Zhou Changlong, with his cultivated composure, couldn't help twitching at the corner of his eye. Yet he maintained a smile and said, a newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger, quite the bold spirit. It seems acquiring your company today won't be as easy as I thought. It's easy, very easy. If you offer 10 billion right now, I'll hand over Tianhui Tower to you with both hands immediately. Xin Xiao replied with an unchanged expression, his tone remarkably genial. At that moment, the expressions of the two bodyguards standing behind Zhou Changlong darkened instantly, and they stepped forward aggressively, their postures seemingly ready for action at any second. Seeing the opposing bodyguards poised to strike, Li Yi and Zhang Hao were visibly startled, but they still mustered their courage and rose to their feet. This rather surprised Xin Xiao. Zhang Hao was one thing, he'd definitely be the first to charge into a fight, but Li Yi standing up too made Xin Xiao see him in a new light. Apparently, Li Yi wasn't a bad person at heart, showing no hesitation when trouble arose. 100 billion? More like hell money. What are you all standing around for? Beat him to a pulp. Zhou Wan pointed at Xin Xiao and roared. The four bodyguards immediately stepped forward, seemingly ready to throw down. Xin Xiao remained seated in the chairman's seat with a faint smile, watching the four eager bodyguards like they were nothing more than buffoons in a farce. Just as tensions escalated and a physical confrontation seemed imminent, Zhou Changlong suddenly raised his hand and declared, Stand down. We're here to discuss the contract today, not to throw punches. Hearing this, the four bodyguards reluctantly took a step back. Zhang Hao and Li Yi visibly exhaled in relief at the sight. Dad? Zhou Wan couldn't understand why her father still hadn't taken action. Zhou Changlong gently patted his daughter's shoulder and whispered, Don't worry, I'll definitely help you return that slap, but for now, we need to keep our cool. Seeing her father speak like this, Zhou Wan had no choice but to temporarily suppress her fury. Zhou Changlong turned to Qin Xiao and said, Mr. Qin, if anyone else had slapped my daughter, they probably wouldn't be alive by now. But I have an eye for talent, so how about this? I'll buy 90% of Tianhui Tower's shares for 10 million, and you can stay on as chairman, but you'll answer to my Longting Group. As long as you agree, let's wipe the slate clean between you and my daughter. How about it? Chapter 136, We shall fight to the bitter end until death do us part. Hearing Zhou Changlong's words, Xin Xiao suddenly laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, what would you do if I refused? Hearing this, Zhou Changlong laughed and said, Mr. Qin, I, Zhou Changlong, have been speaking to you kindly and politely, which is already giving you plenty of face. Don't push your luck. You should know that my foothold in Suzhou and Hangzhou isn't built on empty words. If I want, crushing you would be no different from squashing an ant. As Zhou Changlong uttered these highly threatening words, his four bodyguards all flashed menacing expressions, ready to strike at any moment. Thud, thud, thud. However, Xin Xiao suddenly clapped his hands with a hint of amusement and remarked, Mr. Zhou truly exudes dominance. An ordinary person would indeed be intimidated by you. Scare you? Do you really think I'm just trying to scare you? Zhou Changlong chuckled before continuing, in Suzhou and Hangzhou, whether it's the underworld or legitimate business circles, I have connections everywhere. If you want to engage in a business war with me, you'd better weigh whether you're worthy. Even if the father and son were here, they wouldn't dare act so presumptuously in front of me. Standing nearby, Zhou Wan grew furious at Qin Zhao's arrogant demeanor and snapped, Dad, why waste words on him? Just break his arms and legs, that'll shut him up. Zhou Wan was absolutely livid at this moment. Wherever she went, people would grovel before her. How dare Qin Xiao not only hit her but also defy her father to her face? This made Zhou Wan seethe with anger. Just as she was about to order her bodyguards to attack again, her gaze inadvertently met Qin Zhao's. Those midnight starlit eyes were fixed on her, a chilling gleam settling upon her. In that instant, Zhou Wan, who had been arrogantly defiant just a moment ago, suddenly felt as if confronting a mortal threat, her heart gripped by a terrifying shroud of death. What kind of stare was this? One she'd never seen before. It seemed brimming with murderous intent. Yes, without a doubt, murderous intent. I'm speaking with your father. Shut your mouth, or the next slap won't be nearly as gentle, Qin Xiao uttered, his voice laced with icy menace. It was this one sentence that sent a chill down Zhou Wan's spine, silencing even her notoriously headstrong and willful demeanor. This startled Zhou Changlong standing nearby. Had his daughter actually been cowed by the other party? How is this possible? As Zhou Changlong stood in shock, Xin Xiao spoke, Mr. Zhou, you may leave. There's no possibility of me transferring Tianhui Tower, not even a 1% stake you could buy. Seeing Qin Shao draw such a firm line, Zhou Changlong realized negotiations alone would yield no progress. He slowly rose and said, Mr. Qin, I understand your youthful impetuosity, but acting wrongly at the wrong moment comes at a price. I hope you can still be this stubborn when you have an accident. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Zhou Changlong, and said, Are you threatening me? Exactly, I am threatening you, Zhou Changlong said bluntly, no longer bothering with subtlety. Qin Shao slowly stood up and said, Very well. Since Mr. Zhou intends to test me, I, Qin, will gladly oblige. Once this game begins, there's no quitting halfway, we'll fight to the death. Qin Zhao's words, laced with unmistakable murderous intent, stunned even Zhou Changlong for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. This left him with a lingering doubt. What gave the other man the audacity? How could he possibly have the nerve to challenge him? Wasn't this just courting death? But the doubt vanished as quickly as it came. How could Zhou Changlong, of all people, fear some inexperienced brat? Chapter 137, A Heap of Loose Sand. The confrontation between Qin Shao and Zhou Changlong thoroughly frightened the senior executives of Tianhui Tower who were present. Not even a few dared to take a deep breath. But the more terrifying part was yet to come. Ha! Till death do us part, is it? Very well, have it your way. Zhou Changlong here will remember every single one of you present today, Zhou Changlong declared. Oh dear. Chairman Zhou, please don't be angry. I'm just a minor shareholder in Tianhui Tower, this matter has nothing to do with me. That's right, that's right. Several of us actually support your acquisition, but the chairman simply won't agree. Exactly. Chairman Qin doesn't even know my name, we're completely outsiders in this affair. Several executives quickly stood up, thoroughly distancing themselves from the matter. It's not hard to understand. They were all high-level executives left over from the Tianhui building's previous administration, not particularly close to Qin Shao, who had left them largely to their own devices. Now that Qin Shao was locking horns with Zhou Changlong, weren't they being dragged into the fight too? If they lost this battle, it could cost them their lives. This scene amused Zhou Changlong greatly. He laughed and said, Ha, I thought the Tianhui building was so impressive under your leadership, but it turns out to be just a bunch of loose sand. Very well. Those who oppose Zhou Changlong can resign now without repercussions. Clearly, Zhou Changlong was resorting to intimidation tactics. President Qin, I have an 80-year-old mother to care for and young children to feed. I can't afford to lose this job. I resign. I quit too. Me too. In the blink of an eye, aside from Zhang Hao and Li Yi, the others immediately voiced their resignations. Zhang Hao naturally wouldn't resign, he'd already resolved to stand or fall with Qin Shao, and this was beyond question. As for Li Yi, his face turned ashen as he wrestled with the decision, should he resign? If he did, perhaps he might preserve his life in the coming business wars, but if he resigns, then he'll lose this job. Just as Li Yi was at a loss, Qin Shao suddenly said, Fine, those who want to resign can leave immediately. I'll convert your shares into wages and pay you out. Truth be told, Qin Shao was quite happy for them to resign. Although he currently held the vast majority of Tianhui Tower's shares, he didn't own them all completely. That's because these senior executives each held between 3 to 5% of the shares. Now that they've resigned en masse, it's equivalent to Qi Shao reclaiming their shares. Thank you, President Qi. The group spoke in unison before filing out of the conference room. In the blink of an eye, Qi Shao was practically left a commander without troops. Mr. Qin, I truly don't know where you get the courage to challenge me. I can only hope you'll know better, Zhou Changlong said with undisguised glee, turning away with an air of triumph as he strode outside. At this moment, his confidence was utterly unshakable. It seemed handling Qin Shao would be as effortless as lifting a finger, no difficulty whatsoever. And Zhou Changlong certainly had the means to back it up. After all, even in their previous life's business war, Qin Shao and Zhou Changlong had fought to a mutual standstill. How much easier it should be now, with Qin Shao devoid of his former vast fortune. The outcome of this duel remains uncertain. Just you wait. My dad will make you die horribly. Zhou Wan spat through gritted teeth, viciously throwing down these words before turning to swiftly follow Zhou Changlong's steps. Gazing at the empty conference room, Qin Shao took a sip from his teacup on the table before turning to Li Yi, asking, Li Yi, aren't you planning to resign? Chapter 138, Can kind words save those doomed to die? Suddenly asked this, Li Yi struggled for a long time, he genuinely wanted to quit. But when the words reached his lips, Li Yi didn't know how to say them and mumbled, Bro, I guess I won't quit after all. I don't think Zhou Changlong would really go that far this week, that'd be illegal. Qin Shao smirked slightly and said, Illegal? Didn't you hear him? He's got connections in both shady and legitimate circles. He'll definitely go all the way. Just try to avoid walking alone at night, that's all. What? No way. Then, what am I supposed to do? Li Yi was terrified in that instant, but resigning now was clearly unrealistic, especially since Zhou Changlong had already left. What else can we do? When soldiers come, we'll send generals. When water rises, we'll build dams. We'll deal with each challenge as it comes. Qin Shao set down his teacup and gazed at Li Yi with a smile. Li Yi.
Qin Shao chuckled. No matter what, the fact that Li Yi hadn't quit was already quite loyal of him. He couldn't keep scaring the guy any longer. Alright, he said, you made the right call by not resigning. Just for that alone, you won't be short on rewards. Note, the translation aims to maintain the casual yet authoritative tone of the original dialogue while ensuring natural fluency in English. The phrase won't be short on rewards preserves the idiomatic nuance of the original promise of benefits. Hearing this, Li Yi found an inexplicable surge of confidence and declared, alright, then I'll risk my life to keep you company. Let's take on Longtung Group. Alright, since there's a vacancy in the senior management of Tianhui Tower, you'll temporarily take the position of Deputy General Manager and work under Zhang Hao. I don't need you to charge into battle for me, just manage Tianhui Tower well. Leave the rest to me, Qin Shao said calmly. Hearing about the promotion, Li Yi was ecstatic, yet his joy was mixed with worry. After all, he'd need to stay alive to keep the job. Thus began this wide-reaching, immensely consequential corporate battle. Without the billionaire fortune of his past life, could Qin Shao withstand the relentless blows from Longtung Group? These are all unknowns. Meanwhile, Dongsheng Group. As Qin Shao and Zhou Changlong had their falling out, news of this incident reached Yu Yehua at distant Dongsheng Group almost immediately. After all, one of the high-ranking executives who resigned from Tianhui Tower had some connection with Yehua, and naturally revealed everything Qin Shao had done in the conference room. This scared the Yu father and son half to death. I've said it all along, Mr. Qin shouldn't have gone head-to-head with Zhou Changlong. Now look, before the business war even officially began, just the first move scared the shareholders of Tianhui Tower out of their wits. We're thoroughly defeated. Yehua sat slumped in his office, utterly dejected. Yu Yue, sitting nearby, remained silent for a long time before speaking up. I overestimated Mr. Qin. I doubt he'll last even 3 days. Not only will his life be forfeited, but Tianhui Tower won't survive either. Fortunately, we've already transferred the property to him, or we would have been dragged down too. Yu Yehua said, Dad, it's too late for words now. I can't stand by and watch Mr. Qin be destroyed by Zhou Changlong. I have to intervene, even if it means confronting Zhou Changlong directly. Don't be reckless. Yu Yue snapped immediately, then added, we tried to warn him before, but he refused to listen. If you intervene, Dongsheng Group will be thrown into turmoil again. But, Yu Yehua began. Yu Yue raised his hand slightly and continued, no buts. Let me put it bluntly, you can't save someone who is bent on self-destruction. Mr. Qin is undoubtedly talented, but he lacks restraint. His brilliance is too cutting, and that kind of sharpness is bound to invite disaster. Yu Yehua also wore a helpless expression. Though he didn't argue further with his father, he'd already made up his mind. Tonight he'd give Qin Shao a call. After all, Yu Yehua wasn't the type to leave a friend in need, especially considering how much Qin Shao had helped him. Both emotionally and logically, he owed Qin Shao this assistance. Chapter 139, Unexpected Crisis. As for the reprisals Zhou Changlong might attempt next, Qin Shao had already seen through them as clearly as in a mirror. In business warfare, Zhou Changlong always began with his 3-axe strikes: intimidation, assassination, and monopolization. Only if these 3 strikes failed would he resort to his real tactics. If an ordinary businessman were to face these 3 decisive blows, they wouldn't stand a chance to resist, often surrendering at the very first encounter. Take, for instance, the recent intimidation tactic that successfully scared off several top executives of Tianhui Tower. What comes next is the assassination attempt targeting Qin Shao. Now, it's up to him to see if he can withstand it. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Qin Shao stepped out of the meeting room, his phone suddenly rang. It was Xiaolan calling. What's the matter? Qin Shao answered and asked. Qin Shao, come to the central hospital right away, Mom's unconscious. It's really bad. Xiaolan's voice was frantic with worry. Hearing this, Qin Shao's face darkened instantly. What happened? She was fine this morning, he exclaimed. I don't know either. She said she was very tired just now and went to rest on a bench in the amusement park. Xiaoi couldn't wake her no matter how hard she tried. The ambulance arrived and said it was brain damage. Xiaolan explained. I'm on my way. Qin Hao hung up the phone and immediately said, Zhang Hao, take me to Central Hospital now, hurry. Zhang Hao also looked astonished, but judging by Qin Zhao's expression, something major must have happened. He immediately responded, alright, let's go. Once in the car, Zhang Hao sped all the way to Suang Central Hospital. Brother Qin, what's going on? Zhang Hao asked. My mom's unconscious, her vital signs are weak. Drive faster, Qin Shao said. Zhang Hao nodded, even ignoring the red light in his haste, his face a mask of shock as he asked, Auntie was fine before, wasn't she? What exactly happened? Did Zhou Changlong do this? Impossible, Zhou Changlong couldn't have acted that fast. Qin Shao immediately rejected the absurd notion, adding, my mom has always suffered from chronic headaches. It's an old illness. She must have kept silent to avoid burdening me and Shinro, which led to her condition worsening. At this moment, Qin Zhao's heart was heavy with sorrow. Speaking of his mother, he felt nothing but guilt. Ever since his father's passing, she had toiled day and night,
while he, worthless and aimless, had forced her to take temporary shelter in Shinro's home. But given Shinro's financial situation, nearly surviving was already a struggle. How could there possibly be spare money for medical checkups? Even if they had discovered the illness, treatment would have been financially out of reach. The more Qin Xiao thought about it, the more guilt gnawed at his heart. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to his mother. Zhang Hao sped all the way and finally arrived at the central hospital. Qin Xiao immediately rushed toward the ward. Woo-woo, Grandma, please wake up. It's Xiaoyi. At this moment, Xiaoyi was slumped beside Yu Guiqin, weeping uncontrollably. Xiaolan stood nearby, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Yu Guiqin lying on the hospital bed. Around them, several doctors and nurses stood by, performing emergency procedures. Mom, it's Shinro. Look at me, you can't leave me. Shinro, also present, was now tear-streaked, her face drenched in sorrow. Clearly, Xiaolan had contacted Shinro, who worked nearby at Central Hospital and had hurried over immediately. Mom! Qin Zhao's face turned deathly pale the moment he saw his mother lying critically ill on the hospital bed. Are you the patient's son? A chief physician in his 40s looked at Qin Xiao and asked. I am, Qin Xiao responded immediately. Chapter 140, Heaven Returning Medical Skill. Your mother's condition is extremely critical. The recent CT scan shows a brain tumor compressing her nerves. Right now, she's barely hanging on with the oxygen tube. Without immediate surgery, the patient will likely suffer brain death. The middle-aged doctor spoke up. Shinro, standing nearby, felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. She cried out, What are you standing there for? Perform the surgery now. Don't rush, let me explain the situation first. Given the patient's current condition, even with surgery, the success rate is only a fraction of a %. And there's a high probability of becoming vegetative afterward, with follow-up treatments requiring substantial financial expenses. The doctor said. Xiaolan froze for a moment before asking, You mean even if he survives, he'll only be in a vegetative state? Yes, a completely vegetative state with no consciousness, so it's up to you to decide. If you choose surgery, we can proceed immediately, the doctor said. Mom, wake up please. Shinro felt like her world was collapsing upon hearing this. Qin Xiao looked at his mother on the hospital bed, slowly walked over, and placed his hand on her wrist. After a few seconds, he said, I don't need you to operate. Just ensure my mother continues receiving oxygen supply. Qin Xiao's words shocked both Xiaolan and Shinro simultaneously. Qin Xiao, what are you saying? She's our mother, Xiaolan exclaimed. Beside them, Shinro was seething with anger. Qin Xiao, you're inhuman. Mother is in this state, and you still won't let her get the surgery. Didn't you say you have money now? Are you afraid of spending it? I don't want your money. Even if I go bankrupt, I will save our mother. Hearing Shinro's words, Qin Zhao's face darkened as he snapped, Shut up. Don't shout about things you know nothing about. Startled by Qin Zhao's words, Shinro froze momentarily, left speechless. The doctor nearby also wore a look of astonishment, while the surrounding nurses were equally shocked by Qin Zhao's actions. Keeping the patient barely alive with oxygen was subjecting them to immense suffering. Qin Xiao immediately turned to Zhang Hao and ordered, Zhang Hao, go to the traditional Chinese medicine department right now and fetch me 24 3-inch silver needles. Remember, they must be exactly 3 inches. Although Zhang Hao didn't understand what his Qin brother intended to do, he nodded immediately and walked out without hesitation. Qin Xiao took another look at Yu Guiqin's pupils and instantly identified the appropriate treatment plan. After all, the knowledge he'd acquired in his previous life wasn't for nothing, including a specialized acupuncture technique called heaven reversing needle art. When combined with certain Chinese medicinal herbs, it would surely restore his mother to perfect health. Sir, are you planning to treat yourself? The attending physician beside him was startled. Why, isn't it allowed? Qin Xiao replied. This isn't something traditional Chinese medicine can cure, it requires surgery, the attending doctor said. Is that so? Well then, watch closely and learn a thing or two. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to humor them. This sentence shocked several doctors nearby. After so many years in practice, they'd apparently never encountered such an absurd situation. After about a few minutes, Zhang Hao returned with a packet of silver needles and said, Here you go, brother Qin. Qin Xiao took the silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and immediately began inserting the needles. Xiaolan and Shinro, who were watching from the side, were utterly dumbstruck. Qin Xiao, you. Xiaolan knew Qin Xiao had been acting strangely lately, as if capable of anything. But since when did he know traditional Chinese medicine? How on earth did he suddenly become enlightened? Qin Xiao, don't you dare do anything reckless! Shinro exclaimed, clearly startled by Qin Zhao's movements. But Qin Xiao had no time to spare for them, calmly continuing his acupuncture with methodical precision. The onlookers watched Qin Zhao's incredibly skilled technique with astonishment. Could he really cure a condition that even their attending physicians couldn't handle, just with a few needles? As the silver needles were inserted one by one into Yu Guiqin's brain acupoints, it took only a moment before all 24 needles had been placed. Yu Guiqin, who had been in a deep coma, suddenly twitched her fingers. Qin Shao gently squeezed his mother's neck once more. Sure enough, Yu Guiqin's hand instinctively reached for her neck. It worked. Qin Shao instantly let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 141, Emergency Use. Qin Shao administered the acupuncture, simple, swift, and effective, all done in under 2 minutes. This left the surrounding doctors utterly dumbfounded. In medical terms, if a deeply comatose patient instinctively moves their hand to the source of pain, it means they are absolutely capable of regaining consciousness. Clearly, Yu Guiqin had met this condition. Zheng Hao, go outside to prepare the herbs, I'll give you the prescription, Qin Shao said slowly. Alright, Zheng Hao nodded. Forget it, there's no time. I'll go myself, Qin Shao said as he headed out. As for why Qin Shao wasn't getting the medicine at the central hospital, such hospitals only dispensed prescriptions written by attending physicians. Since Qin Shao was treating himself, naturally he wouldn't have a prescription from an attending physician, so he could only go to traditional Chinese medicine shops. Leaving the hospital, Qin Shao hurried straight to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. After searching for about 10 minutes, he finally found one called Wancher Tang Pharmacy. Qin Shao walked right in and said, "Old sir, may I borrow your pen and paper?" The elderly man in the pharmacy understood Qin Shao wanted to write a prescription, so he handed over the pen and paper. As Qin Shao was writing the prescription, he suddenly noticed a group of people still standing in the pharmacy. Each of them was powerfully built with extraordinary bearing, they looked more like bodyguards. At the center of these men sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Dressed in a tailored suit, the man had sharp arched brows and hawk-like eyes. His every movement exuded an air of unquestionable authority, suggesting he must have been military in his younger days. The elderly man handed Qin Shao the paper and pen before turning his attention to the middle-aged man, saying, "Mr. Zhao, your condition has worsened. The medicine I prescribed earlier is no longer capable of containing the illness." Upon hearing the old man's words, the middle-aged man let out a long sigh. To think that after a lifetime of battles for country and people, when it's time to enjoy the fruits of my labor, I'm left with such an ailment, he lamented. It's precisely because of your years of campaigning that your condition was neglected. Combined with chronic exhaustion, the brain tumor has grown and is likely to press on your nerves soon. At that point, even I won't be able to save you. The old man shook his head as he spoke. At these words, the middle-aged man shuddered slightly. Was his time truly running out? Though inwardly unwilling, the middle-aged man showed no sign of it as he said, "Old Lu, please prepare medicine for the other customers first. I'll step out for a while and we can discuss in detail when I return." Alright, the elderly man addressed as Old Lu nodded, then turned to Qin Shao and asked, "Young man, is the prescription ready?" Only after writing down the last medicinal ingredient did Qin Shao hand over the prescription, saying, "Old sir, it's urgent, please hurry." Taking the prescription from Qin Shao, Old Lu examined it carefully. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual about the initial few ingredients listed. But the deeper Old Lu read, the more astonished he became. Finally, his pupils slightly narrowed as he exclaimed in shock, "Young man, where did you get this prescription? Can't you see? I wrote it myself." Qin Shao frowned slightly and replied, "Hiss." Qin Shao's words left Old Lu stunned for quite a while. Disbelieving, he pressed further, "I know you wrote it yourself. I'm asking which divine physician taught you. I've compiled all medicinal scriptures under heaven, but a prescription combining ingredients like yours, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. It's truly miraculous." Seeing Old Lu's completely astonished expression, Qin Shao gave a bitter smile. Writing a prescription was enough to shock the veteran Chinese medicine practitioner. If he were to perform his life-restoring acupuncture technique, wouldn't it scare the old man to death? After all, the knowledge he possessed consisted of long-lost secret techniques that had vanished from the world. "Old master, no more questions for now. Please prepare the medicines for me first," Qin Shao said. Examining the prescription, Old Lu replied, "Sir, how about this? I'll prepare the herbs for you and brew the decoction right here. That'll save you considerable time." "Anything's fine, I need it urgently." Qin Shao couldn't care less about the specifics at this point. Chapter 142, The Living Immortal. Old Lu nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly gathering the 40 to 50 traditional Chinese herbs according to Qin Zhao's prescription, completing the task within mere minutes. "How much will this cost?" Qin Shao inquired. "No need to rush with the money for now, I'll brew them first," Old Lu said as he instructed several apprentices to take the Chinese herbal medicine to the back room for preparation. After completing these tasks, Old Lu walked back and said, "Young man, your prescription is truly remarkable. How about this? I'll waive the fee for the herbs, and in return, could you lend me the prescription to study? Consider it a token of friendship." Want to be friends? Qin Shao instantly understood this was about coveting his prescription. However, Qin Shao didn't rely on prescriptions to make money, and this particular formula ranked among the most basic in his vast repository of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. So there was nothing to hide, and he said, "Fine, I'll give it to you." When Qin Shao uttered these words, Old Lu was overjoyed. This was like stumbling upon an incredible bargain. After all, when ordinary people sought out medicines of this caliber, they would never purchase all the ingredients from a single pharmacy, they'd intentionally scatter their purchases across multiple shops. The purpose was precisely to prevent leaks. Qin Xiao was now the perfect embodiment of how one man's trash is another man's treasure. A conservative estimate puts the value of this prescription at 7 figures, minimum. After waiting roughly 3 hours, the traditional Chinese medicine decoction was finally ready. At this moment, old Lu brought over the prepared herbal medicine package and said, "Young man, the traditional Chinese medicine is ready."
"May I know your name?"
"My surname is Qin, just the single character Xiao," replied Qin Xiao.
"Mr. Qin, is there anything else you require?" old Lu inquired.
"Not for now. I'll come back if I need anything," Qin Xiao said before turning to leave. No sooner had Qin Xiao left than old Lu picked up the phone and dialed the middle-aged man from earlier, exclaiming excitedly, "Mr. Zhao, there's hope for your cure, come to the pharmacy at once." By the time Qin Xiao returned to the central hospital, the herbal medicine was still warm. He instructed Xiao Lan to administer it to his mother. Within about half an hour after taking the medicine, the pallor of his mother's complexion had already transformed into a healthy flush, as if vitality had returned.
"Daddy is amazing. Is Grandma going to wake up now?"
Xiaoyi shouted excitedly. Qin Xiao rubbed Xiaoyi's head and smiled, "Don't worry, she will definitely wake up."
"It's amazing, Qin Xiao. How on earth did you do it?"
Xiao Lan was overjoyed as she observed Yu Guiqin's condition. Even Qin Ro, who had been standing nearby, gradually regained her composure. When she looked at Qin Xiao, her eyes revealed an indescribable complexity. That's how it was done. Qin Xiao didn't elaborate further, as even if he explained, Xiao Lan wouldn't understand.
"This is all thanks to the revitalizing needle technique."
The reason the brain tumor was so severe that even surgery couldn't cure it fundamentally lies in the medicine's inability to reach the affected area. It's like a blocked ditch. Qin Xiao used silver needles instead of shovels to clear the channel, thereby unclogging the blood and energy meridians. After taking the Chinese herbal medicine, the medicinal effects went straight to the disease's root, naturally curing the illness completely. Easier said than done, after all, these 40 or 50 traditional Chinese herbs are all highly potent.
If the acupuncture technique isn't precise, it might even backfire. "Qin Xiao, will Mom recover completely as soon as she wakes up?" Xiao Lan asked. "Not that fast. I'm no immortal.
She'll need follow-up acupuncture combined with herbal medicine. It'll take about a week for the tumor to completely disappear," Qin Xiao replied. Yet this was already astounding enough for Xiao Lan. After all, the CT scan just showed the tumor was nearly the size of a fist. To have it completely vanish in just a week, even if he wasn't an immortal, he came pretty close.
Chapter 143 Qin Xiao becomes a killer?
For the next 5 or 6 hours, Qin Xiao remained by his mother's side. Yu Guiqin's condition transformed from being terminally ill at first to now having a rosy complexion, with clear signs of waking up almost visibly changing. Qin Ro also let go of her initial stubbornness. Gazing at her mother, she said, "Mom told me long ago how exhausted she was, but she always refused when I urged her to come to the hospital for a checkup.
If only I'd insisted on having her come, it wouldn't have been so terrifying."
Hearing Qin Ro's words, Xiao Lan comforted her, "Don't worry, your mother has already been treated by your brother.
She will wake up." Qin Ro nodded while wiping away her tears. Just as the family was talking, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door.
"Lu Ci, I swear if anything happens to my father, I'll make you pay for it." In the hospital corridor outside, a tall, striking-looking woman in her 20s was pushing a wheelchair while furiously berating someone. Seated in the wheelchair was a middle-aged man foaming at the mouth, evidently on the verge of death, none other than the very man from the pharmacy earlier.
Standing beside him was Elder Lu, the one who had prepared Qin Zhao's medicine. "Oh no, how could this happen?"
"I brewed it exactly according to the prescription," Lu Ci said with a bitter expression. Apparently, after obtaining Qin Zhao's prescription, he had prepared an extra pot of medicinal decoction and administered it to this Mr. Zhao. Yet who could have anticipated that within minutes of taking it, the man would fall unconscious, foaming at the mouth with a dangerously weak pulse.
"Doctor, we need a doctor now," the girl shouted desperately while pushing the wheelchair.
Then a chief physician hurried over and began providing emergency treatment to the middle-aged man.
However, after a round of examinations, the chief physician frowned and asked, "What did you give the patient to drink?"
Lu Ci quickly replied, "Traditional Chinese medicine. The patient's pupils are dilated and his pulse is weak."
"How much did you give him?"
"This is utter madness," the chief physician roared angrily.
It's all my fault. I've harmed Mr. Zhao.
How could I have trusted that folk remedy so easily?" Lu Ci was overwhelmed with regret. The girl was now crying piteously, "Woo-woo, Dad, you can't have anything happen to you. Please, wake up." Just then, Qin Xiao slowly approached and asked, "Old sir, what's going on here?" Lu Ci suddenly caught sight of Qin Xiao and flew into a rage, shouting, "You brat! I kindly prepared medicine for you. How could you harm Mr. Zhao like this?"
Hearing this, the girl suddenly raised her head and exclaimed, "So it was the prescription he brought?" "Yes," Lu Xi replied. "Guards, cuff him. He must be a foreign spy trying to harm my father," the girl shouted in fury. Her outburst wasn't unfounded. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair was none other than Zhao Dingshan, the war god of Jiuzhou. In his youth, he led armies to pacify the frontier, sweeping across all directions, a feat unmatched in the world. It was said across the lands that with him present, the great Xia Empire could rest without worries. Countless foreign powers sought his life. Without a word, the two bodyguards swiftly handcuffed Qin Shao. Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao truly understood the meaning of disaster striking out of nowhere. What had he even done to warrant being handcuffed? Meanwhile, Xiaolan and Zhang Hao rushed out from inside the house, their faces also etched with shock. "What are you doing? How dare you arrest someone without justification?" Xiaolan shouted angrily. "Young man, I never should have trusted you so easily. Speak, are you some foreign assassin?" Lu Xi roared angrily. Falsely accused, Qin Shao also grew indignant. "You're the one who didn't bother asking about proper usage before recklessly taking the medicine. How can you blame me for this?" "Nonsense. I prepared the formula exactly as written, down to the last detail," Lu Xi insisted. "Clearly the prescription itself is flawed." Qin Shao stood speechless for a moment before asking, "Did you administer acupuncture with it?" "Acupuncture? What needle?" Lu Xi hadn't even finished speaking when he was immediately shocked, adding, "You mean, I missed a step?" "If you want this gentleman to die, then keep handcuffing me," Qin Shao said coldly. Chapter 144, Do you think I'm easy to bully? Lu Xi seemed to realize his mistake and said, "Miss Xiao, I remember now, it was indeed my fault. Can you let go of this young man and let him treat Mr. Zhao?" At this moment, the girl refused to believe it, saying, "How could someone like him cure my dad? I trust Western medicine more. I don't believe in any old-school Chinese medicine anymore, it's all a scam." Hearing this, Lu Xi wore a bitter expression. He had practiced Chinese medicine his entire life. How could he not recognize the patient's condition? Western medicine relies on machines, with all its CT scans, lab tests, and blood draws. By the time all that's done, the patient would have long since deteriorated beyond help. If it's acupuncture, as long as the acupoints are opened, the effect can be seen immediately. "Miss Xiao, please trust me this one time, otherwise Mr. Zhao really won't make it," Lu Xi pleaded almost desperately at this moment. "I don't believe you," the girl said before turning to the attending physician beside her, pleading, "Doctor, please, no matter what, you have to save my father." The girl expected the doctor to proceed with the surgery immediately, but to her surprise, he responded directly, "Young lady, the patient's condition is extremely critical now. I think we should let this young man give it a try." The attending physician was none other than the doctor who had witnessed Qin Zhao's needle techniques earlier. Having just seen with his own eyes what could be called a medical miracle, he was utterly convinced. But the attending physician's words left the young woman momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. The doctor explained, "Miss, this young man here truly possesses remarkable skills. He personally treated his mother, whose condition was quite similar to this patient's." Seeing the doctor's reasonable attitude, Lu Xi quickly pressed on, "Miss Zhao, your father's condition cannot afford any delay. Every passing minute is consuming his life. This young man must surely be capable since he can produce such a precious prescription." After being persuaded by the attending physician and Lu Xi, the girl calmed down slightly, though her face remained gloomy as she said, "Fine, let him try. But if he fails to cure, both of you will pay with your lives." Hearing the girl relent, Lu Xi immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Young man, please proceed with the acupuncture. It's urgent beyond measure." But Qin Shao wasn't having it. "Oh, so you think I'll just heal because you say so?" he retorted. "You shackled me without so much as an explanation. Do you take Qin Shao for someone you can bully so easily?" Lu Xi. Indeed, no matter who it was, they probably wouldn't be happy if a girl came up and handcuffed Qin Shao without a second thought. "You!" The girl was also furious. At this moment, Zhao Dingshan lying in the wheelchair seemed on the verge of death, his vital signs extremely weak. The girl, fearing that her father might truly be in danger, suppressed her anger and lowered her head to Qin Shao, saying, "Sir, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I beg you to save my father." Seeing the girl relent, Qin Shao finally glanced at her and said, "Fine, I'll save him, but on one condition. If I revive this gentleman, you must wear this pair of silver handcuffs for 3 consecutive days without taking them off." As soon as Qin Shao uttered these words, Lu Zika, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. Not just in Suang no, in all of Great Xia, who would dare shackle the daughter of the god of war, Zhao. "All right, if you can really save my father, I'll wear them." The girl gritted her teeth and agreed.
Then the bodyguard stepped forward to remove the handcuffs from Qin Zhao's wrists. Qin Zhao flexed his wrists, then took out silver needles, sterilized them with alcohol, and began inserting them into Zhao Dingshan's acupoints. As each needle was inserted, the acupoints opened, and the violent medicinal effects accumulated in the meridians surged toward the brain like a dam releasing its floodwaters. Within just a few dozen seconds, ahem! The previously foaming at the mouth Zhao Dingshan, who moments ago seemed on the verge of death, suddenly coughed a few times, and the color visibly improved in his complexion. Chapter 145, Making a Friend. Dad! The girl immediately rushed forward and called out as soon as she saw this. This scene also astonished Qin Zhao, who remarked, "I never expected this gentleman's physical constitution to be so robust. An ordinary person would take hours to regain consciousness, yet he recovered in mere seconds?" Noticing Qin Zhao's doubtful expression, Lu Xi beside him said, "Indeed. Do you know who he is? He's none other than Xia's war god Zhao Dingshan, a lifelong warrior whose physical prowess naturally far surpasses ordinary men." Zhao Dingshan? The very same war god Zhao from the news, who resisted foreign invaders and guarded the border for over 20 years? Qin Zhao was visibly astonished. Qin Zhao admired most those true heroes who were willing to sacrifice everything for their country and people. Where in the world does peaceful time come from? It's because someone is carrying the weight for them. Yes, his status in Great Xia is nothing less than second only to the emperor, standing above 10,000 people. If something were to happen to him, it would be like the collapse of a pillar that holds up the sky, Lu Xi said with grave earnestness. I feel like I had a very long dream. What exactly happened? After regaining consciousness, Zhao Dingshan felt as if his body had been washed by currents of warmth, and his headache had significantly eased. Dad, it's good that you're alright. It's good that you're alright. The girl beside him was crying profusely, her tears falling like pear blossoms bathed in rain. Yet the girl still honored her promise. Only then did she take the handcuffs from the bodyguard's hand. Click! She put them directly on herself. Tong Tong, what's this? Zhao Dingshan was visibly stunned to see his daughter Zhao Tongtong in handcuffs. Zhao Tongtong, keep my promises, Zhao Tongtong declared. Lu Xi's face was now etched with bitterness as he stepped forward and recounted the entire incident to Zhao Dingshan in detail. This left Zhao Dingshan utterly shocked. He immediately turned to Qin Zhao and asked, "Was it you, young man named Qin Zhao, who saved me?" "Indeed, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid you'd be beyond saving now." Lu Xi shook his head and said. Despite his frail condition, Zhao Dingshan forced himself to rise and said, "Young friend Qin, such great kindness goes beyond words. Zhao Dingshan, will never forget this debt in all my days. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. You are a hero, saving you is only right. Please sit down quickly." Qin Zhao promptly stepped forward to support him. After all, what status did Zhao Dingshan hold? He was a peerless hero who served both country and people. How could Qin Zhao not respect him? At this moment, Qin Zhao finally noticed Zhao Tongtong wearing handcuffs and said, "Since you're Mr. Zhao's daughter, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's drop it." "No, when Zhao Tongtong, say something, I mean it. I'll wear them for 3 days," Zhao Tongtong declared with remarkable stubbornness. Qin Zhao. Since she was willing to keep them on, Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to intervene. Lu Xi, standing nearby, also looked embarrassed and said, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. I was blinded by greed and reaped what I sowed. This prescription of yours is definitely worth no less than 5 million yuan. It was my fault for cutting corners. I didn't clarify the proper steps before recklessly using it on Mr. Zhao, almost causing a disaster. I'm willing to pay double, offering you 10 million as an apology." Upon hearing Lu Xi's words, Zhao Dingshan quickly chimed in, "How can we let Elder Lu shoulder the cost? You acted out of kindness to save me. How about this? I'll cover the 10 million. Hearing this, Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Let's forget it. Meeting today is fate. Qin, enjoy making friends. Consider this our introduction. Let's not talk about money." As soon as Qin Zhao said these words, Zhao Dingshan also looked at him with newfound respect. At such a young age, he was not only skilled in medicine but also remarkably seasoned in handling matters, completely unmoved by money. He's truly a friend worth making. Chapter 146, Authoritative Power. Mr. Qin is open and straightforward. Count me in as your friend. Zhao Dingshan laughed heartily. Qin Zhao also smiled slightly and added, "Mr. Zhao, although I've temporarily stabilized your condition, you'll still need a week's worth of follow-up treatment." "Mr. Qin, whatever treatment my father needs, just tell me." "Money is no object," Zhao Tongtong immediately interjected from the side. "It won't cost much. Just have old Lu prepare the herbal decoction daily on schedule, and I'll administer acupuncture each day. Within a week, I guarantee Mr. Zhao will be healthy as a horse." One crucial point to remember, the acupuncture must be performed daily without fail. Missing even a single day isn't acceptable. Qin Zhao spoke up. Zhao Dingshan's physical constitution was extraordinary to begin with. After just 1 week, he'd probably be capable of killing an ox with a single punch. "Excellent. I'll be in your debt then, Mr. Qin," Zhao Dingshan replied with evident joy.
He had assumed his grave illness was beyond recovery, yet by sheer serendipity, he might regain his strength after all? At just 47 years old now, living another 50 years wouldn't be a problem, so saying Qin Shao gave him a second chance at life wasn't an exaggeration. Tong Tong, take off the handcuffs and apologize to Mr. Qin. He won't hold it against you. Zhao Dingshan belatedly noticed his daughter's current predicament. This Xiao Tong Tong was his precious only daughter. How could he bear to see her suffer such humiliation? Qin Shao said, take them off. You can't take care of your father like this. Seeing Qin Zhao's demeanor, Zhao Tongtong finally nodded, a hint of apology in her voice, and said, thank you, Mr. Qin, for treating my father. I apologize for my impulsiveness earlier. Qin Shao gave a slight nod. He wasn't that petty to bother keeping score. After exchanging phone numbers, Zhao Dingshan, still recovering from his illness, didn't linger long in the hospital. With Zhao Tongtong assisting him, he soon departed. Xiaolan, who had been standing nearby, finally stepped forward after the group left. Qin Shao, who was that? Looks like someone important from the way he carried himself, she asked. Not just a big shot, he practically holds the heavens in his palm, Qin Shao murmured, then returned to the hospital room. By this time, Yu Guiqin had regained consciousness, with all her vital signs stable. Under Qin Zhao's miraculous medical skills, this sudden crisis was swiftly resolved. By the time they were discharged and returned to Yunhai residence, it was already night. Xiaolan, you'll have to take on more tomorrow. After dropping Xiaoyi off at dance class, go to the company and help me process the documents. I'll stay home to take care of Mom, Qin Shao said. I'm not tired. I enjoy having such fulfilling days, Xiaolan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone suddenly rang. It was Yi Huayu calling. Mr. Yu, Qin Shao answered. Mr. Qin, where are you? Yu Yehua asked. At home? What's wrong? Qin Shao slightly furrowed his brows. After what happened between you and Zhou Chenglong this morning, he'll definitely come after you. It's not safe at home, come stay with me, Yu Yehua urged. Hearing this, Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, don't worry, Zhou Chenglong doesn't have what it takes to kill me that easily. It's fine. Mr. Qin, you can't take this lightly. Zhou Chenglong is ruthlessly efficient. He's probably already contacting assassins by now. My own father nearly fell victim to his schemes, Yu Yehua urged anxiously. Yu Yehua's urgency wasn't unfounded. After all, Suzhou and Hangzhou once had thriving companies, a veritable garden of flowers in full bloom, but in the end, Zhou Chenglong swallowed them all up one by one. Dongsheng Group was nearly devoured too, surviving only because Zhou Chenglong had no interest in their business sector, allowing them to grow unchecked. But now things are different. Zhou Chenglong has set his sights firmly on Tianhui Tower. Mr. Yu, I appreciate your kindness, but rest assured there won't be any issues, Qin Shao said. Seeing that Qin Shao remained obstinate, Yu Yehua had no choice but to relent. Then take care, Mr. Qin, he said. Please be cautious. Chapter 147, The Assassin. At 10 o'clock in the evening. Chairman's office, Longting Group headquarters. Since Zhou Chenglong returned from Tianhui building, he had already begun formulating an assassination plan targeting Qin Shao. In the office, not only was Zhou Chenglong present, but Zhou Wan was also seated on the sofa to the side, while an elderly man in his 60s stood directly in front. Though the old man was in his 60s, his back remained straight and his breathing steady. A closer observation would reveal the rhythmic cadence of his breath, as though his body harbored explosive power within. His name was Feng San, Zhou Chenglong's butler and bodyguard, as well as a true master of the hard Qigong martial arts. Feng San, have you contacted the hitman? Zhou Chenglong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and asked. Master, it's already arranged. The old man called Feng San nodded slightly before adding, the man is named He Chang. He only has 7 fingers, people in the trade call him 7th master. Though his methods are ruthless, he gets the job done cleanly. Good. Give me his number, I'll brief him personally, Zhou Chenglong said. Feng San then handed his phone to Zhou Chenglong. Meanwhile, at an abandoned construction site in Suzhou and Hangzhou, 4 men with dragon and phoenix tattoos, smoking cigarettes, were sitting on the ground playing cards. In the corner of the room, a naked girl, bound hand and foot, lay weakly on the floor, having endured much abuse. Before long, a lean, vicious-looking man walked in from outside and asked, still playing? Has the ransom come through yet? 7th master, I was just about to go looking for you. The girl's father scraped together $1 million and it's already in the account. One of the underlings quickly stood up and replied. Hearing the ransom had been transferred, He Chang gave a slight smirk and walked over to the woman, tilting her chin up as he said, little darling, your daddy sure dotes on you. The girl, who had been deathly pale, trembled instantly. Big brother, please let me go. I beg you. 7th master, we can't let her go yet, this woman's too fine, and the brothers haven't had their fill. One of the underlings spoke up. All you think about is playing around. Have you forgotten the principle of following me? He Chang's face darkened as he barked. At those words, the few underlings dared not utter another sound. Little treasure, I'll set you free now. You've kept my brothers happy these past few days, no more suffering for you, He Chang grinned. Hearing this, The woman immediately brightened. Thank you, boss. Still grinning, He Chang suddenly pulled a hammer from behind his back and swung it down upon the woman's head. Bang! Bang! After several heavy blows, the woman convulsed violently for a moment before going completely limp. Ding ding ding. Just then, He Chang's phone rang. Hello, this is He Chang. Who's speaking? Zhou Changlong, came Zhou Changlong's voice. Oh, Chairman Zhou. Mr. Feng just called me earlier. Don't worry, I'll handle it properly, He Chang said with a smile. Remember to keep it clean. You'll get your money. Do it tomorrow night, Zhou Changlong said slowly. Heh, absolutely foolproof, He Chang replied. Zhou Changlong added, try not to let others know about this matter. Chairman Zhou can rest assured, I won't even breathe a word to my boss, He Chang said slowly. Hearing this, Zhou Changlong slightly furrowed his eyebrows and said, Oh, are you working independently now? If your boss finds out, won't he tear you to pieces? Heh, my boss is currently like a clay idol crossing a river, he can't even save himself. He has no time to manage me, He Chang laughed. That's good then. I'll give you a call tomorrow night, Zhou Changlong said before hanging up the phone. He Chang finally put down his phone and said, Boys, we've got a big job. Get rid of this woman's body first, then scout out Yunhai Garden. Boss, another woman this time, asked one of the henchmen. No, it's a man. But according to the info old Feng provided, he's got a real pretty wife. He Chang's face twisted into a sly grin. TSK, now that's just perfect. I've always had a thing for other men's wives. Several underlings were itching to give it a try. Chapter 148, A Lifetime of Military Campaigns to Pacify the Realm. The next day. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Xin Xiao didn't go to Tianhui Tower but stayed home to take care of his mother instead. Mom, you're physically weak, you must rest more, Xin Xiao said as he finished treating his mother. Sigh, I was supposed to help take care of Xiaowei for you, but now I'd become your burden instead. I'm really useless. Yu Guiqin had been feeling guilty ever since she woke up. Mom, don't say things like that anymore. You worked hard all your life raising me and Xioro. Now it's my turn to take care of you, Xin Xiao said as he tucked his mother in. Yu Guiqin's eyes were also red with emotion, marveling at Qin Xiao's transformation. As Qin Xiao left the room, Zhao Dingshan's call came through. He seemed to have already arrived outside the villa. Qin Xiao hurried out to greet him. When Zhao Dingshan arrived, Qin Xiao was genuinely stunned by the spectacle. 4 customized bulletproof Land Rovers led the way, followed by 4 Hummers. With an elongated Hongqi limousine in the center, the display of power was truly formidable. As the vehicles came to a halt, over 20 armed men in uniform stood guard around the villa. Judging by their demeanor, they were undoubtedly a specially trained unit with formidable combat capabilities. Mr. Zhao, arriving at Yunhai Garden with such a grand display might make people think I've committed some crime, Xin Xiao said as he stepped out, looking equally helpless. Zhao Dingshan chuckled and replied, no offense meant, Mr. Qin. I didn't want such a grand entrance either. It was all Tongtong's arrangement. She fears something might happen to me when she's not around. I see, please come in quickly, Xin Xiao responded. Zhao Dingshan finally stepped into the living room, simultaneously awed by the luxurious villa of Qin Xiao. It seems Mr. Qin is quite wealthy, he remarked. Such high-end villas aren't something ordinary people can afford. Heh, not at all, just made a small profit in business. Qin Xiao smiled before adding, did you bring the medicine? I've got everything ready, just waiting for your acupuncture treatment, Zhao Dingshan said with a smile. Alright, have a seat, Qin Xiao gestured for Zhao Dingshan to sit before preparing to insert the needles. As he did so, he remarked, Mr. Zhao, you're not originally from Suzhou or Hangzhou, are you? I'm originally from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Guess my accent doesn't sound like it, right? Zhao Dingshan paused, then added, that's because I was kicked out of Suzhou and Hangzhou at 17. I've spent more time away from home than in it. Kicked out of Suzhou and Hangzhou? What do you mean by that? Qin Xiao asked in surprise while continuing to insert the acupuncture needles. Zhao Dingshan smiled faintly and said, actually, my Zhao family used to be merchants in Suzhou and Hangzhou too. My parents were murdered in a business conflict, and I was driven out like a stray dog. By sheer chance, I enlisted in the army, eventually returning home in glory. Qin Xiao was momentarily stunned and said, Mr. Zhao, your life truly is legendary. Those who harmed your family must have faced justice, right? Ah, of course. I, Zhao Dingshan, despise cowardly schemers who resort to underhanded tactics when they can't win in business. Those families were eradicated one by one, Zhao Dingshan remarked, a chilling killing intent briefly surfacing in his demeanor. But it vanished in an instant as he chuckled and added, that all happened over 20 years ago, back when you weren't even born yet, Mr. Qin. Qin Xiao smiled faintly before finishing the acupuncture treatment. All done, he said. Just drink the medicine now. Mr. Qin, I truly don't know how to thank you. If you encounter any difficulties in business or other matters, feel free to call me, Zhao Dingshan said as he stood up. Alright, I'll trouble Mr. Zhao then, Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Don't mention it, the trouble is all mine. Zhao Dingshan slightly raised his hand. Through this conversation, his favorable impression of Qin Xiao had grown even stronger. Chapter 149, A Windy, Moonless Night for Murder.
After sending Zhao Dingshan off, Xin Xiao spent the day at home taking care of his mother and reading the newspaper. Time passed quickly. When Xin Xiao checked his phone, it was already 7 in the evening. The autumn night darkened quickly, and the saying "a moonless, windy night is perfect for murder," this was certainly splendid weather for it. "Zhou Changlong, the assassin you sent must be arriving soon," Xin Xiao murmured with a faint smile. Even if Yu Yehua hadn't warned him, Xin Xiao would have guessed that Zhou Changlong would make a move against him today. This old adversary wasn't someone Xin Xiao faced for the first time. If he stayed at home all the time, given the security level of Yunhai Villa, it would be unrealistic for an assassin to break in, so Xin Xiao naturally didn't need to hide. After making a phone call to Xiaolan, he headed outside Yunhai Villa. Before long, Xiaolan got out of a taxi with Xiaoyi. "Dad!" Seeing Xin Xiao, Xiaoyi immediately ran over to him. "Why did you come back with Mom today, Xiaoyi? Didn't you go to Grandma's house?" Xin Xiao patted Xiaoyi's head and asked. "Mom took me to her company," Xiaoyi replied. "Must have been tiring," Xin Xiao said, looking at Xiaolan. "It's nothing. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll go back and make something for you," Xiaolan responded with a gentle smile. "No rush, let's go sit in the pavilion first. We'll have an honored guest arriving soon." Xin Xiao pulled Xiaoyi toward the distant pavilion. "Distinguished guest?" Xiaolan slightly furrowed her brows, appearing unsure of whom Xin Xiao was referring to. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Xin Xiao took a seat and quietly awaited his distinguished guest. Xin Xiao knew that Zhou Changlong sending assassins could only mean two possibilities: either they were targeting Guan Haiyang, but if Guan Haiyang knew they were coming for Xin Xiao, he would have called him in advance and the hit would never have happened in the first place. But Xin Xiao didn't receive Guan Haiyang's call, so the killer must be someone else. At that very moment, 5 men dressed in black windbreakers had already been staking out the pavilion area, as it was the only route Xin Xiao would take to return home. "Seventh boss, is this guy really the one we're supposed to kill?" a subordinate asked. "Exactly. It's him in the photo. Never expected his wife would be such a beauty. You boys are in for some fun," He Chang grinned wickedly. "I actually prefer the petite ones." One of the thugs rubbed his hands together, his eyes hungrily fixed on Xiaoyi. "Once I give the signal, rush in and chop this bastard to pieces with your knives. Just tie up the woman and take her away." A cruel glint flashed in He Chang's eyes as he spoke in a low, heavy tone. Xin Xiao, who had clearly heard every word from behind, now wore an unusually grave expression. "Gentlemen," he said, "aren't your legs getting sore from squatting in those shrubs?" Just as He Chang was about to strike, Xin Zhao's deep, magnetic voice startled all 5 men simultaneously. At this moment, Xiaolan also looked at Xin Xiao with a puzzled expression, seemingly unaware of whom he was speaking to. "Good lad, how did you spot me?" He Chang, seeing that he was exposed, no longer hid and slowly stood up. "Xin Xiao." Xiaolan was visibly startled by the sight and immediately hugged Xiaoyi. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Xin Xiao patted the back of Xiaolan's hand to comfort her, then added, "Gentlemen, how much did Zhou Changlong pay you to kill me?" As Xin Xiao spoke again, He Chang's expression instantly darkened, seeming to sense something eerie. Not only did this person know they were hiding here, but he was also fully aware of who had sent them? "A substantial amount, enough to keep me and my brothers fed and comfortable for the next 5 years." He Chang flashed a predatory grin, baring his teeth in disdain. "Oh, that's not much. No matter the sum, you won't live to spend it," Xin Xiao said softly as he rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on He Chang like icy stars in the dead of night. Chapter 150, I don't believe he can take on 4 at once. The moment Xin Xiao stood up and turned around, He Chang visibly shuddered upon locking eyes with him. Especially someone like him, who had lived for years licking blood off knife edges, his sensitivity to killing intent was extraordinarily sharp. He could distinctly sense the intangible yet overwhelming pressure radiating from the man's entire being. "That kid's no ordinary fellow." He Chang drew the dagger from his waist and spoke solemnly. "Seventh master, this bastard's asking for death. I can't wait any longer. I'm going first." One of the men pulled out a dagger and charged forward. Xin Xiao said, "Xiaolan, take Xiaoyi back first. Leave this place to me, no need to call the police." "Xin Xiao, are you sure you can handle this?" Xiaolan asked with concern. Telling a man he can't do something is a huge insult, Xin Xiao chuckled. "Still cracking jokes at a time like this? You'd better be careful." Xiaolan chose to believe him nonetheless, grabbing Xiaoyi's hand and heading home. He Cheng initially had no intention of stopping his man from acting, but when he saw Xin Xiao looking at him with that harmless smile, his pupils abruptly dilated as he barked, "Old Fifth, get back here." However, it was already too late. Xin Xiao smiled faintly, then his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Where'd he go? The charging man had just reached the pavilion when he realized the person before him had disappeared? With reaction speed like yours, you call yourself an assassin? What a disgrace! As Qin Zhao's words fell, he abruptly lifted his leg and viciously kicked the man behind his knee. Snap! Ah! Almost instantly, a shrill scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig erupted as the man collapsed straight to the ground. His entire lower leg had been snapped clean through, the fractured bone visibly protruding, an utterly brutal sight. He's a trained fighter. Damn it!
Feng San didn't do his homework. He Chang was clearly startled seeing his underling getting taken out in an instant. Coming together? Qin Shao turned his head with that same harmless smile still plastered on his face. He Chang tightened his grip on the dagger and said, charge together. I don't believe he can take on 4 at once. The 4 exchanged glances and rushed forward with blades drawn almost simultaneously. The so-called wild punches can kill a master holds true, especially when they're wielding knives. Even a single stab would be enough to finish them off. Yet, for Qin Shao, this posed no challenge at all. The moment his condensed chi technique activated, he became one with nature. Every stir of wind or grass around him couldn't escape his senses, as if the very air had become crystal clear. As one attacker lunged forward, Qin Shao countered by seizing his wrist and twisting it sharply. Snap! Another crisp sound of bone breaking echoed as the man's wrist was brutally twisted and snapped. As Qin Shao raised his foot again, he aimed a fierce kick at another man's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the man's chest visibly caved in, rendering him voiceless from the agony as he clutched his ribs in silent torment. He Chang watched 2 more men fall before even swinging their knives, his panic becoming evident. Yet with matters having come this far, he had no choice but to steel himself and charge forward. Qin Shao unleashed a swift spinning kick that struck one of the men squarely across the neck, sending him crashing headfirst into the ground like an uprooted cabbage before he slumped unconscious, blood spewing from his mouth. Just as He Chang took advantage of the moment to close in and was about to raise his knife, Qin Shao swiftly grabbed his wrist. He Chang was tightly gripped by Qin Shao, his face paling with shock. How could the other man's strength be so immense? Before he could even register shock, Qin Shao swiftly seized the dagger and drove it straight through He Chang's palm, nailing it like a spike into the wooden pillar of the pavilion. Ah, you bastard! He Chang clutched his wrist and howled in agony. With brutal efficiency, Qin Shao subdued He Chang, then yanked open his collar to reveal an identical tattoo. Same ink as Guan Haiyang's. You're one of his lackeys, aren't you? Gritting his teeth, He Chang spat, God damn it, you fucking mutt. You knew Guan Haiyang's my boss and still dared lay hands on me? You're begging for death. Snap. Qin Shao immediately slapped him backward, then took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand as he said, I think you're the one who should die. Chapter 151, A Heartless and Ungrateful Wretch. At this moment, He Chang's face darkened with fury. Who was he? The infamous 7th master whom even the underworld feared, trembling at the mere mention of his name. Before joining Guan Haiyang, he had specialized in kidnapping and extortion, his hands stained with countless lives, yet he had never once failed. But today, it was like kicking an iron plate. Qin Shao slowly took out his phone and dialed Guan Haiyang's number. Meanwhile, Guan Haiyang was still drinking with a group of brothers at some underground venue, celebrating since Qin Shao had helped him resolve the danger. So he was completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing Qin Shao's call, Guan Haiyang quickly stepped out of the private room and answered, Hello, Master Qin. What are you doing? Qin Shao asked. At a nightclub. What's wrong? Guan Haiyang paused, taken aback by Qin Shao's accusatory tone. What's wrong? You're asking what's wrong. I saved your life. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? You filthy, heartless beast don't deserve to live. Just wait for death. Qin Shao's tone was cold and domineering as he spoke succinctly. These words left Guan Haiyang completely bewildered. Master Qin, I don't understand what's happening. I haven't done anything, he stammered. Oh really? Your underlings came after me, calling me by name and demanding my life, and you tell me you've done nothing? As Qin Shao spoke, he pressed the phone against He Chang's ear, then suddenly kicked He Chang in the abdomen. Ah! Ho Chang let out a sharp cry as Qin Shao kicked him forcefully. That scream left Guan Haiyang stunned. That's Ho Chang's voice? Why is he with you? He asked. You recognize it? Then get your ass over here now. Qin Shao growled with a dark tone. At this moment, Guan Haiyang had no mood left for nightclub entertainment. After all, his life was literally in Qin Shao's hands. He immediately rushed into the private booth, shouting, Damn it, everyone, stop playing around and follow me. With that, a group of over a dozen people left the nightclub and drove several cars straight toward Yunhai Garden. At this moment, He Chang, who was firmly pinned to the pillar, turned deathly pale. How was Qin Shao calling Guan Haiyang, his own boss, and speaking in such a brutal tone? Even in front of Guan Haiyang, he had to grovel and never dared to raise his voice. Who the hell are you? Finally, a trace of fear flashed in He Chang's eyes. Qin Shao completely ignored He Chang. Instead, he took a pack of cigarettes from the other man's pocket and sat down in the pavilion. Click. As the lighter flared, Qin Shao took a slow drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke before settling in to wait patiently. Outside the pavilion lay 4 henchmen with broken limbs, forming a stark contrast with He Chang, who was nailed dead to the pillar. By the time Qin Shao finished his cigarette, Guan Haiyang had already sped his way to Yunhai Manor. He immediately led a dozen men rushing toward Qin Shao's villa. Over here, Qin Shao called out, watching Guan Haiyang approach his home. Guan Haiyang turned his head and finally saw Qin Shao sitting in the pavilion, crushing his cigarette butt against the ashtray. On the ground lay several crippled figures in disarray, including the pallid, blood-soaked He Chang. This
Though Guan Haiyang knew Qin Shao was skilled in martial arts, he never expected such brutal methods. After all, He Chang had been his top enforcer, and the other 4 were elite fighters too. Now they've all been taken down by Qin Shao, their condition as pitiful as can be. Chapter 152, Kill him or you die. Guan Haiyang hurried into the pavilion and immediately asked, Master Qin, what exactly happened here? How did you end up fighting with He Chang? You're asking me? Qin Shao looked up at Guan Haiyang and replied. Guan Haiyang's face turned pale at Qin Zhao's retort, as if merely meeting his gaze made his hair stand on end. He Chang, you dog, how exactly did you offend Master Qin? Guan Haiyang roared in anger. Scolded by his boss, He Chang turned deathly pale and stammered, Boss, it's not my fault. The crew hasn't had meat for weeks, so we thought we'd take some freelance jobs. I never imagined Zhou Chenglong's target was connected to you. I wouldn't dare if I'd known, not even with 800 borrowed lives. At the mention of Zhou Chenglong, Guan Haiyang's face darkened like iron. Damn it! How many times have I told you? No more kidnapping or assassination gigs after joining me. And you dare take private jobs behind my back? With that, Guan Haiyang kicked He Chang squarely in the face. The solid kick sent blood gushing from He Chang's nose on the spot. Though Guan Haiyang was admittedly ruthless, he'd never been involved in kidnapping or extortion. He Chang wasn't even someone he'd groomed himself. At best, the man had joined his ranks halfway. Admittedly, Guan Haiyang had long sensed this loose cannon might bring him trouble someday. Who would have thought this would really blow up? If he angered Qin Shao now, he'd be digging his own grave for sure. Master Qin, I sincerely apologize, I had no idea about any of this. If I'd known, I would never have let my people give you trouble. You must believe me. Guan Haiyang pleaded with Qin Shao, his tone utterly servile. We'll set that aside for now. How do you plan to deal with him? Qin Shao pointed at He Chang and asked. Guan Haiyang froze for a moment, then immediately understood the implication and said, Come on, chop off He Chang's hand as an apology to Mr. Qin. As he spoke, a man immediately drew a steel blade and moved toward He Chang. Wait a moment, Qin Shao raised his hand slightly and added, Is just chopping off a hand sufficient? At this moment, Guan Haiyang was also shocked by Qin Zhao's words. Since when has Master Qin become so ruthless? Is he trying to kill He Chang? Guan Haiyang's expression darkened as he said, Master Qin, whatever He Chang has done, he's still one of my men. How about just chopping off both his hands instead? Qin Shao remained silent for a long moment before responding. I know you gangsters value loyalty above all. Today he has offended me, you don't have to kill him, but then you'd be the one to die. See if you can make that choice. Upon hearing this, Guan Haiyang shuddered violently. Although Qin Zhao's words did carry a hint of a threat, he undeniably had the power to back them up. With how effortlessly and efficiently he subdued He Chang's gang of 5, it was clear they wouldn't stand a chance against Qin Shao. Moreover, Guan Haiyang still needed to rely on Qin Zhao's protection in the future. After pondering for a moment, Guan Haiyang said, Master Qin, I understand what needs to be done. Rest assured, starting today, no one in the Suzhou Hangzhou underground world will dare to threaten you. Now that sounds more like it. Handle this matter as it should be handled. Qin Shao slowly rose to his feet, brushing his sleeves, and said. Guan Haiyang gave a slight wave of his hand, and a man handed him a dagger before stepping toward He Chang. Boss, you can't kill me. At this moment, He Chang was utterly terrified, his face twisted in fear. Blame yourself for offending Master Qin. Without hesitation, Guan Haiyang thrust the blade straight into He Chang's heart. Chapter 153, The Rude Fellow. He Chang, who had been full of life just moments ago, could now only watch helplessly as the knife slowly pierced his heart. His body convulsed a few times before he breathed his last. Having killed so many people in his life, this end was nothing less than the karma he deserved. Dispose of He Chang's body properly. Don't let it defile this place, Guan Haiyang said heavily after killing He Chang, taking a deep breath. Several subordinates stepped forward slowly, ready to carry away He Chang's corpse. For Guan Haiyang, dealing with such matters was his greatest expertise. The Yunhai residence was an affluent neighborhood, not your average community, so there were hardly any idle passers-by around, making the cleanup remarkably straightforward. Yet this incident also instilled a sense of fear in Guan Haiyang toward Qin Shao. It seemed Qin Shao wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. When it came to handling business, this man was even more ruthless than Guan himself, a seasoned player in the gray underworld. Ding, ding, ding. Just as several subordinates were preparing to carry away He Chang's body, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Guan Haiyang paused, took the phone from He Chang's corpse, and furrowed his brows slightly as he asked, Master Qin, is Zhou Chenglong calling? Qin Shao took the phone with a faint smile and pressed the answer button. Meanwhile, at a standalone villa somewhere in the heart of Suzhou and Hangzhou, Zhou Chenglong sat on the living room sofa sipping red wine, his 18-year-old young wife in his arms. While making the call, he asked, Hucheng, how's it going? Have you taken care of that guy? Remember to dispose of the body properly. Hearing Zhou Chenglong's voice, Qin Shao gave a faint smile and said, Chairman Zhou, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. As the voice came through the phone, Zhou Chenglong practically jumped to his feet in an instant and exclaimed, Xin Xiao. Surprised that I'm not dead? Xin Xiao replied with a sardonic smile. Zhou Chenglong's face darkened, showing clear surprise. He Chang had been vetted by Feng San, his efficiency was outstanding, and he almost never failed. By all accounts, Xin Xiao should have been a corpse by now, yet here he was, unmistakably alive. Where's He Chang? Zhou Chenglong asked, his expression dark. You'll have to go down there if you want to see him, Xin Xiao said with a chilling smile, speaking humorously. The implication was clear, He Chang was dead. The assassin he sent out got killed instead? This clearly exceeded Zhou Chenglong's comprehension. After a moment of shock, Zhou Chenglong immediately replaced his expression with a smile and said, Ha, Mr. Qin, it seems I underestimated you. Indeed, anyone daring to challenge me must have some real skills. If I wasn't capable, I wouldn't be standing here now, Xin Xiao said before adding, Chairman Zhou, if you want to wage a business war, then let's do it openly and fairly. Resorting to covert assassinations behind the scenes isn't the way of a gentleman. As the esteemed chairman of Longting Group, wouldn't it be rather shameful to be labeled a scoundrel? Xin Xiao's biting sarcasm made Zhou Chenglong's face turn ashen, despite his usual composure. Unable to muster a retort, he hung up immediately. Hearing the disconnect tone, Xin Xiao crushed his phone in his grip with sudden force. What an uncouth bastard! Watching the phone shatter so effortlessly, Huan Haiyang beside him visibly shuddered. This grip strength is truly formidable. This couldn't help but make Huan Haiyang wonder, what exactly had the other person studied? Karate? Judo? Or Sanda? Clean up the scene and head back, Xin Xiao said before walking away without looking back. Chapter 154, The Shadow. Watching Xin Xiao leave, Huan Haiyang felt a hint of guilt. After all, it was his subordinate who had caused the trouble. Finally, he spoke up, Master Qin, if you permit, I can arrange for someone to teach Zhou Chenglong a lesson, or even assassinate him. Hearing this, Xin Xiao paused slightly and replied, You're no match for Zhou Chenglong. His subordinate, Feng San, is a Qigong master, you won't even get close. Go back. At these words, Huan Haiyang had no choice but to relent. With a slight wave of his hand, his men gradually dispersed. The saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Since Zhou Chenglong had sent assassins after him, Xin Xiao naturally wouldn't let it slide. As for how to retaliate, he already had a plan firmly in mind. When they got home, Xiaolan had been waiting at the door the whole time. Seeing Xin Xiao return safely, she finally let out a long sigh of relief and asked, Did you manage to send those people away? Yes, it's all taken care of, no need to worry, Xin Xiao replied with a smile. Xiaolan was still somewhat shaken by the events. This is utterly terrifying, she said. It's supposed to be just business competition, how could they possibly send assassins over something like this? What if he targets Xiaoyi next, or even Mom? Like those kidnapping plots in TV dramas, forcing you to compromise. Xiaolan's concerns were not unfounded. The wicked are called wicked precisely because they stop at nothing to achieve their goals, resorting to the most despicable means. If Zhou Chenglong dared assassination today, he wouldn't hesitate to send kidnappers tomorrow. Once forced to compromise, Xin Xiao would truly be left with no choice. Truth be told, Xin Xiao had already considered this scenario. In his previous life, he had faced threats from Zhou Chenglong. For now, Zhou hadn't explicitly targeted Qin's family members, but that might change in the future. You make a valid point. I'll consider it. Get some rest now, Xin Xiao said, then walked toward the bedroom with heavy thoughts. After today's events, Xin Xiao now harbors the idea of hiring bodyguards, mainly to protect his loved ones. He couldn't bear to wait until they were harmed and then regret it. By then, it would be too late. However, not just any bodyguard would do, he needed capable ones. Most security firms on the market were full of incompetence, utterly useless against real threats. In his previous life, Xin Xiao had trained a private force called Shadows, but that was only sometime after his business war with Zhou Chenglong. Moreover, this shadow force loyal to Qin Xiao had not yet been fully established. After all, cultivating an armed force that was absolutely loyal, absolutely powerful, and absolutely covert required an extraordinarily massive investment. The main expenses lay in personnel selection and training. It was estimated that without a fortune of tens of billions, it would be impossible to sustain. The next day, early the next morning, Xin Xiao freshened up, had some breakfast, treated his mother, and then headed to Tianhui Tower. As for Zhao Dingshan's acupuncture session, it was scheduled for the afternoon. As soon as he arrived at Tianhui Tower, Xin Xiao entered his office and summoned Zhang Hao and Li Yi, for he was about to make a critical decision. It was all because of Zhou Chenglong. Having failed in the assassination attempt, Zhou Chenglong would undoubtedly proceed to the next step, his third and final maneuver, monopolization. Based on Xin Zhao's knowledge of Zhou Chenglong from his past life, he knew Zhou would blatantly plagiarize Tianhui Tower's business model. In simpler terms, Zhou would replicate their operational methods without any regard for patents. After all, with Dragon Rice Group's ample funds and resources, they could open branches nationwide at will enough to ruin Qin Zhao's business if they wanted to, but Qin Zhao had no intention of sitting idle. Leveraging Zhou Changlong's third phase plan, he was ready to deliver a crushing blow in return. Chapter 155, Stratagem. Brother Qin, are you saying Zhou Changlong's next move is launching branches across the country to profit using our operational strategies? Zheng Hao said slowly. Li Yi, who was standing nearby, heard this and said, isn't this outright plagiarism? If they dare to do this, we should sue them into bankruptcy. Qin Zhao looked exasperated and replied, Li Yi, use your brain before acting. The Longting Group has assets worth tens of billions, they're wealthy and influential, with a highly professional legal team. If you try to sue them, they might countersue and bite back. Even if we win the lawsuit, Longting Group would have already made a fortune by then. What should we do then? We can't just stand by and watch them steal the empire we've worked so hard to build, Li Yi said, still indignant. Qin Zhao smiled faintly and said, there's naturally a way. That's why I called you here, to have the marketing department prepare to expand our diamond suppliers. Hearing this, Zheng Hao was momentarily stunned and said, increasing diamond suppliers? Our current suppliers already meet our daily sales needs with surplus. If we add more, not only will we need to invest more money, but we might also upset our existing suppliers. Qin Zhao raised his hand slightly and replied, don't worry about that. Just do as I say. We must use diamond materials from the Goldstone Group for this supplier. At the mention of Goldstone Group, Li Yi froze on the spot and said, the Goldstone Group doesn't have the best reputation in the industry. They've been involved in plenty of scandals before. Zheng Hao also tried his best to dissuade him, saying, exactly, I've heard things too. If word gets out that we're using materials from the Goldstone Group, we'll suffer massive losses. Qin Zhao said, if he had a good reputation, I wouldn't be using his materials. This. Li Yi was utterly baffled by Qin Zhao's inexplicable approach. Everyone else prioritized suppliers with good reputations when sourcing materials. Who'd ever heard of deliberately choosing ones with bad reputations? No need to overthink it. Just do as I say. If everything goes smoothly, it'll be enough to make Longting Group take a hard fall. Qin Zhao slightly raised his hand and said. Since Qin Zhao had spoken like this, Zheng Hao and Li Yi could only nod in agreement. Oh, right. We need to sign the supply agreement with Goldstone Group as soon as possible, ideally within 3 days. The order doesn't need to be large, just an investment of 1 million will do, Qin Zhao said. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Li Yi nodded before leaving the office. Zheng Hao scratched his head and asked, Brother Qin, I don't get it. Doesn't this ruin our own reputation? Qin Zhao slowly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The reason Goldstone Group has a bad reputation is that their diamond materials aren't natural, they use high-quality lab-created moissanite. These diamonds are cheap to produce, yet Jinshur Group is marketing them as naturally mined from South Africa, selling them at prices even higher than market value. What? Zheng Hao was stunned on the spot and said, really? Jinshur Group's reputation was poor before, but I never heard they used moissanite. Qin Zhao smiled. Indeed, at this stage, Jinshur Group hadn't been exposed for diamond fraud. Even if it were exposed, that would be several years later. But where there's a will, there's a way. Qin Zhao could make this incident, which should have happened years later, erupt ahead of time. By then, he could manipulate the market, so this diamond fraud matter would be crucial. After all, wasn't his Longting Group planning to plagiarize the operational strategy of Tianhui Tower? Let them plagiarize then. Once the timing was right, Qin Zhao would immediately spend money to manipulate public opinion, having the media extensively report on synthetic diamonds flooding the market, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake. By then, the nationwide branches that Longting Group had invested heavily in opening would immediately suffer a severe blow. Chapter 156, The Frustrated Yu Yehua. According to Qin Zhao's plan, if Longting Group wanted to swallow this entire cake in one bite, the investment required would be enormous. After all, even just one Tianhui Tower was worth billions. Opening branches nationwide, even if each location was several tiers smaller than Tianhui Tower, would still represent an astronomical sum. Imagine this: after Longting Group plagiarized the operating strategy, Qin Zhao immediately exposed the fake diamonds. No matter how much Longting Group had invested, they would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. Of course, the consequence of this approach would be that Qin Zhao's Tianhui Tower would also face significant repercussions. But Qin Zhao didn't care, as there are countless ways to make a fortune. Now that Tianhui Tower was his, he could use this fake diamond scandal as an opportunity to pivot his business. No matter what happened, he'd come out on top either way. Zheng Hao had pretty much grasped Qin Zhao's plan by now and said, as expected of Brother Qin, I'm truly in awe. If things unfold the way we've planned, Zhou Changlong might just die from rage this week. This is just the beginning. The game has only just started. Crushing Zhou Changlong is just a matter of time. Qin Zhao smiled faintly before adding, come on, let's head to Dongsheng Group. I need to prepare my next move. Alright, Zheng Hao nodded. Dongsheng Group.
Damn it, that son of a bitch. Just wait until I get my bearings back, I'll make sure he's finished. This is infuriating. Inside the chairman's office at this very moment, Yu Yehua was glaring at several termination notices in his hand, cursing furiously. The executives below all kept their heads down, not daring to even breathe loudly. They've gone too far. How dare they trample all over us like this? Even Yu Yue, who was usually composed, was now fuming with rage, his mustache quivering in anger. Old chairman, the Huang family's tactics are too ruthless, they're trying to drive us to ruin. In my opinion, we should launch a price war against them. At worst, it'll be mutual destruction, one of the men spoke up. Damn right. If we suffer, they won't get off easy either. I agree. The others, seemingly pushed to their limits, also raised their hands in approval. Just as Yihua was at his wit's end, Qin Jingjing slowly entered and said, President Yu, Mr. Qin is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Yu Yihua was momentarily stunned before responding. Quick, have Mr. Qin come in. The rest of you, wait for me in the conference room. Then several executives left one after another. At this moment, Xin Xiao also walked in and said, Mr. Yu, old master Yu, what's going on? I could hear you yelling from far away. Suddenly seeing Qin Xiao, Yu Yehua hurried out, looking left and right, and said, Mr. Qin, you're alright? What could possibly happen to me? Xin Xiao replied with his usual harmless smile. At this moment, old man Yu Yue's eyes were also wide open. Hadn't Zhou Changlong sent assassins to kill Qin Xiao yesterday? Yet here he stood completely unharmed? Had Zhou Changlong not made his move? Or had Qin Xiao miraculously escaped death? I was just about to call you, but got caught up in trivial matters and didn't have time. Unexpectedly, you've already come, Yu Yehua said, clearly surprised. Were you worried Zhou Changlong would kill me? Xin Xiao smiled faintly before adding, like I said, killing me wouldn't be that easy for him. Heh, heroes indeed emerge from the young. Mr. Qin's composed demeanor clearly indicates he's already crossed paths with Zhou Changlong, and one, remarked Yu Yue with shrewd insight, instantly grasping the situation. Chapter 157, Exposing My Own Dark Past. Yu Yehua also gave Qin Xiao a thumbs up upon hearing his father's words. What happened to you just now? Qin Xiao asked. Damn it, don't even bring it up. It's that bastard Huang Yu, he's taking advantage of Dongqing Group's current slump to poach my clients. Just this morning, several companies that had contracts with Dongqing Group collectively terminated their agreements. The group was just starting to recover, and now they've been hit hard again. Yu Yehua picked up the contract, his face clouded with worry. Oh, how do you know it was Huang Yu behind this? Qin Xiao asked. That's simple. I have informants planted within the Huang Group. It was their report. Not only that, Huang Yu went to the Longteng Group this morning, probably to discuss a collaboration. Yihua slumped exhausted into his chair and muttered. Hearing this, Xin Xiao gave a slight nod and said, It seems Zhou Changlong wants to partner with Huang Yu to take a bite out of my cake. I must say, this is quite unexpected. What do you mean? Yu Yehua clearly still had no understanding of the current situation. Xin Xiao didn't offer much explanation, simply saying, Mr. Yu, would you like to get revenge? Of course. More than anything, I dream of finishing off that bastard. Yu Yehua seethed through gritted teeth, practically ready to grab a knife and storm Huang Corporation to hack him down. I have a way, but it requires Mr. Yu's connections, Xin Xiao said. At these words, Yu Yue beside him slightly furrowed his brows. Xin Xiao was currently engaged in a business battle with Zhou Changlong, and the outcome was still uncertain. How could he have the spare time to help Dongqing Group? Moreover, this wasn't something that could be resolved with mere bets, nor was it a problem that could be solved by throwing out over $1 billion. After all, the odds weren't even good against Zhou Changlong alone. With Huang Yu added to the mix, defeat would be absolutely certain. However, Yu Yue chose not to voice his thoughts and simply watched quietly. Mr. Qin, just say what you have in mind. If it's within my power, I won't refuse, Yu Yehua said. Well, do you have any friends in the media, preferably someone quite close? Xin Xiao inquired. Yu Yehua laughed and replied, You've come to the right person. My brother-in-law is the chief editor of First Perspective. Solid enough connection for you? First Perspective was a media company with substantial influence across several social platforms and short video apps. Essentially, any news they broke would spread nationwide in no time. Hee, that's wonderful. Xin Xiao immediately beamed with joy, thinking this trip wasn't a waste after all. Yu Yehua watched Xin Xiao's elated expression and asked, What do you need the media for? Are you planning to expose Zhou Changlong's dirty laundry or Huang Yu's? Well, I'm not a paparazzi, why would I expose their scandals? It's my own I want to reveal, or more precisely, Tianhui Tower, Xin Xiao explained. Yu Yehua? Yu Yue? Xin Xiao's reverse maneuver left both Yu father and son utterly dumbfounded. What kind of divine play was this? Wait, how did your words circle back to confuse me? Exposing your own skeletons? Yu Yehua asked in astonishment. This matter is rather complicated to explain. You'll understand once I finish drafting the press release, Xin Xiao replied. There's no issue with this. If needed, he'll definitely follow my instructions, Yu Yehua said. Good, that'll do. Qin Shao nodded slightly and added, I'll take my leave now. I've got other matters to attend to this afternoon. Leaving so soon? Yu Yehua was momentarily taken aback. After coming all this way, was that really all there was to discuss? Of course, Qin Shao hadn't come solely for this matter. It was just that Zhao Dingshan's residence happened to be on the same road as Dongxing Group, a convenient detour at most. Chapter 158, Strategizing from Behind the Scenes. After Qin Shao left, Yu Yehua still wore a puzzled expression, completely unaware of what Qin Shao was scheming. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't so simple. Dad, what exactly is Mr. Qin brewing in his gourd? I just don't understand. Yu Yehua turned to his father and asked. Yu Yue fell silent for a moment before saying, in my decades of navigating the business world, I've never encountered someone as unfathomable as this. Initially, I thought he'd never withstand Zhou Chenglong's assassination attempt, yet he succeeded. And now he shocks us again with astonishing words. He gives me the feeling of someone who strategizes within a tent yet determines victory 1,000 miles away. Hearing such praise from his father, Yu Yehua was utterly astonished. He'd witnessed Yu Yue compliment others before, but never to this extent, comparing someone to a master strategist who commands battles from afar. This evaluation was extraordinary recognition. It had even elevated Qin Shao to the same level as Yu Yue himself. At the same time as Qin Shao left Dongxing Group heading towards Zhao Dingshan's residence, subtle changes were quietly taking place within Longting Group as well. On the rooftop terrace of Longting Group's headquarters, Zhou Chenglong sat across from Huang Yu with an expensive tea set placed before them. Zhou Chenglong poured the freshly brewed tea into a cup and handed it to Huang Yu, saying, try this authentic Westlake Longjing tea. Taking the steaming tea, Huang Yu smelled its aroma and took a sip before smiling, excellent tea. Its orchid-like fragrance lingers on the tongue and refreshes the heart and mind. Truly, the tea itself doesn't intoxicate, but one is willingly enchanted. Seeing Huang Yu's praise, Zhou Chenglong smiled faintly and said, speaking of tea ceremony, the venerable Mr. Huang Dongliang is far more accomplished than I. My grandfather sampled tea all his life, but when it comes to recognizing quality, he's still a step behind Chairman Zhou. Huang Yu seized the chance to lay on the compliments thick and fast. Zhou Chenglong gave a small smile and said, Mr. Huang, may I ask how your consideration of the cooperation proposal is coming along? Hearing this, Huang Yu chuckled and said, since Chairman Zhou has personally made the request, how could I possibly refuse? However, opening branches nationwide would require a substantial investment, especially given we're dealing in diamonds. The costs are far from low. Zhou Chenglong understood the other party's implication and assured him, don't worry, this is a risk-free investment. The success of Skyglow Tower stands as solid proof our operational strategy has already been thoroughly tested. As long as we cooperate, I guarantee you'll see profits within 5 days. Hearing this, Huang Yu didn't doubt it for a second. After losing his bet with Qin Shao just days ago and being thoroughly defeated, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to make a fortune. After careful consideration, Huang Yu said, alright then, I'll represent Huang Group with an investment of 10 billion. That's the maximum I can commit. Zhou Chenglong nodded approvingly and said, good. Your 10 billion plus my 15 billion will be more than enough to open branches in major cities nationwide. I guarantee we'll see returns within 3 days, recover costs within 10, and wipe out Tianhui Tower as a bonus. Huang Yu's face immediately lit up upon hearing this. He still harbored resentment over the 2 billion Qin Shao had cost him previously. Such a perfect opportunity for revenge was not something he could pass up. Good. Then everything will proceed according to Chairman Zhou's wishes, letting the Qin fellow learn exactly whose world this is. Huang Yu raised his teacup and declared, let tea stand for wine, as we toast in advance to our rivers of wealth flowing ever wider. Their teacups clinked as if sealing an unspoken pact, signaling that this slice of the pie had already fallen squarely into Zhou Chenglong's grasp. Chapter 159, Masters Abound Like Clouds. After nearly an hour's drive, Qin Shao arrived at the suburban residence atop Mount Dingzhou. As the god of war of Great Xia and a legendary king, Zhao Dingshan didn't live the extravagant life that Qin Shao had imagined, with a massive estate spanning hundreds of acres, servants by the thousands, and all the trappings of luxury. Instead, he lived quite modestly, residing in a standalone lakeside villa of about 500 square meters by an artificial lake in the suburbs of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Far from the city's hustle and bustle, the scenic location offered an ideal retreat for self-cultivation and a slow-paced lifestyle. Just as Qin Zhao's car parked at the villa's entrance, whoosh, 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 several men in suits swiftly appeared around the car, eyeing Qin Shao inside with wary vigilance. Holy shit, where the hell did these guys come from? Zhang Hao was also startled out of his wits. My name is Qin Shao. I'm here to consult Mr. Zhao about his illness. Could you please announce me? Qin Shao spoke. One of the men gave a slight nod and said, Mr. Qin, General Zhao has already instructed us. Please, come in. Qin Shao stepped out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the men in tailored suits. It was clear at a glance each one was a top-tier expert. In terms of combat prowess, any single one could easily take on 20 or 30 ordinary bodyguards without breaking a sweat.
truly worthy of being subordinates of the legendary war god Zhao. Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. If only he had a team of such rigorously trained and overwhelmingly powerful men under his command, he could bid farewell to all his lingering worries. As Qin Shao entered the villa with Zhang Hao, before they could even step inside, voices could be heard from within. "Dad, your illness hasn't recovered yet. How can you spar with Brother Zhua?" Zhao Tongtong said angrily. "Aren't you afraid the tumor in your head might rupture?" At this moment, Zhao Dingshan was dressed in martial arts attire. Standing opposite him was a man nearly 1.9 meters tall, possibly in his 30s, with an upright posture. His piercing eyes resembled those of an eagle, seemingly capable of seeing through everything. The presence this man exuded was overwhelmingly intense, far surpassing even the exceptional bodyguards stationed outside. It's fine. After Mr. Qin's treatment, I feel perfectly healthy. It's been so long since I last sparred with Zhuo Yuan, my hands are itching for a match." Zhao Dingshan flexed his wrists and chuckled. The man named Zhuo Yuan replied, "Marshal Zhao, perhaps we shouldn't. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you." "Nonsense. As if you could injure me. If you won't make the first move, then I will." With that, Zhao Dingshan instantly lunged into an attack. True to his reputation as a peerless war god, Zhao Dingshan remained still as a mountain before moving, but when he did, it was with thunderous speed, leaving behind visible afterimages in his wake. The man named Zhuo Yuan demonstrated remarkable skill with every move, each strike executed with flawless precision, effortlessly parrying Zhao Dingshan's attacks. He even managed to counterattack, astonishing Qin Shao, who stood outside the entrance. As the fierce battle between them raged on, Qin Shao finally stepped in and said, "Mr. Zhao, perhaps you should avoid such vigorous exertion. If something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility." Hearing the voice nearby, Zhao Dingshan halted and chuckled. "Ah, Mr. Qin is here. Please, come in." Qin Shao walked in with a smile, giving a slight nod to Zhuo Yuan and Zhao Tongtong as a greeting. The two also nodded slightly in return. "I was planning to come earlier, but something held me up on the way." Though looking at Mr. Zhao's condition, he's recovering even faster than I expected, Qin Shao said with a laugh after entering. It's all thanks to Mr. Qin's miraculous skills. The tumor in my head has visibly shrunk, and my body feels refreshingly light like never before, Zhao Dingshan replied with a chuckle. As Qin Shao took his seat, Zhao Tongtong brought over 2 cups of hot tea, placing them before Qin Shao and Zhang Hao. My. Never thought Mr. Zhao had so many formidable fighters under his command. Truly eye-opening, Qin Shao clicked his tongue in admiration while watching Zhuo Yuan in the distance. Chapter 160, Ice Cold as Stars, Concealing the Universe. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's remark, Zhao Dingshan chuckled and responded, "Naturally so. This Zhuo Yuan comes from Dragon Gate and serves as my head instructor. His skill is second only to mine." At the mention of Dragon Gate, Qin Shao gave a slight nod. He had realized it, in his past life. His master had once told him that the martial arts of the world were divided into 3 schools, the Mystic Gate, the Dragon Gate, and the Tiger Gate. The Dragon Gate ranks second and is renowned for its formidable combat prowess. Of course, it still falls far short of Qin Zhao's Qi condensing Qi technique, but its dominance is undeniable. If I'm not mistaken, the technique Brother Zhuo is using belongs to the 12 supreme skills of Sangshan Longmen, Qin Shao suddenly remarked. The so-called 12 supreme techniques of Sangshan Mountain were true killing moves, each stance and every maneuver aimed directly at taking a life. Not only were they devastating in combat, but they also greatly enhanced one's sensory perception and physical coordination. Not speaking was one thing, but with this single utterance, Zhao Dingshan was instantly struck with astonishment, and even Zhuo Yuan couldn't help but cast a curious glance at this unfamiliar young man. Beside them, Zhao Tongtong's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Shao. After all, very few people knew of the 12 Dragon Gate secret techniques, even martial arts masters might not be aware of them. Yet here was Qin Shao, mentioning it casually, and as an ordinary person at that, how could anyone not be shocked? "Mr. Qin, you know of the 12 Sangshan secret techniques?" Zhuo Yuan couldn't resist asking from the side. "I know a bit. From watching your fight earlier, you probably only used about 60% of your strength," Qin Shao said with a smile. Hiss. Qin Zhao's words were like a boulder dropped into still water, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless. And he calls this knowing a bit? He could even tell exactly how much strength was used? Not even a martial arts master could detect that. "Mr. Qin, I truly didn't expect you to possess such profound understanding of martial arts. It seems I've underestimated you." Zhao Dingshan now regarded Qin Shao with a gaze full of astonishment. Zhuo Yuan stared at Qin Shao and said, "Mr. Qin, if I'm not mistaken, your strength should be on par with mine, shouldn't it?" Zhuo Yuan's words once again left Zhao Dingshan and Zhao Tongtong utterly stunned. "I didn't even notice it, yet you saw it?" Zhao Dingshan stared at Zhuo Yuan and said, "Observing Mr. Qin, his breathing is remarkably steady. Though his frame appears lean, his pupils gleam like frigid stars, harboring untold depths. Yet I couldn't discern which martial arts tradition he follows," Zhuo Yuan remarked, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Qin Shao. Qin Shao smirked slightly. "If you could tell, would it still be called the esoteric method? The condensing chi art has been passed down to only one person every century. As long as one practitioner exists, no second person would ever be taught. Even if Qin Shao were to demonstrate the condensing chi art right now, no one would be able to discern its secrets. Beside him, Zhao Tongtong stared fixedly at Qin Shao, utterly astonished. Who could have imagined that this young man, whom she had met by chance, would turn out to be so enigmatic? Not only did he possess miraculous medical skills, but she'd also heard from her father that he lived in the prestigious Yunhai residence, proof of his affluent background. Now, with Zhu Yuan praising him so highly, he seemed like a flawlessly perfect man. Zhua Yuan, it's rare to hear you praise someone. Your words have made me even more curious, Zhao Dingshan said with growing interest. Mr. Qin, how about showing us a thing or two? Spar with my right-hand man here? I'm here to perform acupuncture, not to enter a fighting competition, Qin Shao replied helplessly. Ha, the acupuncture can wait, the medicine's still brewing anyway. Since we've got time to kill, Zhao Dingshan continued, if you can last 3 to 5 moves against Zhua Yuan, I'll give you a treasure. A treasure? Qin Zhao's eyes instantly lit up. Now that was something to get excited about. After all, such a gift from a mighty war god of his stature must be of immense value.